Chapter 1. Winning the Ticket. Programmer Chen Mo fortuitously won the company's year-end grand prize, a luxurious 5-day trip to Paradise Island. Unfortunately, midway through the journey, the plane tragically crashed into the sea, leaving only Chen Mo and Lin Wei as survivors, marooned on a desolate island, thus commencing their arduous and thrilling quest for survival. Ultimately, did the duo manage to escape the island, or did they continue to endure life on this isolated land? Dear Mr. Chen Mo, congratulations on winning the luxurious 2-person getaway to the Maldives, Azure Paradise. Please arrive at the VIP channel of Terminal T3 at the International Airport by 10 a.m. on the 15th of this month to check in the message concluded with a series of confirmation codes and customer service numbers. Chen Mo stared at the unexpected message in disbelief, his first thought being, is this a scam? Then, recalling the company's year-end benefits, he exclaimed internally, no way. Can such good fortune actually befall me? He pinched his thigh hard, the sharp pain confirming, ouch. This isn't a dream. Glancing at the mountain of reports piled on his desk, inhaling the greasy scent of takeout wafting through the air, and hearing the signature cough of his supervisor, old Zhang, everything felt strikingly real. This was no illusion. I won. Ha. I actually won. This time, I hit the jackpot. Chen Mo exclaimed, quickly covering his mouth with his hands. His eyes instinctively scanned the surroundings. Thankfully, no one seemed to notice him. Hey, old Chen, what's got you acting so crazy? Did your code finish running? Just as he spoke, the portly Li leaned over from the adjacent desk, immediately catching sight of Chen Mo's phone screen. No way. Azure Paradise? You hit the jackpot, didn't you? Chen Mo instinctively turned off his phone screen, his heart racing uncontrollably. It's just the company's anniversary lottery. Pure luck. Just luck. He tried to appear nonchalant, but the grin tugging at the corners of his mouth betrayed him. Awesome, brother. Li's voice rose, drawing a few disdainful glances from nearby colleagues, and he quickly lowered his voice. That's the Maldives. Crystal clear waters, white sands, bikini beauties. TSK. Your mundane life is finally about to shine. Remember to take plenty of photos, so we can all feast our eyes when you return, he said, raising his sparse eyebrows for emphasis. Sure, definitely. Chen Mo replied vaguely. The Maldives? To him, that place only existed in the wallpaper on his computer and in the scenes from Bear Grylls survival documentaries, feeling quite distant. As a programmer working from 9 to 9, often burning the midnight oil, his greatest pleasure was collapsing on the couch of his rented room after work, indulging in takeout while watching daring individuals in the wild start fires, build shelters, and consume insects, then mimicking Bear Grylls' silly smiles. Every time he watched them on screen, it felt as if he had traversed the Amazon rainforest alongside them. Yet, he was indeed a survival enthusiast. He had purchased numerous books on the subject and often perused them, prominently displaying a set of Wiseman's survival manual on his bookshelf. He deemed this book the most authentic and practical, its edges worn from frequent handling, filled with sticky notes detailing various survival tips. Who could have imagined that this theoretical survival expert, armed only with knowledge from books, would actually have the opportunity to travel abroad? Although the destination was a tropical paradise rather than the Amazon, opportunities for adventure might still await. In the following days, Chen Mo felt as though he walked with a gust of wind, eagerly anticipating the day of departure. He resembled an elementary school student preparing for a spring outing, suppressing his excitement as he meticulously packed his bags. He opened his newly purchased wilderness survival backpack, placing it on the ground as he began to fill it with items acquired from an app. Sunblock. High SPF. The UV rays on the island will surely be intense. Insect repellent. Tropical, a must-have. Swim trunks. Let's pack 2 pairs. Quick dry t-shirts. Beach shorts. Power bank. Adapter. One by one, he tossed items into the bag, quickly filling it halfway. His gaze drifted over the colorful vacation gear, ultimately landing on the Wiseman's survival manual on his bookshelf. By some strange impulse, he pulled out one of the books and flipped to the chapters on survival at sea and survival on a deserted island. The seemingly neurotic suggestions now possessed an odd allure. After a moment of hesitation, he shoved the hefty book into the bottom of his backpack, burying it beneath a pile of soft clothing. Thinking for a moment, he rummaged through a corner of his drawer and unearthed a palm-sized waterproof bag containing a few trinkets he had once acquired out of curiosity, a mini compass, a neatly coiled paracord, and a small magnesium fire starter. The items were pitifully small and virtually weightless. He chuckled softly, adding them to the backpack side compartment. What's the point of bringing these? I'm not heading to Bear Grylls Survivor film set in the Maldives, a voice in his mind scoffed. Yet another, more stubborn voice insisted, what if? It's always better to be prepared. This internal conflict persisted until the day of his flight. At the T3 terminal of the international airport, the gleaming marble floor mirrored the hurried silhouettes of travelers, while outside the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, steel giants ascended and descended, the roar of engines resonating through the thick glass, heavy yet powerful. The air was a blend of coffee aroma, perfume, and a barely perceptible hint of aviation fuel. Chen Mo stood beneath the sign for the VIP channel, his bulging backpack slung over his shoulder. Surrounded by elegantly dressed men and women exuding poise, engaged in hushed conversations or attending to business on the latest smartphones, he instinctively tugged at the collar of the slightly tight new shirt he had purchased for this journey. He felt somewhat out of place in this environment. Sir, may I see your ticket and passport? A flight attendant with immaculate makeup and a standard smile addressed him at the check-in counter. Oh, of course. Chen Mo fumbled to retrieve his documents and the electronic ticket on his phone. Mr. Chen Mo, congratulations on winning this journey. The flight attendant efficiently processed his paperwork, returning his documents along with a beautifully crafted boarding pass. Your seat is 8A in first class. Please proceed through this VIP channel for security and boarding. Have a pleasant journey. Chapter 2. Encounter in First Class. First Class. Chen Mo clutched the noticeably thicker boarding pass, his palms slightly sweating. Following the signs, he traversed the quiet, carpeted corridor, enjoying the almost queue-free expedited security check. As he stepped into the remarkably spacious first-class area, he was greeted by a unique aroma, a blend of high-quality leather, fragrances, and affluence. The seats, akin to oversized armchairs, were enveloped in exquisite cream-colored leather, spaced generously to allow for easy leg stretching. Soft, warm lighting cascaded from above, creating a tranquil and comfortable ambience. Attendants in crisp uniforms, smiling warmly, inquired if he would like champagne or orange juice. Chen Mo located his seat, 8A, by the window. He carefully settled in, the leather feeling soft and enveloping, nearly engulfing him entirely. Curiously, he explored the intricate array of buttons on the armrest, attempting to recline the chair slightly. As he pressed a button, the seat back gradually tilted back, and his body sank deeper into relaxation. TSK, this chair must be worth more than all the belongings in my rented apartment. He muttered softly, trying to ease his inner tension, before turning his gaze to the bustling runway outside the window. At that moment, a somewhat hurried sound of high heels approached from afar, accompanied by a crisp and striking scent of perfume. Chen Mo instinctively turned his head. A young woman was making her way towards the adjacent seat, 8B. She was tall and donned an impeccably tailored cream-colored suit that accentuated her graceful curves. Her long, raven-black hair cascaded down in loose waves, revealing a beautifully sculpted swan-like neck adorned with exquisite earrings that sparkled like fragments of diamonds. Her makeup was flawless, exuding an air of aloof superiority that seemed inherent to her. In her hand, she carried a petite, yet conspicuously branded limited-edition handbag. Most striking were her silver high heels, with astonishingly slender stiletto heels that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Each step echoed a crisp tap, tap, as if she were treading upon an invisible scale that distinctly demarcated social strata. The woman paused beside seat 8B, prompting a flight attendant to approach with a warm smile. Miss Lin Wei, welcome aboard. Your luggage has been securely stowed away. Would you like assistance with your coat? The woman, referred to as Lin Wei, inclined her head slightly, gracefully placing her handbag on the seat while handing her equally luxurious white jacket to the attendant. Her indifferent gaze swept across the cabin, barely lingering on Chen Mo, as if he were merely an extension of the seat itself. Then she settled into her seat, crossing her legs, her slender ankles and exquisite heels forming a dazzling tableau. She raised her hand, delicately beckoning with her slender, pale fingers. Another flight attendant hurried over, slightly bowing. Miss Lin, how may I assist you? Perrier out belle époque blanc de blancs, she replied, her voice melodious, yet laced with a languid magnetism. Please serve it in an ice bucket, at just the right temperature, not allow the ice to dilute the flavor. Her gaze remained unfocused on the attendant's face, as if merely stating a basic request. Of course, Miss Lin, I will prepare it for you right away, the attendant responded respectfully before turning to leave. Chen Mo silently withdrew his gaze, returning to the window, feeling the chasm of reality that lay not merely in the narrow aisle between him and the enigmatic Lin Wei, but a vast divide. He instinctively tightened his seatbelt, ensuring the clasp was securely locked, a habitual action cultivated from years of watching survival shows, a ritual performed each time he boarded a plane. As the safety demonstration commenced, he paid particularly close attention, even mentally rehearsing the location of emergency exits and the usage of oxygen masks. The airplane smoothly taxied, accelerated, and ascended, the immense sensation of thrust pressing him into the plush seat. The city outside the window shrank rapidly, transforming into a vibrant mosaic of building blocks, soon replaced by a billowing sea of cotton candy clouds. Sunlight streamed in, casting a bright and serene ambience within the cabin. Before long, the flight attendant presented an exquisite meal and beverages, to which Chen Mo murmured, "Indeed, the service in first class is impeccable." Lin Wei sipped her champagne delicately, occasionally checking her phone, her demeanor relaxed yet elegant. Gradually, Chen Mo too began to unwind, savoring the culinary delights that far exceeded the standard fare he was accustomed to. His thoughts wandered to the azure waters and pristine sands of the Maldives. Time slipped away amidst the steady hum of the engine. Leaning against the comfortable seatback, Chen Mo gazed out at the unchanging sea of clouds, the sunlight slightly blinding. He felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. The tranquility of first class and the enveloping luxury of the seat acted like an invisible hand, gently dispelling his initial tension and excitement. Just then, the aircraft experienced a slight tremor. Chen Mo's eyes snapped open, all traces of sleep vanished. A primal instinct, honed through countless survival shows and manuals, awakened within him, startled by the subtle shift. He instinctively checked his seatbelt again, ensuring the clasp was firmly secured in the tightest notch. His fingers absent-mindedly brushed against the outline of a small waterproof pouch in his pocket, containing a mini compass, paracord, and a fire starter, all resting quietly within. A vague sense of unease rippled through him, like a pebble cast into a tranquil lake, creating subtle ripples in his mind. Meanwhile, Lin Wei seemed utterly oblivious. She furrowed her brow as she gazed at the effervescent bubbles rising in her champagne glass, her lips parting slightly as she addressed a passing flight attendant with a hint of scrutiny. "The finish of this belle époque seems rather dissipated, doesn't it? Was the temperature not maintained properly, or has it been open too long?" The attendant's smile faltered for a moment before she quickly replaced it with an apologetic one. "I sincerely apologize, Miss Lin. Shall I fetch you a fresh bottle immediately?" Chapter 3. The plane encountered trouble. Lin Wei remained silent, merely extending her champagne glass forward with an unspoken request. The flight attendant promptly accepted the glass with care. In that fleeting moment, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire aircraft plunged suddenly downward, followed by erratic swaying and jarring turbulence, as if an invisible giant hand had seized it, shaking the cabin violently. "What is happening? Oh my God, Mom!" The surrounding screams and cries, along with the shattering of glassware, shattered the tranquility of first class. The lights flickered wildly, and the oxygen mask suddenly deployed from above, swinging frantically in the violently shaking cabin. "Attention, passengers! Attention, passengers! The plane has encountered severe turbulence. Please return to your seats immediately. Fasten your seatbelts. Don your oxygen masks." The captain's urgent voice crackled through the intercom. A terrifying sensation of weightlessness gripped Chen Mo's heart, as if a colossal hand had yanked him from his seat and hurled him down again. His insides felt as though they had been shoved up to his throat. Desperately, he clutched the armrests, pressing his back against the seat. In the chaos, he instinctively yanked down the wildly swaying yellow oxygen mask and secured it over his mouth and nose. The smell of rubber mixed with a stale rush of air flooded his lungs. "Damn it, my champagne!" Lin Wei's sharp voice cut through the turmoil, piercingly clear amidst the chaos. She had just reached out to hand the glass. The violent turbulence had thrown her completely off balance. The expensive champagne glass slipped from her grasp, and the amber liquid along with shattered glass splattered everywhere. She was violently tossed against the side of her seat, only to be yanked back by the seatbelt. Her delicate face was etched with terror. "Check your seatbelts. Hold onto the armrests. Put on your masks." Chen Mo nearly shouted above the din and screams. His voice was muffled by the oxygen mask, yet his gaze remained fixed on the panicked woman beside him. It was then that Lin Wei snapped back to reality, frantically reaching for the erratically swaying oxygen mask in front of her. But the intense turbulence made it impossible for her to stabilize herself. The engine's sound shifted, no longer the steady roar. It transformed into a terrifying, tearing growl. Then came the horrific noise from one of the engines. "Right engine failure. Right engine failure." The pilot's panicked and desperate shouts could faintly be heard from the cockpit. At that moment, the broadcast was abruptly cut off. Only the piercing, relentless alarm blared, as the airplane spiraled completely out of control. It was no longer an eagle soaring through the sky, but rather a ragged cloth battered by the tempest, spinning wildly as the nose plunged at a desperate angle. The cabin instantaneously morphed into a hellish nightmare. The luggage compartment door had somehow burst open from the inside, and various suitcases and handbags were ejected like cannonballs, colliding chaotically against the narrow aisles and seatbacks. Passengers who failed to fasten their seatbelts were violently hurled from their seats, crashing against the ceiling before plummeting down, producing a dull thud and the sickening sound of bones fracturing. In an instant, the cabin walls and carpet were stained with blood. "No, I do not wish to perish. Help, my child. Grasp my hand." The desperate cries, prayers, and curses intermingled with the blaring alarms and the agonizing groans of twisted metal, forming a suffocating symphony of death. Chen Mo felt as though he had been thrust into a colossal washing machine, spinning at high speed. He gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to combat the terrifying centrifugal force and sensation of weightlessness, firmly anchoring himself in his seat. The safety belt dug painfully into his abdomen, causing waves of intense agony. Amidst the chaos, he peered through the cracked window, no longer greeted by the pristine sea of clouds, but rather by tumultuous, leaden gray layers, with an endless, heart-stopping expanse of deep blue ocean beneath. We are destined to plunge into the sea. This realization seized him with icy despair. He turned to look beside him. Lin Wei was in a far worse predicament. The tremendous impact had wedged her expensive silver high heels into some crevice beneath the seat. She desperately tried to extricate her foot, her face a mask of utter terror and pain, tears mingling with sweat, smudging her exquisite makeup. Each violent jolt elicited sharp screams from her. "Damn it, my foot. I'm stuck." She pulled with all her might, but the slender heel seemed welded to the metal structure, refusing to budge. "Forget the shoes," Chen Mo shouted, his voice barely audible amidst the cacophony. Survival was paramount. "Protect your head. Shield your vital areas." As he spoke, he attempted to reach out to assist her, but the tightly fastened seatbelt and the violent turbulence rendered him unable to grasp her. Lin Wei appeared oblivious to his words, continuing her futile struggle, akin to a creature ensnared in a trap, on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, an unprecedented thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by the sound of tearing metal. Chen Mo felt an irresistible force hurling him forward. His vision was instantly engulfed by blinding flames and thick smoke. A searing wave of heat struck him. The deafening roar of water echoed like the wrath of a sea god, flooding his ears. Cold, bone-chilling cold. Chen Mo's consciousness momentarily blanked out amidst the violent impact and piercing chill. In the next instant, a fierce instinct for survival surged through his numbed nerves like a jolt of electricity. Chapter 4. The plane crashes into the sea to survive water. All around him was a tumultuous sea of water. The acrid scent of salt and fuel assaulted his senses. The immense water pressure crushed his chest. The instinct to survive restored his awareness of his body. He abruptly opened his eyes, shaking off the lingering fog in his mind. In the murky waters, countless fragments floated, torn seats, twisted metal sheets, scattered luggage, and human limbs. The plane, it truly has plunged into the sea. At that moment, Chen Mo felt a fiery suffocation in his lungs, the lack of oxygen tightening around his throat like an invisible hand. Yet the instinct for survival overshadowed all else. He desperately kicked his legs, using both hands and feet to stroke upward. In the chaos, his hands seemed to make contact with a floating, resilient object. A life raft? Or perhaps a large piece of debris from the aircraft. He had no time to discern. Grab it. This singular thought consumed his mind. With the last vestiges of his strength, he clung tightly to the floating object. The icy sensation penetrated through his drenched clothing. Though the object was frigid, it offered a glimmer of hope for survival. With the buoyancy assisting him, he valiantly thrust his head above the water. Cough, cough, cough. Gag. After a violent fit of coughing and retching, he greedily inhaled the damp air, thick with the acrid scent of char and blood. Each breath was accompanied by intense pain in his chest, as the frigid rain mingled with the surging waves pummeled him mercilessly. Before him lay a scene of apocalyptic despair. The massive wreckage of the airplane was slowly sinking, belching forth billowing clouds of smoke. The sea's surface was marred by vast patches of oil, littered with various fragments, plastic sheets, suitcases, life vests, clothing, and paper strewn about like refuse across this desolate expanse. More harrowing were the lifeless bodies floating motionless in the water. A profound sense of bewilderment and overwhelming fear enveloped Chen Mo. By chance, he glanced down to see that the object he clung to was indeed a battered inflatable from a large life raft. Though damaged, it provided some buoyancy, saving his life. At that moment, He heard a faint coughing sound from a distance of no more than 5 or 6 meters. Chen Mo turned to look. In the water, a woman was struggling valiantly. Her long, dark hair clung wetly to her pale face, her white suit soaked and clinging to her form. The face that had once radiated pride and elegance now bore only sheer terror and the despair of one drowning. Her hands flailed wildly at the surface. It was evident she could not swim. The woman was Lin Wei. It seemed that in the face of death, she had discarded her high heels, freed herself from constraints, and surfaced. Yet before she could catch her breath, she sank again. The water left only a rapidly dissipating ripple and a few strands of floating hair. To save or not to save, this infernal sea, which had claimed the lives of hundreds, made his own survival a stroke of fortune. Was this woman, who had moments ago been critiquing the temperature of champagne and dismissing him as inconsequential, truly worth risking his life to save? The frigid waters, the immense exhaustion, and the ever-present danger of being struck by floating debris, each factor could lead to his demise. Just as Chen Mo was engulfed in doubt, Lin Wei's head broke the surface once more, emitting a brief, desperate cough. In that moment, her gaze was vacant, her face awash with the terror of death. Those once indifferent, piercing eyes now reflected nothing but a pure yearning for survival, whether by instinct or some other force. Lin Wei turned her head weakly towards Chen Mo and cried out, "Help me!" Before the words could fully escape her lips, a wave mercilessly crashed down, plunging her back beneath the surface. The despair reflected in those eyes sank deep, akin to a cold needle that instantaneously pierced through Chen Mo's hesitation and deliberation. "Damn it!" Chen Mo roared, uncertain whether he was cursing this wretched fate or his own momentary weakness. He inhaled sharply, summoning every ounce of strength within him, and surged towards the direction where Lin Wei had submerged. The frigid, bone-chilling sea water swiftly enveloped him once more. The underwater realm was even darker and more chaotic. Various debris floated in the murky water. He struggled fiercely, propelling himself to the very spot where Lin Wei had vanished moments ago. In the faint light, he discerned the white figure sinking helplessly below. He accelerated towards Lin Wei, grasping her mechanically flailing arm with urgency. Her skin felt icy and slippery. Lin Wei appeared to have lost consciousness, her body limp. A jolt of alarm surged through Chen Mo. There was no time for contemplation, and he exerted every bit of strength to drag her upwards. The buoyancy fighting against their combined weight made Chen Mo feel as though his already strained lungs were on the verge of bursting. At that moment, he could not afford to be concerned about his own condition. Saving her was paramount. He pulled Lin Wei toward the lifeboat's airbag. Just as Chen Mo was on the brink of exhaustion, he reached the side of the airbag. Using the last of his strength to hoist the nearly unconscious Lin Wei onto its surface, while he clung to the airbag, gasping for air. Suddenly, Lin Wei erupted into a violent coughing fit, expelling large mouthfuls of seawater. Her consciousness seemed to flicker back to life, yet her gaze remained vacant, her body trembling. Although Chen Mo noticed Lin Wei's condition amidst his heavy breaths, he had no opportunity to assess her further. One hand clutched the increasingly deflated airbag, while the other tightened around Lin Wei's slender waist to prevent her from slipping back into the depths. They resembled two fallen leaves caught in a tempest, rising and falling with the tumultuous waves. "Hold on to this." Chen Mo forcibly pressed one of Lin Wei's hands against the airbag. Her fingers were icy, barely able to exert any force, merely resting instinctively upon it. Chapter 5. Adrift at sea, don't let go. If you wish to survive, do not release your grip. Chen Mo shouted in her ear, his voice hoarse. He surveyed the surroundings. Apart from the slowly sinking remnants of the aircraft and an increasing array of debris, there was only the boundless, tumultuous indigo sea. The sky was overcast, heavy clouds pressing down upon the ocean's surface, while large raindrops poured down, rapidly intensifying into a torrential downpour, the sound resembling the heavens splitting open. The distant horizon became increasingly blurred. An overwhelming fatigue, the bone-chilling cold, and the immense shock of surviving such a catastrophe surged through Chen Mo's nerves like the frigid sea water, wave after wave. A searing pain erupted in his lungs, each breath laced with a metallic taste of blood. The woman in his arms trembled violently, her body chillingly cold. Thankfully, the half-deflated airbag in his embrace served as their sole support at that moment. Just as he felt his strength waning and his consciousness beginning to blur, a powerful, irresistible force suddenly seized them. Chen Mo's spirit surged as he quietly sensed the changes beneath the surface of the sea. A passage flashed through his mind. If you are unfortunate enough to encounter a shipwreck and fall into the water, you must immediately seek a floating object for support. Above all, do not panic. Pay attention to the sensations beneath you. If fortune smiles upon you, and you feel two distinct temperatures, congratulations. for that is likely an ocean current. You must follow it to have any hope of survival. He felt it, the ocean current. If they drifted along with this current, there might still be a glimmer of hope for survival. The icy sea water, like a living entity, propelled them with a steady force, moving them away from the site of the aircraft wreckage. The scene of disaster behind them gradually diminished, blurred, and ultimately vanished into the curtain of rain and waves. Ahead lay only the vast ocean and the endless unknown. Chen Mo cast one last glance back at the direction shrouded in smoke and death, then gritted his teeth, exerting his last ounce of strength to pull Lin Wei closer, allowing her to lie more securely on that precious floating object. His own body was mostly submerged in the frigid water, barely hanging on by the strength of his arms. The current silently enveloped these two insignificant survivors, drifting into the depths of the somber sea alone. His consciousness, eroded by the cold and fatigue, flickered like a candle in the wind, waning little by little. Chen Mo strained to open his eyes, attempting to pierce through the dense curtain of rain and the rolling waves in search of any trace of land. Yet, he found nothing. Everywhere he looked, there was only water. He had no idea how long they had drifted with the current, when he thought it would all end and was almost ready to give up. At the horizon, where the gray sea and sky blurred together, a faint, dull gray-green outline appeared, differing from the inky blue around it. Was it an illusion? Or, Chen Mo wiped the rainwater from his face. He blinked hard against the stinging salt water and rain, his heart racing with a flicker of uncertain hope. The outline flickered between the surging waves, resembling a massive reef or perhaps an island. Before he could discern it clearly, a higher wave suddenly crashed down, and the icy seawater rushed into his mouth and nose. Cough, cough. The choking sensation violently pulled him back to the harsh reality. He clung tightly to the cold yet soft floating object, summoning every last bit of strength to resist the onslaught of the waves. The current seemed to grow stronger, pushing them toward that indistinct gray-green outline, the distance closing at an agonizingly slow pace. The rain intensified, hammering down on the sea's surface, stirring countless tiny white froths, and pelting Chen Mo and Lin Wei's already numb faces and bodies. The outline gradually became clearer amid the torrential rain, confirming that this was not an illusion. It was an island, a sanctuary where they could escape the sea and survive. Deep green, dense vegetation blanketed most of the area, resembling a vast, damp moss. Jagged black reefs, with their serrated edges, silently guard the borders, standing resolutely against the crashing grayish-white waves. There are no beaches, at least not on this side. Only steep, uneven cliffs, worn and pockmarked by the relentless sea. An isolated isle, rising amidst the boundless ocean, silent, primordial, and shrouded in mystery. The flicker of hope was swiftly doused by the stark reality that lay before them. This was far from the paradise depicted in vacation brochures. It resembled a frigid prison, repelling all who dared approach. In his arms, Lin Wei emitted a faint groan, her eyelids fluttering as if she wished to awaken, yet only managing a feeble twitch of her waterlogged fingers. At that moment, Chen Mo's attention was entirely consumed by the island ahead, oblivious to Lin Wei's plight. He licked his cracked, parched lips, an immediate briny taste flooding his mouth. He gazed at the encroaching, oppressive black rocks, acutely aware of the direction of the currents pushing him forward. With no alternative and powerless to alter their course, he could only brace himself for the impending impact. Taking a deep breath, a searing pain ripped through his lungs, compelling him to cough violently. They were about to collide. He hoarsely shouted at the barely conscious Lin Wei, more a rallying cry for himself. Almost instantaneously, a powerful wave thrust them towards a massive reef jutting sharply into the sea. Chen Mo's pupils dilated. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he pressed Lin Wei's head against his chest while curling his body, bracing his back against the jagged stone. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated through him, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through his back as if his bones were shattering. The cold, unyielding sensation pierced through his drenched clothing. Salty, brackish water choked him once more. Fortunately, a deflated airbag had cushioned the blow, or this collision could have left them with broken bones. Even so, the immense force caused Chen Mo's vision to darken, nearly rendering him unconscious, while Lin Wei emitted a muffled sound of pain in his embrace. Soon after, the receding waves dragged them violently against another rock. This time, Chen Mo felt his left shoulder blade struck by a hammer, forcing a grunt of agony from him, his teeth nearly shattering from the strain. Lin Wei seemed to awaken slightly, letting out a sharp cry before being silenced by the encroaching water, thus propelled by the currents. They were tossed like two tattered sacks, crashing and rolling amidst the jagged reefs, rising and falling with each tumultuous wave. Each collision brought with it a surge of pain and disorientation. Chen Mo desperately shielded Lin Wei's head and his own vital points, Unaware of how many lacerations his arms and back sustained from the sharp shells and rocks, his entire body ablaze with agony. Chapter 6. First steps on the deserted isle. It was unclear how much time had passed when, just as Chen Mo felt his consciousness teeter on the brink of utter destruction from the unending torment, he suddenly sensed a change beneath him. No longer was he resting upon the cold, hard stone, but rather on rough, grainy sand. He was being propelled by a retreating wave, his body scraping and dragging across the coarse gravel. The brackish seawater receded, revealing his body partially submerged in the shallow waters. Shortly thereafter, another wave surged forth. But this time it did not pull him back. Instead, it pushed him further from the shore. Chen Mo, no longer in a passive state, half-crawled, laboriously dragging Lin Wei onto the beach. He lifted his head and expelled the mud and sand from his mouth, gazing ahead. What lay before him was a narrow stretch of grayish-white beach, washed clean by the rain. Behind him loomed the monstrous black rocks that had tormented them mercilessly. In the distance, a dense, gloomy jungle towered into the clouds, shrouded in rain, exuding an aura of primal wilderness. Had they truly reached the island? Were they truly saved? The flicker of hope for survival instinctively dissipated. The ecstatic relief of having survived the ordeal had yet to fully envelop him when an overwhelming sense of exhaustion and excruciating pain suddenly engulfed his entire being. He released his grip on Lin Wei's arm, collapsing onto the cold, damp sand as if his bones had been extracted. He gasped for breath, each inhalation tearing at his wounds, a searing agony. At that moment, a violent coughing fit erupted nearby. Lin Wei lay on the beach like a fish out of water. Her body curled as she coughed and retched, expelling murky seawater. Her once elegant outfit was now tattered, caked with mud and grit, clinging to her skin. Her meticulously styled hair hung in disarray over her face. Awakening from an unknown slumber, her eyes now brimmed with confusion and tears of survival. Chen Mo, devoid of strength to tend to Lin Wei, found solace in knowing she was still alive. He struggled to turn over, lying on his back on the beach, allowing the frigid rain to wash over his face. He stared up at the leaden sky, lost in thought. He and this woman named Lin Wei were like discarded refuse, cast aside by fate, spat out by the furious sea onto the desolate shores of this lonely island. They had survived. Chen Mo's body involuntarily relaxed, and in that instant, the acute pain, biting cold, and profound fatigue enveloped him like a tidal wave. His consciousness began to sink, his vision blurring and darkening, before he completely lost awareness. He caught a final glimpse of Lin Wei, struggling to prop herself up, her hollow yet startled eyes scanning the surroundings in bewilderment. The rain continued to fall. The cold waves rhythmically crashed against the nearby rocks, heralding the commencement of their life on this deserted island from the moment they washed ashore. It was unclear how much time had passed when Chen Mo stirred awake with a low groan, uncertain whether he had been awakened by pain or the pouring rain. The sound of the rain pattered around him, mingling with his heavy breaths and the faint, intermittent coughs of another nearby presence. He strained to shift his gaze, his blurred vision focusing on a figure not far from him. Lin Wei curled up there, her body uncertain whether it was frozen or still under the shadow of the plane crash, trembling uncontrollably. It seemed she heard Chen Mo's groans and attempted to prop herself up with her arms. Just as her body barely lifted off the ground, her arms gave way, and she collapsed back onto the icy sand. Perhaps she had exerted herself too much, aggravating her injuries. A sharp, piercing pain shot through her, eliciting a short gasp. She looked down at her right ankle, now swollen and red, its skin pale from the seawater, with several wounds oozing blood from where the rocks had grazed her. Gazing at her injured ankle, her voice hoarse, she murmured in a daze. Beside her, Chen Mo, who had just regained consciousness, felt the dryness in his throat and opened his mouth, struggling to swallow the rainwater that had pooled there. He intended to moisten his throat, but was taken aback by a sharp intake of breath. He realized that even this minor act of swallowing had exacerbated the pain in his chest and abdomen. Assessing the source of his discomfort, he deduced it was likely a combination of the seatbelt injury and the seawater he had inhaled. It appeared that the brief loss of consciousness had allowed his body to relax. He decided to set aside his concerns for the moment. Survival was his immediate priority. He forced himself to reel in his scattered thoughts and confront the harsh reality at hand. Just as he was about to rise, he recalled the survival manual's advice. In such situations, one must avoid large movements and instead proceed slowly and gradually. Thus, he began by attempting to wiggle his fingers. Though stiff, they still moved. He then cautiously lifted his leg, experiencing the same pain, yet it was a sign that his bones were intact, which brought him some relief. Gathering strength, he slowly pushed himself up with his right elbow, striving to elevate himself from the cold beach. What would normally be a simple action now felt like a monumental burden, his arms trembling violently. Perhaps he had overexerted himself. A jolt of pain surged through his back. causing him to see stars, nearly rendering him unconscious from the agony. With a muffled groan, his body crashed heavily back to the ground. Lin Wei, startled by the commotion, turned her head, her vacant gaze fixing on Chen Mo. Witnessing his desperate struggle, an indescribable complexity flickered in her hollow eyes, only to be swiftly engulfed by profound pain. Chen Mo remained oblivious to her presence. After a brief respite, he regulated his breathing and attempted once more. This time, he refrained from hastily rising. He needed to assess the condition of his back first. He gently squeezed his shoulders back, gradually applying more force, and with each incremental increase in pressure, the pain intensified. At that moment, a smile broke across Chen Mo's face, for he was certain that although his back was injured, miraculously, his bones remained unbroken. Determined not to repeat the earlier method that had failed him, he recalled the techniques described in the book. He laboriously turned onto his side, using his relatively unharmed right arm and knee for support, and began to rise inch by inch. What would typically take mere seconds took him 10 arduous minutes to pry himself from the damp, cold ground. The cold rainwater trickled down his hair and neck, seeping into his collar, causing him to shiver. Yet, it also sharpened his senses. He knelt unsteadily on the beach, gasping for breath, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Chapter 7. The temporary natural shelter of the beach, shrouded in a curtain of rain, lay in disarray. The grayish-white sand was washed away, forming deep channels. Scattered among it were various marine debris brought ashore by the waves, fractured driftwood, shattered plastic bottles, entangled seaweed, and even a few sharp-edged shells. Further out, the deep blue sea, which had just claimed hundreds of lives, continued to churn under the relentless wind, crashing wave after wave against the black rocky outcrops, producing a thunderous roar. The sky above was a heavy leaden gray, the thick clouds hanging low, as if ready to collapse at any moment. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but the narrow stretch of beach and the silent, towering deep green tropical jungle before him. The dense vegetation rose in layers, the massive broad-leaved plants drooping in the rain, while vines coiled around sturdy trunks like giant serpents, extending into the depths blurred by the rain. The tree roots at the forest's edge twisted and gnarled, exposed on the sandy ground, resembling enormous, desiccated claws gripping the earth. The entire island exuded an aura of primal, damp, and oppressive unknown. Chen Mo cursed under his breath. Damn. This beach offered no sunlight, no sunbeds, and certainly no waiters in floral shirts carrying cocktails. All that remained was cold, dampness, and an overwhelming sense of solitude. Curse the heavens. Are you mocking me? There was no reply, only the roaring sea behind him. Exhaling a long sigh, Chen Mo stifled his inner complaints and laboriously shifted his knees, turning toward Lin Wei. Lin Wei remained curled up there, like a drenched, abandoned kitten. Her body still trembled, though it seemed to have settled somewhat. The bewilderment and emptiness in her eyes were even more pronounced. She clutched her swollen ankle, her lips quivering, uncertain whether from the cold or the pain. Hey! Chen Montauk shouted. If you can move, get up quickly. Lying here will lead to hypothermia. You could die. Dying? The very mention of those words pierced through Lin Wei's numb nerves with an almost magical potency. She shuddered violently, her unfocused gaze suddenly sharpening, revealing a flicker of panic as she looked at Chen Mo. Her lips moved as if she wished to retort, but ultimately, only a faint whimper escaped. My foot hurts so much, she said, her voice tinged with a sob, sounding so weak and helpless. We have to leave this place, even if your foot is broken. Chen Mo asserted firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. He gestured towards the water that continuously surged onto the beach, then receded. Do you see that? The tide is coming in. If you don't want to be swept back into the sea, get up, climb to a higher place. As he spoke, he once again braced himself with his knees and one hand, unsteadily attempting to stand. Lin Wei watched his struggle, then glanced at the encroaching waterline, a flicker of determination passing through her eyes. She bit her lower lip. She attempted to prop herself up with her arms to stand, but as soon as she exerted pressure on her injured right foot, an excruciating pain shot through her ankle. Ah! She cried out, her body swaying, and she fell back to the ground. Tears streamed down her face. It hurts so much, I can't stand up, she lamented, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Meanwhile, Chen Mo summoned all his strength and wobbled to his feet. A wave of dizziness hit him, causing him to stumble slightly, nearly toppling over again. Fortunately, he managed to grasp a half-buried rock in the sand, stabilizing himself. The cold touch of a stone brought some clarity to his disorientation. He turned to look at Lin Wei, who lay helplessly in the muddy water, a pitiful sight, crying without regard for her appearance. A surge of mixed irritation and a trace of helpless anger rushed to his head. If you can't stand, then crawl. He almost shouted, his voice distorted by the rain. Use your hands. Use your knees. Crawl to that rock behind you. Do you see it? That large stone. He pointed towards a relatively dry black rock protruding from the edge of the jungle, a mere 10 meters away. It was the only spot within his sight that offered any semblance of shelter from the tide. Lin Wei was momentarily stunned by his shout, incredulously observing this man who had seemed so unremarkable just moments before on the plain. His rain-soaked hair clung to his forehead, his face smeared with mud and blood, and his cheap shirt torn by the rocks, revealing the raw, swollen skin beneath. He appeared utterly disheveled. Yet the fire of a relentless will to survive burned in his eyes, making her feel an unfamiliar, even slightly fearful sensation. She opened her mouth to say something. "In this situation, no one will come to serve you, miss." Chen Mo interrupted her abruptly, his tone icy. "This is a deserted island. There are no servants, no drivers. If you wish to live, you must rely on yourself. Either crawl over, or lie here and wait to die, or wait for the tide to sweep you back into the sea to feed the fish. The choice is yours." After delivering his harsh words, he averted his gaze and, enduring excruciating pain throughout his body, limped toward the large rock. The pull of the sand near the shore was immense, and combined with his weakness and injuries, the short distance of just a few meters felt like a marathon to Chen Mo. He moved slowly and laboriously, his body swaying precariously, nearly falling several times. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, each step pulling at the muscles in his back, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. He understood that he could not afford to stop. In such a situation, halting would make it exceedingly difficult to continue. Like the ancient drums urging soldiers onward, one must maintain momentum, for energy wanes with each passing moment. As Chen Mo struggled forward, a sound of gravel, scraping, and the muffled, intermittent sobs reached his ears from behind. He did not turn back, knowing Lin Wei was crawling. Indeed, when he finally reached the base of the massive rock, leaning against the cold stone wall, nearly exhausted, he caught sight of Lin Wei. She was truly crawling. The costly suit skirt grazed against the coarse gravel, tattered and heavily soiled with thick mud. She propped herself up with her elbow and her intact left knee, inching forward with great effort. The injured right ankle lagged behind, each movement sending tremors of pain coursing through her body, accompanied by suppressed moans of agony. Her long, raven-black hair trailed in the sand, now laden with grit. Rainwater washed over her cheeks, streaked with tears and dirt, rendering her utterly disheveled. The once pampered debutante, who had elegantly traversed plush carpets and frequented the most exclusive venues, now found her delicate hands deeply embedded in the damp, cold sand, her nails filled with dark mud. She crawled slowly and laboriously, yet she was indeed moving, inching towards the rocks. In her hollow eyes, amidst the pain and tears, there flickered a glimmer of stubbornness born from desperation. Chen Mo leaned against the rock, gasping for breath as the frigid stone absorbed what little warmth remained in his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Watching Lin Wei struggle to crawl, his irritation began to fade, replaced by a profound sense of fatigue and helplessness. He remained silent, merely observing her, neither urging her on nor offering assistance. This last few meters constituted a vital threshold of survival that she must cross on her own. Chapter 8. The challenge of kindling a fire time stretched interminably within the chill of the rain. At last, Lin Wei's hand reached the edge of the relatively dry sand beneath the rock. Summoning her final reserves of strength, she dragged herself to the base of the rock, maintaining a distance from Chen Mo, her back against the equally cold stone wall. The moment she halted, she curled up, cradling her swollen ankle, burying her face in her knees, her shoulders shaking violently as silent, suppressed sobs escaped her. The tremors of her body intensified, the dual torment of hypothermia and injury threatening to overwhelm her. Chen Mo averted his gaze. Although she had escaped the encroaching tides that threatened to engulf the beach, their predicament remained dire. Hypothermia was the most immediate peril. Her soaked clothing clung to her, siphoning away the last vestiges of warmth from her body. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing a faint clattering sound. His fingers and toes had grown numb, nearly devoid of sensation. If this issue was not resolved promptly, neither of them would survive the night of rain. A shelter? A fire? These two thoughts flickered repeatedly in Chen Mo's still foggy mind. He surveyed his surroundings. The massive rock provided little more than a one-sided, inadequate shield. The slanting rain continued to seep through. Aside from the beach, the area was bordered by a jungle of enormous broadleaf plants and entangled vines. "We must find a way to start a fire," he stammered through chattering teeth, his voice intermittent, more a conversation with himself than an address to Lin Wei, as he forced his mind to stay engaged. Lin Wei seemed oblivious, lost in her own suffering and cold, trembling like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. Chen Mo, not receiving a response from her, shook his head in resignation, aware that he could not expect her to contribute any ideas under such circumstances. He gathered a modicum of strength, clutching the rough surface of the rock as he struggled to rise once more. The sensation of dizziness lingered, yet he compelled himself to disregard it. He had to move, to find a way to kindle a fire, or else his body would succumb to the biting cold. He staggered toward the edge of the jungle. The sandy ground beneath his feet was relatively firm, though each step elicited pangs of pain, leaving him with no choice but to grit his teeth and persist. As he approached the jungle, the air turned increasingly damp and frigid, infused with the pungent sense of rich soil and decaying vegetation. The border was serrated with enormous, fan-like palm fronds drooping low, and robust vines cascading from towering trees, entwining with other flora. The ground was blanketed in a thick layer of moist leaves, yielding softly beneath his weight and producing a faint squelching sound. He required tinder to ignite a fire, materials to construct a makeshift shelter, anything to retain warmth. Extending his frozen, numb hands, he reached for a drooping palm frond. The leaf was resilient and thick, its serrated edges dangerously sharp. He tugged with all his might, but remained steadfast. He then attempted to grasp the dangling vines, which proved equally tenacious, slick with moisture, yielding only slightly despite his greatest efforts. "Damn it," Chen Mo muttered under his breath, as the rough skin of the vine and the sharp edges of the palm leaf grazed his fingers, drawing forth beads of blood that stung with a faint, yet palpable discomfort. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Watching Bear Grylls on television handle everything with ease was one thing, but facing these primitive materials, bare-handed and battered, in the cold was an entirely different ordeal. He relinquished the notion of directly acquiring large materials, suppressing the agony in his back as he bent down to rummage through the damp layer of leaves and low shrubs. His fingers, nearly numb with cold, fumbled clumsily with each movement. He sought dry, slender twigs, fluffy, easily ignitable grasses, withered leaves, or fibrous bark. However, reality was unforgiving. The relentless rain had thoroughly soaked everything on the surface. The twigs felt cold and damp to the touch, while the dried grasses and leaves were saturated, releasing moisture with the slightest squeeze. After an arduous search, he managed to unearth a meager handful of relatively drier, fragmented grasses and a few twigs as thin as toothpicks, hidden beneath some protruding stones. This paltry collection was insufficient even for igniting a fire, let alone to serve as toothpicks. A sense of despair washed over him like a chilling tide. Chen Mo gazed at his scanty harvest, then at his hands, frozen and marred with tiny wounds. And an unprecedented wave of frustration threatened to engulf him. The knowledge he had relied upon, once theoretical, now felt utterly inadequate in the face of this cold, soaked reality. At that moment, a muffled sob mingled with indistinct complaints wafted from the direction of the rocks he had just left. "It's so cold. Why is this happening? My bag, my phone, everything is ruined. Why hasn't anyone come to rescue us? Aren't they supposed to arrive immediately? What kind of wretched place is this? It's filthy and freezing. My feet hurt so much. These damned rocks are unbearable." It was Lin Wei. She curled up beneath the rocks, seemingly regaining a modicum of strength, her silent weeping transforming into a bitter murmur. Her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Her body continued to tremble violently, the expensive dress clinging to her legs. As tears streamed down her face, she wiped them away with her mud-streaked hands, only to smear her visage further. In her swollen, red-rimmed eyes, alongside the pain, there was now an incredulous resentment towards her dire circumstances. She appeared to be lost in a fantasy, imagining that the rescue team would appear at any moment to whisk her away from this nightmarish place. Chen Mo, already fraught with irritation and despair, was ignited by her incessant complaints. He abruptly turned, unconsciously clenching the meager dry grass and twigs in his hand. The cold rain dripped from his hairline, tracing down his taut cheeks. He gazed at the woman, still ensnared in her delusions of grandeur despite her dire predicament, and a surge of wrath surged through him. "Be silent." Chen Mo's voice was hoarse, yet brimming with a suppressed intensity, akin to the growl of a wounded beast, overpowering the sound of the rain and Lin Wei's sobs. Chapter 9. The first clash between them. Lin Wei froze in shock at his sudden outburst, lifting her tear-streaked face to stare at him in disbelief, as if she could not fathom that this lower-class man would dare address her in such a manner. "Rescue team?" Chen Mo took deliberate steps back towards the rocks, positioning himself above Lin Wei and looking down at her. "Look around. Open your eyes and truly see." He gestured towards the ominous sea, the dense, unknown jungle, and the narrow, frigid beach. "This is international waters, an uncharted island. The plane is shattered beyond recognition. Of the hundreds aboard, only the two of us remain. Everyone else is fish food. Are you still dreaming of your rescue team?" His voice climbed to a near-manic pitch. "Your bag, your phone, your high heels, your champagne? Wake up, Missy. Those possessions are utterly useless now. In this godforsaken place, They are worth less than toilet paper. The only valuable thing you possess is your life. And your incessantly complaining mouth and hindering feet. Lin Wei stood there, stunned by his tirade. The blood drained from her face, her lips quivering as she struggled to retort, but found herself voiceless. Looking into Chen Mo's eyes, which brimmed with unmasked disdain and fury, felt like lashes upon her skin, leaving her with an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Cold, painful, dirty? Chen Mo panted heavily, his chest heaving, the wound on his back throbbing painfully from the agitation, yet he paid it no mind. He continued to shout, "Who isn't cold? Who isn't in pain? Who isn't drenched in mud and water? Do you think you're the only one delicate? My back is nearly shattered by the rocks. I am in pain. I am cold. I too long to be lounging in a five-star hotel bathtub right now. But what good does it do? Will complaining warm you up? Will crying summon the rescue team?" He suddenly bent down, the motion jarring his injury, eliciting a muffled groan as he violently threw the half-crushed dry grass and twigs onto the sand before Lin Wei. "Look at this. This is the firewood I've scoured for half the day. It's all wet. Not enough to even ignite a flame. Without fire, we shall perish here tonight, frozen into two rigid corpses. When the sun rises tomorrow, perhaps the seabirds will peck out our eyes. Is this the fate you wish to await?" The horrifying imagery of freezing to death and being feasted upon by seabirds penetrated Lin Wei's ears, sending a violent shiver through her body, her pupils constricting in sheer terror. She clutched her head tightly, emitting a sharp cry. "Stop talking. Just stop. You madman. You lunatic. Am I the madman?" Chen Mo straightened up, his face pale, pointing at himself and then at Lin Wei, his voice rising in pitch due to agitation. "If I were truly insane, I would have thrown you back into the sea to spare myself your incessant whimpering. Do you wish to survive? To avoid freezing to death? Then you must act. Stifle your tears and snot. Channel that meager strength of yours into finding something to burn. Or keep your mouth shut and conserve your energy for the inevitable." After this outburst, Chen Mo felt a portion of the pent-up frustration within him dissipate, only to be replaced by profound fatigue and the sharp pain of his wounds. He averted his gaze from Lin Wei's pale face and terrified eyes, staggering back a couple of steps to lean once more against the frigid rock, gasping for air, his chest heaving erratically. The icy rain washed over his face, providing a slight coolness to his fevered mind. He recognized the harshness of his words, their cruelty. Yet in this dire situation, gentleness and comfort would not save them. Only the stark reality and a nearly brutal impetus might awaken a flicker of survival instinct. Silence enveloped the rock, broken only by the patter of rain, the mournful crash of waves against the shore, and the labored, oppressive breaths of the two. Lin Wei curled up, clutching her head, her body no longer trembling violently, but instead settling into a subtle, persistent shiver. Chen Mo's words had sliced through her last vestige of unrealistic hope like a cold blade, stripping away her pride and dignity. Freezing to death? Being devoured by seabirds? These terrifying visions remained etched in her mind, overwhelming her with dread, eclipsing even the severe pain in her ankle and the biting chill of hypothermia. She dared not cry anymore, nor could she muster even a whisper, biting down hard on her lower lip. Time trickled by in the frigid silence. The rain seemed to lessen, yet the sky grew ever darker. The sea breeze, laden with damp coldness, swept through the crevices of the rocks, bringing with it an unrelenting chill. Chapter 10. Preparations for fire. The thought of igniting a fire lingered incessantly in his mind. It was imperative that he act on it. Yet suddenly he recalled his backpack. His backpack. During the tumultuous turbulence of the plane and the sudden deployment of the oxygen masks, he had instinctively pulled the bag, which had been at his feet, into his embrace, hadn't he? And when he plunged into the sea, he had clung desperately to that life raft, neglecting the backpack. "Where's the backpack?" Chen Mo's eyes flew open, his heart racing with a flicker of hope. He struggled to stand upright once more, disregarding the aches coursing through his body, anxiously scanning his surroundings. On the beach lay a variety of debris washed ashore by the waves, fractured driftwood, tangled seaweed, and shattered plastic. His gaze swept across every inch of sand like a searchlight. No, a sense of despair washed over him. Had it fallen during the impact against the rocks? Or had it sunk to the ocean floor, just as despair began to overwhelm him once more? His eyes suddenly fixed on a spot on the other side of the rocks, near the edge of the jungle. A deep blue, bulging backpack, soaked by seawater, was half buried in the wet sand, partially obscured by a few bedraggled seaside shrubs battered by rain. The straps of the backpack were still intact. It was his backpack, the one he had stuffed with vacation clothes before departing, hiding the Wiseman Survival Manual and that waterproof seal bag at the very bottom. It was still here. A surge of overwhelming joy instantly banished his fatigue and cold. Chen Mo did not know from where he found the strength. Staggering forward, he grasped the damp strap and yanked the backpack from the sand with all his might. The The backpack was heavy, saturated with seawater, but in that moment, its weight filled him with an immense sense of solidity. He eagerly unzipped the main compartment, and with a rush, everything inside tumbled out, mingled with seawater and mud. Soaked quick-dry shirts, beach shorts, a crumpled tube of sunscreen, a heavy power bank, and a useless adapter, all burdensome encumbrances. Seeing the items spilling out with the seawater, Chen Mo's heart leaped into his throat. He pushed aside the obstructive items, trembling fingers probing toward the very bottom of the backpack. His fingertips encountered a thick, hard texture. It was the Wiseman's survival manual. The pages had long been soaked and stuck together, resembling a heavy brick. Chen Mo's heart sank. It had been right there in the bag before he set out, so why was it not there now? Yet he remained undeterred, continuing to dig deeper. His fingers brushed against a familiar, palm-sized hard plastic sensation. It was the waterproof seal bag. Chen Mo's heart nearly stopped. He yanked the small seal bag from the drenched clothes and mud. The transparent bag was still adorned with droplets of water, yet inside lay an orange mini compass. Neatly coiled gray-green paracord, a small block of magnesium metal, and a black flint, clearly visible, dry, unscathed. Chen Mo let out an almost choked laugh, clutching the small sealed bag tightly, as if grasping a lifeline. In that moment, he felt no chill, only a torrent of warmth surging from his heart to his extremities. With these, he could make fire, and with fire came the hope of survival. He abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes ablaze with fervor, and looked toward Lin Wei, who still huddled beneath the rocks, her gaze vacant and numb. He shouted with excitement, "Get up! Hurry! We need to find some firewood. Dry, thin, dead grass, bark. The more, the better. Quickly!" Chen Mo's hoarse cry jolted Lin Wei from her stupor. She trembled violently, lifting her head in confusion. Upon seeing him, his face smeared with a mixture of mud and blood, her gaze descended to the small, transparent plastic bag he clutched tightly in his hand. Within it, hints of orange, green, and silver-gray objects could be discerned in the dim light. Instinctively, she recoiled slightly, her lips trembling as she yearned to voice her discomfort, to question why she was being ordered about. Yet, under the almost predatory scrutiny of Chen Mo's gaze, only a feeble whimper escaped her throat. Memories of Chen Mo's words flooded her mind, and as if some resolution had been reached, she gritted her teeth, enduring the piercing pain in her ankle. With both hands pressed against the ground, she dragged her injured leg, inching laboriously out from beneath the meager cover of the rocks. The cold rain drenched her anew, sending her body into uncontrollable shivers. The coarse gravel scraped against her delicate palms and knees, bringing waves of searing pain. Biting her lower lip, tears mingled silently with the rain as they streamed down her cheeks. Lin Wei, had she ever been in such a wretched state? Had she ever been so summarily ordered about? Yet the instinct for survival compelled her to act. Otherwise, that man would surely disregard her fate. She lifted her head, gazing around in confusion. Scattered across the beach were various debris washed ashore by the waves, soaked branches, tangled seaweed, and several sharp-edged shells. The relentless rain continued to pour. Where could she find dry firewood? Where could dry firewood possibly be? She muttered to herself as she dragged her injured leg, slowly making her way to the edge of the jungle. There, beneath the palm fronds, she spotted some relatively dry, curled-up dead leaves. Reaching out, her fingertips barely grazed them before they crumbled into pieces. She then attempted to tug at the moss clinging to the vines, only to find it cold and slick. Utterly useless. Feeling somewhat helpless, she glanced in Chen Mo's direction. He was extracting a small rectangular piece of silver-gray metal and a rough black stone from a small seal bag. How could that piece of metal and an unsightly stone ignite a fire? Lin Wei's face reflected her confusion. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had retrieved a magnesium rod and flint from the sealed bag, contemplating how to proceed. He instinctively glanced at the soaked manual, the detailed diagrams and steps for fire-starting methods flooding his mind, scraping magnesium powder and striking it with flint to create sparks to ignite tinder. Tinder. Dry, fluffy tinder. Chen Mo suddenly turned to Lin Wei, his voice filled with urgency. "Have you found it? Something dry. Fine. Fluffy like a bird's nest. Fibers from tree bark. Dry grass roots." Lin Wei shuddered at a shout. She averted her gaze, momentarily setting aside her doubts and complaints. Compelled to search diligently for the fire-starting materials Chen Mo had mentioned. After a prolonged search, just as Lin Wei was on the verge of giving up, she discovered at the base of a dense, broad-leaved plant some deep brown, scale-like leaf stalks that appeared to have fallen from a large, withered fern. They were obscured by layers of lush green leaves above, relatively shielded from the rain, and surprisingly carried a faint sense of dryness to the touch. Moreover, they appeared to have a fluffy structure. Chapter 11. The first flicker of fire and despair. Is this all right? Lin Wei's voice wavered with uncertainty as she cautiously gathered the few withered leaves in her hands. Dragging her injured leg, she struggled to make her way back to the base of the rock, extending them towards Chen Mo. Is this acceptable? She inquired again, her tone tinged with doubt. Chen Mo swiftly grasped the handful of leaves. They felt cool to the touch, yet undeniably drier than the previously found withered grass. Their texture was light and airy, filled with countless tiny gaps. A surge of elation erupted in his eyes as he squeezed them, reaffirming their fluffiness. Yes, this is it. Go find more. The more, the better. Also look for some slender twigs, preferably thinner than a pinky finger. He exclaimed with fervor. His excitement was contagious, igniting a flicker of hope in Lin Wei. Ignoring her pain and discomfort, she promptly turned and limped towards the edge of the forest, searching more diligently. Chen Mo paid her no heed. In a moment, he cleared a small area at the base of the rock that was relatively sheltered from the rain, and with his frozen, stiff fingers, he clumsily tore apart the hard-won dry scales, rubbing them together in his palms. This would make them fluffier and more fragmented, forming a small nest as loose as possible. With air pockets in the center, this was his sole hope, his fire nest. He picked up a silver-gray magnesium block, gripping a rough black flint tightly in his other hand. He did not rush to ignite the fire. Rather, he replayed the imagery of striking flint in his mind several times until he felt ready. Only then did he press the sharp edge of the flint against the magnesium block and scraped downwards with all his might. With a sizzling sound, an intensely bright yet fleeting white spark burst forth, instantly illuminating Chen Mo's face, which was drenched in sweat, rain, and mud. It also revealed the ecstasy in his eyes. It worked. There really is a spark. But the spark was ephemeral, too small, dissipating into the damp air before it could even touch the edges of the fire nest. Chen Mo's heart ignited with the spark, pounding wildly. He held his breath and tried again. Another scrape produced another dazzling white spark, yet it too was fleeting. Again, he urged, scraping once more. He became like an unyielding machine, repeating the motion over and over. Come on, ignite, please ignite, he shouted inwardly. Each flickering spark brought immense hope, only for it to be extinguished again, dousing his aspirations. The prolonged repetition left his arms aching and numb, but he dared not stop. Nor could he afford to. Lin Wei returned with another small handful of similarly dry scales and a few twigs, thin as chopsticks, albeit slightly damp. She observed Chen Mo hunched over like a frozen statue, his arms engaged in a repetitive motion, each action accompanied by a blinding flash of white light and a piercing scratch. She dared not approach or utter a word to disturb him. Instead, she quietly placed the item she had found on the ground beside him and retreated, cradling her swollen ankle, curling up in the hollow of the rock. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably, yet her gaze remained fixated on Chen Mo, her heart rising and falling in rhythm with the recurring bursts of light. Sizzling, sizzling, sizzling. Sparks flickered and leapt, only to be mercilessly extinguished. The fluffy tinder nest lay cold and silent, devoid of even a wisp of smoke. The damp air seemed like an invisible maw, consuming everything. A wave of despair, tinged with confusion, crept silently into Chen Mo's heart. Was it possible that these sparks were utterly insufficient to ignite? Was the dry tinder not enough? Had everything he perceived before been an illusion? The ache in his muscles and the pain from his wounds grew increasingly pronounced, each scratch becoming unbearably heavy. Sweat mixed with rain trickled into his eyes, blurring his vision further, just as he was on the brink of exhaustion and surrender, sizzling. This time, the angle and force of the scrape seemed perfectly calibrated. A radiant white spark erupted into the center of the fluffy tinder nest, brighter than any before. Chen Mo's pupils constricted suddenly. His heart momentarily ceased its beating. He held his breath, every sense honing in on the center of the tinder nest. A minuscule, almost imperceptible orange-red point of light flickered weakly amidst the gray-brown fibers of the tinder. He shook his head and rubbed his blurry eyes, confirming once more that this was no illusion. There was indeed a spark. Chen Mo felt the blood rush to his head, causing him to shudder. He leaned closer to the tinder, inhaled deeply, and gently blew towards the tiny spark with utmost care and slowness. The breath swept across the tinder. The minuscule orange ember seemed to thrive, flaring brightly. Almost immediately, a wisp, finer than a hair and nearly transparent, rose from around the spark. A wave of immense joy surged through Chen Mo's entire being. He struggled to suppress the urge to scream, his body trembling with excitement. He inhaled again and softly blew upon the tinder, repeating this several times. The wisp of smoke, under his breath, began to take shape, becoming clearer and more stable. Within the smoke, that orange spark grew visibly larger, brighter, emitting a faint crackling sound. One wisp, two wisps, an increasing number of tendrils of smoke swirled upward. The spark swelled to the size of a soybean. At last, under Chen Mo's persistent breath, the tinder ignited completely, giving rise to a small flicker of flame. Quick! A twig! Hurry! Chen Mo shouted suddenly, raising his head towards Lin Wei, who was huddled in the corner, stunned by the rising smoke and the dancing flames. Upon hearing the roar, she was jolted from her reverie, scrambling to her feet to grasp the few damp twigs on the ground, which she promptly handed to Chen Mo. He seized the twigs and gently placed them atop the small, stable orange-red flame, no larger than a fingernail. The moment the damp twigs met the fire, they hissed audibly, and white vapor began to rise, the moisture within them escaping under the heat. As the twigs contorted and pressed down, the flame diminished, releasing even more white smoke, nearly extinguishing it. No! Chen Mo and Lin Wei cried out almost in unison. Chen Mo was the first to react. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down, disregarding the acrid smoke, and drew a deep breath, directing all his strength to blow gently upon the feeble ember, which was struggling under the weight of moisture. His face nearly touched the ground. Huff, huff, huff. The short bursts of air acted like a lifeline. The faint red glow defiantly surged upward through the thick smoke. The hissing sound intensified as the moisture on the surface of the twigs was quickly evaporated. Soon after, the surface of the twigs ignited, causing the flame to grow larger and more stable. Chapter 12. The hope of survival. Seeing that the flame had stabilized, Chen Mo leaned back, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath as his chest heaved violently. The wound on his back throbbed painfully from the earlier exertion, yet he paid it no mind. His gaze fixed intently on the increasingly vigorous orange flame. Success! The fire had truly ignited. As the flames roared higher, warm currents began to envelop his entire being, dispelling the chill that had seeped into his limbs. This warmth was not solely derived from the fire itself, but also from the rekindled flame of hope within him, ignited by the will to survive. Lin Wei sat nearby, her hands tightly covering her mouth to stifle the urge to scream in excitement. Tears streamed down her face as she watched the tiny flame flickering beneath the cold rocks. This time, the tears were not of despair or grievance, but of immense joy and exhilaration at having survived. The dancing orange flame rekindled the light that had long since extinguished in her eyes. Fire, she murmured, her voice trembling, tinged with the quaver of suppressed sobs. Chen Mo did not revel in the ignition of the fire. This was merely the beginning. The flame remained fragile, vulnerable to the slightest gust of wind or a falling raindrop. Gritting through the pain, he moved once more, carefully adding the drier, scale-like tinder that Lin Wei had found, incrementally surrounding the burning twigs to provide a steady fuel source. Next, he picked up the slightly thicker, yet still damp twigs, cautiously placing them a short distance above the flame, allowing the heat to gradually dry them. The cold, damp twigs emitted continuous hissing sounds under the caress of the flames, releasing wisps of white smoke as the fire stubbornly consumed the moisture, slowly and resolutely expanding its domain. In a narrow space beneath the rocks, dense smoke enveloped the air, infused with the distinct aroma of burning wood and the humidity of evaporation, a somewhat suffocating atmosphere. Yet at this moment, this scent was more intoxicating than the world's most exquisite perfume. The temperature began to rise gradually. The icy air seemed to be pierced by the feeble flames, allowing a precious warmth to seep in. Chen Mo and Lin Wei cautiously maneuvered their bodies closer to the flickering source of light and heat. Their cold, soaked clothes clung to their skin, the chill still piercing to the bone, but the warmth that enveloped them, redolent of smoke and fire, was like a life-giving spring in the desert, slowly reviving their numbed bodies from the core. Chen Mo diligently tended to the fire, continuously adding small, dried twigs to ensure the flames burned steadily and brightly. His actions were focused and reverent, as if he were safeguarding the most precious treasure in the world. Lin Wei curled up beside the fire, hugging her knees. The swelling in her ankles still throbbed painfully, yet she paid it no mind in this moment. The prospect of survival overshadowed even the most intense pain, allowing her to set it aside, if only temporarily. She simply stared entranced at the dancing flames. The orange tongues of fire licked at the dry branches, casting flickering shadows on her mud-streaked face, where tears had yet to dry. That light seemed to dispel the last remnants of emptiness and resentment in her eyes, leaving behind a weary tranquility born of survival against the odds. The smoke stung her eyes, causing tears to flow, and she couldn't help but cough a few times. Instinctively, she raised her hand to wipe away the tears, only to smear more dirt onto her face, yet she remained unfazed. She continued to gaze at the fire, relishing in the long-awaited warmth that gradually dispelled the chill from her bones. Chen Mo added a half-dry twig, and the flames leapt joyfully, crackling softly. He lifted his gaze, letting it drift beyond the dancing fire to rest on Lin Wei. She was still huddled, her chin resting on her arms, her damp hair clinging to her cheek, her face marred with streaks of dirt, and her swollen eyes fixated on the fire, resembling a filthy, homeless child. Silence flowed between them. broken only by the crackling of burning wood, the patter of rain against the rocks and leaves, and the distant sound of waves crashing against the beach and rocks. Lin Wei's voice pierced the silence, soft, hoarse, and laced with barely perceptible hesitation. She continued to gaze at the fire without lifting her head. "Thank you." Her words were as faint as a whisper, nearly drowned out by the crackling flames. Chen Mo paused in his task of tending the fire. He raised his eyes, peering through the flames at her. "For what are you thanking me?" His voice emerged with a raspy quality, his tone flat, devoid of emotion. "For my shouting at you? Or for pulling you from a sea?" Lin Wei's body stiffened imperceptibly. She pressed her pale lips together, tightening her arms around her knees, and fell into silence for a few moments. Finally, she spoke again, her voice still low. "For everything. And for this fire." Chen Mo remained silent, gently prodding a poorly burning log at the edge of the fire with a slender, withered branch, allowing it to better embrace the flames. Sparks erupted with his movements, only to swiftly dissipate. Lin Wei hesitated, but ultimately summoned the courage to lift her gaze to the muddy, weary face across the fire. "What is your name?" "Chen Mo," he replied succinctly, his eyes still fixed on the flames. Lin Wei softly repeated the name, as if seeking confirmation. She paused for a moment, seemingly gathering her thoughts. I am Lin Wei." Understood," Chen Mo responded nonchalantly, as if he had merely received inconsequential information. While speaking, he picked up another slightly heated, steaming twig from nearby, carefully adding it to the heart of the fire, observing his calm demeanor and the focused profile as he tended to the flames. The flicker of hope that had just ignited within Lin Wei, a desire to ease the tension, felt as though it had been doused with cold water. A wave of embarrassment and an unspoken grievance surged anew, prompting her to lower her head in silence, clutching her cold body tightly, burying her face in her knees. The rocky shelter fell into silence once more, save for the crackling of the fire and the sounds of the wind and rain outside. Chen Mo was not oblivious to her discomfort, yet his thoughts were entirely consumed by the fire and the injuries he bore. Waves of pain coursed through his back, the left scapula aching subtly. He needed to tend to his wounds, otherwise infection could claim his life. The fire before him represented their sole hope for survival, demanding his utmost attention. Chapter 13. The first night on the isolated island, only when the fire stabilized did Chen Mo cautiously rise, though the movement tugged at his wounds, eliciting a grimace from him. Approaching the edge of the rocks, he extended his hands to gather a small amount of relatively clean rainwater trickling down from above. The water was cold, yet it was fresh. He meticulously washed his hands, caked with mud and blood, particularly the small cuts inflicted by the jagged rocks and vines. The icy water stung the wounds, inducing sharp pain, yet also brought a refreshing relief afterward. After cleansing the grime from his hands, he cupped more water and splashed it across his face, washing away the dirt. The cool sensation invigorated him slightly. He returned to his place by the fire, which now burned more robustly, radiating greater warmth. He removed his tattered, cold, and drenched shirt. The wet fabric leaving his skin prompted an involuntary shiver. In the firelight, his lean yet defined torso was exposed, marred by dark bruises from the rocky encounters, while deeper lacerations from shells or sharp stones marred the central part of his back and left scapula, appearing rather ghastly. Furrowing his brow against the pain, Chen Mo dipped his fingers into the clean rainwater, attempting to cleanse the dirt and debris surrounding his wounds. Each touch elicited a sharp sting that made him gasp. Lacking disinfectants, he could only resort to this primal method of cleansing for the time being. Lin Wei kept her head lowered, occasionally stealing glances at Chen Mo from the corner of her eye. When he removed his shirt, revealing a torso marred by numerous injuries, she instinctively turned her face away, feeling a flush of heat rise to her cheeks. However, the sight of those alarming bruises and wounds soon filled her with a sense of dread and anxiety. Amidst the tumultuous rocks, though her consciousness was hazy, she understood how fiercely Chen Mo had protected her. Otherwise, her injuries would not have been confined to her legs. And the heavy sound of impact echoed in her ears once more. She watched as Chen Mo clumsily and painfully tended to his wounds, noting the furrow in his brow and the clenching of his jaw from the excruciating pain. The feelings of grievance and embarrassment within her gradually gave way to a complex array of emotions. After a moment's hesitation, her gaze fell upon her own hands, similarly caked in mud, and her relatively intact suit dress. Without a moment's hesitation, she extended her hand and forcefully tore at the hem of her dress. The expensive fabric proved unexpectedly resilient. She exerted all her strength, even breaking a nail, to tear off a strip of cloth approximately 2 fingers wide that was relatively clean. Holding the cloth, she gathered a bit of rainwater trickling down the rock and meticulously rinsed both the strip and her own soiled hands. Then, she cautiously inched closer to Chen Mo, avoiding his bare back, and presented the damp but comparatively clean strip to him. "Use this to wipe," she murmured, her voice low and tinged with an imperceptible tremor of embarrassment, her eyes fixed on the ground, unwilling to meet his gaze. Chen Mo paused in his ministrations. He looked up, somewhat surprised at the wet cloth being offered, then glanced at Lin Wei, whose lowered head revealed a blush illuminated by the firelight. After a brief silence, he did not refuse and reached out to take the cloth. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice hoarse but devoid of the previous hardness. Lin Wei felt her body relax slightly. She said nothing, merely shifting back a bit to resume her curled position, hugging her knees. Her gaze once more drawn to the flickering flames. This time, however, the light in her eyes appeared softened. Chen Mo carefully used the damp cloth to wipe away the grime surrounding his wounds. The cool touch alleviated some of the searing pain. While it could not disinfect, it was certainly preferable to cleaning with his bare hands. He focused intently on treating his injuries. Outside the rocks, the wind and rain continued unabated. Yet, within this small sanctuary, shielded by stone and flame, the icy despair seemed temporarily dispelled. A warm atmosphere enveloped the two battered and weary survivors. The crackling flames served as the sole source of light on this desolate island, their only weapon against the relentless cold and fear. The night stretched on, but the first flicker of fire had finally been ignited. As dawn approached, the rain finally ceased. A gust of sea breeze, carrying the scent of the ocean, seeped through the crevices of the rocks. The wind brushed against Chen Mo's still damp clothing, sending a shiver through him. He awoke from the cold, yet did not rush to rise. Instead, he closed his eyes again, taking a moment to gather himself. Feeling the intensifying ache throughout his body, Chen Mo thought little of it. He slowly turned over and stood up, rubbing his blurred eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. The pile of campfire embers had extinguished at some unknown point, leaving only a small mound of black ash and a few damp, unburned logs half buried in the remnants, emitting a faint wisp of white smoke. Not far away, the sky and sea appeared shrouded in a dull gray. The throbbing pain from the wounds on his back and shoulders served as a stark reminder that yesterday's events were not merely a figment of his imagination. Beside him, the sound of rustling indicated that Lin Wei had also awakened, huddled in a more deeply recessed area of the rock, arms wrapped around herself. Her pallid complexion and slightly bluish lips betrayed her discomfort, as her body trembled uncontrollably, likely having been awakened by the cold. Chen Mo said nothing. He approached the edge of the rock, cupping his hands to gather the rainwater that had pooled in the stone crevice from the previous night, and splashed it onto his face. The coolness of the water jolted him back to a semblance of clarity. At that moment, his stomach emitted a low growl, prompting an inward curse at the discomfort of hunger gnawing at him. After a day of exertion, he had consumed nothing but a few sips of seawater. Surveying his surroundings with a sense of resignation, he realized that there was no option but to take each step as it came. He returned to the nearly extinguished fire pit, crouching down to carefully sift through the ashes. Beneath the surface, a faint ember flickered. He quickly seized the fire-starting materials Lin Wei had salvaged the previous night, tore them into shreds, and delicately scattered them around the remaining embers. Then, he gently placed the half-dried twigs atop the remnants. Holding his breath, he leaned closer, inhaled deeply, and softly exhaled onto the spot, creating a steady and prolonged stream of air. The ashes stirred slightly, and suddenly, the dim red ember flared brightly. A nearly invisible wisp of pale smoke began to rise, gradually thickening until, with a soft pop, a small cluster of orange flames erupted, igniting the tinder and the twigs that had just been laid. The fire blazed back to life. Chen Mo exhaled a long sigh of relief, hastily adding a few thinner twigs, and watched as the flames stabilized before straightening his back. Lin Wei observed him silently, her gaze fixed on the rekindled fire. As the flames flickered back to life, she seemed to relax, instinctively shifting closer to the warmth, extending her frostbitten hands towards the fire. At that moment, Chen Mo spoke, suggesting they search for food. As he spoke, he added a slightly thicker branch to the fire to stoke its intensity. "I'll check by the sea for any shellfish or small fish," he continued, without waiting for Lin Wei to respond. "If your foot is unfit, find a stick to lean on." His tone bore an air of unwavering authority. Lin Wei's body stiffened noticeably. She glanced down at her swollen ankle, then out at the dreary, damp beach and the distant, rolling waves, her face reflecting evident reluctance and distress. The thought of searching for food among the rocks by the sea seemed more daunting than crawling itself. She opened her mouth, as if to voice her thoughts. Chapter 14, the first division of labor between the two before she could utter a word. Chen Mo stood up decisively. "I will gather some materials for the shelter," he declared, striding towards the edge of the jungle. He knew he had to make a windbreak and rain cover while there was still daylight. Otherwise, the cold wind seeping through the crevices of the rocks at night would be unbearable. Lin Wei watched his retreating figure, then glanced at the crackling fire, biting her lip. Ultimately, the instinct for survival triumphed over all else. Taking a deep breath, she leaned against the rough, cold rock wall, enduring the sharp pain in her ankle. Gritting her teeth, as she painstakingly lifted herself up, she dared not place her right foot on the ground, relying solely on her left foot to hop forward. Nearby, she discovered a piece of driftwood, slightly thinner than her wrist, washed ashore by the sea. Using it as a makeshift cane, she awkwardly maneuvered toward the rocky beach. Each step a challenge. The sand on the beach was soft and clung to her feet, making it even more difficult to walk with the cane. And several times she almost stumbled. Meanwhile, Chen Mo reached the jungle's edge with a clear objective: long, broad palm fronds and sturdy vines that could be used as rope. He had attempted to tear the vines and palm leaf stems by hand the previous day, but they were far too resilient. As he scanned the ground, he quickly spotted several sharp-edged shell fragments, likely washed ashore by the waves. He picked up a palm-sized piece, weighing heavily in his hand. Its edge as sharp as a knife. He tried to use the shell's sharp edge to cut a vine that hung down, slightly thinner than his pinky. The shell's blade grazed the vine's surface, leaving a white mark, yet it remained unbroken. With renewed determination, Chen Mo sawed back and forth vigorously, eventually managing to sever the vine after considerable effort. The rough cut was not perfect, but it would suffice for his purpose. This method is dreadfully inefficient, he mused. Frustration evident. Even if I don't take a break, I want to finish before nightfall. If only I had a knife. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled that during his packing before departure, he had placed a folding knife in his backpack. Anxiously, he returned to the rocky area and began rummaging through the scattered damp clothes and belongings. At last, he found a small, hard square object nestled in a crumpled pair of beach shorts. Pulling it out, he discovered a very ordinary multifunctional folding knife with a black plastic handle. The blade was just slightly longer than a finger, but still, it was vastly superior to using a shell. He shook off the water droplets from the knife, attempting to unfold the main blade. The hinge was somewhat stiff, likely due to exposure to seawater. With muddy fingers, he pried it open with considerable force until, with a satisfying click, the main blade sprang free. The single-edged stainless steel blade glinted coldly in the dim light of the overcast sky. With a knife in hand, his efficiency would undoubtedly improve. Returning to the edge of the jungle, Chen Mo focused on a palm leaf stem about the thickness of his wrist, its surface relatively smooth. Approaching it, he used his small knife to make a deep circular cut near the base of the leaf stem. The sharp blade sliced effortlessly through the resilient plant fibers. Ah, this is so much faster than the shell, he exclaimed joyfully. He meticulously sliced through the thick layers several times, and with a decisive twist. A resounding crack echoed as he severed a massive palm leaf from its base. The leaf was robust and resilient, its edges adorned with minute serrations. Following the same method, he soon procured 4 or 5 such large leaves. Next, he turned his attention to the sturdy vines. Apraking a dangling vine. He pressed the blade firmly against its root and cut through, the tough bark and fibers yielding beneath the sharp edge. One vine secured, he proceeded to harvest several long vines, along with a few straight branches of a thickness akin to his forearm. With these materials, he could enhance what might be deemed a shelter. You might question its utility, as it consisted merely of a large stone. It served the purpose of shielding from rain. After a brief respite, he dragged his harvest back to the rocky outcrop, which provided them with a natural refuge. He selected a relatively flat patch of sand in front of the rock and compacted it slightly with his feet. He first inserted the 3 thickest and straightest branches into the sand, forming a rough, triangular framework. The apex rested against the rock, and he secured the branches tightly to the protruding sections of the stone with the vines. When damp, the vines exhibited remarkable flexibility. Once tightened, they would become even sturdier as they dried. With the framework established, he began layering the enormous palm leaves upon it, with the stems upward and the fronds downward, resembling fish scales as they were meticulously arranged. After laying each layer, he threaded fine vines through the edges of the leaves, binding them securely to the branch framework. Though the leaves were expansive, their serrated edges inflicted minor cuts upon Chen Mo's hands as he worked diligently. Just then, Lin Wei returned, leaning on a piece of driftwood as she hobbled back, moving slowly and cautiously, her pallor still evident. Reaching the fire pit, she exhaled deeply and dropped the items she had gathered onto the ground. Chen Mo glanced down to find several shells of varying sizes scattered before him. Some resembled fans, scallops, others appeared like small towers, snails, and there were 2 flat, sharply edged oyster shells. Each shell was coated with mud and seaweed. This is all I could find. Lin Wei's voice, slightly breathless and tinged with fatigue and frustration, revealed her awareness that these morsels would barely suffice for her own hunger, let alone for Chen Mo as well. She cautiously settled onto the ground, avoiding her injured ankle, and pointed out the slippery stones along the shore, expressing relief at having found a pair of sneakers. Otherwise, she surely would have stumbled. Chen Mo said nothing, but turned to observe her worn sneakers with holes. Nodding in understanding. Looking at the meager collection, it was hardly sufficient to satisfy their hunger. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. He continued his task, placing the final 2 palm leaves atop the structure, meticulously securing them with vines. Thus, a crooked, makeshift shelter leaned against the rock was completed. While the exterior appeared rudimentary and exhibited some gaps, it would at least provide a barrier against the majority of the rain and sea breeze. With the shelter erected, Chen Mo felt his strength waning significantly. He dragged the remaining and used vines and palm fronds into the shed, stacking them neatly to one side. Then, he approached the pile of shells discarded by Lin Wei, picking up a sharply edged oyster shell to examine it. Next, he seized a robust piece of firewood, as thick as his arm, and ventured outside the shed, where he dug a shallow pit in the sandy ground to place the wood within. Using a small knife, he pried open the shells one by one. The scallops and snails proved manageable, with little flesh but easily extracted. However, the 2 oysters posed a significant challenge, their thick and tightly sealed shells clinging stubbornly to the meat inside. He exerted considerable effort, forcing his knife along the shell seam, and after much struggle, managed to pry one open, narrowly avoiding a cut from the sharp edge. The oyster meat, a pale gray, lay slickly within the shell, exuding a potent briny aroma. He deftly picked out the flesh with the tip of his knife, placing it upon a relatively smooth stone slab. He then positioned this slab above the burning firewood in the pit. The flames licked at the stone, producing a sizzling sound. The pieces of shellfish atop the heated stone rapidly changed color, curling up. The already intense oceanic scent intensified, mingling with a hint of charred protein. He meticulously arranged all the meat slices on the stone. Chen Mo gazed at the morsels on the slab, his stomach growling louder, each piece being turned to ensure they would be thoroughly cooked. Lacking salt and oil, the flavor of this roasted fare would undoubtedly be unappetizing. Yet at this moment, he could not afford to be choosy. In this place, having something to eat on the first day was a source of great contentment. It was far superior to the 3 days of starvation endured under the Gu's rule. Observing that the food was nearly done, he carefully removed the searing stone from the fire, setting it aside to cool slightly. Then, he picked up the smallest piece of roasted scallop meat, disregarding the heat, and, after blowing on it twice, popped it into his mouth. An indescribable flavor instantly flooded his palate. Fishy, overwhelmingly so, with a briny taste of seawater and a slight burnt bitterness. The texture was slippery, yet somewhat chewy. Chen Mo frowned, suppressing his discomfort as he chewed vigorously and swallowed. At last, there was something in his stomach, and although the taste was dreadful, it alleviated his hunger to some extent. Chapter 15. The first exploration of the dense forest, he cast a glance at Lin Wei beside him. She sat with her knees hugged to her chest, her eyes fixated on the roasted shellfish atop the stone. He could see her throat move as she swallowed, yet she remained still and silent. Chen Mo picked up a piece of oyster meat. The oyster was more substantial than the scallops, having shrunk and darkened as it cooked. After a moment's hesitation, he extended the morsel toward Lin Wei. She looked up sharply, surprise etched across her face. A flicker of confusion crossed her mind. Should there be none left for her in this situation? How could this be? She glanced at the unappealing lump of meat in Chen Mo's hand, her expression wavering, but ultimately, the urge of hunger prevailed, and she reached out cautiously to accept it. As her fingertips brushed against the warm, roasted flesh, she flinched slightly as if burned, but steadied her grasp. She gazed at the dull, gritty mass in her hand, the pungent smell assaulting her senses, her brow furrowed tightly. A mix of disdain and hesitation etched across her face. Chen Mo paid her no mind and pinched off a piece of conch meat. The flavor was equally atrocious, yet it sufficed to quell hunger. Lin Wei seemed to summon a great resolve. She shut her eyes and swiftly shoved the morsel of oyster into her mouth. The very next moment, her face contorted as if she had tasted the most repugnant dish imaginable. She fought against the urge to regurgitate, chewing haphazardly a few times before forcing it down her throat with a strained gulp. A violent fit of coughing ensued, tears streaming from her eyes. Water, she croaked. Chen Mo gestured towards the pool of rainwater collected in a crevice of the rocks. Lin Wei hurried over, cupping her hands to scoop up the water, gulping it down in large swigs to wash away the vile taste lingering in her mouth. Chen Mo silently finished his portion, leaving behind the last piece of roasted conch on the stone slab. He had intended to save it for Lin Wei, but upon glancing at her, still drinking water, her face twisted like a bitter melon. He said nothing and consumed the morsel himself. Such meager sustenance was hardly enough for two, merely enough to keep them alive. With a little something in their bellies, albeit unpleasant, a hint of strength seemed to return. Chen Mo surveyed the extinguished fire pit, then looked towards the dense jungle. He realized that relying solely on scavenging shells along the shore was not a sustainable survival strategy. He needed to devise a means to procure more substantial nourishment. He picked up his small knife and approached a tree, its trunk about the thickness of his wrist and unknown in name. The bark was a dull brown, appearing rather ordinary. He used the knife to peel away a small section of the bark, revealing the pale yellow wood beneath. He broke off a tiny piece of the wood and brought it to his nose. There was no peculiar odor. He then licked the tip of his tongue against it. It was slightly astringent, yet devoid of any overpowering taste. Fear not, our protagonist was not driven by hunger to consume tree bark, but rather by curiosity about its flavor. Stay here and watch the fire, Chen Mo instructed Lin Wei, who was still drinking water, his tone devoid of emotion. I'm going to explore a bit. Upon hearing his words, Lin Wei set down her hands, her face still marked by the discomfort from the fishy taste. Instinctively, she glanced towards the dark, damp expanse of the jungle, its depths obscured from view. The light was filtered through the dense canopy, casting a particularly somber shadow upon the forest floor, and an unknown fear flickered in her eyes. Are you really going in there? She asked, her voice tinged with tension. Otherwise, shall we wait to starve? Chen Mo retorted, not waiting for her response. He wiped the knife on his pants, gripped it tightly, parted a curtain of hanging vines, and crouched to delve into the verdant thicket. His figure was quickly swallowed by the lush foliage. Lin Wei watched the swaying branches in silence, retreating back toward the fire, drawing closer to the warm ashes. Clutching her knees, on the desolate beach, only the monotonous sound of waves persisted, accompanied by the rustling of palm leaves in the wind. A suffocating sense of solitude enveloped her. She instinctively touched her swollen ankle, casting a gaze filled with complexity towards the direction in which Chen Mo had vanished. Meanwhile, upon entering the forest, Chen Mo immediately sensed that the interior was significantly darker and more humid than the exterior. Above him, enormous leaves were layered upon one another, a deep, verdant hue that obscured the sunlight, allowing only slender beams of light to filter through the crevices, resembling hazy ribbons. The air within the forest was thick and sticky. Each breath he took was laden with the pungent scent of decaying leaves and damp earth, constricting his chest. Beneath his feet lay a plush carpet of thick, soft leaves that yielded with each step, producing a satisfying crunch. Twisted tree roots emerged from the leaf litter, resembling serpents contorted in various positions, ready to trip the unwary. Robust vines cascaded from above, either sprawling across the ground or entwining with trees and shrubs, ensnaring anything they could grasp. Chen Mo proceeded slowly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He held a 2-meter-long branch, about the thickness of his thumb, using it to tap the ground with each step to ward off any lurking snakes or insects. Simultaneously, he carefully navigated the treacherous muddy pits and the snaking vines. His ears were attuned, discerning the myriad sounds within the forest. Apart from his own footfalls and breaths, there were countless faint, continuous, rustling noises. The rustle of leaves overhead, whether stirred by the wind or some unseen creature, added to the ambience. Occasionally, a swift, subtle scurry could be heard from the nearby bushes, vanishing in an instant. In the distance, peculiar bird calls echoed, unlike any song he had heard before. He was reluctant to venture too deep. This place was too unfamiliar and too eerily quiet, a silence that gnawed at his nerves. Moreover, visibility was poor. Beyond a few meters, everything was shrouded in indistinct shadows of trees and vines. Chen Mo focused primarily on the ground and the low-lying shrubs, seeking out drier spots near tree roots or rocky crevices where light penetrated. He hoped to discover familiar wild fruits or edible mushrooms. After wandering for roughly 10 minutes, aside from bizarrely shaped, vividly colored mushrooms that screamed caution against contact, he encountered only unknown, shriveled berries. He dare not sample them. The survival guide he had read warned against consuming unrecognized items in the wild, as it could be tantamount to courting death. The meager provisions he had consumed prior to setting out merely served to stave off hunger. And now his stomach growled in protest. The injury on his back throbbed with each movement, a dull ache exacerbated by the trek. Perspiration, thick and hot, trickled down his forehead, stinging his eyes and prompting him to blink repeatedly, raising his arm intermittently to wipe it away. Having lived in a modern society devoid of such concerns, the abrupt confrontation with this predicament would provoke expletives from anyone. Chen Mo felt similarly. His spirits weighed down as if a heavy stone pressed upon him. Just as he contemplated retreating, his foot was unexpectedly snagged by something beneath him. He glanced down to find a dark object protruding from the leaf pile, resembling decayed wood, albeit with an odd shape. He nudged aside the damp leaves that concealed it with his foot. Exposed before him was a robust bone, its grayish-white surface pitted and uneven, one end thick and the other slender, fractured in a jagged manner. Judging by its size and shape, it resembled the leg bone of some large creature. Chapter 16. Discovery of wild boar tracks upon recognizing the object, Chen Mo's heart sank. He murmured softly, "Are there still man-eating creatures on this island?" He cautiously lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings slowly, finding nothing amiss. The depths of the forest remained dark and tranquil, interrupted only by the subtle, omnipresent rustling sounds. He crouched down, enduring the stench of decay, and prodded the bone with the tip of his knife. It was both hard and heavy, the break not made by a blade or axe, but rather as if it had been severed or snapped by immense force. The layer of fallen leaves surrounding the bone had been disturbed, leaving behind a chaotic array of traces, along with several tufts of deep brown, coarse hair stuck in the damp earth. Chen Mo picked up a small twig, delicately clearing away the leaves and muck encircling the bone. Soon, he unearthed more evidence. Several clear hoof prints were deeply imprinted in the firmer soil, quite large and split into two parts, resembling a pair of adjacent parentheses. The soil at the edges of the prints was fresh and slightly moist, indicating they had been made not long ago. The direction of the hoof prints was erratic, circling around the vicinity of the bone before extending deeper into the jungle. It was a wild boar. Chen Mo's heart raced. He had seen wild boar tracks at his relative's countryside home and had heard tales of their ferocity, their immense strength, and how their tusks could easily rip open a person's abdomen. Judging by the size and depth of the prints, along with the thoroughly gnawed bone, it was evident that this wild boar was quite substantial. Danger lurked, yet it also signified a potential food source. If he could capture this wild boar, there would be enough meat to sustain them for a considerable time. The fat could be used for lighting, and the hide might be fashioned into something useful. Even before the hunt commenced, Chen Mo was already contemplating how to utilize the wild boar. The immense temptation swiftly eclipsed all fear. He rose to his feet, gripping his small knife tightly, and cautiously followed the trail of erratic hoof prints. Each step was taken with utmost care, his breath held in restraint. As his eyes remained fixed on the shadowy expanse ahead, the hoof prints appeared intermittently, sometimes clear on the soil, at other times vanishing beneath a thick layer of fallen leaves. Chen Mo had to pause to discern the direction carefully. He navigated around several colossal, gnarled trees, traversing an area overgrown with thorny vines, inadvertently acquiring a few small cuts on his arms and calves. Suddenly, he halted, crouching low. A few meters ahead lay a patch of trampled brush. The muddy ground bore clear signs of disturbance. Fresh soil had been turned, revealing the dark humus beneath. Scattered nearby were chunks of root, gnawed upon and bearing tooth marks, with white sap that had yet to dry. The air, heavy with the scent of decaying leaves, now carried a faint earthy aroma reminiscent of taro. It was a foraging spot of the wild boar. It had recently rummaged here in search of food. Chen Mo's heart raced as he cautiously surveyed his surroundings before moving forward. He picked up a small piece of a gnawed root, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Aside from the earthy scent, there were no other peculiar odors. Using his small knife, he cut off a bit of the untouched edge and cautiously licked it. A sharp, tingling sensation surged through his tongue, as if countless tiny needles had pricked him. He immediately spat it out. Rinsing his mouth with rainwater, he found on a nearby larger leaf. This thing is toxic. It cannot be consumed. It seems that the wild boar is selective in its diet, only gnawing on the edible parts. Chen Mo discarded the root and carefully observed his surroundings. The wild boar had left not long ago and was likely still in the vicinity. He dared not advance recklessly. With only a small knife in hand, confronting an adult wild boar would be tantamount to courting death. He needed traps and weapons. He examined the soil and remnants of roots that the boar had unearthed, and glanced at the direction of the hoof prints. A thought crossed his mind. This wild boar seemed to have a fixed route. Perhaps it would return? Or maybe there were other foraging sites nearby. Chen Mo decided to retreat for the time being. He marked the location and direction of the hoof prints, then gathered several straight, resilient slender branches that seemed suitable nearby. About the length of his forearm, he stripped the bark to reveal the smooth wood, which could be fashioned into arrow shafts or spears for fishing. He collected a handful of coarse, dark brown wild boar hair from around the trampled underbrush and stuffed it into his pocket. This may prove useful. Having completed these tasks, he did not linger and hastened his return along the path he came. The oppressive feeling in the forest intensified, as if unseen eyes were watching him. When he cleared the obstructing vines and once again beheld the gray sky and open beach, he felt a slight alleviation of the constriction in his chest. He inhaled a deep breath of the briny air and strode purposefully towards the shelter by the rocks. As he approached, he noticed from afar that Lin Wei was neither in the hut nor by the fire. Where could she be? Chen Mo's heart tightened as he gripped his knife and quickened his pace. Rounding a large boulder, he spotted Lin Wei seated on the beach, her back to him, some distance from the shoreline. Before her lay several pieces of torn, relatively clean white fabric. She was bent over, holding the driftwood cane, vigorously prodding one of the cloth pieces with the sharper end. What was she doing? Chen Mo inquired aloud. Lin Wei was startled by the sudden voice. She turned her head, her movements halting. Mud had somehow smudged her face, and her hair was tousled. Looking at Chen Mo, her eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement and apprehension. "Why, you're back." Her voice was slightly hoarse as she attempted to conceal the cloth and came behind her. Chen Mo ignored her subtle actions and approached, noticing the cloth before her was marred with several uneven, varying depth holes poked by the cane. Next to the fabric lay a small shard of an oyster shell with sharp edges. "Are you trying to sew something?" Chen Mo glanced at the rudimentary tool and comprehended her intention. Lacking a needle, he could only pierce a hole with a sharp object and then use slender vines or fibers as thread. Lin Wei, a tad embarrassed, nodded and concealed the fabric behind her. It proved difficult to manipulate. She struggled to pierce it at all. Her voice dwindled as she expressed her original desire to stitch the torn cloth into a small pouch for holding items. However, she soon discovered that the fabric was far more resilient than she had anticipated. Employing a wooden object, she managed to produce only a few unsightly punctures, nearly tearing the cloth in the process. Chen Mo remained silent. He crouched down, placing several smooth branches and a wild boar's bristle on the ground. Then, he picked up a fragment of oyster shell and a piece of fabric that Lin Wei had torn. "Watch closely," he instructed. With a decisive motion, he scraped the sharp edge of the oyster shell across the fabric, producing a clean cut with a satisfying sound. Lin Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. "Your tool is unsuitable," he remarked, tossing the oyster shell fragment to her. "This is swifter than wood, but be cautious with your hands." He then took a peeled, slender branch, swiftly sharpened one end with his knife, crafting a rudimentary wooden awl. With this, press it against the fabric and strike with a stone. He picked up a fist-sized pebble nearby and demonstrated. The wooden awl pressed against the cloth, and with a firm strike of the stone against the awl's base, a neat little hole appeared in the fabric. Chapter 17. Departing with hopelessness to set traps in the forest again. Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with interest as she eagerly accepted the wooden awl and stone, carefully attempting to pierce her piece of fabric. Although her movements were somewhat clumsy, they were significantly swifter and more precise than when she had used the wooden object. Chen Mo ceased to oversee her efforts and approached the fire pit, where the flames had long since extinguished, leaving only a heap of cold ashes. He sifted through the ashes, discovering a hint of warmth beneath. Quickly, he res-tacked the dried twigs from the previous day and skillfully ignited the tinder with a magnesium fire starter. The orange flames flickered back to life, dispelling some of the morning chill. Chen Mo placed the slender branches he had brought back near the fire to enhance their resilience. He then retrieved the wild boar's bristle, twisting a small tuft between his fingers. The bristles were coarse and slightly greasy. Taking a half-dried branch, he carved a shallow groove at its thicker end. He then stuffed the twisted bundle of bristles into the groove, binding it tightly with slender vines. Thus, a rudimentary brush was created, though somewhat stiff. It would prove superior to using one's hands for cleaning purposes. With a makeshift brush in hand, he walked to the seashore, dipped it in seawater, and attempted to clean the knife, which was tainted with fishy residue from prying open oysters. The brush worked admirably, effortlessly removing the grime and revealing the metallic sheen of the blade once more. Meanwhile, Lin Wei remained engrossed in her struggle with her fabric and wooden awl. After cleaning the knife and shaking off the excess water, Chen Mo returned to the shelter to process the dried branches. He meticulously sharpened one of them, creating a wooden spear over a meter in length. Once again, he placed one end over the fire, turning it slowly for a while, then ground it against a stone, repeating the process until a rudimentary spear was fashioned. Though it could not compare to metal, its piercing power would surely surpass that of bare hands. The other two he intended to craft as triggers for traps. Recalling the illustrations of simple traps from the Weissman Survival Manual, he meticulously carved grooves and notches into a branch with his knife. This required a degree of patience and skill. The theories presented in the book were one thing, but the practical application was an entirely different matter. After some time, he clumsily managed to create a rough semblance of a trap. As Chen Mo was wholly absorbed in shaping the wood, Lin Wei, who had been focused on her fabric, suddenly halted her movements. Raising her head, she stared intently at the sea. "Chen Mo," her voice trembled with disbelief. "Look, there's a ship." Chen Mo's heart raced, nearly causing the wooden spear to slip from his grasp. He sprang to his feet, following Lin Wei's gaze towards the distant, gray-blue, undulating surface of the ocean. Far away, almost at the horizon, a minuscule, indistinct black that was slowly moving. It was so small, appearing and disappearing amidst the rolling waves. Had Lin Wei not been intently watching that direction, it might have easily gone unnoticed. Was it truly a ship? An overwhelming wave of ecstasy surged through Chen Mo, flooding his face with color. He felt his entire body flush with excitement. He dashed to the beach, desperately waving towards the dark spot, exerting all his strength to shout, Hey, over here. There are people here. Help! Lin Wei struggled to rise, leaning on her cane, joining him in waving and screaming. Help! Look here. There are people. Their voices echoed across the empty beach, only to be mercilessly swallowed by the sea breeze and the sound of crashing waves. The dark that continued to move slowly, seemingly parallel to their beach, showing no signs of coming closer. After several desperate calls for help yielded no response, Chen Mo's heart sank gradually. It was too far. The ship was simply too distant. The people aboard could not possibly hear their cries or even see the two tiny black figures on shore. He ceased his futile shouting, fixating intently on the receding dock. Hope ignited like a flame, soaring to its zenith, only to be swiftly extinguished by the harshness of reality, leaving behind a searing pain and profound despair. It didn't see us, Lin Wei's voice quivered, laden with immense disappointment. The earlier excitement vanished without a trace. She weakly lowered her waving arm, her body trembling slightly. Chen Mo remained silent, his gaze locked on the increasingly small and indistinct black dot. It resembled an indifferent leviathan, gliding at the meeting point of sea and sky, oblivious to the two desperate souls on the beach. Ultimately, that black dot vanished completely into the undulating waves and the gray mist, as if it had never existed. The beach fell into a deathly silence, with only the relentless waves crashing against the rocks, producing a monotonous and eternal lament. Chen Mo stood still, like a statue. As the exhilaration of the hunt he felt upon discovering the wild boar's hoof prints was washed away by an overwhelming sense of loss. In contrast to the elusive prospect of rescue, the dangerous wild boar appeared to be a far more tangible target. He slowly turned around, took several deep breaths, and a calm expression returned to his face, though a tempest of emotions churned beneath the surface of his eyes. Approaching the edge of the shelter, he bent down to retrieve the freshly sharpened wooden spear, his fingers turning pale from the exertion. He glanced at Lin Wei, who stood on the beach, despondent and leaning on her cane. His voice was low and hoarse, tinged with determination. Tend to the fire. Do not let it extinguish. I shall venture into the woods and return before nightfall. As he re-entered the forest, the lights seemed to dim further, perhaps a reflection of his altered mood. Chen Mo gripped the newly sharpened spear in his right hand, while his other hand held the small knife in a reverse grip. He proceeded slowly, his ears attuned to discern every subtle sound within the forest. Guided by memory, he cautiously retraced his steps to the spot where he had first discovered the wild boar's hoof prints and bones. Fortunately, the evidence remained. The gnawed thigh bone still lay amidst the pile of fallen leaves, accompanied by scattered hoof prints and overturned soil. The faint earthy scent lingered in the air. This was the place. Recalling the knowledge from his survival manual, he observed the direction in which the hoof prints extended. He surveyed the surrounding terrain. Not far from the wild boar's foraging spot stood several gnarled trees, their roots intertwined to form a natural barrier. A faintly discernible path, trampled and obscured, wound through these roots, leading deeper into the thicket. Chen Mo selected his position, concealing himself behind the narrow gap formed by the roots of two large trees beside the path. The view here was relatively concealed, adjacent to the boar's habitual route. Where he began to set his trap, the design was simple, even pitiably rudimentary. The core consisted of a branch he had meticulously carved with grooves and notches to serve as a trigger. Using his knife, he dug a deeper pit in the soft earth, securely anchoring one end of the trigger rod. The notches on the trigger rod were angled to catch another sharpened branch, resembling a short spear, which served as the striking mechanism. The opposite end of the striking rod was suspended high by vines from a stout branch, taut and poised with its pointed end facing downward, directly over the path. Should the wild boar pass by and step on or trip over the trigger rod, the notches would release, causing the suspended striking rod to plunge down with the force of its own weight and the elasticity of the vines, striking with lethal intent. The principle was straightforward, yet Chen Mo harbored no certainty of its efficacy. The wild boar's thick skin and muscle raised doubts. Would the wooden spear penetrate? Was the trigger mechanism sufficiently sensitive? All he could do was gamble. Chapter 18. Successfully hunting a wild boar. Having completed his preparations, he retreated a few meters behind a large tree, concealing himself within the dense shadows of the underbrush. Pressing his back against the rough, damp bark, he gasped for breath, not from fatigue but from sheer anxiety. The heart thundered within the chest like a relentless drum, and the hand gripping the wooden spear was slick with sweat. He wiped his brow, forcing himself to regain composure, fixing his gaze intently on the direction of the trap, while his ears strained to catch any unusual sound from the dense forest. Time trickled by, each second stretching interminably. The stifling heat and humidity of the woods were suffocating. Sweat trickled into his eyes, stinging and uncomfortable, leaving him afraid to blink. Mosquitoes buzzed around his exposed skin, biting and itching, yet he resolutely remained still. Just as he felt his legs growing numb from squatting and his nerves taut to the breaking point, a distinct and urgent rustling sound emerged, accompanied by heavy, labored footsteps, echoing from the depths of the forest ahead. It was drawing near. Chen Mo's muscles tensed instantaneously, his blood seemingly rushing to his head. He held his breath, lowering his body further, his eyes fixed without blinking through the gaps in the underbrush at the entrance to the path. The sounds grew ever closer. The heavy footsteps intertwined with a gruff, snorting breath. Then, a deep brown-black figure emerged from the thick vines and bushes. It was the wild boar. It was larger than Chen Mo had envisioned. Its shoulders nearly reached his waist, robust and powerful, with bristly hair standing erect on its thick neck, resembling a coarse layer of armor. Its massive head hung low, small eyes glinting with menace, and its mouth revealed two pairs of curved, yellowish-white tusks, appearing even more terrifying in the dim light. Its back was smeared with mud and dead leaves, exuding a potent, foul stench mingled with the scent of earth. Chen Mo, maintaining a safe distance, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, hastily covering his mouth and nose. The boar seemed oblivious to the trap, unaware of Chen Mo concealed behind the tree. It grunted, its large nostrils flaring as it strode directly toward the path. Clearly drawn to the tuber scraps Chen Mo had scattered, Chen Mo's heart raced to his throat. He gripped the spear tightly, praying fervently that the boar would step directly onto the trigger mechanism. The boar was only a few steps away from the trap. It lowered its head, sniffing the ground for the scent of food. Step on it. Step on it now. Chen Montak zilently urgate. However, just as the boar's foreleg was about to tread upon the leaves concealing the trigger, it seemed to sense something amiss. It abruptly halted, its thick neck lifted, small eyes scanning the surroundings with suspicion, its formidable tusks quivering slightly, nostrils flaring as it emitted a low, threatening grunt. This was bad. A sinking feeling filled Chen Mo's heart. The boar had evidently detected the anomaly. Rather than advancing, it irritably scraped the ground with its hoof, uncovering the hidden trigger beneath the fallen leaves. Curiously, it lowered its head, using its enormous snout to prod the notched branch. It was over. The trap was exposed. Just as the boar's nose brushed against the trigger, a soft click resonated. The taut vines suddenly lost their restraint. The sharpened striking rod, suspended high and imbued with the full force of the entwined vines and the weight of the wood itself, descended like a bolt from the blue, piercing downwards with a deafening roar above the wild boar's head. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the rod's tip found its mark, plunging mercilessly into the thick, sinewy flesh of the boar's neck, just by the shoulder. A heart-wrenching shriek tore through the tranquility of the woods. The massive beast recoiled violently, as if struck by a colossal hammer, the agony driving it into a frenzied state. It thrashed its head wildly, the tremendous force causing the embedded spear to sway perilously. Yet it remained lodged in its flesh. The spear was embedded deep, leaving only a short segment protruding, flailing about vigorously. Blood gushed forth from the wound like a small fountain, instantly staining its deep brown bristles a vivid crimson. The boar's small eyes blazed red with pain and fury. It pivoted sharply, its formidable tusks resembling two curved blades, frantically sweeping through its surroundings. Bushes were snapped in half, saplings uprooted, as dirt and fallen leaves scattered in every direction. It huffed, emitting a deafening roar, desperately seeking the source of its torment. Chen Mo's heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. Terror engulfed him, leaving him cold. He had never anticipated the trap's devastating power, nor the ferocity of the wounded beast. At that moment, the boar's blood-red gaze fell upon the tree where Chen Mo was concealed, and it suddenly froze. It seemed to have locked onto him. With a roar filled with agony and wrath, the boar lowered its head, its massive tusks aimed directly at Chen Mo's hiding place. It launched itself off the ground with its hind legs, akin to an unbridled heavy tank, propelled by a gust of blood and a roar of death. Crashing through the obstructing thicket, barreling towards him, the speed was overwhelming. Chen Mo barely had time to think. In a split second, survival instinct kicked in as he dove sideways. Boom! The enormous tusks grazed past his back, slamming into the tree he had just sheltered behind. The massive trunk splintered, with shavings flying, and more terrifyingly, one tusk embedded itself deeply into the bark. The entire tree shuddered violently. Had it struck Chen Mo, it would have been a certain death. He tumbled to the ground, his back colliding painfully with the protruding roots, leaving him momentarily dazed. The boar, enraged from the miss, grew even more furious. It forcefully extracted its tusk from the tree, shaking off the wood shavings, its massive, blood and mud-streaked head turning once more towards Chen Mo, its small eyes reflecting pure, unadulterated madness, intent on tearing its prey apart. It crouched low again, hind legs coiling, ready to launch another lethal charge. Chen Mo struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain in his back slowed his movements. As he watched those terrifying tusks, caked with bark fragments, aim at him once more, the shadow of death loomed instantaneously. He could not die. This singular thought consumed his mind. Just at this critical juncture, he saw it. Just half a meter away from him lay the sharpened wooden spear, which had slipped from his grasp during the struggle. There was no time for hesitation. Chen Mo summoned all his strength, propelling his body forward, his right hand darting to seize the spear with lightning speed. He had no opportunity to adjust his posture. In that moment, as he lunged forward, nearly parallel to the ground, propelled by inertia, he exerted every ounce of his being to thrust the spear with ferocity. The target was not the boar's robust body, but rather its relatively soft neck, exposed as it charged downward. With a satisfying thrust, fortune favored him once more. The spear's tip, bearing the weight of Chen Mo's entire body and his desperate resolve, penetrated precisely into the vulnerable area beneath the boar's thick neck. It pierced through the resilient hide, sinking deeply within. The boar emitted a piercing, agonized shriek, more anguished and short-lived than before. Its momentum came to an abrupt halt. The immense inertia caused its massive body to stumble forward and crash heavily to the ground. Blood gushed forth like a torrential flood from the wounds on its neck and back, instantly staining the fallen leaves and earth crimson. The boar lay on the ground, its limbs thrashing violently, gasping for breath like a wheezing bellows. Blood and foam surged from its mouth and nostrils. Its small eyes remained fixed on Chen Mo, filled with agony, rage, and defiance. Yet life was swiftly ebbing away. Chapter 19. Food acquired. Lin Wei is in trouble. A wave of helplessness washed over Chen Mo as he collapsed to the ground, the spears slipping from his grasp as he gasped for air. His lungs burned with pain, and his body felt as if it were shattered, the wound on his back stinging like a blade, causing him to gasp. He gazed at the massive boar, still convulsing a few steps away, his heart pounding incessantly. The brief struggle had drained him of all his strength and courage. Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of becoming a soul lost beneath the boar's tusks. After a brief respite, he regained a modicum of strength, struggling to sit up against a nearby tree trunk, panting heavily. His eyes remained glued to the dying boar until its final, violent convulsions ceased. Its heavy breathing completely fading away, and its blood-red eyes lost their luster. Only then did he exhale a long, trembling breath. It was dead. This colossal beast had finally succumbed. Leaning against the tree trunk, he managed to stand with great difficulty. Approaching the carcass of the boar, the pungent smell of blood assaulted his senses. The ground where it had fallen was soaked in blood, mingling with the fallen leaves and earth. Staring at the enormous creature, weighing 200 to 300 pounds, Chen Mo felt a pang of worry. How would he transport it back? Alone, he could hardly move it. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he mused, now that food is available, I find myself troubled by the sheer amount that I cannot carry. Time is also of the essence. I should take whatever I can manage. He first withdrew the spear, still lodged in the boar's neck, its tip coated with thick, dark red blood. Then he moved to the back of the boar's neck, grasping the deeply embedded trigger rod, and pulled with all his might. The wooden stake was firmly lodged, and he exerted considerable effort to extract it, stained with blood. This was the weapon of his rudimentary trap, and he was pleasantly surprised by how effective it had proven on its very first attempt. The immediate priority was to deal with the wild boar, if left unattended. The scent of blood would surely attract other predators, leading to complications. He retrieved a small knife he always carried and approached the relatively softer abdomen of the boar. Recalling the images he had seen of slaughtering, he took a deep breath, suppressing the wave of nausea that rose within him. With the tip of the knife pressed against the boar's tough hide, he began to cut. Gritting his teeth, he painstakingly sliced through the flesh. What appeared effortless when observed from a distance proved to be a far more arduous task in practice. The boar's skin was both thick and resilient, making every incision laborious. After much struggle, he managed to carve out a substantial piece of rib meat, glistening with blood and weighing over 10 pounds. He then severed 2 of the most succulent hind leg portions. Gathering the 3 hefty chunks of meat together, he secured them with vines. He dared not touch the innards, as their odor was overpowering, and he was unsure of the presence of parasites. Next, he laboriously pried out the enormous, curved tusks from the boar's mouth. Shaking them in his hands, they were surprisingly heavy and robust, and he deemed it prudent to bring them along, for they might prove useful in the future. Having completed his task, he surveyed the bloodstains and mud on his clothes, dismissing them with indifference. After all, there were only the 2 of them on the island, so it mattered little. However, the occasional waft of the metallic scent of blood was somewhat unpleasant. Raising his gaze, he noted that the light filtering through the canopy had turned a dim yellow. Dusk was approaching. He could not afford to delay further. With the heavy bundle of meat securely tied to his back, he grasped the bloodied spears and tusks in his hands. Casting one last glance at the remaining 2/3 of the wild boar's carcass, he sighed. It was not that he wished to leave any behind, but rather that he lacked the capacity to carry it all at once. If he were to take the meat, he could manage back to the shelter and return for the rest. Time would not permit it. The forest surely harbored more than just wild boars. Other carnivorous creatures lurked nearby. In mere moments, anything left behind would likely be dragged away or consumed on the spot. A swift return would mean he might arrive just in time to witness the feast of another predator, an unwelcome addition to his own meal. With heavy footsteps, he made his way toward the beach, the lingering scent of blood accompanying him. At last, when he emerged from a shadowy thicket and beheld the expansive sand once more, darkness had already begun to envelop the sky. The sea breeze carried a refreshing chill that sent a shiver down his spine. In the distance, he spotted the direction of the shelter. The campfire had been ignited, its orange glow flickering in the dim light like a warm beacon. He quickened his pace towards the light. Yet, as he neared the shelter, a sense of unease washed over him. It was too quiet. Where was Lin Wei? His heart raced, and he dropped the meat he had been carrying, gripping his spear tightly as he hurried forward. Upon reaching the clearing, he halted. The fire crackled merrily, flames dancing high, yet Lin Wei was absent from its side. A glance toward the tent revealed she was not there either. The sandy ground beside the shelter lay in disarray. The shallow pit that Chen Mo had dug that morning for roasting was now a chaotic mess. Scattered nearby were torn pieces of white fabric, the very material Lin Wei had intended to sew, and her makeshift walking stick, a piece of driftwood, lay broken into 2 segments, discarded carelessly. What sent a shiver down Chen Mo's spine was the distinct hoof prints clearly visible amidst the scattered footprints, identical to the wild boar tracks he had encountered in the forest. Yet these were noticeably smaller in size. Was there another wild boar? And had it been here? Lin Wei? Chen Mo's heart sank to the depths of despair, a chilling dread enveloping him as he gripped his wooden spear and shouted hoarsely towards the beach and the rocky outcrops. Lin Wei, where are you? His voice echoed across the desolate shoreline, tinged with a hint of panic he himself was unaware of. I'm here. A voice, quavering with tears and frailty, emerged from behind a massive boulder near the forest's edge. Instantly, Chen Mo dashed towards the sound, rounding the rock to behold Lin Wei curled up in the narrow crevice formed between the boulder and the jungle. She was covered in sand, her face pale, and her hair disheveled against her skin. Her injured right ankle appeared to have been twisted anew, swelling more severely. Clutching a half-burnt torch that still emitted wisps of smoke, she seemed to crumble upon seeing Chen Mo, the torch dropping onto the sand with a soft thud. Her lips trembled, and tears streamed down her cheeks. It charged at me like a wild boar. I used the fire, she stammered, her voice trembling, clearly terrified. Without waiting for her to finish, Chen Mo swiftly approached, crouching down to scan their surroundings with vigilance. The rocky outcrops and the forest's edge lay still, the only sound the gentle lapping of the waves, allowing him a moment of respite. You lit the fire? Did it scare it away? He asked in a deep voice, laced with an almost imperceptible tremor. Lin Wei nodded vigorously, her tears flowing more freely as her body continued to tremble uncontrollably. It overturned the fire pit where the oysters were roasting. Wanted to eat what you left from this morning. I was scared, so I waved the stick at it. It ran away from the fire, she recounted. Her words fragmented as the memory of that harrowing moment lingered in her mind. Observing her disheveled and shaken state, Chen Mo glanced at the rudimentary torch on the ground. Pausing in silence for a few moments, he then reached out, grasping her arm and pulling her up with a firm yet gentle hand. Can you walk? His tone remained devoid of warmth, yet his actions conveyed a tenderness. Chapter 20. The first grand meal on the island as Lin Wei was hoisted upright. The moment her injured ankle touched the ground, she winced in pain, her body swaying dangerously as if she might fall again. However, Chen Mo steadied her, refusing to release his grip as he half-dragged, half-supported her, limping toward the shelter. Once they reached safety, he set Lin Wei down momentarily, then hurried back to retrieve the discarded wild boar meat and tusks, bringing them back to the fire pit. Lin Wei's gaze fell upon the meat, then shifted to the blood-soaked and muddy figure of Chen Mo, ultimately resting on the formidable pair of tusks he held. She gasped sharply, her eyes brimming with utter astonishment and disbelief. Did you kill a wild boar? She stammered, glancing between Chen Mo, the tusks, and the meat strewn on the ground, her lips quivering. The night had completely descended, and the sea breeze carried a chill across the beach, causing the campfire to crackle and pop. The orange flames dancing erratically and casting flickering shadows on the makeshift palm leaf shelter. It's merely a coincidence. Chen Mo dismissed Lin Wei's shock with a soft reply, then dragged several large, bloodied chunks of wild boar meat to a patch of sand further from the fire and began his work. The pungent scent of blood permeated the air, attracting a few unknown small insects that buzzed around. Lin Wei sat against the rocky wall, her swollen right ankle secured with strips of cloth torn by Chen Mo, tightly wrapped around a few straight twigs, serving as a makeshift splint. Her complexion remained pale, though she appeared somewhat better than when she had just recovered from her earlier fright. Observing Chen Mo as he handled the meat, her expression was a blend of lingering fear from the boar's charge into their shelter and an insatiable hunger that grew more intense with each passing moment. Not far away, Chen Mo was intently slicing the meat in his hands. He picked up a thick rib, using a small knife to forcefully cut along the seams of the rib bones, grappling with the tough skin and connective tissue. The blade, not particularly sharp, struggled against the meat, producing a dull scraping sound. Gritting his teeth, he meticulously peeled away the thick layer of white fat from the red meat. The skin was heavy and resilient, still clinging to coarse pig hairs, which he laid aside on the sandy ground. Next came the fat, a thick layer of white covering the rib meat, glistening with a greasy sheen in the firelight. He first used his knife to remove the hefty chunks of fat, piling them onto a relatively clean palm leaf. Then, he sliced the remaining lean meat into sizable chunks, feeling the firm resistance as the knife traversed the muscle fibers. The neatly cut pieces were similarly stacked on the palm leaf, their dark red texture vividly illuminated by the flames. After finishing with the rib meat, he turned his attention to the two thick hind leg pieces, employing the same technique, skinning, trimming the fat, and cutting the lean meat. Lin Wei watched his adept movements and couldn't help but inquire, "Have you killed pigs before? And what about that fat? Aren't you going to keep it?" She swallowed hard as she gazed at the mound of white fat, feeling it would be a shame to discard it. Starving, she regarded the fat as a rare delicacy. "I've seen others do it. The fat has its uses." Chen Mo replied tersely without lifting his head, until he placed the last of the trimmed lean meat atop the palm leaf. With the 3 large portions of meat processed, a significant amount of lean and an impressive quantity of fat had been collected. Without pausing for rest, he rose and approached the campfire, where several sturdy logs were ablaze, the flames roaring high. He gathered several appropriately sized, relatively flat reef stones and arranged them around the fire pit. He meticulously cleaned a thinner stone slab with grooves and placed it atop, completing a rudimentary semicircular stone stove. Chen Mo approached the spot where he had placed the meat, cradling in his hands a palm leaf filled with large chunks of rendered fat, and made his way to the stove. On the palm leaf, he carefully sliced the fat into smaller pieces. Finally, he poured the chunks of fat onto the center of the stone slab, where they met the scorching surface with a sizzle. A rich and peculiar meaty aroma wafted upwards as white smoke erupted, causing Chen Mo to cough a couple of times and step back, eagerly inhaling some fresh air. Once the smoke subsided slightly, he advanced again, picking up a long branch to carefully stir the melting fat in the grooves of the stone slab. The fat rapidly liquefied under the high temperature, visibly shrinking and transforming from white to a translucent pale yellow, ultimately reducing to crispy brown oil residue. Golden, clear fat continuously oozed from the melted lard, collecting in the grooves of the stone slab with a sizzling sound. The rich scent of the oil swiftly overshadowed the previous metallic odor, enveloping the small shelter. Lin Wei, catching a whiff of this tantalizing aroma, felt her stomach grumble audibly. The fragrance of the fat was 1,000 times more enticing than the earlier pungent grilled clam meat. She instinctively swallowed, her gaze fixed on the bubbling golden oil and crispy residue in the stove. Noticing that it was nearly ready, Chen Mo used the branch to push the crispy brown remnants onto a clean palm leaf set aside for cooling. The fragrant scent invaded his nostrils. He glanced again at the gleaming, slightly yellow lard swirling in the grooves under high heat. Just as Lin Wei, who was eagerly swallowing, was about to inquire how the lard would be retrieved, Chen Mo picked up a piece of lean meat, speared it with the branch, and plunged it directly into the boiling lard. Sizzle. The surface of the meat instantly changed color, bubbling vigorously. The high temperature of the fat swiftly sealed in the moisture of the meat, forming a crispy golden brown crust. In an instant, a rich meaty aroma mixed with the fragrance of the fat burst forth. Chen Mo swallowed as he turned the meat, ensuring each side received even heat. Soon, the meat was perfectly fried, its surface golden and crispy, while remaining tender and juicy inside. He lifted it from the pot, allowing the excess fat to drip off, the aroma wafting through the air. After letting it cool slightly, he sliced off a small piece with a knife, blew on it, and eagerly popped it into his mouth. Scalding, the rich meaty flavor and the lusciousness of the fat exploded in his mouth. Although lacking salt and somewhat bland, it was a divine delicacy compared to the earlier fishy clam meat. The pure meat fragrance and satisfaction brought by the fat were precisely what his hungry body craved. He swallowed the piece in a few bites, feeling warmth spread through his stomach. He speared another piece of meat, frying in the fat before offering it to the eagerly watching Lin Wei. Lin Wei hurriedly accepted it, disregarding the heat and emulating Chen Mo's actions. She sliced off a piece with a knife, blew on it, and eagerly stuffed it into her mouth. Without the luxury of savoring each bite, she quickly chewed and swallowed, impatiently carving out a second piece. The sensation of hunger was magnified by the exquisite taste, and she devoured it somewhat ravenously, her face flushed, whether from the heat or excitement, a hint of crimson finally appearing. The two shared the unseasoned fried meat chunks in silence, the primal aroma of meat and the crisp scent of fat soothing their long-suffering appetites. Eventually, even the crispy remnants of oil were shared between them, offering a unique and delightful flavor. With warmth and sustenance filling their bellies, both strength and spirit were notably restored. Chapter 21. Crafting Bone Needles and Smoking Meat. Chen Mo spoke, turning his gaze toward Lin Wei. Did you manage to create the needle and thread you wanted yesterday? Lin Wei, nibbling on the crispy remnants, paused at his inquiry, her face slightly embarrassed. She picked up a piece of cloth, which bore several crooked holes made with a wooden awl and a stone, the edges ragged and uneven. This is what I have. There's no thread, and the vines are too thick to use, and the cloth is difficult to work with. Her voice trailed off in a whisper. Chen Mo remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. After a brief moment, his attention shifted to the enormous tusks pried from the mouth of a wild boar. The tusks, resembling curved blades, had thick bases and extremely sharp tips, their surfaces a stark hard white. He picked one up, weighing it in his hand. It was heavy. Then, using one arm to hold the tusk, he took his knife and pressed down firmly, attempting to carve a small piece from the thicker base. The blade left only a faint white mark, and after several futile attempts at different spots, he decided to abandon the effort, muttering, "This thing is indeed much harder than wood." He couldn't help but recall the moment when the wild boar had chased him, feeling a sense of relief. With a slight furrow of his brow, Chen Mo pondered the challenge. If the knife couldn't manage, what would he do? Just as he was grappling with this dilemma, he heard a soft crack nearby. Turning to the source, he had an idea. He approached the fire, holding the tusk, and brought the thicker end close to the flames. The pristine white tip of the tusk emitted faint crackling sounds as it met the fire, the color beginning to darken, showing signs of slight melting. Chen Mo felt encouraged by this method and patiently roasted it for several minutes. Once done, he withdrew it from the fire, quickly touching the tip with his finger. It had become exceedingly hot. Grabbing a pebble, he struck the tusk with a series of sharp blows. Bang! Bang! After 7 or 8 strikes, a piece of bone approximately 67 centimeters long and 23 centimeters wide, irregular in shape, finally broke off. Chen Mo picked up the bone piece, noting its sharp edges, and continued to use the pebble, carefully tapping along the finer edges of the bone, grinding it down bit by bit. He exhibited remarkable patience, constantly adjusting his angle as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, falling onto the sandy ground. Lin Wei observed from the side, puzzled by his actions but refraining from interrupting. After a considerable interval, Chen Mo halted his actions, gently blowing away the powder from the bone fragments. The originally irregular edges of the bones had been meticulously crafted into an exceedingly sharp, conical point. Although the overall appearance remained somewhat crude, he proceeded to carefully drill a small hole at the thicker end of the bone, away from the sharp tip, using the fine point of his knife. The blade rotated against the hard bone for quite some time, before finally piercing a minuscule, penetrating hole, albeit with slightly rough edges. A rudimentary bone needle was created. Chen Mo handed the bone needle to Lin Wei, urging her to give it a try. Surprised, Lin Wei accepted the needle, examining it closely. The tip was sharp, while the tail was coarse. Nonetheless, she found it remarkable that Chen Mo could fashion such a needle under the existing circumstances, causing her opinion of him to shift slightly. Holding the bone needle, she picked up a piece of cloth and gently pierced it. The needle effortlessly penetrated the fabric. This was exponentially faster than her previous attempts with a wooden awl. It will work. Lin Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately grabbed another piece of cloth, attempting to thread the bone needle through one hole and out of another. Although it required some effort, she succeeded, making the prospect of sewing no longer an unattainable dream. Chen Mo, having taken no further notice of her, picked up the wild boar hide he had previously stripped of its bristles and walked to the shore to wash it. The hide still bore a considerable amount of grease, and after an extensive washing, most of the blood and mud were finally removed, revealing a grayish-white hue adorned with dense, dark brown bristles. Once cleaned, he returned to the fire pit with the wet boar hide, spreading it open with branches and propping it against stones near the fire to dry, allowing the heat to gradually evaporate the moisture. This method would hasten the drying process of the hide. Next, he approached the pile of lean meat, murmuring to himself, with so much meat, frying it all in one go is impossible. It will surely spoil if left too long. I must find a way to preserve it. Recalling the contents of the survival manual, an idea struck him, and he clapped his hands in realization. Smoking. The manual stated that when one acquires a substantial amount of meat in the wilderness and cannot consume it all at once, the best method for preservation is to smoke it, thus extending its shelf life significantly. With this thought in mind, he made his way to the edge of the jungle, using his knife to cut down several straight branches of similar length and the thickness of his forearm. He dragged them back to the beach, selecting a dry patch of sand slightly distant from the shelter and fire. He dug a shallow pit, over half a meter in diameter and about a foot deep, then firmly inserted the 4 thickest and straightest branches into the corners of the pit as supports, raising them to a height of approximately 1.5 meters above the ground. Next, he bound several branches horizontally between the supports at a height of about half a meter from the ground, forming a sturdy platform. Above this, he secured another layer of branches just below the tops of the supports, leaving ample space between the 2 platforms. A rudimentary double-layered smoking rack was thus constructed. Chen Mo tied the cut pieces of lean meat with vines, hanging them in strings between the 2 layers of the smoking rack, creating a dense array of suspended meat. Then he placed some semi-dry twigs and palm fronds into the shallow pit he had dug, drawing a burning branch from the fire pile to ignite the fuel within the pit. Soon, the twigs caught fire, producing a modest flame, chosen deliberately for its ability to generate thick smoke. Next, Chen Mo layered fresh, moisture-laden palm leaves and wet grass over the burning twigs, suppressing the flames and causing a billowing cloud of dense smoke to rise, accompanied by the acrid scent of burning vegetation. The thick smoke drifted upwards through the gaps of the smoking rack, soon enveloping the hanging pieces of meat. Chen Mo manipulated the fuel in the pit with a branch, carefully controlling the flames to prevent the meat from charring while ensuring a continuous production of smoke. The orange-hued bonfire flickered beside the shelter, casting light upon the rudimentary, smoking rack shrouded in mist. Lin Wei sat beneath a rock, awkwardly attempting to stitch a piece of cloth using a bone needle and the relatively soft inner fibers of vine, torn into thin strips, illuminated by the firelight. Occasionally, she glanced up at the rising blue smoke from the smoking rack, then at the stone stove beside the fire, where a half-pit of lard had solidified into a milky white, exuding a fragrant oil aroma, and then at the grayish-white pigskin roasting on a nearby rock. Inexplicably filled with a sense of satisfaction, Chen Mo, seated by the fire, held a charred branch, burnt halfway through during Lin Wei's encounter with the wild boar. He meticulously whittled away the charred parts with a knife, reshaping the stick into a pointed, smooth form. His concentration was palpable, the flickering firelight casting a focused and serene silhouette upon his face. Chapter 22. Returning to the forest in search of fresh water, the smoke from the smoking rack continued to rise for 2 days and nights. During this time, Chen Mo regularly added damp firewood and grass to the pit, controlling the flames to ensure that the acrid, plant-burning smoke persistently enveloped each hanging piece of meat. The meat gradually transformed from its initial bright red to a deep brown, its surface shriveling and becoming considerably firmer to the touch. Upon closer inspection, the savory aroma of fat was replaced by a less pleasant smoky scent. However, this method of smoking would allow the meat to be preserved for an extended period, alleviating worries about food scarcity in the near future. Food supplies had become ample, as Lin Wei spent most of these 2 days in the shelter, resulting in some reduction of swelling around her ankle. Though she still limped while walking, there was progress towards recovery. Chen Mo had also managed to prepare the wild boar skin during these 2 days of smoking. Now, Lin Wei was attempting to sew it into a water pouch. The pig skin was sturdy, the bone needle dull, and the vine fiber thread coarse and rough, making the task of threading the needle exceedingly laborious. Her hands bore several red marks from the needle's end and the rough vine fibers, her gaze intensely focused as she stitched each seam with care. Often, she had to use a small stone to hammer the needles and to penetrate the material. After 2 days, she had somehow crafted a lopsided but serviceable water pouch from the pigskin and torn fabric strips, specially designed with a vine loop around the opening that could be pulled tight with a tug. Time to test it. She handed the meticulously sewn leather pouch to Chen Mo, her voice tinged with anticipation, yet laced with trepidation. Chen Mo accepted it, feeling the weight of the pouch in his hands, imbued with a faint aroma of leather mingled with smoke. He untied the vine that secured the opening and approached a rock crevice where rainwater had pooled, submerging the pouch into the water. It filled with a gurgling sound in no time at all, lifting the now weighty pouch. He held it for no more than 5 seconds when he noticed a few spots around its seeping water. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the stitching at the leaky points was somewhat loose. "There's a leak," Chen Mo pointed out to Lin Wei, who, upon hearing this, saw the flicker of hope in her expression extinguish instantly. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent as she quietly took back the dripping pouch. Returning to her place by the fire, with a bone needle in hand, she began to sew the leaking seams with increased vigor. Chen Mo chose not to comment further. Instead, he moved to the smoking rack, removing the strips of cured meat, tying them securely with vines, and hanging them in a sheltered area to protect them from the rain while allowing for ventilation. This collection of cured meat, if rationed carefully, would sustain them for a while. He glanced at the solidified pig fat in the stone stove, its creamy white form resembling a massive block of cheese. With cautious precision, he pried it free with a small knife, transferring it into a rudimentary container crafted from a large shell. This fat was a precious source of energy and an essential ingredient for future cooking. Recognizing the importance of preserving this limited supply, he sought a cool, well-ventilated spot among his storage places and placed it there with care. In his thoughts, Chen Mo reflected that he had temporarily resolved the issue of sustenance. In the trifecta of survival essentials, fire, water, and food, two had been secured. The next critical challenge was water. Relying solely on the pooled water in the rock crevice was evidently insufficient, especially after 2 rainless days had nearly depleted it. Moreover, the water was tainted with sand and the remains of insects, making it murky and unsafe for consumption. In the treacherous conditions of this deserted island, even a minor illness could prove fatal. This thought brought a wave of concern to Chen Mo's mind. The pressing priority was to locate a stable and clean freshwater source. Turning his gaze to Lin Wei, he observed that she had nearly finished mending the leaky spots in the pouch. Though a slight seepage remained, it was adequate for use. Approaching her side, he took the pouch and retrieved a sharpened wooden spear, its tip charred, and announced his intention to venture into the forest in search of water. Tend to the fire and ensure it does not extinguish, he instructed. Lin Wei lifted her gaze towards the depths of the forest and then looked back at Chen Mo. Her voice barely above a whisper, infused with a subtle hint of concern. Be careful. Chen Mo did not respond verbally. Instead, he secured the pouch to his waist with the vine, gripped the spear firmly, and stepped into the dense green barrier of the woods. This time, he ventured deeper than before, steering inland away from the coastline. He recalled having heard the sound of flowing water when he previously stumbled upon wild boar tracks. The air within the forest remained stifling and humid as he searched for a long stick to clear his path. The thick layer of fallen leaves underfoot yielding deeply with each step he took. The massive tree roots entwined around one another, while robust vines hung down, severely obstructing his view. He was compelled to frequently pause, straining to listen intently for any sound beyond the chirping of insects and the calls of birds, hoping to catch the distinct sound of flowing water. After traversing for over half an hour, aside from the increasingly profound shade of the trees and the rich aroma of decaying leaves, Chen Mo had found nothing. His back was already drenched in sweat and humid warmth, the perspiration clinging to his wounds, causing both itchiness and pain. Having wandered through this somewhat enclosed jungle for quite a while, a sense of restlessness began to stir within him. He halted, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, and leaned against a sturdy tree to rest, seeking to calm the agitation within his heart. After a brief respite, his spirits gradually regained their composure. Resuming his journey, he walked for another 10 minutes or so, when suddenly, a faint but distinct sound, unlike the rustling of the wind, drifted intermittently towards him. Chen Mo's spirits were instantly lifted. He came to a halt, held his breath, and carefully discerned the direction of the sound. Through layers of overlapping foliage, he detected that the sound originated from his left front. Gripping his wooden spear tightly, he cautiously made his way towards the source of the sound, which became clearer as he approached. It was the sound of water flowing over stones. He pushed aside a cluster of large, drooping fern leaves, and the scene before him opened up splendidly. A narrow stream wound down from the higher slopes, its water shallow and crystal clear, revealing smooth pebbles and fine sand beneath. The flow was not rapid, creating small white splashes against several protruding black rocks, accompanied by a melodious, gurgling sound. On either side of the stream lay moist, muddy ground and dense ferns, fresh water. Chen Mo hastened to the stream's edge, crouched down, and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. The vegetation near the stream was relatively sparse, offering a clearer view, and he found no signs of large animals. He extended his hand, now coated in sweat and mud, and carefully scooped up a handful of the water. The stream was icy and invigorating, crystal clear and devoid of any unpleasant odor. He leaned in to sniff it, detecting only a refreshing vapor and a faint earthy scent. After a moment's hesitation, he refrained from drinking directly. Even the clearest wilderness water might conceal unseen parasites. He unfastened the leather pouch at his waist. The pouch, mended by Lin Wei, had significantly improved in its ability to hold water, though the sparsest stitched areas still showed slight dampness. He untied the vine that secured the opening and submerged the entire pouch into the stream. The clear water gushed into the pouch with a delightful sound. Once filled, the pouch swelled and became heavy. Observing the pouch filled with water, Chen Mo felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He secured the opening tightly and reattached the pouch to his waist. With a stable water source, his chances of survival had increased considerably. Chapter 23. The tattered cloth discovered in the forest after filling the pouch with stream water, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he walked a few steps upstream to investigate the source. The stream flowed down from a steeper slope, where the vegetation was even denser. The hillside was strewn with peculiar rocks, and massive tree roots stubbornly protruded from the crevices in the stones. Just as his gaze swept across the midsection of the slope, where a few enormous buttressed trees obscured the view, he abruptly halted in his tracks. Behind the colossal buttressed trees, amidst their entwined roots, there seemed to emerge a faintly discernible object, distinct from the surrounding rocks and bark, something of a grayish-brown hue. Chen Mo tightened his grip on the wooden spear and, treading lightly, cautiously approached in that direction. The layer of fallen leaves beneath his feet rustled softly as he maneuvered around the towering trees. The sight that greeted him caused his pupils to constrict in astonishment. A makeshift shelter, a rudimentary structure fashioned from thick branches, vines, and broad palm and banana leaves, leaning against a massive, inward-curving rock wall. The shelter was modest, shaped somewhat like a slanted character, with one side completely resting against the rocky surface. The roof, adorned with palm and banana leaves, bore signs of age, many having turned yellow and tattered, their edges curling, indicating it had been erected some time ago. The supporting branches were crooked and frail, with numerous vines having come loose, rendering the entire structure a pitiful sight, as if it might collapse at any moment. In front of the shelter lay a small, cleared area, littered with twigs and withered leaves. At the center of this space stood a fire pit, constructed from several black stones, filled with rainwater and dark ashes. Someone had been here. The enormity of this revelation, coupled with an indescribable thrill, seized Chen Mo. Instantly on high alert, he scanned his surroundings, straining to listen. The depths of the forest remained tranquil, the only sounds being the babbling of a stream and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Clutching his spear tightly, he cautiously approached the dilapidated shelter. The entrance was low, obscured by several drooping, damaged leaves. Gently, he used his spear to push aside the obstructing foliage, and a potent, musty odor, mingled with dust and bird droppings, assailed his senses, causing him to cough twice. Inside the shelter, darkness enveloped the cramped space, barely accommodating a single curled figure. The ground layered with a thick, decayed carpet of leaves and bird excrement. In a corner, amidst the pile of dried leaves, he discerned what appeared to be small fragments of white, animal bones. There was no one here, nor any signs of recent human activity. It was evident that this place had been forsaken for quite some time. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief, yet his inner questions deepened. Who had constructed this shelter? Was it a victim from the past? Or perhaps an indigenous inhabitant of the island? What had become of that person? Had they departed or? He dared not ponder further, his gaze meticulously searching the dim recesses of the shelter. Aside from the withered leaves, shattered bones, and dust, there seemed to be no other items of value. Just as he prepared to retreat, his eyes swept to the innermost part of the shelter, near the rocky wall's corner. There, beneath the thick layer of decaying leaves, something that differed from the foliage, a faded piece of fabric, seemed to be partially exposed. Chen Mo stepped closer, cautiously using his spear to clear away the leaves and dirt that covered it. A piece of fabric, a palm-sized fragment of thick, gray-blue canvas. The edges of the material were rough, as if torn from something larger. It was marred with stains and mold, yet its original texture could still be discerned. The edges bore a pattern, unevenly embroidered with some dark thread. Chen Mo leaned in closer, straining to discern the details in the faint light filtering through the shelter's entrance. The pattern is simple, resembling a slanted letter, yet the top of its two vertical lines are tiny circles, each adorned with a black dot. The entire design evokes the image of two little figures standing side by side, with something perched upon their heads. What could this be? A mark? Or some form of symbol? Chen Mo furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by the meaning of this emblem. He took out a small knife and delicately pried the cloth from the dry leaves, holding it in his hand. The fabric felt coarse, imbued with a strong, musty odor. He examined the cloth from various angles, and aside from the peculiar pattern, he found no other discernible features. No text, no date. He tucked the enigmatic fragment into his pocket, as it might be the sole clue suggesting that someone had once lingered here. Next, he meticulously searched the area surrounding the makeshift shelter, discovering no tools, no containers, nor any items that could indicate the identity of its owner. The fire pit contained nothing but ashes and rainwater. Scattered along the edge of the clearing were some thoroughly gnawed fish bones and small animal remains, clearly remnants from long ago. It appeared that, apart from this scrap of fabric, no further useful information could be uncovered here. Chen Mo chose not to linger, readying his leather water pouch at his waist. Gripping his wooden spear tightly, With one final glance at the dilapidated shelter, he turned and made his way downstream, swiftly returning towards the beach. As he emerged from the thicket and beheld the shoreline and the sea once more, the sun hung low in the sky, casting a long golden trail across the water surface. He hurried towards the shelter, where a robust fire blazed, and Lin Wei sat beside it, poking at the flames with a stick. Upon hearing his footsteps, she lifted her gaze. "Did you find water?" Her expression brightened as she noticed the bulging pouch at Chen Mo's waist. He nodded and handed her the water pouch. Lin Wei eagerly untied the vine that secured it, bringing it close to her nose for a whiff of the refreshing vapor. Before Chen Mo could remind her, she cautiously took a small sip, the icy, sweet stream water gliding down her throat, prompting a contented sigh. Fresh water. How wonderful. A smile spread across her face as she gulped down several more mouthfuls before reluctantly setting the pouch down, readying the opening and handing it back to Chen Mo. Upon entering the shelter, he hung the water pouch in a shaded spot. Then, he retrieved the gray-blue scrap of cloth from his pocket and presented it to Lin Wei. "What is this?" she inquired, taking the rough fabric into her hands, the musty scent wafting up to her. She gazed at the strange, crooked design with the encircling dot, her face a picture of bewilderment. "Where did this come from?" "It's so dirty." "From the forest," Chen Mo replied flatly, pointing towards the dim depths of the distant thicket, where a small stream flowed. "There's a dilapidated shelter upstream. I found it inside." "A shelter?" Lin Wei's eyes widened in astonishment, her voice rising with surprise. "Is there someone? Are there others on the island?" Instinctively, she tightened her grip on the scrap of cloth, nervously glancing at Chen Mo, then quickly scanning the open beach and the edge of the woods, as if expecting someone to emerge at any moment. "There is no one." Upon hearing Chen Mo's response, Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback, her anxious demeanor gradually easing. Chen Mo continued, "The shack is in a deplorable state, with the hearth filled with water. It appears that no one has inhabited this place for quite some time. The only item found within is this." He gestured towards the fabric strip in Lin Wei's hand. Chapter 24. A new clue. Lin Wei exhaled a sigh of relief. It was soon engulfed by a wave of profound questions. She lowered her gaze, scrutinizing the peculiar pattern on the strip of fabric, her fingers tracing the rough embroidery. What could this design represent? It resembled cryptic symbols. She was utterly perplexed, uncertain. Chen Mo approached the area where the cured meat hung, selecting the driest piece. He deftly sliced off a thin sliver with his knife and slowly chewed it. The jerky was tough and chewy, with a pronounced smoky flavor. This could be a mark left by previous inhabitants, or perhaps a sign of some kind on the island, he remarked, his voice trailing off with uncertainty. A mark? For whom? Lin Wei pondered as she gazed at the eerie pattern, a chill creeping into her heart. In this desolate, uninhabited island, an abandoned shack and a tattered strip of cloth adorned with bizarre designs exuded an unsettling aura. Instinctively, she discarded the fabric onto the sandy ground, as if it were an ominous object. Chen Mo made no effort to retrieve the cloth. He continued chewing the jerky, his gaze drifting beyond the crackling campfire towards the golden-red hues of the jungle, illuminated by the setting sun. In the distance loomed the silent, shadowy mountain range of the island. "Tomorrow," he said, swallowing the last of the jerky, "we shall venture upstream along the creek to explore its source and search for any other signs." He turned to Lin Wei, cautioning, "It would be prudent to boil the fresh water in the canteen before drinking. We cannot afford any stomach troubles, especially without any medication. Let's exercise utmost caution." Lin Wei nodded, somewhat dismissively, thinking to herself, "I just took a few sips, and nothing happened." Observing her nonchalant response, Chen Mo, having just returned from fetching water and noting her earlier consumption, chose not to press the matter further. The night passed in silence, save for the crackling of the wood burning in the shelter. As dawn broke, the eastern sky glowed with a pale light. The remnants of the campfire, still smoldering with a dim red ember, exuding a faint warmth. Chen Mo squatted by the fire, sifting through the ashes with a stick, gathering dry twigs to rekindle the flames, which infused the brisk morning air with a touch of warmth. He picked up a piece of the hardened jerky, slicing off a thin portion and savoring its chewy texture. Although the jerky was tough and heavily smoked, it provided essential sustenance. Lin Wei awakened, seated within the shelter, gently moving her injured right ankle. It had significantly reduced in swelling compared to the previous day. Though still somewhat painful, she was able to walk normally. Rising to her feet, she grasped the water canteen, carefully unfastening the vine and taking a few sips of water, completely disregarding Chen Mo's earlier admonitions. The refreshing coolness of the water coursed down her throat, invigorating her spirit. Chen Mo finished his jerky, rose to his feet, grasped the wooden spear, and proceeded to the edge of the rocks. He picked up the gray-blue rag that Lin Wei had discarded in the sand the previous day, tucked it into his pocket, and then turned to Lin Wei. I will venture upstream along the stream to investigate the water source and see if there are any further discoveries. You stay here and smoke the remaining meat thoroughly. Ensure the fire does not extinguish. When time permits, wander to the shoreline and see if you can gather some shellfish or small fish, but exercise utmost caution. Above all, do not venture into the forest. Lin Wei observed the wooden spear in his hand and the rag tucked in his pocket. Her lips moved as if she wished to speak, but ultimately she nodded. All right, you be careful too. Her voice carried a hint of tension that she herself was unaware of. The abandoned hut from yesterday and the mysterious rag had instilled in her an inexplicable wariness towards the island. Chen Mo refrained from further conversation, grasped the leather water pouch, found a larger shell, and left Lin Wei some fresh water. He secured the pouch tightly around his waist and turned to disappear into the thicket. Following the path he had traversed the previous day, he soon returned to the clear, babbling brook. The water flowed melodiously, its sound particularly pronounced in the hushed woods. He followed the bank, stepping on the damp earth and smooth pebbles, ascending against the current. This time, his goal extended beyond merely finding the water source. He proceeded slowly, his eyes scanning the trees, rocks, and vines on either side of the brook like a searchlight. He particularly scrutinized the surfaces of tree trunks and large boulders, seeking any signs of human activity, markings, or patterns akin to those on the rag. The stream narrowed, and the flow quickened, creating white froth amid the jagged black stones. The slopes on both banks became noticeably steeper, with enormous tree roots emerging from the hillside like coiling dragons, intertwining with the rocks. The air grew increasingly damp and chilly. After approximately an hour of exploration, aside from the gentle sound of water and the rustle of leaves in the breeze, he found nothing. The tree trunks bore only moss and the imprints of vines, while the rock surfaces were either smooth or riddled with cracks, devoid of any discernible markings. Chen Mo felt a twinge of doubt. Could the symbols on the rag have been mere coincidence? Had he overthought the matter? He paused, sitting on a large, moss-covered stone to recuperate. Looking up, he noticed the stream cascading from a higher, steeper slope, where the vegetation was denser, resembling a towering green wall. Could the clues lie above? After a brief rest to regain his strength, and taking several sips of the icy brook water, which invigorated him, he departed from the bank and began to climb the slope using both hands and feet. The incline was steep, blanketed with a thick layer of fallen leaves and slick moss, making footing precarious. Enormous tree roots and protruding rocks served as natural footholds, yet also heightened the challenge of the ascent. He gripped the exposed roots or vines for support with one hand while wielding the wooden spear like a walking stick with the other. Cautiously inching upward, his sweat quickly soaked through his clothes, clinging to him, damp and sticky. Beads of perspiration trickled down his forehead and into his eyes, stinging painfully. He gasped for breath as he climbed for over 10 minutes, finally reaching a relatively flat, small platform above the stream. The platform was modest in size, perhaps a dozen square meters, encircled by several towering buttress trees and dense ferns. The ground was relatively dry, with only a thin layer of fallen leaves. Chen Mo steadied his breath, wiped the sweat from his brow, and instinctively scanned the surroundings of the platform. Suddenly, his gaze froze. At the innermost edge of the platform, adjacent to the steep rock wall, there appeared to be something engraved on a half-person high, relatively flat black stone. Chen Mo's heart raced instantly. Gripping his wooden spear tightly, he hastened towards the stone, brushing aside the enormous fern fronds that obscured it. Indeed, it was an etching on the damp surface of a moss-covered rock. Someone had deeply carved a pattern with a sharp stone or another tool. The lines were etched deeply. Although largely concealed by moss, they remained distinctly recognizable. It was precisely the pattern embroidered on the gray-blue fabric strip. Chapter 25. The symbols at the summit of the hill, a slanted shape, with two vertical lines at the top, each adorned with a circle containing a deep indentation. It was identical to the design on the fabric strip. However, this engraving on the rock was larger, clearer, and bore the weight of ancient time. The edges of the etching had been somewhat blurred by the ravages of wind and rain, filled with dark green moss. It was indeed a mark, and there was more than one. The magnitude of this discovery left Chen Mo breathless with excitement. He immediately began to search the platform's perimeter meticulously. Soon, on the trunk of another massive buttress tree, approximately a meter above the ground, he found the same etching, similarly covered with moss, yet the pattern was discernible. Moreover, as he circled the edge of the platform, he discovered similar engravings on several protruding rock faces and even within a crevice of a vine-entwined rock wall. These etchings varied in size, and their depth and age seemed to differ, yet the core pattern of the double circles was astonishingly consistent. Their distribution appeared random, yet they subtly pointed towards a higher slope in the same direction. Chen Mo looked up, following the direction indicated by the etchings. The slope grew steeper, with enormous rocks laid bare, forming an almost vertical cliff. The cliff was draped in dense vine plants, resembling a vast green curtain. The summit of the cliff was obscured by a thick canopy, rendering it impossible to discern what lay above. The markings pointed towards that very spot. Would it be up there? An intense curiosity and an inexplicable compulsion overshadowed his fatigue. Chen Mo resolved to investigate further. He approached the base of the steep cliff. The rock face was slick, covered in moss and damp vines, making it nearly impossible to scale by hand. He searched for a potential climbing route at the base of the cliff. To the right, near several large trees, the vines were relatively sparse. As he pushed aside the hanging vines, he was startled to discover that the base of the cliff was not entirely smooth. It appeared to bear traces of human excavation. He leaned in for a closer look. Upon the damp surface of the rocks, there exist several shallow and irregular depressions. These indentations are distributed intermittently across the cliffside, collectively forming an exceedingly rudimentary staircase that ascends. The hollows are shallow, their edges rounded and smooth by the relentless forces of wind and rain, accumulating water and moss within. They resemble ancient footholds, crudely hewn from the rock face with primitive tools, perhaps stone, rather than true steps. Chen Mo attempted to place his foot into one of these hollows. It barely accommodated half of his foot, and its slippery interior demanded that he grasp the protruding edges of the rock or resilient vines with his hands to maintain his balance. This makeshift staircase was perilously treacherous. He glanced upward at the towering summit of the cliff, and then down at the slick depressions beneath him. Should he abandon this endeavor or take a gamble? The tattered cloth in his pocket, the markings on various stones, and the etchings nestled within the rock crevices all pointed towards this location, whispering a silent summons urging him to ascend and uncover the truth. No longer hesitating, Chen Mo inhaled deeply, slanting his wooden spear behind him and securing it with vines. He flexed his fingers, stretched his limbs, and warmed up as if preparing for a climb. After a brief moment, feeling sufficiently ready, he grasped a sturdy vine on the rock face and tentatively pulled on it. The vine was robust, deeply rooted in the crevice of the stone. He first placed his left foot into the initial slippery hollow, then grasped a protruding edge of rock with his right hand, while his left hand clutched the vine tightly. Commencing his ascent, each step upward was exceedingly arduous. The hollows were too shallow, and the moss within was slick, demanding every ounce of his strength to secure his footing. His fingers dug into the frigid edges of the rock, swiftly abrading his skin. The coarse fibers of the vine chafed against his palms, igniting a sharp pain. The wound on his back, still unhealed, throbbed with every vigorous movement, sending waves of excruciating agony through him. Yet, in pursuit of the truth, he gritted his teeth and endured, forcing himself to disregard the pain and fear, concentrating solely on locating the next foothold and grip. The cliff was not particularly high, perhaps only 7 or 8 meters, but those brief meters drained him of all his energy. Several times, his feet slipped within the slick depressions, relying solely on the strength of his arms to cling to the vine and rock, narrowly avoiding a fall. At last, when his fingers grazed the edge of a relatively flat rock at the cliff summit, he summoned his last reserves of strength, pushing himself up with a vigorous heave. He collapsed onto the platform at the top of the cliff, gasping for breath, his lungs aflame with pain, his heart racing wildly. The muscles in his arms and legs trembled uncontrollably. Blood oozed from the abrasions on his palms, mingling with sweat and the grime of moss. He lay there for a full minute, struggling to regain his composure before finally managing to sit up. The summit of the cliff presented a relatively flat, small platform, scarcely a few square meters in size. At its center stood several massive, peculiarly shaped black stones. These stones appeared to be naturally formed, yet their arrangement exuded an indescribable strangeness. They are not haphazardly strewn. Rather, they support one another at a specific angle, leaning against one another to form a structure reminiscent of a door or a frame. The largest stone is roughly half the height of a person, its surface relatively smooth, slanted against another upright stone that stands like a monument. Within the confines of this makeshift frame, several smaller stones rest beneath. The stone surfaces are cloaked in a thick layer of dark green moss, their edges smoothed by the relentless forces of wind and rain. Tenacious blades of grass and ferns emerge from the crevices between the stones. The entire assemblage exudes an air of ancient wildness, tinged with the touch of human craftsmanship. Chen Mo's heart raced once more as he approached the peculiar formation for a closer inspection. The signs of human intervention were glaringly apparent. This could not have been a natural occurrence. Who had done this? When? And what compelled them to laboriously transport these hefty stones to the cliff's summit? Arranging them in such a manner? He circled the stone pile, scrutinizing each piece. On the rear side of the largest leaning stone, its moss-covered surface, he faintly discerned some etchings. He immediately scraped away the moss with a small knife. As the dark green moss was removed, it revealed the gray-black rock beneath. Indeed, They were etchings. The lines were far more intricate than those previously discovered. No longer mere dots, he observed several curving, intertwined lines resembling waves or vines. He also noticed smaller, clustered depressions, akin to some form of counting symbols. Most strikingly, beside these complex lines, the familiar pattern reemerged, tilted, with two dotted circles at the apex. Yet this time, the symbol was carved larger, deeper, almost occupying 1/3 of the stone's rear surface. There was again. Chapter 26. Return to the shelter. Lin Wei's reaction. This symbol recurs, from the tattered rags in the hut to the etchings on the rocks by the creek. And now to this mysterious stone pile. What does it signify? Is it the mark of an individual? Or a directional indication? He stepped back a few paces, his gaze traversing the bizarre stone assemblage toward the expanse beyond the platform. The platform is situated high on the mountainside of the island, offering a breathtaking view. Through the sparse gaps in the treetops, he glimpsed the silver stream winding below, the distant narrow gray-white beach where they sought refuge, and the tiny black spots of their campfire beside the shelter. Further afield, the endless expanse of the azure sea shimmered under the sun, where the horizon met the sky, a vague arc delineating the world's end. The wind rustled the treetops, carrying the plaintive whispers of the forest and the distant roar of the waves. A few seabirds circled above the ocean's surface, emitting delicate calls. This scene was both magnificent and solitary. Chen Mo's gaze swept over the beach, the shelter, and the traces of their struggles for survival over the past few days. Everything appeared so small, so insignificant. His gaze finally rested upon the small figure beside the shelter. Lin Wei was bent over, seemingly searching for something on the beach. He stood quietly at the cliff's edge, observing the scene unfold before him. The wind tousled his damp hair and tattered garments. The abrasions on his palms throbbed with pain, and the wound on his back ached subtly. Those etchings, that symbol, the pile of bizarre stones, they loomed like an immense enigma, weighing heavily upon his heart. This island appeared to be far from the desolate and nameless fade it projected. Gradually, he became entranced. He lingered for a long while, contemplating deeply, until the sun ascended higher, its rays growing somewhat blinding, snapping him back to reality. The symbols eluded his understanding for the moment. He cast one last, lingering glance at the black monolith inscribed with mysterious symbols, then at the small figure on the beach below. Turning away, he no longer tarried, setting forth to seek a relatively safe path down the cliff. The return journey was equally arduous, yet he felt a newfound sense of direction as he navigated the treacherous, slippery stone steps and vines. Descending to the small platform by the stream, midday had already arrived. He quenched his thirst with several gulps of the cool stream water, splashed his face to wash away the blood and grime from his hands, took a brief respite, and filled his water pouch before hastily making his way back toward the beach. Emerging from the thicket and stepping onto the sand once more, he noted that the sun had begun its descent in the west. The bonfire beside the shelter blazed brightly, with Lin Wei seated beside it. Before her lay a large palm leaf, adorned with 7 or 8 scallops, several sea snails, and 2 palm-sized fish, their scales meticulously scraped clean. She was clumsily attempting to skewer one of the small fish onto a stick, though her face bore traces of fish scales and sand, and her hair was disheveled. Her expression was one of intense focus. Upon hearing footsteps, she looked up, relief washing over her face at the sight of Chen Mo, only to be taken aback by his more disheveled appearance. His clothes torn in several places by vines, his palms clearly scraped, and his trousers caked in mud. "Are you all right? Did you find anything?" she inquired, setting down the fish and rising with concern evident in her gaze. Chen Mo did not respond immediately. He approached the fire and sat down, grasping the water pouch, loosening its closure, and gulping down several mouthfuls of refreshing water, which alleviated his thirst and fatigue. He exhaled deeply as he set the pouch aside. Then, he retrieved a tattered piece of gray-blue cloth from his pocket and laid it on the sand. Lin Wei's eyes fell upon the cloth, her expression turning to one of confusion as she looked back at Chen Mo. He lifted his gaze, peering over the dancing flames of the bonfire towards the depths of the forest, now bathed in golden hues by the setting sun. His voice was somewhat hoarse, imbued with a complex and inexpressible gravity. "Marks, many, all the way to the mountain's peak." He paused, redirecting his gaze to Lin Wei's face, articulating each word with intent. "In a pile of stones, very large stones, arranged in peculiar shapes. They too bear this." He gestured towards the tattered cloth on the sand. Lin Wei's breath quickened, her eyes widening in shock. The mountain peak? A peculiar pile of stones? Did it also bear this peculiar symbol? She instinctively took a half step back, feeling a chill creeping up her spine. Observing Chen Mo's weary and solemn face, she glanced at the tattered cloth lying on the sandy ground, suddenly realizing with unsettling clarity that the island they had found themselves on likely harbored secrets far more disturbing than mere survival. The campfire crackled, casting flickering shadows on Chen Mo's face, the light and darkness dancing in uncertainty. The cloth on the sand curled ominously, its bizarre pattern of double circles appearing somewhat sinister in the firelight. Lin Wei fixated on the cloth, then turned her gaze back to Chen Mo's exhausted face and his calloused palm. The stone pile at the mountain's peak? Could it be connected? Her voice tightened. What is that? Who made it? Chen Mo shook his head, picking up a piece of jerky and slicing off a thin strip with his knife. I don't know. It looks ancient. It's carved all over like a signpost, leading all the way to that pile of strange stones at the summit. As he spoke, he placed the slender piece of jerky into his mouth, chewing slowly, his brow furrowed. This island appears far less secure than it seems. These words sent a shiver down Lin Wei's spine. She gazed at the darkening sky outside. What should we do then? Survive first. Chen Mo swallowed the jerky, his voice devoid of inflection. He pointed to the small fish and shellfish Lin Wei had placed on the palm leaves. Have you prepared the food? Lin Wei snapped back to reality and nodded. Yes, I've cleaned the fish and pried open the shellfish. She picked up a stick, awkwardly threading the small fish onto it, setting it beside the fire to roast. The fish were small, quickly turning a crisp golden brown, sizzling as a faint aroma wafted through the entire shelter. Chen Mo's gaze fell upon the leather water pouch hanging in the corner of the shelter. It was swollen, yet upon closer inspection, several stitches were loose, with dark patches indicating leakage. This wouldn't do. The hard-earned water couldn't be wasted. He rose and made his way to the seashore, where the waves churned with frothy white in the twilight. Scouring the rocky shoreline, he soon discovered a few small fish trapped in shallow pools formed by larger stones, each no longer than a finger. This was his next task. In no time, he caught several small fish, deftly slicing open their bellies with his knife, carefully extracting the tiny, semi-transparent swim bladders. The bladders were slippery, exuding a strong, fishy odor. After collecting several, he rinsed them thoroughly in seawater, removing the blood and mucus from their surfaces. Returning to the fire, he found a relatively flat stone slab, placing it at the edge of the flames to gradually heat it. He laid the clean swim bladders on the warm stone. The moment the bladders made contact with the heated surface, they began to shrink and curl, their color shifting from translucent to a murky white, releasing an intense fishy aroma. Chen Mo gently pressed and turned the bladders with a twig, watching as they slowly exuded a thick, gelatinous liquid under the heat. This is fish bladder glue. Chapter 27. Discovery of the aircraft wreckage. As the fish bladders were roasted to a crisp, their gelatinous essence congealing into a thick, translucent film upon the stone. Chen Mo carefully withdrew the stone from the fire. With meticulous precision, he employed the tip of his knife to scrape together the viscous substance. He then picked up the leaky water pouch and identified the sparsely stitched areas that were seeping. Dipping the knife tip into the thick fish bladder glue, he diligently applied it to the seams and pinholes, sealing each leak with painstaking care. Once completed, he hung the water pouch back in its place, awaiting the glue to dry thoroughly. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. The wind intensified, causing the campfire to crackle and spark. The sound of the waves grew deep and resonant, akin to the growl of a wild beast. The heavens loomed above like an immense black shroud, devoid of a single star, only rolling, dense clouds heralding an impending storm. Chen Mo glanced up at the ominous sky, adding several sturdy logs to the fire to ensure a more robust blaze, then anxiously began inspecting their shelter. The palm frond canopy appeared relatively sturdy, yet he noticed the gaps between the leaves were rather wide, certainly insufficient to withstand the impending downpour. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted the leftover palm fronds and vines from their earlier construction and dragged them to the front of the shelter. He reinforced the sides and windward face of the canopy with an additional layer of palm leaves, finally binding them securely with vines. After a thorough inspection, he nodded in satisfaction. Lin Wei was not idle either. She relocated the smoked jerky and the solidified lard to the innermost, driest corner of the shelter, covering them with palm leaves. Barely had they finished when the rain began to descend in torrents, the initial sparse droplets soon coalescing into a relentless downpour. The sound of the rain quickly drowned out all else, enveloping the world in a cacophony of falling water. The fierce wind swept in, driving the rain against the palm leaf shelter, which groaned under the assault, swaying perilously as if it might collapse at any moment. The campfire, positioned slightly within, was not spared. Rainwater invaded, leaving only a small pile of embers valiantly resisting the deluge. As the rain extinguished the flames, thick smoke rapidly filled the shelter, only to be dispersed by the gusts of wind. The entire beach and surrounding jungle were shrouded in a frigid, tempestuous curtain of rain. Chen Mo and Lin Wei huddled in the innermost part of the shelter, leaning against the cold rock wall. The howling wind, laden with rain, infiltrated through the gaps and edges of the palm leaves, forming tiny rivulets that dripped onto the sandy floor of the shelter, splattering small mud spots. Lin Wei tightened her grip on her knees, her thin clothing soaked by the rain, causing her teeth to chatter from the cold. She gazed into the chaotic rain outside, listening to the deafening roar of the storm, feeling once again overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Unconsciously, she inched closer to Chen Mo, seeking a semblance of warmth. Chen Mo, too, felt the chill. His wet clothing clung to him, the cold seeping into his bones. The wound on his back was aggravated by the dampness and cold, throbbing painfully, yet he remained still, fixated on the savage tempest outside. The campfire was nearly extinguished, with only a faint, struggling ember flickering in the corner of the rocky shelter, providing a meager source of light and warmth for the two of them. When will this rain cease? Lin Wei's voice trembled, barely audible amidst the cacophony of wind and rain. I do not know, Chen Mo replied, his tone heavy. He listened to the relentless storm outside, feeling the damp chill of the sandy ground beneath him. The shelter offered scant protection, and if this continued, hypothermia was inevitable. He rose to carefully cover the feeble embers with dry palm fronds, shielding them from the encroaching raindrops that threatened to extinguish them completely. Then, he took the few small fish and scallops that Lin Wei had cooked, dividing them in half and offering her a portion. Eat, preserve your warmth. Although the seafood lacked flavor, it could provide a modicum of energy. In the damp, cold darkness, they silently consumed their cold rations. This night felt interminable. The wind and rain showed no signs of abating, intensifying instead. Water seeped into the shelter, turning the ground into a slippery mire. They were forced to clear their scant dry space, where they had placed the palm fronds, to take turns curling up and resting. Sleep eluded them in the cold. They could only huddle together, relying on each other's body heat to stave off the chill. As dawn approached, the storm finally began to relent. Though the rain continued to fall softly, the beach lay in disarray, strewn with seaweed, driftwood, and a variety of debris washed ashore by the relentless waves. The fragile embers they had struggled to maintain throughout the night had finally died, leaving only a heap of damp ash. Chen Mo shifted his stiffened body. Emerging from the soggy shelter, he took several deep breaths, rubbing his hands together for warmth, feeling slightly rejuvenated. The air, freshly washed by the rain, was cold and damp, heavy with the briny scent of the sea. Remembering the previous night's strong winds, he decided to venture to the shore in hopes of finding fish or shellfish washed up by the waves. The rain mist hung thickly, obscuring visibility. The murky waves crashed against the rocks and sand, churning with foam. Chen Mo's gaze swept over the debris pushed ashore by the tumultuous surf, splintered driftwood, entangled seaweed, and shattered plastic bottles. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on something. Amidst the chaos near the rocky outcrop, an object bobbed and sank within the murky water and floating refuse, jostled by the waves, crashing against the black rocks. It was substantial, irregularly shaped, and coated in mud and seaweed, yet hints of a metallic sheen were discernible. Was it a twisted fragment of a wing? Or perhaps a piece of an aircraft's fuselage? Ignoring the icy rain, he dashed forward. The water was frigid and piercing. He navigated the slippery rocks and the ankle-deep surf until he reached the floating object. Indeed, it was a large, contorted piece of aircraft wreckage. It appeared to be part of the wing where it connected to the fuselage, the metal surface riddled with dents and torn edges, the borders sharp as blades. Above, there lingered a faint, bleached airline logo, a remnant of the aircraft. Indeed, it was the wreckage of an airplane, summoned from the depths by the fury of the storm. He immediately reached out to grasp the heavy debris, intent on dragging it ashore. The wreckage had been long submerged in seawater, encrusted with seaweed, and its surface was slick with moisture. After considerable effort, he finally managed to pull it out of the wave's relentless embrace and onto a slightly elevated stretch of sand. The debris was substantial and exceedingly heavy. Chen Mo panted, wiping the rain and seawater from his face, and promptly crouched down, eager to inspect it. The metal shell was grotesquely twisted, with fractured sections resembling gaping wounds. He sifted through the seaweed and barnacles clinging to it, hoping to uncover something of value. Chapter 28. A Great Discovery. Chen Mo. What's the matter? Lin Wei limped through the rain, her eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the massive metal wreckage on the beach. This is from an airplane. Chen Mo, without lifting his gaze, spoke with a tremor of excitement in his voice. He intended to dismantle the wreckage, seeking useful items, for they were currently in dire need of supplies. Anything could prove invaluable. He retrieved a small knife and pried open a loose, deformed metal panel. With a clatter, the panel fell onto the sand, revealing cables soaked in seawater and several shattered plastic components. A pungent odor, a mix of briny corrosion and machine oil, wafted into the air. Ignoring it, Chen Mo persisted, probing the loosened seams with his knife. As he forcefully pried apart a section of the crushed metal frame, a small, orange object, resembling a brick, tumbled out from the gap, landing on the damp sand. Chen Mo quickly picked it up, brushing off the mud and sand, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it was an emergency flashlight, waterproof, encased in hard plastic, complete with a metal hook. He pressed the switch with anticipation. Click! A brilliant, straight beam of light pierced through the dreary rain, illuminating the surroundings. The brightness was striking, visible even in daylight. Wonderful, it still has power, Lin Wei exclaimed, rushing over in excitement. Chen Mo felt a surge of joy as well and hastily switched off the flashlight. This was immensely useful for their current predicament. He tucked the treasured flashlight into his garment. Continuing his search through the wreckage, he pried open another twisted cover and discovered what appeared to be a storage compartment, filled with mud and seaweed. After a moment's hesitation, he began to sift through it with his hands. As he delved in, his fingers brushed against a hard, rectangular object. With determination, he extracted it from the viscous muck. It was a plastic box, slightly larger than his palm, encased in orange hard plastic, emblazoned with a conspicuous white cross. A first aid kit. Chen Montag was instantly elated. He swiftly unclasped the kit, lifting the lid, only to be met with disappointment. It had been thoroughly soaked in seawater, a chaotic mess within. Various medications, wrapped in aluminum foil, were bleached and wrinkled, some already damaged. Their powders and tablets fused together in a soggy clump. The gauze, bandages, and adhesive tape were thoroughly soaked, clinging together in a disheveled mass. Fortunately, a few essential items remained. A pair of stainless steel scissors, a small roll of suturing thread sealed in a waterproof aluminum pouch with a metal needle and nylon thread, and several independently packaged, intact anti-inflammatory and analgesic tablets. Although most of the medications had perished, these particular items, especially the thread and anti-inflammatory drugs, were veritable lifesavers on this deserted island. How wonderful! Lin Wei, who had been following Chen Mo closely, also spotted them, her face lighting up with delight. Chen Mo meticulously extracted the usable items from the first aid kit, wrapping them in a relatively dry cloth and placing them on the sandy ground, before continuing his search. A palm-sized telescope came into view. Chen Mo quickly seized it, examined it, and found it still functional, his heart racing with excitement. This was far more exhilarating than unboxing a surprise package. Deeper within the wreckage, in a corner crushed beyond recognition, he felt something hard. With a determined tug, he pulled it out, a bundle of rope, nylon rope, about the thickness of his pinky finger and seemingly a dozen meters long. Though it had hardened from seawater and had some areas frayed by metal edges, it appeared sturdy overall. With this nylon rope, numerous possibilities emerged for survival on the island. Chen Mo secured the rope and continued his search, discovering a neatly folded waterproof tarp in another spot. Upon unfolding it, he found it undamaged and several square meters in size. Chen Mo's excitement surged. This tarp meant they would no longer fear rain in their shelter. After calming his exhilaration, he folded the tarp and set it with the other items. He rummaged through the wreckage, turning it upside down, but aside from more metal fragments and cables, he found nothing else of value. Yet he felt immense satisfaction. The flashlight, telescope, first aid kit, remaining tools and medications, nylon rope, and waterproof tarp. Each was a significant find. Chen Mo decided to keep the metal scraps and cables. They would surely prove useful later. As he finished organizing these items, just as he was about to give up, his gaze inadvertently swept across the edge of the wreckage, where a torn opening caught his eye. Something bright-colored seemed to be lodged inside. Moving closer, he carefully extracted it with his knife. It was a plastic-covered album, palm-sized, adorned with a cartoon design featuring a young couple laughing joyfully on a beach. The edges of the album were curled from seawater exposure, the plastic film bubbling, yet remained largely intact. Chen Mo opened the album to find a collection of colorful photographs, stuck together from being soaked. Each image depicted the same family, the young couple and their radiant little boy, seemingly 5 or 6 years old, smiling under the sun. The backdrop was filled with the joyous ambience of beaches, hotel pools, and amusement parks. In the last few pages, he found fragments of boarding passes and hotel reservations. Though the ink had blurred due to the seawater, Chen Mo silently gazed at the frozen smiles captured within the album. The couple, along with that child, were they aboard the same aircraft? And where are they now? At the frigid depths of the ocean? Or, like them, swept away to some unknown corner? An ineffable weight settled heavily upon him. Silently, he closed the photo album and placed it alongside the first aid kit, flashlight, and rope. It was time to move. Chen Mo wrapped the items he had salvaged in a piece of torn aircraft seat fabric, also hardened by seawater, and slung it over his back. Lin Wei nodded, observing the bulging bundle on Chen Mo's back, then glancing at the twisted metal wreckage with a complex expression. She quietly followed in his footsteps, stepping gingerly on the damp, cold sand as they made their way toward the shelter. The heavy remnants of the aircraft no longer held any significant value for them. The rain had ceased at some point, Yet the sky remained overcast. The sodden beach, saturated with water, felt hard underfoot. The receding tide left behind large, dark, wet patches and various debris washed ashore. Together, Chen Mo and Lin Wei carried the bundle wrapped in the aircraft seat fabric into the shelter. Inside, the atmosphere was damp. The palm fronds above dripped incessantly, and the ground was a quagmire. He placed the bundle in a relatively dry corner of the rocky shelter and unwrapped it. Out came an orange emergency flashlight, its plastic casing still caked with mud. A small heap of swollen remnants from the first aid kit, stainless steel scissors, a sealed sewing kit, and several intact anti-inflammatory pain relief tablets wrapped in aluminum foil. A palm-sized telescope, a roll of dark, wet nylon rope, and a substantial piece of waterproof fabric, a grayish-green, thick, and resilient, along with those metallic fragments and cables. Chapter 29. The new shelter and Lin Wei's breaths. Lin Wei leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling as she beheld these items, especially the sewing needle and gleaming scissors. How wonderful, there are needles and scissors. She picked up the small waterproof aluminum foil pouch, discovering several metal needles and a small roll of white nylon thread inside. Comparing it to the bone needle she had previously fashioned from vine fiber, it was a world apart. Under normal circumstances, few would express joy over such small needles and threads. Perhaps they would not even spare them a glance. Yet, on this deserted island, they had become invaluable treasures. Truly, as the saying goes, everything in this world has its own value. At that moment, Chen Mo unfurled the piece of waterproof fabric, measuring about 3 to 4 meters square, thick in material and featuring a fine texture. Water beads rolled off it, leaving scarcely a trace. This was a remarkable find, far superior to palm fronds. "Let us dismantle the shelter," Chen Mo said, his words brisk and excited. Before he had finished speaking, he began to untie the vines securing the palm frond roof. Lin Wei paused for a moment, then quickly understood and helped, using the small knife Chen Mo had given her to cut through the slippery vines. Together, they swiftly dismantled the leaky palm frond roof, revealing a bare framework of branches. Then, Chen Mo and Lin Wei draped the unfolded waterproof fabric over the framework. The fabric was large enough to cover nearly the entire structure, with plenty hanging down. He instructed Lin Wei to assist him from below while he ascended using a nylon rope. He threaded the rope through the metal grommets at the edges of the waterproof fabric and secured it firmly to the beams and posts of the tree branch framework. The nylon rope was exceptionally sturdy. He tightened it with force and tied a secure knot. He left the excess fabric hanging down to the ground, opting instead to weigh it down with stones, creating a barrier akin to a threshold, thereby enhancing its wind and rain resistance. Soon, a new gray-green waterproof canopy replaced the original palm leaf roof. Although its appearance was somewhat peculiar, it exuded a sense of robustness and impenetrability. Chen Mo jumped down, wiping the sweat from his brow. Lin Wei stood beneath the new shelter, gazing up at the tightly fitted gray-green canopy, her hand reaching out to touch the thick, cool fabric, her face finally displaying a genuine expression of relaxation for the first time in several days. It was splendid. Now they need not fear the rain any longer. Chen Mo remained silent and ducked into the new shelter. While the space had not changed, the atmosphere felt different. The light filtering through the gray-green fabric was soft and dim, accompanied by a faint chemical scent of the new material. Most importantly, the incessant dripping sound had completely vanished. Although the ground remained damp, at least above them was dry, instilling a rare and comforting sense of security. He moved to the corner and picked up the leather water pouch that had been mended with fish bladder glue. The areas where the glue had been applied had hardened into deep brown, semi-transparent lumps. He shook the pouch and carefully inspected the previously leaking stitches, which were now dry with no signs of further seepage. It appeared the fish bladder glue had worked. The pouch no longer leaked. Chen Mo handed the water pouch to Lin Wei, who inspected it closely, a smile spreading across her face. This was good news. She then cautiously hung the pouch back in its place, though she still limped slightly on her right leg. At that moment, Chen Mo's gaze fell upon Lin Wei's injured right ankle. The swelling had subsided, but the wounds around her ankle, inflicted by sharp rocks, appeared red and slightly swollen in the damp, cold environment, an unsettling sight. "How's your foot?" Chen Mo inquired. Lin Wei glanced down at her ankle and attempted to move it. It still hurt a bit, but walking was manageable. Only the wounds itched and felt warm. She furrowed her brow. Redness, warmth, and itching were signs of infection. Without hesitation, Chen Mo retrieved a stainless steel scissor from the remnants of the first aid kit and used a precious bit of fresh water to rinse Lin Wei's ankle, washing away the dirt. "Bear with it," he said. He took out a sealed package of needles and thread, tore open the aluminum foil bag, and extracted a slender metal needle along with a short length of white nylon thread. Lin Wei's face paled at the sight of the needle, instinctively shrinking her foot away. The wound had opened, and its edges were decayed. If not stitched, it would worsen. Chen Mo's voice remained steady, yet carried an undeniable tone. As he spoke, he grasped the needle and threaded the nylon line. Lin Wei bit her lip, her body tensed. She understood Chen Mo was right. Closing her eyes, she turned her head to the side, unwilling to watch. Please be quick, she urged. Chen Mo refrained from further conversation. He firmly grasped Lin Wei's calf with one hand, steadying her ankle, while the other hand held a needle poised to pierce the inflamed, ulcerated skin around the wound. With swiftness and precision, he plunged it in. The sensation of the needle penetrating flesh was vividly palpable. Lin Wei's body jolted violently, a sharp gasp escaping her lips. Her fingers instinctively dug into the sandy ground beneath her. The agony was acute, a searing pain. Chen Mo's movements were rapid yet steady. The needle traversed through the flesh, forcibly drawing together the jagged edges of the wound. The nylon thread glided through the tissue, emitting a faint hissing sound. With each stitch, Lin Wei's body involuntarily trembled, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She bit her lower lip, stifling cries of pain within her throat, her heavy, labored breaths betraying her distress. The suturing proved more arduous than anticipated. The tissue around the wound, slightly infected, had become swollen and fragile, presenting considerable resistance as the needle passed through. Chen Mo was wholly focused, perspiration beading on his brow due to the tension. He had to exert force to push the needle through without causing further tearing of the flesh. Although the wounds were not extensive, it took numerous stitches to barely bring the ragged edges together. Finally, tying a knot, Chen Mo snipped the nylon thread with scissors, observing the crooked black sutures resembling a centipede on Lin Wei's ankle, along with the surrounding inflamed skin, which slightly eased the furrow of his brow. Next, he retrieved the well-sealed anti-inflammatory medication, extracting 2 white tablets and pouring a bit of water, offering them to the pale-faced, trembling Lin Wei. Take the medication. It will reduce inflammation. Lin Wei accepted the tablets and water, her hands still shaking. Without glancing, she placed the tablets in her mouth and swallowed them with a large gulp of water. The bitterness of the tablets dissolved in her mouth could not suppress the fiery, stabbing pain radiating from her ankle. After consuming the medication, she leaned against the cold rock wall, gasping for breath, feeling utterly drained. Chen Mo carefully organized the remaining needles, thread, scissors, and medication. He glanced at Lin Wei's pallid face and tightly furrowed brow, saying nothing as he moved to the entrance of the newly erected waterproof tarp shelter. He lifted a corner of the drooping curtain, allowing fresh air to circulate inside. The daylight filtered through the gray-green fabric, casting a hazy glow within the shelter. Lin Wei curled up in a corner, cradling her knees, gingerly resting her injured ankle on the dry palm leaves. The stitched area throbbed painfully, as if countless tiny needles were pricking her. She gazed at the unsightly black lines, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within her: pain, humiliation, and an inexplicable sense of dependence. During the stitching process, Chen Mo's hand, which had held her leg, was both steady and strong, giving her an oddly comforting sense of security amidst the excruciating pain. She furtively raised her eyes toward the entrance. Chen Mo stood with his back to her at the shelter's mouth, gazing out at the damp beach and the brooding sea. His shirt was torn in several places, exposing scabs that had turned white from being soaked by the rain. As he stitched her up, she had noticed beads of sweat on his brow and the taut line of his jaw. This man seemed to be oblivious to fatigue and fear. A complex whirlwind of emotions surged within Lin Wei, intertwining gratitude, resentment, and a subtle admiration she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. Chen Mo, oblivious to the gazes behind him, focused intently on the enormous wreckage of the aircraft, eroded by the rain, contemplating his next move. He had thoroughly explored most areas of the debris, yet there were still parts ensnared by twisted metal that remained unexamined. Perhaps there was something concealed within. Chapter 30, a false alarm with this thought. Chen Mo wasted no time. He turned and picked up a charred wooden spear, addressing Lin Wei in the corner. I shall return to the wreckage for further inspection. Remain here and do not move. Avoid your injury at all costs. Lin Wei responded with a soft acknowledgement. Emerging from the shelter, Chen Mo treaded upon the damp, yielding sand as he approached the rocky shoreline once more. The tide had receded further, and the colossal aircraft wreck lay half buried in the mud, resembling a beached metallic beast. He circled the debris, searching for areas he had overlooked the previous day. Indeed, on the opposite side of the wreckage, a massive, inwardly concave, twisted metal panel caught his eye. This panel had been deeply dented, its edges torn, firmly wedged against the adjacent structure, something he had missed in the downpour yesterday. He set down the wooden spear and grasped the torn edge of the metal panel with both hands, exerting all his strength to pry it loose. But it refused to budge. It was too heavy, too tightly lodged. Breathing heavily, he released his grip and muttered to himself, "This won't do. I must devise a means to pry open this metal panel, Otherwise, even if there is something inside, I cannot retrieve it. His gaze swept the surroundings. And not far off, he spotted several stout driftwood logs washed ashore by the waves. Sparking an idea, he hurried over, selecting the thickest and straightest one, and dragged it back to the wreckage. He wedged one end of the log into the torn seam of the metal panel and propped the other end against a nearby rock, creating a rudimentary lever. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his entire weight upon it. With a creaking sound, the driftwood bent under the strain, producing a noise that suggested it was on the verge of collapse. The gap in the torn metal panel began to widen under the immense leverage. Suddenly, with a loud clatter, the heavy, twisted metal panel was finally pried free, crashing onto the adjacent rocks and revealing a dark, compressed space behind it. A potent, acrid scent of engine oil wafted forth. Chen Mo immediately retrieved his flashlight, flicking it on and directing the beam into the opening. The space was confined, reduced to a narrow crevice. Scattered within were fragments of broken plastic and twisted metal cables. As the beam of light swept across the corner, it halted upon an object. It resembled a small, square black box, much smaller than a black box typically found in aircraft, roughly the size of 2 stacked cigarette packs. Its metal exterior was a dull gray-black, marred by scratches and dents. One end protruded a broken antenna, while the other featured several circular connectors and a diminutive knob. Faint, indistinct letters were imprinted upon its surface. The rear remained obscured from view. Is it some form of radio equipment? A communication module? Chen Mo's heart raced. He immediately reached in, cautiously extracting the heavy metal box from a pile of debris. The box felt cold and weighty in his hands, coated in black grease and dust. He wiped away the grime, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, it was part of the aircraft's radio equipment. Although the antenna was broken and the casing warped, the main body appeared largely intact. A surge of immense hope flooded his heart. If it could be repaired, even if it could emit just a faint signal with this thought, he swiftly cradled the heavy metal box and dashed back to the shelter. Lin Wei, look at this, he exclaimed as he entered the shed, his voice tinged with rare excitement, placing the grimy metal box on the ground. Lin Wei, resting against a rock with her eyes closed, was startled by his voice and opened her eyes. Upon seeing the soiled square box on the ground, she looked bewildered. What is this? It's the radio from the plane. It might still work. Chen Mo crouched down, illuminating the connectors and knobs on the box with his flashlight. He attempted to turn the small knob. It emitted a dry, scratchy sound as it barely turned. Yet, there was no response. No indicator lights illuminated, nor was there any hum of current. Chen Mo's heart sank. He began to inspect the box's exterior once more, discovering a faint crack on the side, likely caused by impact. He tried to reattach the broken antenna, but the jagged break made it impossible to connect. He fetched a small knife and carefully pried open the clasps along the box's edge. The lid popped open, revealing a complex circuit board within. The board was coated with a layer of grayish-white salt, clearly crystallized from seawater immersion. Several solder points showed signs of scorching, and a few thin wires were severed. Having been soaked in seawater and subjected to violent impact, it was evident that the internal components were severely damaged. Hope deflated like a puncture balloon. Gazing at the chaotic circuit board and salt deposits, Chen Mo furrowed his brow tightly. He was not an electronic engineer and had no understanding of such delicate apparatus. Without tools or spare parts, this object was merely a hunk of scrap metal in his hands. Is it broken? Lin Wei asked cautiously, observing the grave expression on Chen Mo's face. He remained silent, methodically resealing the box's casing. He picked it up and walked to a corner of the shed, placing it alongside the first aid kit and nylon rope. Although it was damaged, the metal itself was heavy. Perhaps it could be repurposed for something else in the future. Silence enveloped the shed. The earlier flicker of excitement had vanished without a trace. Lin Wei gazed at the dull box, her expression dimming as well. Chen Mo approached the entrance of the shed and lifted the fabric curtain. The daylight had faded further, twilight cloaking the damp beach and jungle. He stared into the distant, darkened edge of the jungle, his brow still furrowed. The discovery of the radio and the subsequent disappointment left him feeling unsettled. Just then, a faint rustling sound, distinct from the wind, drifted from the direction of the jungle's edge. The sound was faint, reminiscent of something slowly dragging and scraping across the layer of fallen leaves. Chen Mo's ears perked up instantaneously. Every muscle in his body tensed. He gripped the wooden spear beside him tightly, his sharp gaze fixed intently in the direction from which the sound emanated. Lin Wei also heard the eerie, rustling noise. Her eyes widened in terror, instinctively shrinking back against the rocky wall. The sound of rustling came intermittently, drawing closer, seemingly moving towards the shelter. It resembled something dragging its footsteps across the damp layer of leaves, approaching ever nearer. The source lay just ahead of the shelter, at the edge of a dense thicket. Chen Mo's muscles were taut, his heart racing with anxiety, resembling a statue frozen in place, tightly clutching his spear. his eyes scanning the darkness for the origin of the sound, striving to penetrate the thick veil of shadow and drooping branches. Lin Wei huddled in the innermost corner of the shelter, her hands clamped over her mouth, holding her breath, her eyes wide in fear. Fixated on the fabric curtain at the entrance, the stitched pain in her ankle throbbed, yet was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Uncontrollable images of the feral pig that had toppled their fire flickered through her mind. The rustling ceased abruptly, just a handful of meters from the edge of the shelter. An oppressive silence enveloped the area. The distant sound of waves lapping the shore and the wind whispering through the leaves only served to amplify the strangeness of the previous noise. Chen Mo remained utterly still, even his breathing subdued to a minimum, his ears straining to capture the slightest sound. Suddenly, a chilling, high-pitched wail erupted, filled with anguish and terror, tearing through the silence. The sound bore no resemblance to the deep and powerful roar of a wild boar, but rather resembled the anguished cries of a young animal. This was followed by a cacophony of frantic struggles, the snapping of branches, the chaotic rustling of disturbed leaves, the creaking of vines stretched to their limits. Chen Mo's taut nerves relaxed momentarily. It was confirmed. It was not a human, but an animal. Moreover, judging by the sound, it was not large and seemed to be ensnared. Chapter 31. Another wild boar acquired upon hearing such commotion. Chen Mo did not hesitate. He flung aside the curtain with his left hand, gripped the spear tightly in his right, and darted out like an arrow released from a bow. His target was the thicket from which the sound originated. Lin Wei gasped in shock at his sudden movement, instinctively calling out, "Chen Mo!" Yet, his figure had already vanished into the heavy darkness beyond the shelter. Chen Mo hurried to the source of the sound. As he turned on the flashlight, its brilliant beam instantly pierced the darkness, slicing through the thick underbrush like a sword. Beneath the beam of light, a vivid scene unfolded before him. A young wild boar, approximately the size of a medium dog, its deep brown fur matted with mud and leaves, dangled helplessly with one of its hind legs ensnared by a resilient vine. Suspended high in the air, the other end of the vine was firmly tied to a bent, resilient tree trunk. The young wild boar hung, suspended in midair, its 3 legs thrashing helplessly as its body twisted and struggled in a frenzy. Upon noticing Chen Mo's approach, it emitted a series of piercing, desperate cries. Each futile struggle of the half-grown boar caused the tree trunk to bend further, as though it were on the verge of breaking. Yet the more it fought, the tighter the vine noose around its leg became. Upside down, with its head pointed towards the ground, its small eyes were filled with sheer terror and agony. As Chen Mo witnessed this scene, his anxious heart suddenly settled, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of immense surprise. It was the trigger rod snare trap he had set at the edge of the jungle, initially intended for larger wild boars. Unexpectedly, the snare had not been triggered. Instead, the vine had entangled itself around a nearby tree, creating an unintended live loop. Even more astonishingly, this young boar had carelessly dashed into it. With the boar hanging upside down, its vulnerable abdomen was fully exposed before him. Chen Mo hesitated, contemplating whether to bind it and take it back for domestication. After all, they already had plenty of wild boar jerky and were not in immediate need of food. However, upon reflection, he realized they had only just begun to stabilize and were uncertain how long they would remain on this deserted island. Bringing the young boar back could lead to unnecessary complications. Surely, there were more wild boars on the island. It would be better to deal with this one now. Resolving this, Chen Mo raised his wooden spear, aiming the tip at the heart beneath the wild boar's heaving chest, and with all his strength, he thrust it downwards. With a sharp thrust, the spear's tip pierced through the tough hide and sank deep within. The boar's cries abruptly ceased. Its body convulsed violently a few times. Its forelegs stiffened, and then it collapsed completely. Only the hind legs still slightly twitched, suspended by the noose. Dark red blood gushed from the spear shaft, dripping onto the fallen leaves and damp earth below, quickly saturating the ground in a deep hue. The edge of the jungle fell silent once more, with only the vine noose gently swaying and emitting faint creaks. Seeing the young boar motionless, Chen Mo withdrew the spear, its tip still dripping with blood. He turned off the flashlight to conserve battery power. In the darkness, he fumbled to untie the vine noose. The boar's lifeless body thudded to the ground. The forest was dark, making it inconvenient to process the boar there, so he dragged the warm carcass back to the shelter. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Lin Wei curled up behind the curtain, her eyes wide with fear as she peered out. When she saw Chen Mo dragging in the dead wild boar, she let out a sharp breath of relief, her body going limp as she sank to the ground. "Is this the one that destroyed our shelter?" Her voice trembled. "Yes. It must be. It accidentally stumbled into the trap." Chen Mo discarded the boar's body onto the sandy ground outside the shelter. Although the carcass was not large, it was solid. He drew out his knife, utilizing the light from the flashlight to begin the processing. Having learned from the previous experience, he worked much more swiftly this time, skinning it, cutting off the relatively thick chunks of meat, and discarding the entrails far away. Soon, several pieces of still warm red meat lay piled upon a large palm leaf. After a brief period of gathering dry tinder and dead branches, he prepared to kindle a fire. Drawing from his previous experiences, he quickly managed to ignite the bonfire, bringing a sense of warmth to the shelter. Once the flames stabilized, Chen Mo took a piece of the fattest meat, cutting it into small chunks and skewering them on a branch before holding them over the fire. The fat dripped onto the embers, sizzling audibly, and the rich aroma of meat began to waft through the air, dispelling the earlier tension and the lingering scent of blood. Nearby, Lin Wei, enticed by the savory scent, felt her stomach grumble audibly, her earlier fright having drained much of her energy. She moved closer to the fire, watching the meat gradually turn golden and release its juices. Unable to suppress a swallow, Chen Mo offered her the first skewer of roasted meat. Without hesitation, she accepted it, blowing on it briefly before taking a bite. The scalding fat mingled with the lean meat, bursting with flavor in her mouth, far superior to any jerky she had tasted. She abandoned all decorum, devouring the meat voraciously. Chen Mo prepared several skewers for himself, eating quietly as the satisfying fat replenished his strength. Once they had eaten their fill, a wave of fatigue washed over them. The latter half of the night was tranquil, with only the crackling of the bonfire to break the silence. They took turns keeping watch, with Lin Wei, due to her ankle injury, on guard for shorter intervals. Leaning against the rocky entrance of the shelter, Chen Mo closed his eyes in repose, gripping the bloodied wooden spear. The dim light filtered through the waterproof fabric, illuminating the interior as dawn broke. The air, fresh and damp from the rain, invigorated Chen Mo as he inspected Lin Wei's stitched ankle. The redness and swelling around the wound seemed to have diminished slightly. Yet the stark contrast of the black nylon thread against the inflamed skin remained alarming. He retrieved an anti-inflammatory pill and handed it to Lin Wei. After taking the medication, felt a slight alleviation of the sharp pain in her ankle. Noticing the scabbed wound on Chen Mo's back and the abrasions on his palm, she hesitated before reaching for the aluminum foil packet containing needles and thread. "Shall I wrap your hand for you?" she offered softly, gesturing toward the areas of broken skin, where blood and dirt mingled. Chen Mo glanced down at his rough palm, not refusing her offer as he extended his hand. Lin Wei carefully rinsed the dirt from his palm with a bit of fresh water, then took a clean cloth soaked in water to gently wipe it down. Her movements were tender and meticulous, albeit somewhat clumsy. Once cleaned, she picked up the scissors from his sewing kit, cutting a small piece of clean cloth before taking the needle and thread. "No need to stitch, just wrapping it will suffice," Chen Mo remarked indifferently. Lin Wei nodded, placing the small cloth over the largest tear in his palm and carefully winding the white nylon thread around it several times before securing it with a knot. Though the wrapping was somewhat crooked, it at least covered the wound. "Thank you," Chen Mo said, flexing his wrapped palm and feeling a degree of comfort. Lin Wei remained silent, focusing on tidying up the sewing materials. Chen Mo observed that while she bandaged his hand, her brow had been slightly furrowed, seemingly enduring the pain in her own ankle. "Does your foot still hurt?" he inquired. Lin Wei nodded without lifting her gaze. "It's better now, but it still aches when I move." Chen Mo said nothing, knowing that her wound would continue to ache for several days. He rose to his feet, slung a leather water pouch over his shoulder, and remarked, "I shall go to the stream to fetch some water and check whether those markings still remain." Chapter 32. The strange sound, he grasped a wooden spear and emerged from the shelter. The jungle, post-rain, had become exceedingly slick and muddy. Large broadleaf plants glistened with droplets of water, and a careless brush against them would result in a cascade of cold water. Chen Mo utilized the spear as a walking stick, navigating with difficulty as he made his way to the familiar stream. The recent rains had swollen the waters, causing the current to rush with vigor, creating a melodious sound. He arrived at the small platform where he had first discovered the markings. The black rock, etched with two overlapping circles, stood silently, still damp, with moss in the engravings saturated in a deeper shade of green. Chen Mo's gaze followed the direction of the markings he had found yesterday, leading him once more to the steep, vine-covered rock face. The markings pointed toward it. Above, a peculiar pile of stones and a more pronounced engraving seemed to draw him in like a magnet. He approached the base of the rock face. The slippery footprints from yesterday's ascent remained imprinted in the mud. He glanced at the damp, moss-covered rock wall and the rudimentary depressions of the stone steps, and then at the wound on his hand, recently bandaged by Lin Wei. There was no time to dwell on these thoughts. He had to ascend. He needed to examine the peculiar stones and the large engraving once more, hoping to uncover some clue today. Flexing his fingers, he grasped a sturdy vine and tugged at it with force. The vine proved resilient. Taking a deep breath, he placed his left foot into the first slippery, frigid depression, while his right hand gripped a protruding edge of rock, commencing his climb. Each step was exceptionally arduous. The depressions were filled with rainwater and moss, making them treacherously slick. His fingers clung to the cold rock, and even through the fabric, he could feel its roughness and damp chill. The wound on his back pulled painfully, sending sharp stabs of discomfort through him. Sweat mingled with the humidity quickly soaked his back. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to ignore the physical discomfort, concentrating solely on coordinating his hands and feet. At last, he reached the small platform at the summit of the rock face. In the center of the platform stood several large black stones, balanced and leaning against one another, silently rising, their surfaces glistening with moisture. The structure formed by the stones, resembling a frame, exuded an inexplicable aura of antiquity and peculiarity under the gray light of the sky. Chen Mo's gaze fell directly upon the largest stone, leaning at an angle. The most prominent engraving he had scraped clear of moss that day was located there. He approached the back of the stone. Clearing away the moss revealed the rock's true surface, a gray-black, with the engraving still deeply etched. The recent rain accentuated the enormous, slanted symbol, its two dotted circles at the top appearing more distinct and glaring. The adjacent complex wavy lines and small depressions were vividly etched in his memory. Chen Mo extended his finger, gently tracing the hardened engravings. The edges of the markings had been smoothed by wind and rain, yet their depth was astonishing, clearly indicating that the one who carved them had exerted immense effort. The icy touch and rough texture that grazed his fingertips seemed to awaken within him a sense of some profound obsession embedded within the markings. He circled the pile of stones, scrutinizing the position, angle, and manner in which each rock supported one another with meticulous care. This was no mere haphazard arrangement. Each stone appeared to be placed with deliberate calculation, utilizing natural points of support to form this stable and peculiar structure. Such an endeavor required immense strength, but even more so, intellect. Once more, he stood at the edge of the platform, gazing downwards. The post-rain forest shimmered in lush green, while the stream meandered like a silver ribbon. In the distance, the pale, sandy beach, the olive-green canopy of the shelter, and the remnants of a small campfire were all distinctly visible. The ocean unfurled at the horizon, boundless and infinite. The wind swept through, carrying the symphony of rustling leaves and crashing waves. From this elevated vantage point, the sound of the wind resonated with clarity. Amidst the wind's whispers, Chen Mo's ears detected a faint, almost imperceptible hum, barely discernible beneath the cacophony of the elements. A vibration, perhaps? It was subtle and fleeting. Holding his breath, Chen Mo leaned in to listen intently. The wind persisted, the rustling of the leaves continued, the waves crashed as before. Yet that slight hum vanished, as if it had never existed. He tilted his ear again, straining to discern if it was merely an illusion or a trick of the wind. Confusion clouded his mind. Frowning, he directed his gaze once more towards the silent black boulders and the massive engraving. This island, this assemblage of stones, this symbol, and the fleeting hum from moments prior all exuded an inexplicable strangeness. Having gleaned nothing further, he resolved to descend, carefully navigating the slick, treacherous stone steps entwined with vines. He returned to the small platform by the stream. He filled his water pouch, splashed his face to wash away the grime from his hands, and then retraced his steps. As he emerged from the thicket onto the beach, he spotted Lin Wei, limping slightly as she collected twigs dislodged by the rain, stacking them beside the fire. Upon seeing him return, she paused in her task. The water pouch was full. Chen Mo handed her the heavy sack, his gaze drifting over her still swollen ankle. Lin Wei accepted the pouch, noticing that the bandage was intact and no longer seeping, and she exhaled in relief. She looked at Chen Mo, hesitating for a moment before inquiring, "Is the stone pile up there still the same? Did you discover anything?" "Everything remains unchanged, though I thought I heard some sounds," Chen Mo replied, moving towards the spot where they had processed the wild boar yesterday, picking up the remaining unsmoked pieces of meat, ready to skewer them for roasting. "Sounds?" Lin Wei's demeanor shifted instantly, her grip on the water pouch tightening. "What kind of sounds? Another wild boar?" "Not quite." Chen Mo shook his head, arranging the skewered meat over the fire. It was brief, a hum, almost reminiscent of machinery. It could also have been the wind. Perhaps I misheard. His tone carried a hint of uncertainty. However, Lin Wei's expression transformed dramatically. "Machinery? On this deserted island, aside from that broken radio box we found?" Instinctively, she glanced towards the dull metallic square box nestled in the corner of the shelter. The box lay quietly, coated in grease, with a broken antenna, clearly not the source of the sound. "It cannot be the radio box," she murmured to herself. Chen Mo had confirmed that the radio was broken. So what was that sound just now? Could there be other machines on this island? Or perhaps other people? A wave of terror washed over her face. She gazed at Chen Mo as he turned the skewers of meat, and then at the dense jungle that seemed capable of swallowing everything. Feeling for the first time, with acute clarity, that the fog enveloping this lonely island appeared to grow thicker. The skewers sizzled over the fire, releasing an alluring aroma. Yet Lin Wei had no appetite. Her gaze fixated on a piece of tattered gray-blue cloth, the bizarre pattern of concentric circles glaring under the firelight. The buzzing sound Chen Mo mentioned pierced her mind like a thorn, rendering her restless. Could it be something from the wreckage of a plane? She ventured, her voice tinged with tension. Chen Mo paused momentarily in his task of turning the skewers. I've searched through the wreckage. There are no other electronic devices. He replied evenly, though his brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 33. The sound comes from afar. Where did that sound originate? Lin Wei pressed on, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the hem of her clothing. Chen Mo did not respond immediately. He picked up a skewer of perfectly roasted meat and offered it to her. Eat first. After you finish, I'll go take a look. Lin Wei accepted the skewer and mechanically took a bite. The meat was delicious, but she tasted nothing. Chen Mo's silence deepened her unease. If that sound was not an illusion and did not originate from anything they recognized, what did that imply? Were there other electronic devices on this island? Were there other people? She dared not contemplate further. After finishing their meal, Chen Mo grabbed the flashlight and wooden spear, preparing to venture into the forest again. Lin Wei observed the calloused palms of his hands and the scabbed wounds on his back, biting her lip. I want to go too, she suddenly declared, her voice soft yet resolute. Chen Mo turned to look at her, his gaze resting on her swollen ankle. Your foot isn't fit for it. I can walk, Lin Wei insisted stubbornly, standing up despite the sharp pain in her ankle and taking a few steps to prove herself. It's much better than yesterday. I don't want to be alone. The last part of her statement trailed off, laced with a plea she herself did not fully recognize. Chen Mo regarded her for a few seconds before he ceased his objections. He picked up the makeshift cane he had fashioned after the wild boar broke it yesterday, readying it with nylon rope, and handed it to her. Walk slowly. If you can't keep up, just say so. Lin Wei took the cane and nodded. The two of them ventured into the jungle, one following the other. Lin Wei leaned on the cane, proceeding cautiously, yet her pace was quicker than Chen Mo had anticipated. Her ankle had indeed healed considerably, though each step still brought pain. Chen Mo led the way, using his spear to clear the vines and drooping branches, occasionally pausing to allow Lin Wei to catch up. He followed the path they had discovered yesterday, moving along the stream and avoiding muddy areas. The water gushed melodiously, its sound resonating in the quiet forest. As Lin Wei surveyed the dense, damp greenery, the immense ferns, and the gnarled roots of trees, a sense of dread crept into her heart. The place felt overwhelmingly primitive, with every leaf seemingly concealing an unknown peril. She closely followed Chen Mo, afraid to fall behind. Soon, they arrived at a small platform inscribed with symbols. Chen Mo had departed only moments ago, and the stream had already formed a shallow pool here, its depths crystal clear. The black rock engraved with symbols stood damply by the water's edge. This was the first time Lin Wei had witnessed this symbol with her own eyes, and her breath involuntarily quickened. The tangible reality of the symbol was far more imposing than its embroidered representation on the cloth. It felt as if the creator had exerted every ounce of strength to leave this mark. What could it possibly signify? She whispered, her fingers instinctively reaching for the rock, only to recoil abruptly as they were on the verge of touching the etching, as if struck by fear. I don't know, Chen Mo replied succinctly, for he too had yet to fathom the true meaning of the symbol. He gestured towards the steep, vine-covered rock wall above them, from which sounds emanated. Lin Wei looked up. The wall was slick with moisture, the moss and vines appearing even more lush after the rain. Several faint depressions formed a perilous path along the sheer rock face, leading to an unseen summit. It was so high, so steep that merely gazing at it made her legs feel weak. I can't go up, she admitted, her voice tinged with frustration and a hint of embarrassment. Chen Montag nodded, unzup heist. Wait here, I'll go take a look. He handed her the flashlight. If anything happens, call out to me. Lin Wei accepted the cold flashlight, gripping it tightly, her knuckles whitening from the tension. She did not wish to remain alone in this eerie place, yet she feared becoming a burden. Biting her lip, she nodded. Be careful. Without further ado, Chen Mo began to climb, navigating the slippery depressions just as he had before. Lin Wei watched, her heart racing each time he nearly slipped. Thankfully, he successfully reached the top of the rock wall, his figure vanishing behind the dense foliage. Alone by the stream, Lin Wei felt an eerie stillness envelop her. The sounds of the water, the rustling leaves in the wind, and the distant chirps of hidden insects intertwined into an invisible web, pressing down on her chest like a stone, making it difficult to breathe. She hastily turned on the flashlight, its bright beam piercing through the dimness of the forest and granting her a flicker of fragile security. Time passed agonizingly slowly. There was no sign of movement above. How long had Chen Mo been up there? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Her ankle began to throb, the strain of standing weighing heavily upon her. She leaned against a moss-covered stone to alleviate the pressure on her ankle. Suddenly, a faint humming sound, almost illusory, drifted down from above the rock wall. The sound was brief, nearly drowned out by the stream and the wind, yet Lin Wei distinctly heard it. Her body tensed, the flashlight beam shaking violently. It was that sound, the hum Chen Mo had mentioned. She stared intently at the top of the rock wall, her heart pounding like a drum. What was that sound? Had Chen Mo discovered something? Where was he? Why is there no sound at all? Just as she hesitated whether to call out to him, the vines at the edge of the cliff suddenly trembled. As she shone her flashlight in that direction, Chen Mo's figure emerged, cautiously making his way down. Lin Wei exhaled in relief, but her anxiety quickly returned, her eyes following Chen Mo's descent. He descended more swiftly than he had climbed, each step taken with care. By the time he finally set foot on solid ground by the stream, his back was completely soaked with sweat, and the cloth strips on his palms were frayed from contact with the rocks and vines, revealing wounds that oozed blood beneath. Did you find the source of a sound? What could it be? Lin Wei inquired impatiently, her voice tinged with tension. Chen Mo's expression was peculiar, a blend of confusion and an indescribable alertness. He took the flashlight, extinguishing its light. The stone pile remained unchanged, as did the marks upon it. Yet he paused, seemingly deliberating his words, uncertain if the sound had originated from a more distant place, beyond the mountains. Beyond the mountains? Lin Wei's eyes widened. What exactly is making that noise? Chen Mo shook his head, his brows knitted tightly. I cannot discern it clearly, but it is certainly not a natural sound. He glanced at Lin Wei's pale face and trembling hands, choosing not to elaborate further. Let's head back. The two retraced their steps. On the return journey, Lin Wei moved faster than before. Whether from fear or a desperate wish to escape the eerie forest, she could not tell. Her ankle ached more fiercely, yet she gritted her teeth in silence. Upon finally emerging from the thicket and catching sight of the familiar sandy beach and ocean, Lin Wei nearly collapsed to the ground. The once familiar sanctuary suddenly felt incredibly precious. Chapter 34. A new discovery. Chen Mo stood at the edge of the jungle, motionless, his gaze sweeping past the beach towards the shimmering sea. Suddenly, his body tensed, his pupils constricting, resembling a wild beast sensing danger. What's wrong? Lin Wei asked, noting his alarm. Following his gaze, she saw nothing but the blue ocean and white frothy waves. Chen Mo disregarded her question, hastening towards the shelter and retrieving the small telescope he had found among the wreckage of the plane. He rushed back to the beach, raising the telescope to his eyes, scrutinizing the horizon where the sea met the sky. Lin Wei watched him anxiously, baffled. Is there something out there? What do you see? Chen Mo observed for a while before lowering the telescope, his expression grave. There is something on the surface of the sea, but it's quite distant. He handed the telescope to her, gesturing for Lin Wei to take a look. Upon hearing Chen Mo mention something in the sea, Lin Wei's heart raced with apprehension. Her hands trembled slightly as she accepted the telescope, mimicking Chen Mo's actions, squinting one eye as she focused on the eyepiece. Initially, her view was merely a blur of blue, but as she adjusted the focus, a minute black dot appeared at the center of her vision. The dot was minuscule, barely discernible amidst the rolling waves, flickering in and out of sight. Is that a boat? Lin Wei lowered the telescope, her voice filled with excitement. Uncertain. It's too small. It could also be a rock or some other debris, Chen Mo replied. This time, Chen Mo remained remarkably calm. The previous incident with the boat had enlightened him to the truth. The greater the expectation, the greater the hope. But there is also the possibility, isn't there? Lin Wei once again lifted the binoculars to gaze into the distance, taking a few steps forward, the seawater lapping at her calves. It seemed as if this simple act could magnify that distant speck, rendering it clearer. If it is a ship, if it is a rescue, she mused, her heart still clinging to hope. Chen Mo refrained from responding. Instead, he returned to the shelter and retrieved the metallic plate salvaged from the wreckage of the airplane. He made his way to the sunlit expanse of the beach, adjusting the angle of the plate to reflect sunlight, creating a blinding beam. He began to rhythmically shake the plate, directing the intermittent beam towards the distant black dot on the ocean's surface. 3 short flashes, followed by 3 long ones. Then 3 short again. Lin Wei observed his methodical repetition with curiosity. Before she could speak, Chen Mo succinctly explained, this is an international distress signal. This was their first active attempt to signal for help. If that truly was a ship, and if someone aboard noticed. Lin Wei continued to fixate on the black dot through her binoculars. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, yet the dot remained diminutive and distant, showing no signs of change or response. Did they not see us? Her voice bore a palpable disappointment. Chen Mo continued to wave the metal plate, feeling a twinge of despondency. The distance was too great. Perhaps it was merely a rock. Yet his movements did not cease, the beam persistently flickering like a stubborn firefly, futilely conveying a faint signal across the vast expanse of ocean. Beside him, Lin Wei eventually set down the binoculars, her eyes weary from straining to see. That black dot still appeared so small and indistinct, devoid of any indication of proximity. Perhaps we should try again tomorrow, she murmured, more as a self-soothing refrain. The initial excitement had faded from her countenance. Chen Mo glanced at the dejected Lin Wei, then back at the nearly imperceptible black dot, and lowered the metal plate. Let us focus on finding something to eat first. We'll rise early tomorrow and check again. His tone was calm, yet his gaze lingered on the horizon, unyielding. Lin Wei nodded silently, handing the binoculars to Chen Mo as she made her way, limping toward the shelter. Her ankle throbbed painfully from prolonged movement, yet the weight of her disappointment felt even heavier. In her newfound tranquility, Lin Wei had come to realize that the black that might be nothing more than a figment of her imagination, much like the ship that had previously failed to see them. Chen Mo did not return to the shelter. He remained on the beach, continuing to gaze at the ocean. The sun descended, casting a golden halo over the water's surface. The black that had long since vanished into the blinding light. Yet he stood there, akin to a silent statue, lost in contemplation. The wind tousled his hair, carrying with it the distant whispers of the waves. That strange humming sound, the etchings on the stone pile, and the indistinct black dot on the ocean. All these thoughts tangled in his mind like a knot. How many secrets does this island and this sea still conceal? A resounding, high-pitched voice interrupted Chen Mo's contemplation. It was a seagull. By now, darkness had descended upon the sky. The evening breeze at the beach was somewhat fierce, prompting Chen Mo to forego lingering and turn towards the shelter. Upon returning to the refuge, he entered the shed to find Lin Wei leaning against the rocks, her arms wrapped around her knees, her head buried between her legs. Upon hearing him, she lifted her head and simply uttered, "You're back," before lapsing into silence once more, continuing to gaze vacantly at her knees. Observing Lin Wei's state, Chen Mo understood that she had experienced disappointment once again. He refrained from offering her comfort, believing it essential for her to adjust her mindset independently. On this deserted island, maintaining a positive mental state was paramount. Once it crumbled, survival became exceedingly arduous. At the break of dawn, Chen Mo woke. The waterproof tarp of the shelter was dimly lit, with only a few strands of grayish-white light filtering through the edges. He rose quietly, making an effort not to disturb the still sleeping Lin Wei, whose ankle injury had yet to heal, causing her to toss and turn in pain until she finally succumbed to slumber the previous night. Emerging from the shelter, the morning sea breeze, laden with a briny scent, enveloped him. The beach was damp, heavy with the dew of the night before. He stretched his stiff shoulders and seized the reflective metal sheet and binoculars. Heading straight for the shore, the sea lay tranquil, glimmering gently in the light. A faint blush of dawn peeked over the horizon, while the majority of the waters remained cloaked in a gray-blue morning mist. He raised the binoculars, directing them towards the location of the black he had discovered yesterday. Scanning slowly, the surface of the ocean was empty, adorned only with shimmering waves and a few languid clouds in the distance. The indistinct black dot, possibly a boat, had vanished. Chen Mo meticulously searched other directions for a while longer, confirming that he had made no discoveries before finally lowering the binoculars. As he set the binoculars down, Chen Mo found it difficult to discern whether he felt disappointment or relief. Hope can be a cruel mistress, offering fleeting glimpses of sweetness only to extinguish them harshly. A torment more profound than enduring persistent despair. He even began to suspect whether yesterday's vision had been a mere mirage born of extreme fatigue and the longing for rescue. Chapter 35. An eerie sound shaking his head, Chen Mo dismissed further thoughts and approached the water's edge, bending down to splash his face with the cool sea water. The icy shock jolting him into full awareness. He murmured to himself, whatever that was, it is gone now. Life must go on. There are pressing issues at hand. Lin Wei's injury, the fresh water that requires arduous searching to acquire, and that elusive buzzing sound, heard but unseen. These dilemmas must be addressed first. Upon returning to the shelter, Chen Mo found Lin Wei already awake, frowning as she cautiously examined the sutured wound on her ankle. "Don't move," he said, approaching her and squatting down. Infection is no trivial matter. In this place, even a small wound could prove fatal. Hearing the word fatal startled Lin Wei into halting her examination, obediently remaining still. Chen Mo opened the first aid kit, retrieving clean gauze. He carefully snipped away the old dressing with scissors. The sutured nylon thread was taut within the flesh, the area surrounding the wound slightly reddened. Though there was no visible pus, and it looked painful, Chen Mo endeavored to be gentle, meticulously cleaning the wound before taking an anti-inflammatory tablet. crushing it, and applying it to the injury, despite Chen Mo's gentle movements. The sight of Lin Wei's tightly clenched lips and the fine beads of sweat trickling from her forehead revealed the extent of her pain, a stark contrast to her usual life of comfort as a pampered heiress. Fortunately, the situation had not worsened. Once Chen Mo had finished tending to her wounds and re-wrapped the bandages, he advised, "Today, you should remain still and refrain from using that leg." Lin Wei replied softly, observing Chen Mo as he organized the first aid kit. Suddenly, she inquired, "What about that thing we saw at sea yesterday? Is it still there? Did you get a clear view of it?" "I didn't catch a good look. By morning, when I returned to the shore, it had vanished," Chen Mo replied, his gaze fixed on his task, his tone steady. "It might have been just a passing ship, too far to notice us, or perhaps some other drifting debris." "Oh," came Lin Wei's response, lacking strong emotion. Evidently, after a night of rest, she had managed to adjust her mindset, her hopes tempered and seemingly accustomed to the uncertainty. Sensing her acceptance, Chen Mo felt a sense of relief as he rose to his feet. "I'll fetch some water and check the traps. We still have smoked meat and some raw meat from yesterday. Feel free to cook whatever you like." With that, he picked up the water pouch and spear before departing the shelter. Though it was broad daylight, the mysterious buzzing sounds that lingered in the air made the forest appear increasingly enigmatic to him. He no longer considered daytime to be synonymous with safety. As he treaded carefully along the path toward the stream, Chen Mo remained vigilant, his ears attuned to the slightest rustle in the underbrush. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground, while the air was infused with the rich scent of decaying earth and the vapor of vegetation. Occasionally, the scurrying of small creatures would cause him to halt, ensuring their harmlessness before proceeding. The traps were crafted from vines and supple branches, strategically placed along the well-trodden paths of wild beasts. The first few were empty, either untriggered or escaped. It wasn't until the last trap, near the thicket by the stream, that he found signs of struggle. The surrounding grass was trampled and disheveled, yet the noose remained unoccupied, save for a few tufts of grayish-brown hair clinging to the edges. Kneeling to examine the strands closely, Chen Mo confirmed they were neither boar hair nor from any other animal he recognized from the island. This revelation left him somewhat perplexed. He furrowed his brow. His sense of alertness heightened. The creature that had managed to break free must have possessed considerable strength, yet the evidence did not suggest it was a large beast. Carefully, he gathered the tufts of hair and stowed them in a small leather pouch. Filling his water pouch at the stream, he took a few refreshing sips, the cool water easing some of his tension. After washing his face, he cast a cautious glance around. The abandoned shelter stood silently upstream, appearing particularly dilapidated in the sunlight. He also glanced up at the sheer cliff face above, deciding against approaching it, for his current focus lay elsewhere. Not lingering any longer, he hefted the heavy water pouch and made his way back swiftly. Upon returning to the beach campsite, he found Lin Wei skewering raw meat on a branch over the fire pit, the aroma of cooking meat mingling with the scent of smoke wafting through the air. Her complexion appeared slightly better than in the morning. Seeing Chen Mo return with the water pouch, Lin Wei asked, "Did you catch anything in the traps?" "Nothing. One of the nooses had ensnared something, but it escaped," he replied. Chen Mo set down the water bag and retrieved a pouch containing fur, handing it to Lin Wei. Upon opening the pouch, she poured out a few stiff hairs, examining them between her fingers and shaking her head in confusion. "What animal do these come from?" "I have no idea," Chen Mo replied, reclaiming the pouch and fastening it shut. "There are still many things on this island that we do not understand." At that moment, Lin Wei's roasted meat was ready, and after they finished their meal, Chen Mo urged Lin Wei to continue resting in the shelter. He picked up the binoculars and, undeterred, made his way to the shore, scanning the distant horizon for a long while, yet finding nothing. That black seemed as if it had never existed at all. In the afternoon, Chen Mo refrained from further long-distance exploration, focusing instead on reinforcing the shelter. Using nylon ropes salvaged from the wreckage of the airplane, he secured the waterproof tarp more firmly. He also cut several sturdy branches, angling them around the shelter to create a rudimentary fence. Although it would not deter large beasts, it could at least provide a warning and obstruction against smaller creatures. Meanwhile, Lin Wei sat by the fire, diligently using her precious small scissors and needle to mend the poorly tanned boar hides. She aspired to craft a pair of boots. Her high-heeled shoes were utterly unsuitable for this desolate island, and Chen Mo's shoes had developed several holes from their explorations over the past few days. Going barefoot or merely wrapping her feet in rags would be perilous in the jungle. Her stitching was focused. Although her stitches were not as precise as those made by a machine, they were significantly finer than those she had made with a bone needle and wooden awl before. The two spoke little, each absorbed in their respective tasks. The afternoon sun baked the beach, while the sea breeze wafted lazily through the air. A rare tranquility enveloped the camp. Yet beneath this calm lay the tension of two anxious hearts. The vanished target at sea, the unknown creatures, and buzzing in the jungle felt like two stones pressing heavily upon their chests. As the sun began its descent, softening the harsh heat, Chen Mo was attempting to fashion a bow when Lin Wei suddenly paused in her stitching, tilting her head to listen intently. Chen Mo, she whispered, uncertainty lacing her voice. Do you hear that? Is there another sound? Chen Mo immediately halted his movements, holding his breath. It was not the rustling of the jungle nor that peculiar buzzing. Rather, it was a deep, continuous crashing sound, reminiscent of waves striking something substantial. The sound emanated from a seaside. They exchanged a glance. Mutual wariness and curiosity reflected in their eyes. Chen Mo grasped his spear and binoculars, instructing Lin Wei, "Stay here, I will investigate." He crouched low and cautiously approached the source of the strange noise. In his line of sight, waves rolled onto the shore and receded, everything appearing normal. Yet, the crashing sound undeniably persisted, growing increasingly distinct. As he slowly scanned the coastline, his movements abruptly halted. Not far from their camp, the waves were pushing a grayish-white object back and forth on the sand. It was not a rock. Its shape was too regular, resembling a box. Chen Mo murmured to himself. Chapter 36. The mysterious box. It was a rectangular object, mostly submerged in water, crashing against the beach with a dull thud as the waves surged. The object was substantial in size, resembling a large suitcase or some sort of sealed container. Was it debris from an aircraft? The luggage of victims? He dashed back to the shelter, his words tumbling out in haste. There's a box by the seaside, washed ashore by the waves. I'm going to check it out. You stay vigilant. He handed the binoculars to Lin Wei, gesturing towards the black rock nearby. Keep an eye out for anything amiss, and if you sense danger, retreat into the jungle. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Lin Wei felt a surge of tension. Accepting the binoculars and scanning the area, yet she could not discern the floating object he mentioned. Nodding emphatically, she replied, "Be careful. I'll wait here." Without further ado, Chen Mo grasped his spear and swiftly made his way towards the box. Running on the soft sand was no easy feat the closer he approached. The clearer it became that it was indeed a man-made box. It appeared to be constructed of a hard plastic or some composite material. Its surface a muted gray and white, with metallic edging at the corners. Faint letters and patterns were discernible, though obscured by the sea's relentless caress. A wave surged forward, pushing the box further ashore, almost grounding it on the beach. Chen Mo refrained from rushing forward, halting a dozen meters away to scrutinize the surroundings. The sea lay tranquil, devoid of any anomalies. The box seemed intact, showing no signs of damage or openings. He tightened his grip on the spear and cautiously approached, the water lapping at his shins before retreating. The box measured over a meter in length, with a width and height exceeding half a meter. Its surface slick with seaweed and barnacles. He noticed a blurred blue image that resembled a pair of wings, accompanied by a string of English words, from which he could only decipher cargo. His heart raced with excitement. This was undoubtedly something from an aircraft. Perhaps it had fallen from the cargo hold. As he circled to the other side of the box, he discovered a series of latches, presumably pressure locks or combination locks, all firmly shut. The box appeared to be well sealed. After days submerged in the ocean, it seemed free of water ingress. What could be inside? Rescue equipment? Food? Medicine? Tools? Or perhaps the belongings of the deceased? An overwhelming curiosity, tinged with a hint of hope, surged within him, urging him onward. He attempted to pry open the latches with his hands, exerting all his strength, yet they would not budge. Employing the spear's tip to leverage the locks only resulted in a few scratches. The box was remarkably sturdy. Standing upright, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It appeared that this box was more robust than he had anticipated. Opening it here would prove challenging. Noticing the rising tide lapping at his legs, he realized he needed a plan to move it to a dry location. Otherwise, the next wave might sweep it back into the sea. A sudden idea struck him, and he slapped his forehead in realization. Yes, he would use vines to drag it. He hurried back to the shelter for a small knife and then rushed to the edge of the woods, cutting several thick, sturdy vines. Lin Wei, observing Chen Mo's frenetic movements, felt a wave of confusion and considered inquiring about the situation. However, seeing his urgency, she chose to remain silent. Upon returning to the box's location, Chen Mo secured it with several loops of vine, tethering the other end to his waist. Then, like a laborer, he sank his feet deep into the sand, utilizing the brief intervals between the waves to gradually drag the burdensome object towards the shore. Sweat quickly saturated his back, and the muscles in his arms and lower back ached with fatigue. The box was unbearably heavy, compounded by the pull of the seawater, making the task exceedingly laborious. Lin Wei observed from a distance, anxious yet unable to assist. After nearly half an hour of struggle, Chen Mo finally managed to haul the box onto the dry sand, a good distance beyond the tide line. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as he stared at this unexpected object that had seemingly fallen from the sky, or rather, from the sea. After a brief respite, he rose and began to examine how to open it. The locking mechanism was particularly intricate, devoid of any visible keyhole. He attempted to smash it with a stone and pry it open with a spear, but to no avail. Finally, contemplating whether to apply fire, he noted that the material appeared to be heat-resistant. Just as Chen Mo pondered how to unlock this enigmatic box, Lin Wei approached slowly. Using a thick branch as a makeshift cane, her face a mixture of curiosity and concern. "How is it? Can you open it?" "It's locked tight," Chen Mo replied, panting as he picked up a stone to strike at one of the locks again. After several blows, he only managed to chip away a bit of paint. Damn, it was really sturdy. If it were an ordinary box, such a robust lock would suggest potential danger. Lin Wei gazed at the box, hesitating. For instance, could it contain flammable or explosive materials? Her words struck a chord with Chen Mo. It was indeed plausible that it might hold chemicals or delicate instruments, and forceful damage could lead to unforeseen consequences. He halted his efforts and scrutinized the surface markings of the box once more. Aside from the indistinct air freight label, there were various universal symbols indicating careful handling, moisture sensitivity, and arrows pointing upwards. In one corner, he seemed to discern a smaller emblem resembling a test tube and a flame. Hazardous materials? His heart skipped a beat. What if, in his fervor, he had inadvertently provoked something perilous? He urged Lin Wei to step back a few paces, his brow furrowed. Inside might be life-saving supplies, or, conversely, a bomb. Chen Mo lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where the sun slowly sank towards the sea, casting the sky in a shadow. The sea breeze turned cooler. "Let's take it back first," he resolved. Leaving it here overnight filled him with unease. Should the tide rise and sweep it away, it would spell trouble. Without further ado, he resecured the vines. This time alongside Lin Wei, they pulled and pushed with a branch, exerting tremendous effort to maneuver the heavy box back to the sandy area adjacent to their shelter. Once this was accomplished, both were utterly exhausted. After a brief rest, Chen Mo added some dry twigs to the dying campfire. The orange flames flickered, dispersing the encroaching twilight and chill. The firelight danced upon the gray-white surface of the box, casting a flickering glow. They prepared smoked meat for dinner, yet both their gazes occasionally drifted towards the box. It evoked not unadulterated joy, but rather a complex amalgamation of desire, anxiety, and fear. Should they devise a plan to open it tomorrow? Lin Wei whispered softly, the meat in her hand untouched for quite some time. Chen Mo replied, chewing thoughtfully, his gaze fixed firmly on the box. He needed to devise a prudent plan. A forceful approach was out of the question. He understood that until he discerned the contents within, this box was akin to a thorn lodged in his heart. It symbolized the unknown, and on this island, the unknown often heralded peril rather than opportunity. As night fell, Chen Mo arranged the watch. He took the first half of the night, while Lin Wei, fatigued and nursing an injured foot, soon succumbed to sleep. The crackling of the campfire filled the air, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of the waves lapping at the shore. Seated beside the fire with a spear in hand, Chen Mo's gaze flitted between the shadowy edges of the jungle and the box. The arrival of this box had not brought the anticipated thrill. Instead, it was like a stone cast into still waters, stirring deeper unease and ripples of anxiety. What lay within? Whose was it? How had it drifted here? Was it connected to the dark shape seen at sea yesterday? Countless questions swirled in his mind, each unanswered. In the latter part of the night, as he awakened Lin Wei for the shift change, he pointed at the box and earnestly advised, keep your distance and do not attempt to open it on your own. If anything seems amiss, wake me immediately. Lin Wei, hugging her knees, anxiously regarded the box and nodded gravely. Chen Mo lay down but found it difficult to drift into slumber. He could hear Lin Wei quietly rising, hopping on one foot to add more wood to the fire, and the distant sound of waves crashing upon the shore. The night was still long, so he resolved to cast aside his thoughts, deciding to confront everything come morning. Chapter 37. Attempting to open the box, the chill deepened in the early hours, the sea breeze causing the flames in the bonfire to flicker erratically. Lin Wei, nursing her injured leg, leaned against the pillar of their shelter, her eyes wide and unwavering as they fixated on the pale gray box a few meters away. It stood silently at the center of the camp, its surface reflecting the distorted light of the flickering flames, harmonizing with the rhythmic sound of the waves. Her imagination began to run wild uncontrollably, conjuring the most terrifying visions, the box abruptly opening, and from within, a disheveled woman crawling out, advancing on her hands and knees. Just as Lin Wei was on the verge of screaming at her own vivid hallucination, a sharp pain shot through her right ankle. This physical discomfort momentarily diverted her attention from the box, causing the horrifying images in her mind to dissipate. She recalled Chen Mo's warning before sleep. Keep your distance. Do not attempt to open it. Of course, she dared not approach it, lacking even the courage to come closer. She now perceived the box as a tremendous menace, wishing fervently that the waves would whisk it away, never to reappear before them. Its presence shattered the fragile sense of security she had just begun to establish in their camp. Time dragged on painfully, each minute stretching endlessly. After adding more wood to the fire several times, Lin Wei felt that only by enlarging the flames could she reclaim a semblance of safety. With her ears attuned, she listened intently for any unusual sounds from the jungle or the shore. Yet most of her focus remained ensnared by that ominous box. Once, she seemed to hear an exceedingly faint click emanating from the box. A shiver coursed through her, and she held her breath, fixating her gaze intently. Yet, silence soon enveloped the surroundings once more. Perhaps it was merely the expansion and contraction of heat, or was it merely the crackling sound of burning wood misinterpreted? Uncertainty gnawed at her as fear seeped into her heart. Just before dawn, at the darkest and coldest hour of the day, the fire dwindled, and Lin Wei's eyelids began to droop. The dual exhaustion of both mind and body reached its zenith, but each time she teetered on the brink of slumber. A sudden jolt would rouse her, compelling her to verify whether the box remained in its place. It undoubtedly did, akin to an inescapable nightmare. As the eastern horizon finally revealed a glimmer of gray-white, dispersing the dense shroud of night, Lin Wei felt nearly faint. She watched as the light gradually devoured the darkness, her heart lightening ever so slightly. Chen Mo awoke precisely on time, his eyes fluttering open at the very moment dawn broke. His sleep was shallow, a habit cultivated from a prolonged sense of insecurity. Sitting up, his gaze instinctively darted to the box before shifting to Lin Wei, whose pallor and dark circles around her eyes betrayed her fatigue. Chen Mo was unaware of Lin Wei's harrowing experiences throughout the night. "Are you all right?" he inquired, his voice hoarse from sleep. Lin Wei shook her head, then nodded, her voice wavering. "I'm fine." It hasn't made a sound. Chen Mo rose, stretching his stiff limbs, and approached the box. He circled it, inspecting it closely, even giving it a gentle kick, which produced a dull, solid thud. After a night, the sand that had clung to the surface of the box had dried, and the blurred markings were slightly more discernible in the morning light, though still difficult to fully identify. "We must find a way to open it," Chen Mo muttered to himself, frowning. He returned to the fire, retrieved the remaining smoked meat skewers from the previous night to heat them, prioritizing sustenance to conserve energy. As the meat cooked, both sat in silence, the atmosphere heavy. Their minds were far from the food before them. Lin Wei ate sparingly, casting furtive glances at the box before quickly averting her gaze. Once they finished their meal, Chen Mo began to prepare his tools. Habitually stroking his chin with his left hand, his eyes remained fixed on the box, envisioning various tools. A hammer, a pry bar. Yet, he possessed neither. Alternatives were needed. A stone could serve as a hammer, but what a pry bar? He pondered aloud. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the metallic fragments salvaged from the plane wreckage. With this thought, he hurried back to the shelter, crouching down before the heap of metal scraps and wires, meticulously sifting through them. Soon, he unearthed a sharply triangular metal shard. Holding it up for inspection, he declared, "Yes, this will do." As he turned to leave the shelter, he casually grasped his trusty wooden spear. Approaching the box, he scrutinized it carefully, discovering a nearly imperceptible gap. He picked up a stone, aligning the sharp edge of the triangular metal shard with the crevice. Just as he was about to bring the stone down, he halted mid-motion, recalling Lin Wei's words from the previous day as she gazed at the box. In the event that there are hazardous materials within, it is advisable to retreat to a safe distance, preferably behind a shelter. He turned to Lin Wei and spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Wei immediately leaned on her branch and hastily moved behind the shelter, nervously peeking out with half her head visible. Chen Mo took a deep breath and swung the stone once more, striking the rear end of the metal fragment with all his strength. A sharp clang echoed. The stone ricocheted, and the metal piece fell to the ground, leaving only a faint white imprint in the crevice despite the considerable force exerted. The recoil left Chen Mo's wrist slightly numb. The box was sturdier than he had anticipated. Chen Mo's stubbornness ignited as he muttered to himself, "I refuse to be thwarted. I couldn't open it yesterday, and even with tools today, it remains unyielding. Just how tough can a mere box be?" He picked up the stone again, aiming the triangular metal fragment at the box's seam, and struck down forcefully once more. Clang, clang, clang. After several heavy blows, the sharp tip of the triangular metal fragment finally penetrated a little. However, no matter how hard he struck thereafter, the metal piece became deformed and could no longer be pushed in further. Chen Mo panted heavily, cast aside the stone, and reached for a wooden spear, preparing to pry open the slightly widened gap created by the metal fragment. The spearhead was indeed pointed enough to fit inside, but it could only penetrate a fraction, making it impossible to apply force without risking breakage. "Damn it, this thing is like a safe," Chen Mo cursed, rising to his feet and delivering a couple of forceful kicks to the box, venting his frustration. Lin Wei had been watching Chen Mo from behind the shelter, her heart racing with anxiety, fearing that the box might suddenly explode or that Chen Mo might injure himself with the tools he wielded. When she saw him stop, stand, and kick the box, she realized he had been unsuccessful in opening it. She approached him from behind the shelter. Could there be a switch or a code? Lin Wei quietly suggested as she drew closer. Hearing her reminder, Chen Mo straightened up and meticulously examined the surface of the box, wiping away the dried sea salt and sand, inch by inch. When he reached a recessed area on the side of the box, his finger brushed against a texture that felt distinctly different. There seemed to be a small, sliding cover. Chapter 38. The surprise of the box, Chen Mo inspected it and forcefully pried open the dirt-encrusted plastic cover, revealing an exceedingly simple mechanical combination lock with 3 digits. Indeed, there's a password lock, Chen Mo exclaimed. Lin Wei, leaning on her cane, inched closer and, upon seeing the lock, felt her heart sink. How can we guess a 3-digit code? Should we try from 000 to 999? That is certainly better than prying it open, Chen Mo exhaled. At least we have a direction now. He attempted to turn the dial. It was somewhat stiff, likely due to prolonged exposure to seawater. Initially, it was challenging to rotate the combination. Let us try common combinations. 000, 111, 222, 123, 321, 999, Lin Wei suggested. Chen Mo recited the numbers as he attempted each one. With every combination he dialed, he would toggle the lock, but each time, there was no response. As he continued to rotate the dial, it gradually became smoother with each turn. The sun blazed ever more fiercely as Chen Mo squatted there, repeatedly dialing and manipulating the device. Lin Wei stood beside him, silently counting along in her mind. Time passed inexorably, and with each number combination discarded, hope gradually diminished. Could it be a flight number? Or perhaps a date? Lin Wei speculated. A flight number surely consists of more than 3 digits. On which day did the crash occur? Chen Mo paused, realizing he could hardly recall the exact date. On this island, the concept of time had become rather nebulous. Was it the 17th of last month? Lin Wei was uncertain as well. 017, 071, 170, 701, 710. Chen Mo attempted several related combinations, yet to no avail. Progress from 100 to 200, then to 300, was excruciatingly slow. As noon approached, the sun's intensity increased. Chen Mo was drenched in sweat, beads trickling down his chin, splattering onto the beach. Lin Wei, having stood for so long, felt her foot wound throbbing again and decided to sit directly on the ground. When Chen Mo tried the combination 547, he instinctively pulled the lock latch with force. Click! A crisp sound echoed. Half the latch sprang open. Chen Mo froze momentarily. Lin Wei abruptly looked up. Both were taken aback, and in the next moment, they exchanged a glance, each reflecting astonishment on their faces. They could scarcely believe it. Chen Mo's heart raced. He took a deep breath and attempted to pry open the unlatched lock. Click! The latch yielded. It opened. It's opened. Chen Montag exclaimed, his voice tinged with incredulous excitement. Immediately, he proceeded to try other latches. Indeed, when one latch opened, the others seemed to respond in kind, although still stiff. With a bit of leverage from crowbar, a series of unlocking sounds followed. All the latches had come undone. The secret lay before them. Chen Mo did not rush to open it. Instead, he gestured for Lin Wei to step back a bit, though curious about the contents. She understood that Chen Mo was considering her safety. Once she had retreated a few steps, he cautiously inserted the crowbar into the gap of the box lid, slowly applying upward pressure. The lid emitted a creaking groan as the seal was torn apart. An indescribable odor surged forth, not putrid, but rather a mixture of plastic, metal, oil, and a faint chemical scent. It was not pleasant, yet not entirely foul either. Chen Mo took a whiff, quickly closed his mouth, and held his breath. Should there be harmful chemicals inside? A few inhales could prove fatal. With the lid fully pried open, Chen Mo did not lean in to inspect. Instead, he stepped back a few paces. After approximately 5 minutes, he returned to the box. Peering inside, he first saw thick, bubble-filled, white cushioning foam, some areas fractured from impact, revealing glimpses of the items beneath. Chen Mo carefully tore away the foam. What met his eyes were several rectangular hard plastic cases, well sealed and adorned with labels. He picked up an item, brushing away the remnants of foam debris, with the label displaying English text alongside various chemical symbols. Chloramphenicol, ointment. Chen Mo strained to decipher. And there was also an injection? An antibiotic. His voice trembled with excitement. An antibiotic, on this desolate island, is more precious than gold. Lin Wei's wound desperately requires this. Chen Mo, holding the medication, couldn't help but muse aloud. What a twist of fate. A simple journey turned into a shipwreck, casting them onto this unknown isle. and sustaining injuries to boot. Yet, thankfully, both of us are alive, and now we possess these life-saving medicines. Lin Wei had been watching Chen Mo intently, already right beside him. From the moment he pried open the box and stepped back, then approached to retrieve the medication. Her attention remained unwaveringly fixed on him. "What are you mumbling about?" Lin Wei's voice suddenly broke the tension, startling Chen Mo, who nearly dropped the medication in his hands. "I didn't say much, just reflecting a bit," he replied awkwardly. "When did you arrive?" "You were shouting here. Perhaps you were too excited to notice me." Lin Wei answered with a light chuckle, covering her mouth. She then inquired, "What were you reflecting on?" "Nothing much. Just found it surreal. Going on a trip only to end up on a deserted island." Lin Wei paused at his words, her expression shifting to one of melancholy. She softly replied, "Indeed," and then slightly raised her gaze toward the sea, seemingly lost in thought. Chen Mo chose not to disturb her, quickly rummaging through the other boxes. There were anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, and even a small vial of injectable solution. He felt elated. He carefully extracted these boxes, placing them on the clean sand beside him, cautious not to shatter the precious contents. He then tore through more cushioning foam, revealing vacuum-sealed food supplies, compressed biscuits, jerky, energy bars. Though the quantities were modest, they were high-calorie, long-lasting provisions. Beneath these, he uncovered several items wrapped in soft cloth. He picked up a long, rectangular object, unwrapping the fabric to reveal a multifunctional entrenching tool, shovel, pick, saw, and knife, all gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, vastly superior to his own small folding knife. In another smaller parcel lay a high-quality multifunctional survival knife, equipped with a compass and a magnesium fire starter base, along with several waterproof matchboxes, a small roll of fishing line and hooks, and even a portable water purification straw. Each tool was superb, and as Chen Mo extracted them one by one, his confidence surged. With these items, their quality of survival will be immensely enhanced. As the box neared emptiness, Chen Mo felt that the bounty far exceeded his expectations. Almost miraculous. He continued to reach inside, hoping to uncover any overlooked treasures. Chapter 39. An unexpected trouble as he tore away the last remnants of foam secured by tape at the bottom of the box. His eyes were met with the sight of a handgun. He found it hard to believe, rubbing his eyes vigorously with one hand before looking again. Indeed, it was a handgun. The gun was entirely black, its lines cold and rigid, exuding an industrial aesthetic, accompanied by a spare magazine brimming with gleaming yellow bullets. The air seemed to freeze in that instant. The exhilaration he had felt upon discovering the medications and tools was abruptly overshadowed by the sudden appearance of the firearm. Chen Mo hesitated, struggled, and was taken aback. Yet, in the end, he bent down and picked up the handgun. It felt unusually heavy in his hand. He examined it from every angle, but lacking military expertise, he could not identify its model. However, he understood that the lethality of a handgun far surpassed that of a wooden spear or the rudimentary bow and arrow he was about to complete. At that moment, Lin Wei also noticed the handgun in Chen Mo's grip, her expression morphing into one of shock and fear. She gazed at the weapon as if it were something terrifying. How could there be a gun? Her voice trembled. Chen Mo seemed oblivious to Lin Wei's words, engrossed in meticulously inspecting the object in his hands. No man is devoid of an affinity for firearms. His initial astonishment stemmed from the unexpected discovery of a gun in the box. The firearm appeared somewhat damp, yet its structure seemed intact. Having watched numerous war films, he was familiar with how to ascertain a gun's functionality. Mimicking what he had seen on screen, he clumsily ejected the magazine and found it filled with bullets. He then attempted to pull back the slide. It was stiff but still operable. He reinserted the magazine into the gun. It was functional. It dawned on him that this was not an ordinary cargo hold item, nor was it standard gear for adventurers. Considering the box's robustness and the presence of a combination lock, a disturbing hypothesis began to take shape in Chen Mo's mind. He set the gun aside and resumed rummaging through the box. In a corner, he felt a hardback notebook fastened together with a key. The notebook was somewhat swollen from moisture, but fortunately, the plastic cover had preserved much of its contents. He extracted the notebook, which bore no markings on its cover. Upon opening the first page, he found it densely filled with foreign text interspersed with numbers and symbols, all incomprehensible to him. Yet, several pages contained simple maps with marked coordinates. Some pages featured photocopies of men's identification photos, beneath which were names accompanied by a series of numbers, resembling identification codes. The expressions of those men were indifferent, their gazes sharp. In the final page's pocket, he discovered a small photograph tightly encased in plastic. The image depicted a man in military attire alongside a young boy, set against a backdrop of a tranquil street reminiscent of European architecture. The man's expression was stern, while the boy beamed joyfully. On the back of the photograph, a delicate script detailed an address, a date, and a name. Chen Mo's heart sank as realization dawned upon him. This box belonged to someone of a special identity, likely an intelligence operative, a mercenary, or a member of some organization. The medications, tools, and high-energy food were standard emergency supplies, but the handgun and the notebook filled with classified information constituted the core of this enigmatic discovery. The password 547 may hold a special significance for him, or may have been set at random. Regardless, the box has now fallen into their possession. The overwhelming sense of fortune has dissipated, replaced by a chilling aura of dread. Who is the owner of this object? Are they still alive? If they are, might they be searching for this very box? If they remember the dark spot on the sea from the day before yesterday, it is possible that it was not a mere reef, but rather the vessel belonging to the owner of this box, who was in pursuit of it. Why then? Have they not arrived on this island? Have they not discovered it? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the sea. The azure expanse was devoid of any signs, yet he felt as though invisible eyes were watching him intently. What is wrong? Lin Wei inquired anxiously, observing Chen Mo nodding and shaking his head in quick succession. It's nothing. Chen Mo, lost in thought, was startled by her voice. He could not share his suspicions with Lin Wei at that moment. If she were to learn of them, who knew how terrified she might become? He carefully tucked the photograph and the key back into the plastic bag, along with the notebook. The medicines and tools were a gift from heaven, but the gun and the notebook felt like a hot potato, items that could potentially bring about dire consequences. Kulme, let's together transport these items back to the shelter, Chen Mo whispered. They meticulously gathered all the supplies, medicines, food, and tools, including the gun and its accompanying items, making 2 trips before finally securing everything inside the shelter. Chen Mo took the gun and the small notebook to the edge of the camp, where he dug a deep pit, wrapped them securely in a waterproof cloth, and buried them, taking great care to conceal any traces. After completing this task, he returned, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Wei. Listen. His voice was low and serious. The box we discovered, especially the handgun and the notebook inside, if anyone were to come here and inquire about it. We must say we found nothing but some rotting debris. Do you understand? Lin Wei was struck by his words, though she did not fully grasp the implications. She recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded vigorously. I understand. The medicines and food can be utilized, and the tools as well, but they must be stored discreetly. Chen Mo inhaled deeply, staring out at the boundless sea. The atmosphere around the camp was even more oppressive than before they had opened the box. The box lay desolate upon the sand, akin to a shell that had been stripped of its secrets, revealing an interior of cold emptiness. They had acquired the coveted supplies, particularly the life-saving medicines, yet the sudden appearance of a gun felt like a cold prick, puncturing the immense joy they had felt upon obtaining these provisions. As if an unknown peril lurked, waiting for them. This island, indeed, would not bestow its gifts lightly. Each acquisition seemed to bear a hidden price, and this time, that price could be exorbitantly beyond their comprehension. As night fell once more, by the campfire, Chen Mo did not engage in his usual routine of crafting tools or resting. Instead, he retrieved the carefully concealed spare magazine and, by the flickering firelight, repeatedly practiced loading and unloading bullets. Click, click. The sound of metal friction seemed to be amplified infinitely, replacing the distant sound of the tide, becoming the dominant melody of the night. Lin Wei gazed at Chen Mo, whose side profile was illuminated by the flickering firelight, and at the magazine he had filled and emptied of bullets. A strange chill enveloped her, prompting her to draw her thin clothing closer around her, as if seeking a semblance of warmth. Tonight, she was destined to suffer from insomnia once more. The Vigil Keeper no longer gripped a spear, but rather the power to easily extinguish life. From this moment forth, the island had transformed entirely. Chapter 40. Once again attending to Lin Wei's wound ever since the arrival of that box, the excitement brought by its contents dissipated as swiftly as the receding tide. Particularly the gun and the notebook filled with incomprehensible symbols, which weighed heavily upon their hearts like a stone. Chen Mo buried them deep, for while objects could be concealed, the intangible sense of threat could not be buried. It permeated the air of the camp, omnipresent. In the past few days, Chen Mo had grown increasingly taciturn. Apart from necessary exchanges, he often pressed his lips together, his gaze occasionally darting instinctively towards the horizon and the depths of the jungle, as if on guard against some unseen danger. Aside from eating and sleeping, he spent most of his time fiddling with the entrenching tool, using it to chop wood and dig, yet neglecting to use it for expanding the shelter, instead piling the materials haphazardly, as if this act was a means of venting his suppressed emotions. Lin Wei's ankle showed no signs of improvement. Perhaps it was the state of her mind, or perhaps it was due to her excessive movement over the past few days. Likely both contributed to her condition. Despite applying the antibiotic ointment and anti-inflammatory medication found in the box, the redness and swelling around the wound not only failed to abate but seemed to be worsening. the skin feeling excessively hot to the touch. The sutured thread was pulled tightly, and the edges began to ooze a murky fluid. Each unintended movement elicited a sharp, piercing pain that made her involuntarily gasp. She endeavored to endure, unwilling to add to Chen Mo's burdens, for the situation was already dire. Yet the dizziness brought on by the pain and low fever was undeniable. Her appetite had dwindled, rendering both roasted meat and the food from the box nearly inedible, and she could only manage to sip some water. On the afternoon of the third day, when Chen Mo examined her wound, his brow furrowed in concern. "This won't do," he said in a low voice. "The infection has worsened. It seems that medication alone is insufficient. The sutures must be removed and the wound thoroughly cleaned." Do not question how Chen Mo was so certain. He had read survival manuals. Lin Wei's face paled instantly, her mind recalling the first time she had undergone suturing. The thought of cleaning it sent a fresh wave of excruciating pain coursing through her ankle. "Clean it? How?" Her voice trembled with emotion. "After removing the sutures, we must drain the pus from the wound," Chen Mo declared, standing up without allowing her the opportunity to argue or hesitate. He moved to rummage through the medical supplies, discovering a small sealed vial of saline solution and a sterile syringe, as well as a bottle of povidone iodine solution. He examined the dates carefully. Fortunately, they were still usable. He then picked up the multifunctional survival knife, unscrewing the tool compartment to reveal the smallest blade within. He approached the campfire and roasted the instruments over the flames several times, a makeshift method of sterilization. Finally, he retrieved a vial of chloramphenicol injection, drawing a small amount into the syringe. Lacking anesthesia, he returned, crouching before Lin Wei, meticulously arranging the items on a large, clean leaf. It would be painful. She would have to endure. Lin Wei gazed at the glimmering, sharp blades and needles, her throat parched, heart racing. Instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her foot, only to be firmly restrained by Chen Mo's grip around her ankle. His hand was powerful, his expression resolute and commanding. "Bite on this," he instructed, offering her a smooth, polished stick. Trembling, she accepted it, placing it between her teeth, shutting her eyes to avoid the sight. She felt the cold povidone iodine being applied around the wound, followed by a sharp sting as the needle pierced her skin to administer the antibiotic. Then came the true agony. She felt the blade slice through her skin, prying open the sutured nylon thread. An indescribable pain enveloped her, a relentless scraping and squeezing sensation, as if something was being forcibly extracted from her very bones. Every muscle in her body tensed, sweat instantly soaking her back. She bit down on the stick, producing a series of sharp clicks. Her cries of anguish stifled in her throat. Chen Mo worked swiftly yet with utmost concentration, drawing saline solution into the syringe to cleanse the wound, expelling pus and necrotic tissue, and repeatedly dabbing with clean gauze soaked in povidone iodine. Though the cleaning was not physically taxing, it drained his mental energy. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, yet his hands remained steady, devoid of tremors. Hesitation and compassion would be the greatest cruelty to Lin Wei in this moment. The entire procedure lasted less than 10 minutes, yet for her, it felt like an eternity. When Chen Mo finally covered the wound with a fresh sterile bandage, she lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted, lacking even the strength to hold onto the stick. Her eyes remained closed as she gasped for breath, her body feeling as though it had just been pulled from the depths of a river, her complexion as pale as parchment. Chen Mo was not faring much better. Having had little rest over the past 2 days, the intense exertion left him dizzy upon standing, needing a moment to regain his composure. After cleaning up the mess, he walked to the shore to meticulously wash his hands and tools. Upon his return, he offered Lin Wei an antibiotic tablet and a water pouch filled with fresh water. "All right, continue with the medication, twice daily from now on," his voice tinged with concern. Lin Wei slowly opened her eyes, weakly accepting the tablet and swallowing it with the water. The bitterness of the pill was overshadowed by the lingering, searing pain and heavy throbbing at the wound site. Yet the earlier sensation of impending explosion had indeed subsided. "Thank you without you." Her voice was faint and hoarse, barely audible. "Do not say that," Chen Mo interrupted. "It is only the two of us on this island. Mutual assistance is only natural." After this exchange, silence enveloped them as they began to rest. The only sound in the shelter was Lin Wei's labored breathing, heavy and tinged with pain. As dusk settled, Chen Mo did not prepare dinner as he usually would. He rose to his feet, grasping the entrenching tool and the newly acquired multifunctional knife. "I'll take another trip to the creek for some water and perhaps catch a fish. You need to replenish your strength. Sustaining yourself solely on jerky is insufficient." He paused, casting a glance at the sky. "I will return as swiftly as possible. Keep an eye on the fire. Do not allow it to extinguish." Lin Wei nodded, her current fatigue rendering her almost speechless. Chen Mo turned and swiftly vanished into the edge of the forest. Left alone in the camp, enveloped by twilight and silence, Lin Wei's unease began to magnify. The excruciating pain from earlier had drained her energy, allowing her to temporarily forget the gun and the lurking threats. Now that her strength had somewhat returned, those ominous thoughts began to swirl in her mind once more. She dared not close her eyes, fixating on the flickering campfire, her ears attuned to any unusual sounds. The sounds of the ocean, the wind, and the rustling leaves all seemed ordinary, yet they hinted at something concealed. The buried gun and notebook clung to her consciousness like roots. Who would seek them? What would happen if they were found? Would they silence her? She hesitated to contemplate further. Time dragged on slowly. The sky darkened completely, and the stars adorned the night. Yet Chen Mo had yet to return. Anxiety and fear began to compound, the pain from her earlier wounds seemingly intensified by her tense emotions. Struggling to sit up, she added several large logs to the fire, urging the flames to blaze brighter, as if this could dispel the darkness and quell her fears. Chapter 41. The strange light. As she anxiously glanced toward the forest once more, her gaze inadvertently swept across the ocean's surface. In the distance, almost at the horizon where the sea met the night sky, a faint light flickered. It was exceedingly dim, wavering like a star, yet its hue was tinged with yellow. Distinctly different from stars. Lin Wei's heart sank, suspecting she was hallucinating, and rubbed her eyes vigorously before looking again. The light remained. It was not a star. Stars do not exhibit such a color, and certainly do not appear singularly. Was it a ship's light? A lighthouse? Suddenly, she recalled how Chen Mo had used a metal sheet to reflect signals the previous day, along with the vanishing dark spot at sea. A chilling thought surged into her mind. Could it be those seeking the box? Why would they appear at night? An overwhelming fear enveloped her. She envisioned cold, calculating eyes watching this place from behind that light. They might possess binoculars or night vision devices, and they could have already spotted the campfire on the island. What should she do? Call Chen Mo back? But he had ventured deep into the forest, unaware of where to search. What action should she take now? Extinguish the fire? Yes, she must douse the flames. They cannot discover that there are people here. The thought had scarcely entered her mind when she nearly tumbled over to the fire, disregarding the pain from her wounds, scooping up sand with her hands and tossing it onto the flames. With a hiss, the fire met the sand, producing a sound and billowing thick smoke. The flames diminished rapidly, though the embers remained aglow beneath. Growing frantic, she swept her arms wildly across the surrounding sand, desperately attempting to smother it. The thick smoke that billowed up stung her eyes, causing tears to flow and relentless coughing to ensue. Yet, she could not afford to dwell on her discomfort. A singular thought consumed her. Extinguish the bonfire. It must not be seen. Soon, through Lin Wei's persistent efforts, the fire was completely buried, leaving only a faint glimmer of red beneath the sand, barely visible. Occasionally, a wisp of white smoke rose, almost imperceptible in the night. The campsite was instantly engulfed in darkness, illuminated only by the gentle moonlight that outlined the contours of the beach. Lin Wei collapsed beside the still warm pile of sand, her heart racing wildly, nearly leaping from her throat. She cast another anxious glance toward the distant light. The light remained, faint and flickering, unmoving, as if it had not noticed the disappearance of the small flame on the island. She stared at it intently, hardly daring to blink. Seconds stretched into minutes, and the light showed no signs of movement, simply glowing on. Was it a ship? If so, why did it remain stationary? If not, then what could it be? Lin Wei's mind swirled with questions as she continued to fixate on that spot. Time slipped away, and eventually, footsteps echoed from the edge of the jungle. Chen Mo returned, carrying a filled water pouch and 2 fish strung together with grass rope. However, as soon as he stepped out of the woods, he sensed something was amiss. The campsite was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint hint of smoke and a dim red glow emanating from the approximate location of the fire. Approaching the campsite, he found Lin Wei slumped there like a figure made of clay, staring blankly at the sea. What had happened? Chen Mo immediately dropped the water pouch and fish, rushing to Lin Wei's side, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. What had occurred? Why was the fire extinguished? He feared they had been attacked by wild boars again. Lin Wei, startled by Chen Mo's voice, turned her head, trembling fingers pointing toward the distant sea. Her voice choked with tears. There's a light over there. I'm afraid they might be coming for the box, so I put out the fire. A wave of apprehension washed over Chen Mo as he quickly followed her gaze. Squinting his eyes beneath the vast night sky, he discerned the yellow light Lin Wei had indicated. He immediately raised the binoculars he always carried, adjusting the focus for a closer look. After observing for a minute or two, he lowered the binoculars, exhaling a long sigh of relief as his body relaxed. That was not a ship's light. His voice regained its calmness, even tinged with weariness. It was a star. A star? Lin Wei stammered, momentarily taken aback. Yes, Venus, also known as the morning star. It's the one that appears in the western sky at dusk, Chen Mo explained, his tone revealing no trace of reproach or anything else. Sometimes it shines a bit brighter than the other stars, with a yellowish hue. With that, he approached the buried embers of the fire, carefully using a spade to uncover the glowing coals beneath the sand. He added some dry twigs and gently blew on the ashes. The orange flames flickered back to life, dispelling the darkness and illuminating Lin Wei's face. Now marked with sand and tears, warmth returned, yet Lin Wei felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and shame. In her panic, she had mistaken a star for an enemy signal, nearly extinguishing the vital source of life. Apologies, she lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I was so frightened, I thought it was nothing. Chen Mo interrupted her, continuing to stoke the fire, urging the flames to grow fiercer. Being cautious is not a vice. You must remain calm and assess the situation clearly before speaking. His overly composed demeanor only deepened Lin Wei's discomfort. She would have preferred his reprimands. Chen Mo's calmness seemed to convey that her actions were trivial, unworthy of his emotional investment. Having tended to the fire, he began to prepare the two fish. He meticulously scraped off the scales, removed the entrails, skewered them with a stick, and placed them over the flames to roast. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of the fish wafted through the air. The two fell into silence, the sizzling of the fish harmonizing with the rhythmic sound of the waves. The fish was quickly cooked, and Chen Mo handed one to her. Lin Wei accepted it silently, taking small bites. The flesh was tender, yet she found it tasteless. The pain in her ankle, the embarrassment from her earlier blunder, and her dread of the future intertwined, rendering the meal difficult to swallow. Stealing a glance at Chen Mo, she saw him quietly enjoying his portion of roasted fish, his gaze occasionally drifting across the sea, focusing on the star known as Venus. His eyes were profound, lost in contemplation. He seemed to have entirely detached from the earlier incident, reverting to a state of vigilance. Lin Wei suddenly realized that Chen Mo's inner turmoil was likely far more intense than he let on. He simply chose not to voice it. He suppressed all emotions within, silently processing them alone. To him, perhaps her previous outburst was merely a fruitless disturbance. As she chewed the last morsel of fish, an unprecedented determination began to swell within her. She could not continue in this manner, perpetually fearful and a hindrance, waiting to be protected. Her ankle would heal. If danger truly approached, she needed the capability to defend herself rather than remaining a helpless bystander, paralyzed by panic. After finishing her last bite, she cast the stick and fish bones into the fire, watching them succumb to the flames. Chen Mo, she suddenly spoke, her voice steadier than before. Once my ankle improves, will you teach me how to set traps? And how to use that entrenching tool? Chen Mo turned his head, somewhat surprised by her request. In the flickering firelight, her face still bore a pallor, yet her eyes flickered with a newfound spark, distinct from before. He studied her for a few moments, then nodded. Chapter 42. Constructing a shelter as dawn broke the following day. When Chen Mo changed her bandage, his expression bore no trace of the previous day's gravity. Lin Wei's ankle appeared to have improved after a night of rest. The swelling had not increased, and the area around the wound felt less warm to the touch. Excellent. The inflammation is under control. After rewrapping the injury, he spoke solemnly to Lin Wei. You must take good care of it. Do not put weight on your right leg. And keep the wound dry. Lin Wei nodded eagerly in agreement. Since arriving on this island, their food supply had been ample. Smoked meat, compressed biscuits, and the occasional fresh fish Chen Mo fetched from the stream, granting them temporary reprieve from hunger. Fresh water was also plentiful. With the repaired water pouch, a daily refill suffices. Though the luxury of warm water remains elusive, this should be a rare period of respite and stability. Yet, the atmosphere in the camp is heavy with an ineffable sense of oppression. During breakfast, Lin Wei expresses her desire for Chen Mo to erect a fence around the shelter to deter wild beasts, thus providing a semblance of psychological security. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Mo silently nods in agreement. Once breakfast concludes, he does not rush to begin the task. Instead, he wanders a few meters away from the shelter, surveying the area while mentally revisiting the contents of his books. Approximately half an hour later, he returns to the shelter, fetches a branch, and marks a line from a large stone at the back of the shelter to delineate the boundaries, covering an area of about a dozen square meters. After drawing the line, he places markers every 1.5 meters along it, indicating where he will dig holes for the wooden posts. With the preliminary work complete, he retrieves his military shovel and begins to excavate, each hole measuring 20 centimeters in diameter and about 60 centimeters in depth. Time passes steadily as Chen Mo works tirelessly, determined to finish the task today. After digging, he surrounds each hole with gravel and sufficient soil. Next comes the selection of wood, which he had prepared 2 days prior while venting his emotions. Fortuitously, it proves useful today. Otherwise, a whole day would be consumed merely in gathering timber. He eschews the book's recommendations regarding the height of each post, as such precision would waste both time and energy. Instead, he chooses logs that are merely longer than himself and slightly thicker than his arms. In the wilderness, aesthetics take a backseat to sturdiness and durability. Once the wood is selected, he arranges the logs neatly at the edge of the holes. Beginning on one side, he places one end of a log into a hole, stabilizes it with one hand, and uses the other foot to blend the prepared gravel and soil into the hole, compacting it firmly around the post. He then retrieves a larger stone to further compact the earth around the post, successfully erecting the first pillar. This method is repeated for the remaining 7 pillars. After completing the task, Chen Mo meticulously inspects each one until he is satisfied. A rudimentary fence framework is thus established. Exhaling deeply, he becomes acutely aware of his perspiration-soaked back and the sun's relentless heat. Glancing upward, he realizes it has inadvertently become noon. Upon returning to the shelter to prepare a meal, he finds Lin Wei nearly finished grilling the meat. As he enters, Lin Wei looks up from the grill and says, "Take a break. The meat will be ready soon." Not one to refuse, Chen Mo sits down a good spot, takes the water pouch, and gulps down several refreshing mouthfuls of cool stream water, instantly alleviating his fatigue. Just then, Lin Wei presents him with several skewers of meat, and she takes a seat beside him to enjoy her own meal. "Thank you," Chen Mo replies as he accepts the skewers. "I'm of little help with anything else. Since arriving on this island, you have been the one constantly sacrificing for us. If I were to express my gratitude, I would not know how many times I should thank you." Lin Wei answered while eating, her lips curling into a slight smile unconsciously. After finishing lunch, Chen Mo did not rest. He stood up and said to Lin Wei, "I will go into the woods to gather some vines and fetch some water. You stay in the shelter and don't wander about. Your task these days is to heal your injury." "All right, be careful." Lin Wei understood that in her current state, she could offer no assistance, and the only way to alleviate Chen Mo's burden was to recover swiftly. Chen Mo took the water pouch and left the shelter, picking up a multi-functional shovel as he ventured into the jungle. He followed a familiar path to the stream, filled his water pouch, and splashed some water on his face before continuing towards the area abundant with vines. On the way, he checked several traps he had set. They remained empty, though 2 had been triggered, evident from the struggle marks on the ground, suggesting the prey had managed to escape. He did not dwell on it. Food was not an immediate concern. What mattered now was collecting the vines. Upon reaching the tangled vines, he secured the water pouch at his waist and began to chop. After exerting considerable effort, he felt he had gathered enough and paused to organize the vines into manageable bundles for easy carrying. Chen Mo, not allowing himself a moment's respite, shouldered a large bundle and made his way back towards the shelter. After several trips, he finally returned with an ample supply of vines. Sitting on the sandy ground, he took a brief rest and sipped some water before resuming his work. He approached the space between the stone column and the second column, beginning to wrap the vines around both. Chen Mo had already devised a plan and wrapped them in a systematic manner. While wrapping the vines around the second column, he intentionally left a space, which would make it easier when he wrapped the third column. As Chen Mo continued to twist, tighten, and knot the vines, the shelter's wall gradually took shape. After completing a circuit around the wall, he had to admit it was not aesthetically pleasing, but practicality was his priority. Next came the entrance to the fence. Chen Mo gathered 4 roughly wrist-thick wooden posts and constructed a rectangular frame measuring approximately 80 by 170 centimeters, extending slightly at each corner, which he secured with vines. The framework was complete. He then wove the middle section in the same manner as the surrounding fence. Drawing from his experience, the gate was quickly finished. For the final touch, Chen Mo took a thicker vine, draping it from the top of the door frame, threading it through the gap at the top of the door, and securing it in place. He repeated the process below, creating a simple yet flexible door. Thus, a complete protective fence for the shelter was finished. Chen Mo exhaled a deep breath and turned to gaze at the sea. Not far away, the waves gently lapped at the shore, and the golden hues of the setting sun danced upon the surface like flecks of gold, a sight utterly enchanting. Chen Mo was mesmerized. In the days since arriving on the island, it was as if he was witnessing such breathtaking beauty for the first time. The sea breeze caressed his cheeks, a refreshing whisper against his skin, and for a moment, he forgot everything, lost in the moment, as though he had been transported to the Maldives. Chapter 43. A strange sound when Chen Mo regained his senses. Twilight was approaching. Chuckling softly to himself, he hurried back into the enclosure to tidy up the remaining items. A few remaining pieces of timber were neatly stacked in the corner, perhaps to be used as firewood in the future. The unused vines were tidied up. The thicker ones were placed beside the wood, while Chen Mo intended to take the thinner ones back to the shed to craft new rope loops. Upon entering the shed, he found Lin Wei organizing the scarce supplies they had procured. Hearing the commotion behind her, Lin Wei quickly turned, spotting Chen Mo carrying some vines back. Is the fence finished? She inquired, her expression one of curiosity. Well, sort of. It's rather rudimentary, but thankfully quite sturdy. Chen Mo replied, his tone tinged with fatigue. That's wonderful, Lin Wei exclaimed, her excitement overshadowing Chen Mo's weariness. Does that mean we won't have to keep watch tonight? Yes, but we must remain vigilant, he cautioned, taking a few sips of water from his canteen. Understood. You should rest for a bit while I prepare dinner, Lin Wei said, rising to fetch some jerky. No need for that. Let us have some compressed biscuits tonight, Chen Mo suggested, handing her a piece of the ration. It wasn't that he didn't desire roasted meat, but the moment he relaxed, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. By the time Lin Wei finished cooking, he would likely be asleep. As they ate and conversed, a soft snore escaped Chen Mo. He had dozed off. Lin Wei added more firewood to the blaze before settling down beside him to sleep. The next morning, Lin Wei awoke to find Chen Mo sitting there, weaving a rope loop. She watched as his nimble fingers intertwined the vines, tightening them into sturdy nooses. Unable to contain herself any longer, she asked, Can you teach me now? Chen Mo lifted his gaze, glanced at her ankle, and replied, You can't move. How will you learn to set traps? First, you must understand the concepts. Lin Wei persisted, shifting her body closer. Surely I can learn to observe the paths beasts take. How to select locations, and how to weave snares just by watching. Chen Mo did not oppose her. He picked up a vine and began to demonstrate the fundamental double knot, explaining the method for creating a trigger mechanism using the elasticity of small trees. He spoke succinctly, omitting superfluous details and highlighted the essentials. The knots must be loose, not tight, or the animal would escape. The trigger stick must be smooth, easily toppled with the slightest touch, and the camouflage must be impeccable, leaving no trace of human scent. Lin Wei listened intently, her eyes fixed on each movement of his hands, absorbing every word he spoke. She discovered that these techniques were not as mysterious as she had imagined. Rather, they relied on an understanding of animal behavior and the application of simple physical principles. Picking up several supple vines, she clumsily attempted to replicate his actions. Observing others was one thing. Executing the task herself was another. The vines in her hands felt uncooperative. Her fingers fumbled, resulting in knots that were crooked and a chaotic mess instead of the intended loops. Chen Mo glanced at her handiwork, refraining from criticism, merely continuing with his own task. Occasionally, when she made a significant mistake, he gently pointed it out with the handle of his knife. That's reversed. Too loose. Undeterred, Lin Wei tore apart her work and tried again, repeating the process. Amidst the monotonous repetition, time seemed to pass more swiftly. Her complete focus remained on the vines in her hands, allowing her to momentarily forget her aching foot and the looming threats from across the sea. After crafting several ineffective nooses, her fingers became red from the rough vines, yet she finally grasped a semblance of technique, creating something marginally presentable. Chen Mo picked up her last creation, tugged at it with his hand, and nodded. It was barely usable. This was, thus far, a remarkably high appraisal from him. He then took up a military shovel and demonstrated several of the most efficient techniques. How to employ the strength of the waist and abdomen rather than solely relying on the arms to chop branches. How to use the blade as a lever to lift heavy objects, and how to quickly sharpen wooden stakes with the side edge. You have little strength, so you must learn to use finesse. Brute force will not suffice. He illustrated the chopping motion, his waist driving his arm, and with a swift motion, a branch as thick as his wrist snapped in response, which he subsequently tossed into the fire. Lin Wei observed intently, silently committing the essential techniques to memory. She understood that she could not practice these skills at present, but these pieces of knowledge were like seeds, buried in her mind, destined to be useful one day. The following days established a routine. Chen Mo ventured out each morning to inspect traps, explore, and fetch water, while in the afternoons he busied himself around the camp, reinforcing defenses, gathering firewood, and processing food. Lin Wei seized every moment he left her at the camp to absorb various knowledge, identifying the different animal droppings he brought back, learning to judge the weather based on wind direction and cloud formations, including how to more effectively preserve embers. Her inquiries became more frequent. Although Chen Mo's responses remained succinct, he at least answered her. A peculiar, survival-based dynamic of teaching and learning gradually diluted their previous relationship of mere reliance and dependency. Lin Wei's foot injury also steadily improved. She began to use a branch for support, slowly hopping on one foot to move short distances around the camp, assisting with tasks or tending to the fire. One afternoon, Chen Mo went to the creek, intending to try fishing with a spear in the faster currents upstream. Lin Wei remained at the camp, continuing to practice knot tying. The sun was warm, the sea breeze gentle, and everything was so calm it felt almost monotonous. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed ominously across the sky. Lin Wei jolted her head up, startled, dropping the vine she had been holding. She recalled with precision that it was not thunder. The sound seemed to emanate from the direction of the sea. Her heart raced instinctively, and she reached for her nearby walking stick, yearning to head towards the shore to investigate. But the sharp pain in her ankle served as a reminder. She could only sit still, straining her ears, her heart pounding. After a moment, no second rumble followed. Everything reverted to tranquility, the only sound being the waves lapping against the shore. Had she misheard? Or was it something else? She dared not ponder further. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Cannon fire? An explosion? The sound of a vessel encountering trouble in the distance? Or perhaps the commotion caused by people searching for the crate? Each possibility sent shivers of dread through her. She could no longer focus on weaving. Her eyes fixed on the jungle from which Chen Mo had departed, praying for his swift return. Time stretched unbearably, each passing minute feeling infinitely prolonged. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Chen Mo's figure emerged at the edge of the jungle, clutching two plump fish strung together by grass rope, their tails still twitching slightly. Lin Wei immediately called out, "Chen Mo, did you hear any sounds just now?" Chen Mo paused his steps and turned to her. "What did you hear?" "A loud noise. It sounded like it came from the sea. A tremendous roar." Lin Wei gestured urgently, her words tumbling over one another. "Was it thunder? Or something else? Did you hear it?" Chen Mo furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment, then shook his head. "I didn't hear anything. I was focused on spearing fish in the water. Perhaps I missed it." As he spoke, he walked directly to the shore, beginning to scale and gut the fish with an unhurried demeanor. "What kind of sound?" After finishing with the fish, he returned to the shelter to inquire further. It was muffled, yet quite loud, and then it was gone. Lin Wei struggled to articulate, her eyes anxiously darting toward the sea. Chen Mo set the fish down, turning to gaze at the distant ocean. The surface was calm and azure, showing no signs of disturbance. Perhaps it was thunder from afar, just a single sound carried over. "It's the most reasonable explanation," he suggested, though a hint of vigilance flickered in his eyes, or it could have been an explosion from something far away. "En explosion?" Lin Wei's heart tightened further. "Yes," Chen Mo replied, moving to the fire pit to skewer the fish. "It could be from a plane or a ship. But it's far from us. No need to frighten ourselves." His words seemed to offer comfort. Yet Lin Wei noticed that while cooking the fish, he appeared somewhat distracted, his gaze frequently scanning the horizon, his head tilting toward the sea, as if listening intently for any faint sounds from that direction. That distant rumble, akin to a stone cast into the depths of a pond, though it failed to stir tumultuous waves, sent ripples of unease through both their hearts. It served as a reminder that this seemingly boundless ocean, which isolated them from everything, was not as tranquil as it appeared. Hidden from their sight, events might be unfolding that they could not comprehend. Would these occurrences eventually extend their reach to this isolated island? After a simple dinner, darkness gradually enveloped the sky. Unlike his usual routine of resting early or honing his tools, Chen Mo retrieved the buried handgun, practicing the loading and unloading of bullets by the firelight. Familiarizing himself with the weapon structure, the clinking sounds of metal reverberated clearly in the stillness of night. Observing his actions, Lin Wei felt a complex wave of emotions rise within her. That sound seemed to impart a semblance of safety, a fragile sense of resistance against the unknown dangers. She lowered her head, continuing to weave the rope loop. The distant thunder, or explosion, heralded changes that were destined to affect the island, perhaps not now, but surely in the near future. It was merely a matter of time. After that reverberation, silence reigned. The sea and sky remained a unified calm. Time passed under this pervasive atmosphere. In recent days, Chen Mo not only fortified the camp, but also utilized his entrenching tool to fell branches, sharpen wooden stakes, and reinforce the perimeter fence. He even haphazardly inserted a circle of sharpened branches around the outer edge, creating a rudimentary barricade. His actions seemed to indicate preparations for an impending siege. Lin Wei's ankle was gradually healing, although it still throbbed under weight. She could now bear some load and walk with the aid of a branch, showing notable improvement. She refrained from mentioning the traps to Chen Mo and instead took the initiative to tend the fire, manage food, and organize supplies, striving to free Chen Mo to attend to more pressing matters. She observed that when Chen Mo rested, he would frequently pull out a small hardcover notebook encased in a plastic bag, furrowing his brow as he studied the incomprehensible symbols and maps within, his fingers unconsciously tracing patterns on the ground. Occasionally, he would lift his gaze towards the depths of the island, in the direction where the ancient shelters and mysterious stone piles were discovered. She understood that these actions, along with his focused stare at the notebook and the distant island, signified one thing. He was not content to remain passive. He sought to seize the initiative. The potential for an explosion and the concealed dangers within the box compelled him to act and to seek further understanding. That morning, the sky was overcast, the clouds hanging low, and the sea breeze carried the unique briny scent of the ocean. Chen Mo circled the camp, and returned to the fire beside the shelter, contemplating for a moment before addressing Lin Wei. I intend to venture back in today. Lin Wei, occupied with carving a wooden stake, looked at him in confusion. In? Where to? Inside. Chen Mo gestured towards the jungle, to the place where the symbols are, to investigate further along those markings. Can you go alone? She instinctively glanced towards the spot where Chen Mo had buried his gun. Since arriving on the island, they had encountered numerous uncertainties. And with Chen Mo planning to delve deeper into the jungle, Lin Wei felt it prudent for him to carry his weapon. It's fine, Chen Mo reassured her, understanding her concern. That thing should only be used in dire circumstances. You need not worry. I'm merely scouting, and I want to act rashly if something arises. His tone shifted to seriousness. You stay at the camp, secure the gate. Do not open it until I return. He paused before adding, if there is an emergency. Blow this. He handed her a makeshift whistle crafted from hollow bird bones and cork, something he had fashioned over the past few days. Lin Wei took the whistle, feeling its cold, hard surface in her palm. How long will you be gone? Hard to say. I'll definitely be back before dark. Chen Mo began to gather his gear. His entrenching tool was essential, along with a multifunctional knife, bow, and arrows, a spear, a water pouch filled with water, and some jerky. Be careful. 1,000 words lodged in her throat, ultimately distilled into those 3 words. Chen Mo acknowledged her with a nod, saying nothing more as he opened the rudimentary gate made of thick branches and vines, his figure swiftly vanishing into the jungle's edge. The camp fell into an immediate silence, interrupted only by the distant cries of seagulls. Lin Wei leaned against a tree branch, gradually making her way to the fence, securely fastening the gate once more before settling slowly against the rough wooden post. She clutched tightly to the bone whistle, as if it possessed the power to bestow upon her a sense of safety. Alone in the shelter, time seemed to stretch endlessly for Lin Wei. To stave off her wandering thoughts, she fervently sought tasks to occupy herself, first meticulously inventorying all the supplies within the shelter. She then turned each piece of cured meat, and finally added more wood to the fire. Before long, she found herself breathless, with her ankles beginning to ache. Reluctantly, she paused and returned to the fire, listening to the rustle of leaves in the wind, the gentle lapping of waves, and the occasional birdsong. Meanwhile, Chen Mo moved swiftly through the jungle, traversing a path he had walked many times before to fetch water. This route was less taxing, yet his vigilance remained unwavering. His eyes not only focused on the ground beneath him, but also continuously scanning the surroundings, while his ears remained alert to any disturbances in the forest. He soon arrived at the familiar brook, its waters trickling and crystal clear. He replenished his water pouch with fresh brook water, also taking the opportunity to wash his face, a ritual he had established during each visit to the stream. After this brief respite, he did not linger, but continued upstream along the bank. Before long, the dilapidated shack came into view, appearing even more forlorn than the last time he had seen it, as if it might collapse at any moment. Cautiously, he approached, using his entrenching tool to clear away the hanging vines, peering inside. Once again, it was empty, filled only with the damp scent of earth, decaying leaves, and a heavy mildew odor. Everything remained unchanged within. Chapter 45. The cave in the depths of the forest. He did not waste much time at the shack, beginning a meticulous search around the surrounding trees and rocks. Soon, he discovered a symbol carved into the gnarled trunk of a tree, a pair of circles. It was still quite distinct. He traced the cold etching with his fingers, then raised his gaze in the direction indicated by the mark, toward the towering cliff deeper within the jungle. Time was of the essence. He departed from the brook, delving deeper in that direction. He had visited that place several times before, and the vines along the route had long been cleared by Chen Mo, allowing him to reach his destination without delay. He set down the entrenching tool, stretching his limbs in preparation for the climb. After a few moments, feeling sufficiently limber, he bent down to retrieve the tool and secured it at his back. Drawing on his previous experiences of climbing the rocky wall, he was noticeably quicker this time, though he did slip twice along the way. When he finally managed to hoist himself over the cliff's edge, he was drenched in sweat. Grabbing the water pouch at his waist, he took several hearty gulps before exhaling deeply. Chen Mo lay on the ground momentarily to recover, chewing on some jerky to regain his strength before rising to stand before a few large black stones that still stood resolutely nearby. The markings remained intact, along with the conspicuous pair of circles. This time, he was determined to decipher the significance of the markings above. After observing for a considerable time, his mind remained a tangle of confusion. However, he did notice a crucial detail. These etchings subtly pointed in the same direction. His gaze followed the direction indicated by the markings, revealing a dense, tangled forest overrun with vines. He glanced up at the sky. It was nearly noon. Resolute, he decided to delve deeper into the path pointed out by the etchings, driven by an insatiable curiosity to uncover the secrets hidden within. Without hesitation, He pressed onward along the trail. The light filtering through the trees grew dimmer, and the vegetation became increasingly lush, rendering the path ahead unfamiliar. He proceeded slowly, clearing the vines obstructing his way while meticulously searching for the next marker. This task proved challenging. Often, he needed to search repeatedly before discovering the next etching. Hidden behind an inconspicuous tree or partially buried beneath a stone, the size and depth of the marks varied, yet the symbols remained consistent. Clearly, this path had not been traversed in quite some time, nearly swallowed by nature. Guided by the sporadic etchings on stones and trees, he struggled onward. The air was thick and humid, sweat trickling down his chin, soaking his clothes, while the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes buzzed irritatingly in his ears. After wandering for over an hour, he noticed a significant elevation in the terrain. The surrounding trees grew taller and sturdier, requiring 2 people to encircle them, and the ground was laden with rich, decaying matter. At that moment, he discovered a new marking. This etching was inscribed on a nearly vertical, moss-covered rock face. The symbol larger and more profound, as if imbued with an emphasis. An instinctual feeling told Chen Mo that something was amiss in this place. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes scanning the surroundings with meticulous care. Wherever he detected a suspicious area, he approached to investigate further, meticulously searching one spot after another. As he examined the area near the base of the rock, he uncovered a dark opening, nearly obscured by entwined vines. He thought. Indeed, this place is extraordinary. He halted, gripping his entrenching tool tightly, scrutinizing the opening. It was not large, barely accommodating a person bending down to enter, shrouded in darkness, obscuring his vision. A chilling, damp gust, imbued with the scent of earth, wafted from within. The soil and stones at the entrance bore the marks of long-term treading and disturbance. Though much of it was now concealed by vegetation, careful observation revealed their traces. Those etchings had guided him to this very spot. What was this place? Another refuge? A storage site? Or something entirely different? He held his breath, straining to listen for sounds from within the cave. Only a faint whisper of wind echoed from the depths. Indistinct and sorrowful. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to venture inside. He could not turn back now that he had come so far. He retrieved an emergency flashlight from his pocket and switched it on, casting a beam of light into the cave, providing a glimmer of illumination. Gripping the flashlight in his left hand and reversing the entrenching tool in his right, blade facing forward, he hunched down cautiously and began to navigate through the entrance. The entrance was narrow, yet after taking a few steps inside, the interior space gradually widened, allowing one to stand upright. The beam of the flashlight flickered, illuminating the damp cave walls, where water droplets had condensed, giving them a slick appearance, and were adorned with moss. The earthy scent in the air grew more pronounced, mingled with an indescribably stale odor. The cave was not deep, extending inward for perhaps 17 or 18 meters before reaching its end, which opened into a relatively spacious circular chamber. The ground was fairly level, clearly indicating it had been artificially restored. As the flashlight beam swept across the left side, the eyes followed its movement. In one corner of the cave wall, a pile of objects lay in wait. Chen Mo's heart raced as he focused the light. Lingering for a few seconds, but finding nothing unusual, he hurried over. There were several decayed wooden boxes, in such a state of disrepair that they were barely recognizable. Their boards splintered, revealing dark, unidentifiable metallic items within, severely rusted, perhaps tools or parts. Beside them was a long object wrapped in thick oilcloth, which had long since become brittle and tattered. A mere touch with his wooden spear caused it to crumble. Inside lay a rusted gun barrel, its design appearing antiquated, reminiscent of firearms from decades past. However, due to the passage of time and the cave's humidity, it had become utterly obsolete. A few meters away, he noticed scattered fragments of weathered animal bones and a deflated tin water bottle, which bore a distinct dent from a bullet hole. It was evident that someone had lingered here, preparing supplies and possibly weapons for a considerable duration. Yet, judging by the level of decay surrounding him, this had occurred at least several decades ago, if not earlier. Disappointment washed over Chen Mo. He had anticipated discovering more clues related to recent events, only to stumble upon a relic abandoned by time. Unwilling to accept this outcome, he meticulously illuminated the cave walls with his flashlight, hoping to uncover something more. As the light flickered across the innermost wall, he suddenly halted. The stone surface appeared unusually smooth, as if polished, marked with engravings. Approaching closer, he saw the wall was covered with a dense array of symbols. Not only were there those with double dots, but also far more intricate patterns, spirals, intersecting arrows, starlight dot matrices, and even a rough depiction resembling the outline of an island. Beneath these symbols, someone had etched several lines of blurred, distorted foreign letters deep into the stone, seemingly imbued with profound emotion. The handwriting was hasty, aged, and shrouded in moss, making it difficult to decipher fully. Chen Mo wiped away the damp moss with his hand, managing to recognize a few recurring words. Trapped, cursed, they are watching. The final line was etched the deepest, almost as if written with desperate resolve. Lighthouse error, do not believe. A chill crawled up his spine. Lighthouse? Error? Do not believe? What could these cryptic messages signify? Who had inscribed them? Were they part of the same group as those who had left the symbols outside? What had they encountered? This discovery not only failed to unravel the mystery, but instead introduced a plethora of unsettling enigmas. Had individuals been trapped here decades, or perhaps even centuries ago? Had they left behind warnings? He recalled the resonant hums echoing through the island. Were they observing? If so, what were they watching? Who was watching? Taking a deep breath, he compelled himself to regain his composure. Once more, he meticulously swept the entire cave with his flashlight, confirming the absence of any further valuable findings. Regrettably, the decaying remnants and the inscriptions on the walls were the sole vestiges of this place. Exiting the cave, he stood before the rock face, where the dappled light filtering through the foliage cast a tapestry of shadows across his visage. The urgency that had driven him to seek answers had transmuted into a heavy, profound sense of confusion and vigilance. This island was far more intricate and perilous than he had ever imagined. It encompassed not merely the trials of survival, but seemed to conceal deeper secrets. He turned back to cast one last glance at the foreboding entrance of the cave before hastily retracing his steps. He needed to return to camp before darkness fell. Lin Wei was still awaiting him, and it appeared that the truth of this island had only begun to reveal itself. Chapter 46. Escape from the jungle, Chen Mo sprinted back towards the shelter. Indeed, he was running. He did not wish to linger in this forest for even a second longer. His demeanor had shifted from the cautious exploration of before to an almost frantic pace. Even the clanging of the engineer's shovel and bow against the surrounding trees produced a series of crackling sounds, yet he paid them no heed. Should he lose the shovel or bow now, he would not pause to retrieve them. It felt akin to a childhood memory of traversing a dark path alone, suddenly hearing footsteps behind him, inciting an instinctive flight. The chilling inscriptions from the cave flooded his mind, leaving him feeling as though he had been doused in ice water. They urged him to flee this shadowy jungle and return to the warmth of the fireside-lit beach. They are watching, do not believe, the lighthouse. These fragmented phrases, coupled with the frantic, despairing engravings, crashed against his consciousness like relentless waves. Who had been ensnared here decades past? What had they endured? What had they witnessed? What did the lighthouse signify? Hope or a trap? He dared not dwell on these thoughts, only yearning to return to camp, to that rudimentary yet tangible realm of reality. When he breathlessly arrived at the cluster of black stones, he did not linger, merely glancing askance before turning away. Upon reaching the precipice, if it were not for the height, he would have leapt down in a heartbeat. Regrettably, he lacked the ability to fly. Reluctantly, he grasped the vines and descended the slick steps. As he stood on the platform, his hands, arms, and legs were stained with blood. He could not concern himself with wounds. All that mattered was to run. Upon bursting forth from the jungle's edge and catching sight of the crooked fence and the waterproof tarp overhead, the anxiety that had gripped him began to ease slightly. Approaching, he noted that the gate was still latched, appearing unremarkable. Hearing the hurried footsteps, Lin Wei, who was sitting uneasily by the fire, abruptly lifted her head. Upon seeing Chen Mo, a look of profound relief washed over her face as she struggled to rise. "You're back. Are you all right?" Chen Mo extended a hand, gently shaking it from side to side, signaling her to remain still. He opened the gate, swiftly secured it from the inside, and then leaned against the post. Gasping for breath, sweat trickled down his jawline, his clothes nearly drenched, speckled with bits of grass and mud. "I'm fine," he managed to say, regaining his composure as he approached the fire. He set down the military shovel and bow he had been carrying, then took several deep gulps from the water pouch hanging at his waist. The icy stream water coursed down his throat, momentarily alleviating the heat and unease that simmered within him. Lin Wei keenly sensed that something was amiss with him. To her, Chen Mo's demeanor transcended mere exhaustion. It bore the weight of a forced calm following a fright. His eyes reflected an unfamiliar, suppressed uncertainty. "What did you find?" she asked cautiously, her voice instinctively softening, as if fearing to disturb something delicate. Chen Mo set down the water pouch, wiped his mouth, and fell silent for a few moments, seemingly gathering his thoughts. He then succinctly recounted how he had followed markings to locate a cave, mentioning the decayed old crates and a rusted gun he had discovered inside, omitting most of the unsettling details. Yet, he ultimately mentioned the inscriptions. The walls of the cave bore some markings, incomprehensible foreign script, along with even stranger symbols. His voice was low, striving for an air of neutrality, suggesting that these had been left by someone long ago. What did they say? Lin Wei pressed, her heart racing. Chen Mo hesitated, his gaze drifting to the flickering flames before he chose to reveal the truth. Concealment was futile. They were now bound by the same fate. The essence of the message was one of entrapment and a warning not to trust the lighthouse. The lighthouse? Lin Wei echoed, momentarily stunned as she instinctively repeated the word. Frowning. What lighthouse? Is there a lighthouse on this island? As her words faded, she froze, suddenly recalling the evening she mistook the bright Venus for a ship's light. Her mind swirling with confusion, soon engulfed by an even greater mystery. Chen Mo shook his head. I don't know. I've never seen one. Indeed, as he had mentioned, during his initial ascent of the sheer cliff, he had deliberately scanned the surroundings. Apart from areas obscured from view, there was no sign of a lighthouse in the direction they were facing. It was plausible that the individual had conjured a delusion in despair, inscribing nonsensical words. He attempted to rationalize this bizarre discovery, yet it sounded hollow. Could it possibly be on the other side of the island? Lin Wei queried, her tone laced with uncertainty. Upon hearing her words, Chen Mo paused, stroking his chin. Yes, having only explored a fraction of this island, there remain numerous areas yet to be discovered. And regarding the other directions, I cannot draw any definitive conclusions. With a furrowed brow, perhaps the individual who left inscriptions within the cave ventured to other parts of this island and uncovered something significant. Noticing Chen Mo's silence and his deep contemplation, Lin Wei, seated nearby, ceased her chatter. She murmured to herself, shrouded in an unsettling chill. What should one believe? Why doubt? What fate befell the one who issued the warning? The camp was enveloped in silence, save for the crackling of the fire and the relentless roar of the distant waves. This unforeseen warning, echoing from a distant past, cast a new shadow atop the menace brought forth by the gun. The island grew increasingly enigmatic, suffocating in its intensity. Lin Wei even pondered whether the accident that befell their plane was somehow connected to this island. If that were true at this thought, a shiver coursed through her body, compelling her to refrain from further contemplation as she sat staring vacantly at the fire. After several minutes, Chen Mo emerged from his reverie, glancing at Lin Wei, who was lost in thought before turning away from the shelter and walking toward the shore. He wished to stroll along the coastline. The events of the past few days had been utterly surreal. Initially, he believed this to be merely an unnamed isle. Even in the absence of immediate rescue, they could survive by utilizing the island's resources. Yet, fate seemed intent on challenging him, as one mysterious incident followed another. Chen Mo mused over his next course of action, inadvertently raising his gaze to find the sun setting upon the horizon, leaving only half its form visible. The fiery afterglow shimmered upon the tranquil waters, while a few returning seabirds flew overhead, creating a scene of serenity. Chen Mo couldn't help but smile and shake his head, wishing that reality could indeed be so peaceful. Chapter 47. The changes brought by the new walls the following day. As the morning star lingered on the horizon and dawn began to break, Chen Mo rose early. Perhaps due to the noise or the fact that Lin Wei was awaiting his awakening, she too got up. Why not sleep a little longer? It's still early, Chen Mo remarked upon noticing her. I can't sleep anymore, Lin Wei yawned in response. Chen Mo opted for silence, picking up a spade and commencing his work in quietude. He selected a dozen trees he had previously marked, each as thick as a bowl, and began to chop them down with vigorous swings of the spade, channeling his unease and anxiety into the physical labor of fortifying the enclosure. The sharp blade efficiently sliced through the wood, sending shavings flying. With each tree felled, he trimmed the branches and cut the trunks to a height exceeding his own, dragging the hefty logs to the camp's edge. There, he buried them deeply in the sand, aligning them closely together to reinforce the rudimentary fence, as if constructing an indomitable fortress. He worked with intense focus, his shirt long discarded and sweat cascading down his body, his muscles taut and defined. Lin Wei observed him laboring silently, watching as the wooden wall grew taller and thicker at a visible pace. The chill in her heart was gradually supplanted by a complex swirl of emotions. Fear still lingered, yet as she beheld Chen Mo's steadfast silhouette, an unusual sense of reliance and security began to quietly blossom within her. He might have been afraid too, but he did not falter. Instead, he acted, striving the most primitive way to carve out a semblance of safety and space for them. She propped herself up with a branch, hopping on one foot to fetch the water pouch, which she placed beside Chen Mo silently. She offered him the roasted meat. Chen Mo accepted it, devouring it heartily, then took a sip of water, rested briefly, and resumed his work with the entrenching tool. Throughout the day, the camp reverberated with the monotonous and heavy sounds of chopping and pounding. The barrier rose higher, gradually transforming into a genuine wooden wall. Though rough, it brought an unparalleled sense of safety, as if, no matter how many troops might gather outside, they would be secure within the wooden confines. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a wall taller than a person, constructed from closely arranged thick wooden stakes, finally enclosed their shelter and most of their activity area, leaving only a narrow opening that required bending to pass through. Chen Mo sharpened the stakes on either side of the exit with the entrenching tool, then cut a large amount of thorny bushes to pile around the outer edge of the wall. Only then did he drop his tools and wearily sit by the fire, gazing at the fruits of his labor. Sweat glistened on his bronze skin, his chest heaving vigorously. The newly erected wooden wall cast long shadows, enveloping the camp and separating it from the darkening jungle and beach outside. A tangible, palpable sense of security, though aware that it might not withstand true dangers, especially those from the sea. At least they now had an additional layer of protection against the unknowns lurking in the jungle. Lin Wei handed him the last bit of fresh water. This time, as Chen Mo accepted it, he looked up at her, and though no words were exchanged, something in his gaze seemed to soften slightly. "I'll take the night watch," he declared, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. "No, I will take the latter half of the night," Lin Wei insisted. She could not rely entirely on Chen Mo. She too wanted to contribute to the best of her abilities. "All right," Chen Mo conceded. Observing the determination etched on Lin Wei's face, "You can take the latter half of the night. Is your ankle feeling better?" he inquired with concern. "Much improved. I can exert a bit more strength now," Lin Wei replied quickly. As the night deepened, the sea breeze intensified, rustling the bushes outside the wooden wall, sounding like countless tiny footsteps. The sound of the waves grew clearer and more powerful. Chen Mo remained awake, clutching the entrenching tool, leaning against the newly built wooden wall, his ears attuned to any movement outside. He had also unearthed the cold handgun, placing it within easy reach. Lin Wei lay within the shelter, cushioned by thick hay and palm leaves. Her ankle hurt less now, but her mind was in turmoil, filled with images of Chen Mo's silent figure as he built the wall throughout the day. She listened to the sound of the wind rustling the leaves and the waves crashing against the shore outside the wall. For the first time, these previously unsettling noises took on a strangely pleasant quality. Perhaps it was because they were kept at bay by the rough wooden barrier. This crude wooden wall delineated the interior from the exterior. Inside, there was a makeshift shelter that barely qualified as a refuge, and the two of them. Outside lay the vast, unknown, and threatening darkness. Suddenly, she realized that Chen Mo had erected not merely a physical wall, but a psychological barrier as well. In this manner, he was combating the dual fears of the past and the future, silently assuring her, "Do not be afraid. At least for tonight, we are safe." This realization brought a bittersweet ache to her heart. She turned to face the flickering light of the fire and the silent figure leaning against the wall, softly uttering, "Chen Montak came the low response from below the wall. "Thank you," she said, "for this wall and for everything." After a moment's silence, he replied even more softly, "Sleep now." Lin Wei closed her eyes. The sounds of the wind and the waves continued, yet this time she gradually drifted off to sleep. Below the wall, Chen Mo listened to her breathing grow steady and elongated. He lifted his gaze to the small patch of star-speckled night sky framed by the wooden wall, tightening his grip on the entrenching tool in his hand. Warnings were etched in stone, and the wall stood firm in the sand. He did not know which was more resilient, but all he could do was erect the walls he was capable of building. The night was long, yet as he tended the fire and guarded the wall, he felt for the first time a faint illusion of control over the situation. Suddenly, a cry shattered the tranquility of the morning, rousing the still sleepy Chen Mo. He sprang up hastily and dashed towards the shelter. "Why didn't you call me last night?" He nearly collided with Lin Wei, who was emerging from the shelter and still engaged in conversation. Her face bore a hint of anger, tears welling in her eyes as she choked out, "I don't want to be a burden. I know my legs are not functioning well, but I am not useless." Seeing the sincerity in Lin Wei's expression, Chen Mo understood her genuine desire to contribute. "Our wall is completed now. We one team need to stand guard at night anymore," he explained. "There are tasks I will assign to you from now on, starting with this one." A faint smile graced his face. "What is it?" Lin Wei asked, her eagerness palpable. This was the first time Chen Mo had spoken without an authoritative tone. She was determined to make a good impression. "Breakfast. I'm nearly starving," Chen Mo exclaimed, clutching his stomach in an exaggerated manner. "Ah, yes, yes," Lin Wei replied apologetically, turning to step back into the shelter. Chapter 48. One wave after another in the reality of society. Chen Mo was a cheerful individual, whether at work or in daily life, especially when surrounded by friends. One might even say he had a playful side. However, after the plane crash that led him to this desolate island, confronted by sudden changes, unfamiliar surroundings, and unknown dangers, he was compelled to retract his former demeanor. Every matter required careful consideration. In such perilous circumstances, even the slightest misstep could jeopardize their very lives. If given the chance to choose anew, Even if the entirety of the Maldives were offered to Chen Mo, he would refuse. Alas, there are no what-ifs. This is the stark reality they must confront. With the construction of the wall, Chen Mo seemed to have liberated a fragment of his true nature. For this morning, he even jested with Lin Wei. Days flowed like waves, relentlessly pushing forward. With the presence of that rough, yet substantial wooden barrier, there was no longer a need for vigilant night watch. The nights appeared to have become a tad more bearable. The subtle psychological barrier provided a slight easing of the tension that had gripped both of them. Lin Wei's ankle improved day by day. The swelling had completely subsided, and the sutured wound had developed a deep crimson scab, with the surrounding skin no longer radiating heat. She could finally attempt to walk without the aid of a branch, gradually redistributing her weight. Initially, she walked with a slight limp, and there was still a tingling pain when she put too much pressure on it. But compared to her previous struggles, this was a significant improvement. On her first day of mobility, she eagerly volunteered to help. Previously, she could only watch Chen Mo busily tending to their needs, feeling utterly useless. That sensation was more distressing than the pain in her foot. In the past few days, she urged Chen Mo to gather some broom grass from the forest's edge, crafting a rudimentary broom with her own hands. She meticulously organized the supplies within the camp, categorizing everything: medicines, tools, food, and furs, each item placed in its rightful place. She took the wild boar skin they had procured during their second hunt and laid it under the sun, repeatedly beating it to dry and eliminate moisture and odor. She even swept the sandy ground outside their shelter until it was smooth and even. Observing her industriousness, Chen Mo did not intervene. But when she attempted to lift something heavy, he gently restrained her, cautioning her to take care of her body. Her legs had only just begun to heal. He reminded her while he lifted a heavy object, his tone laced with a hint of reproach. Lin Wei acknowledged him with a soft sound, and although his words carried a note of admonishment, warmth blossomed within her heart. With her foot healing and her range of movement expanding, Lin Wei's spirits soared. Merely organizing their supplies was no longer sufficient for her. During mealtime, she gazed at the pile of smoked meat, then at the monotonous, jaw-aching roasted meat in her hand. And an idea sparked in her mind. Chen Mo, she casually inquired while adding kindling to the fire, shouldn't we consider making some salt? Chen Mo, seated with a multifunctional knife carving a new arrow shaft, paused at her words, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Yes, we could indeed evaporate seawater, though it contains many impurities. Chen Mo had contemplated this before, but the immediate necessities of survival, water, fire, shelter, and safety, had consumed all his attention. The cravings for culinary delights and essential trace minerals were luxuries that could not be prioritized. Now, with a semblance of stability, this issue had come to the forefront. Prolonged salt deficiency could lead to fatigue and lethargy. When they had first arrived on the island, while foraging for food among the coastal rocks, Lin Wei recalled discovering some stone pits that might retain seawater during low tide. If we could channel seawater into those pits, perhaps we could evaporate it under the sun? She pondered. Chen Mo considered her suggestion and nodded. Yes, it is worth a try. He placed the arrow shaft down, picked up the entrenching tool, and ventured out to explore. It was the first time in several days that the two had stepped outside the camp together, heading towards the rocky shore. Lin Wei walked at a leisurely pace, her feet sinking into the moist, firm sand, feeling a refreshing coolness beneath her soles that almost gave her a sense of rebirth. Occasionally, she would spin in place, releasing her joyous exuberance, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Chen Mo followed closely behind, watching Lin Wei, and an involuntary smile crept onto his face as well. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the shallow stone pit Lin Wei had mentioned. Chen Mo selected a spot that was less likely to be directly hit by the waves, ensuring it received ample sunlight. He first used his entrenching tool to slightly deepen and refine the area, then dug a moderately deep drainage channel to bring in seawater. Lin Wei, nearby, found a deflated tin water bottle to use as a scoop, fetching water from the sea and pouring it into the stone pit repeatedly. The sun blazed relentlessly, and soon both of them were drenched in sweat. The sea breeze brushed against their damp skin, whisking away some of the heat, leaving a sticky residue of salt upon them. How long will it take to produce salt? Lin Wei pondered as she gazed into the shallow seawater of the pit, her face reflecting uncertainty. If the weather is favorable, crystallization should occur in a few days, Chen Mo replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with his arm. However, the salt obtained from evaporated seawater is not pure and cannot be processed further, making it unsuitable for long-term consumption due to potential harm to the body. After tending to the salt-making task, Chen Mo's attention was drawn to a tangled mass of debris washed ashore by the waves. Approaching it, he prodded at it with his entrenching tool. It turned out to be a large bundle of frayed, deep green nylon rope, varying in thickness and entwined with numerous seaweeds and shells, appearing to have been adrift in the water for some time, yet still remarkably resilient. Chen Mo's eyes brightened slightly as he crouched down to patiently untangle the mess. Lin Wei joined him in the endeavor, and together they spent some time sorting out the longer, relatively intact lengths of rope, coiling them neatly. Is this useful? Lin Wei inquired. Indeed, Chen Mo replied, weighing the nylon rope in his hands. It is sturdier and more resistant to decay than vine, and it can be quite useful. In the following days, aside from the routine inspection of traps, which yielded little, having caught only a scrawny seabird, and maintaining the camp, Chen Mo spent the majority of his time in the shade, manipulating the nylon ropes. Lin Wei watched with curiosity as he skillfully divided the thinner strands into even finer threads, employing a complex technique that eluded her comprehension. His fingers darting deftly as he wove. To her astonishment, he was crafting a net. Is this a fishing net? Lin Wei asked, surprised. She had seen fishing nets before, but never imagined Chen Mo possessed such skills. This is a crab pot net, he said without looking up, his hands still deftly working. When placed in the stream, it can catch fish and shrimp, making it easier than spearing fish, and it doesn't require constant supervision. Intrigued, Lin Wei leaned closer to observe. Can I learn? Chen Mo paused, glanced at her, then handed her the partially woven net and rope, beginning to teach her the fundamental knots and the weaving of the warp and weft. This endeavor demands both patience and dexterity. At first, Lin Wei's weaving was crooked and uneven, the mesh varying in size. However, she gradually grasped the technique. Though her pace was slow, the mesh began to achieve a semblance of uniformity. The two of them, one teaching and the other learning, enjoyed a rare atmosphere of tranquility amidst the recent chaos. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, while the gentle sea breeze caressed them, just as Lin Wei focused on completing the final knot. Chen Mo's voice suddenly broke the serene moment, deep and urgent. Don't move. Chapter 49. The eerie sailboat startled. Lin Wei froze and lifted her gaze to Chen Mo. His eyes, however, did not meet hers. Instead, they pierced past her, fixed on the distant horizon of the sea, sharp like a hawk spotting its prey. He rose slowly, almost imperceptibly, causing Lin Wei's heart to race. She turned to follow his gaze. On the azure surface of the sea, far, far away, a tiny white that blended almost seamlessly with the sky. It was not a cloud. Its shape was distinctly regular, and it was moving slowly. A sail of sailboat. Lin Wei's breath caught in her throat. Blood surged to her head, then receded, leaving her momentarily dizzy. She clutched the unfinished fishing net tightly. Even a nylon rope digging in her palm went unnoticed. A boat. There was truly a boat. Hope ignited within her like a wildfire, nearly compelling her to leap up and shout in exuberance. Yet, in the next moment, the accumulated fears of recent days poured over her like a bucket of icy water. The distant explosion, the warning about the box containing guns and mysterious documents, do not trust, flashed through her mind. Terrified, she found herself frozen in place. Chen Mo reacted more swiftly. As he straightened, he abruptly crouched down, seizing her arm with a grip so firm it caused her to wince. Crouch down. Don't move. His voice was low and commanding, leaving no room for dissent. They swiftly took cover in the shadows of the bushes and wooden wall, revealing only their eyes, fixed intently on the distant white. Chen Mo quickly retrieved binoculars from behind him, adjusting the focus. Through the lenses, the details of the boat came into sharper view. It was a medium-sized, single-masted sailboat, its white sail fully billowed by the wind, moving leisurely along a path roughly parallel to the coastline of the island. However, it was too far to discern whether anyone was aboard or to identify any flags. It appeared to be an ordinary vessel, perhaps engaged in long-distance travel or leisure sailing. Yet, Chen Mo's brow furrowed deeper, his fingers gripping the binoculars with such intensity that his knuckles turned white. What is it? Lin Wei asked, her voice trembling with anxiety. Is it just passing by? Should we signal? No, do not make any movements. Chen Mo's voice emerged through clenched teeth. Its course is too parallel. What? Lin Wei did not comprehend. At this distance, it should be able to see the island, even the beach and the trees. Yet it shows no intention of approaching or investigating. He paused, lowering the binoculars, his expression darkening ominously. It seems more like a patrol, or delineating a boundary. Patrol? Boundary? The two words sent a chill down Lin Wei's spine. Furthermore, Chen Mo added, his voice lowered, take note of the bow of the ship. It exhibits subtle, repeated adjustments, not moving in a straight line, but rather searching for something. Searching. Lin Wei suddenly recalled the box. It was entirely possible that someone was aboard the ship in search of the box. The thought made her heart nearly cease its rhythmic beating, her body trembling uncontrollably. Had they truly come? The flickering hope was once again crushed by an overwhelming wave of fear. She could vividly imagine the individuals on the sailboat, peering through powerful binoculars, meticulously scanning every inch of the island's beaches and each patch of forest. Had the smoke from the bonfire they previously lit, along with the traces of their activities, already been discovered? That white sailboat, at this moment, no longer appeared as a savior, but rather as a frigid shark cloaked in disguise, prowling just beyond their territory. The two crouched behind the bushes, frozen in place. Even their breaths were muted, as if that would render them invisible to the gaze of the binoculars. Not long ago, this area had been a cool refuge, but now it was scorched by the sun, making their scalps feel as though they were on fire. With sweat streaming down their temples, unbearably itchy, yet neither dared to lift a hand to wipe it away. Time seemed to freeze, each second stretching into eternity. The sailboat maintained its unhurried pace, moving steadily forward. It did not veer off course, emit any signals, nor did it show the slightest interest in the island. It simply appeared, and then, gradually, it faded away into the distant horizon, as if it had never existed. Only when the white sail was entirely out of sight did Chen Mo once again raise the binoculars, gazing in that direction for what felt like an eternity before slowly lowering his arm. Neither spoke, slowly rising from their crouch position, their legs numb. The camp was enveloped in an eerie silence. The fleeting sense of accomplishment they had felt from crafting a fishing net had vanished entirely. That departing sailboat carried away all semblance of false tranquility, leaving behind a weighty dread. He had arrived. Or rather, they had come. This was not a hallucination. It felt palpably real. Chen Mo silently returned to the fire pit, grasping the entrenching tool, finding a stone to begin sharpening the blade, each stroke emitting a jarring screech. His complexion was ashen, his jaw clenched tightly. Lin Wei gazed at the vast, empty sea, then turned to glance at the rough wooden wall, suddenly perceiving it as absurdly fragile, akin to a child's toy constructed from building blocks, utterly incapable of withstanding any force. She slowly sat back down, picking up the half-finished fishing net, yet her fingers trembled violently, unable to grasp the delicate nylon string. The sea breeze continued to blow, and the sun shone brightly. Nevertheless, they both understood that something had irrevocably changed from the moment they spotted that white sail. This island might no longer belong solely to the two of them. An invisible net had already been cast, and they had become the fish ensnared within it. With a sharp clang, Chen Mo stood abruptly, discarding the half-sharpened entrenching tool. He hastily made his way to the spot where the gun was buried, unearthing the sandy soil to retrieve the oilcloth bundle. After inspecting the handgun and magazine, he tucked them into the small of his back, ensuring they were securely concealed beneath his clothing. Subsequently, he commenced the rapid dismantling of the campsite, extinguishing the fire and covering it with sand to prevent any smoke from escaping. His voice was urgent as he addressed Lin Wei, who was still in a state of confusion. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Wei quickly rose to her feet and rushed to the fire pit, scooping up handfuls of sand and pressing them onto the fervent flames. As the flames met the increasingly abundant sand, they dwindled to a flicker. And with the final handful of sand, the once roaring fire was reduced to faint wisps of barely perceptible smoke. Meanwhile, Chen Mo stuffed the dried meat, furs, and all conspicuous belongings into the innermost recesses of the shelter, covering them with the largest palm frond he could find. He concealed the entrenching tool, water bladder, and even the half-knitted fishing net in the shadows beneath the wooden wall. He then seized the binoculars and ascended the highest wooden wall once more. Crouching low to expose only his keen eyes, scanning the distant sea like a lurking leopard, inch by inch, particularly in the direction where the sailboat had vanished. Lin Wei mimicked his posture, finding a crevice through which she anxiously peered outside. The expansive sea was blazingly blue, devoid of any vessels. The ship seemed to have dissolved into the waters and sky, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 50. Escape from the camp. Such an abrupt disappearance was far more unsettling than its prior presence. Where had it gone? Had it circumnavigated to the other side of the island, or merely sailed out of sight, lurking somewhere in the shadows? Time ticked away, each second feeling like an eternity spent over smoldering coals. The sun shifted its angle, baking the wooden wall until it was scalding, while sweat trickled down the foreheads of the two, neither bothering to wipe it away. Suddenly, Chen Mo's body tensed, and he let out a barely audible hiss. Lin Wei's heart skipped a beat. She understood that Chen Mo had spotted something anew. Through the binoculars, on the distant horizon, a minuscule black dot appeared, seemingly pausing momentarily before continuing its slow, nearly imperceptible movement, ultimately coming to a complete halt. This time, it was not a sailboat. It was too small, resembling more of a dinghy. Chen Mo held his breath, adjusting the focus, his eyes straining as he dared not blink. The position of the tiny black dot was remarkably precarious, precisely nestled at the edge of the horizon's visual limit, cleverly concealed by the curvature of the earth. Without meticulous scrutiny, it would have been nearly impossible to detect. It remained there, motionless, like a deliberate black pawn placed upon a chessboard. Though lacking definitive proof, Chen Mo was almost certain it was a reconnaissance vessel, launched from the mother ship, which was likely that very sailboat. The mother ship itself was too large and conspicuous, retreating to a more distant hiding place while deploying a smaller, less detectable craft for close reconnaissance. A silent, patient contest had commenced, with the opposing party evidently highly skilled and purpose-driven. Chen Mo gradually descended from the wall, his expression darkening as he quietly relayed his observations to Lin Wei. Lin Wei's face instantly drained of color, her fingers growing icy cold. Have they discovered us? Uncertain, Chen Mo shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing that even the slightest sound might attract the attention of whatever lurked beyond the waves. Yet they were scrutinizing something, observing with meticulous attention. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Lin Wei was momentarily dazed, repeatedly murmuring, "They found us, they found us." After a few seconds of contemplation, Chen Mo made a decisive choice. We cannot remain here. This place is far too conspicuous. Their camp lay starkly upon the open beach, visible through high-powered binoculars, akin to a louse on a bald head. What had once seemed a protective wooden wall now appeared as a glaring marker of their location. Where shall we go? Lin Wei's voice trembled as she regained her composure. The thought of abandoning this hard-won semblance of home for the depths of an unknown jungle filled her with primal dread. We must retreat into the jungle to find a concealed spot to hide temporarily. Chen Mo's tone was resolute. Gather the essentials: water, medicine, a bit of food, and this. He patted the gun at his waist. Their actions commenced without delay. The two moved like startled rabbits, hastily and as silently as possible preparing their belongings. 2 packs. Chen Mo bore the brunt of the weight, laden with water pouches, food, and weaponry. Lin Wei carried a smaller pack containing medical supplies. Before departing, Chen Mo cast one last glance at the camp, noticing the buried fire pit still emitting a faint wisp of smoke. He approached, thoroughly clearing away the sand that concealed the embers, allowing the remaining charcoal to be exposed to the air, gradually extinguishing, leaving no trace of smoke behind. He then haphazardly scraped the ground with a spade, erasing any obvious footprints, and retreated. Next, he opened the makeshift wooden gate, signaling for Lin Wei to follow. The two crouched low, utilizing the occasional protruding rocks and sparse bushes on the beach as cover, swiftly advancing toward the jungle's edge. After every few steps, Chen Mo would pause, lifting the binoculars to scan the sea for any movement from the small black dot. Upon stepping onto the moist, humus-rich soil at the jungle's edge, Lin Wei glanced back, her face clouded with sorrow. That familiar beach, the shelter they had painstakingly constructed, appeared so fragile and isolated in the sunlight. Akin to a forsaken toy, Chen Mo offered her little time for sentiment, pulling her along swiftly into the dense shade of the trees. The jungle's light dimmed abruptly, and the air grew humid and stifling. Chen Mo chose a less discernible animal trail, careful not to snap any branches or leave traces of their passage. His direction was clear, heading toward the stream they had previously discovered. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at a slightly elevated area. Several massive, moss-covered boulders were piled together, creating a natural hollow shielded above by vines. It was dry inside, ample enough to accommodate 2 or 3 people in hiding. Here's perfect. Chen Mo set down the pack and carefully surveyed their surroundings. This spot offered limited visibility, but was sufficiently concealed and conveniently close to the stream for water access. 2 individuals were nestled within the crevice of a rock, the space so confined that they could almost hear the rhythm of each other's heartbeat. Outside, the melody of birdsong and the chirping of insects served only to accentuate the silence and tension that enveloped them. Chen Mo lifted his binoculars once more, taking several deep breaths in an effort to steady his breathing. Through the gaps in the vines, he adjusted his angle to peer towards the distant, small black dot on the horizon. That small black that remained stationary, like a patient hunter, utterly still, awaiting its moment. The passage of time felt interminable, driving one's nerves to the brink of collapse. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting moving patches of light that signified the passage of time. Lin Wei sensed her muscles stiffening and aching from maintaining a single position for too long. Yet she dare not shift. She observed Chen Mo, who resembled a statue, his breathing steady and barely moving, save for the occasional minute adjustment of the binoculars. His fingers deftly engaged. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, remained fixed on the target without a blink. This extreme focus and patience filled her with an inexplicable awe, somewhat alleviating her fear. Mimicking his demeanor, she endeavored to regulate her breathing, seeking tranquility while straining to discern any unusual sounds from the jungle that did not belong. The afternoon hours slipped away in this taut standoff. The small black that remained unmoving until the sun began its descent, painting the sea in a magnificent shade of golden red. Within Chen Mo's lens, that stationary black dot, which had lingered for nearly an entire afternoon, finally stirred. It slowly shifted direction, then commenced its movement, gradually accelerating towards the distant sea, shrinking until it vanished into the resplendent hues of the sunset. It had departed. Chen Mo did not immediately relax. He continued to observe with his binoculars for a full half-hour, confirming that no suspicious signs lingered upon the water before slowly lowering his arm. He crouched down, leaning against the rock, exhaling a long-held breath of pent-up tension. His back was entirely soaked with sweat, pressed against the cold stone, a stark chill enveloping him. After a moment's respite, he muttered, "It's gone," his voice hoarse and imbued with the weariness of release. The taut string of tension within Lin Wei snapped suddenly, nearly causing her to collapse. It was only then that she became aware of her parched throat and the tingling of her limbs from prolonged stillness. Neither spoke as they silently crawled out from their rocky concealment. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the canopy, casting a warm hue over everything. Yet could not dispel the chill that lingered in their hearts. They returned to their camp on the beach. Chapter 51. The stirring beyond the wall all appeared as it had before, as if nothing had transpired. Yet both understood that this might merely be a temporary facade. Chen Mo was uncertain of the other's intentions, but the current circumstances suggested an exploration rather than a direct confrontation. What should he do? He was lost in thought, gazing intently at the flames as he gathered dry twigs to rekindle the fire. Would they return? If they did, would they come straight to the island? This time, the campfire was deliberately positioned closer to the shadows of the jungle, and it was kept low. Suddenly, a burning twig in the fire erupted with a loud crack, sending sparks flying and rousing Chen Mo, who had been fixated on the flames. Startled, he jumped up, realizing it was merely the wood burning, and he shook his head with a wry smile, chiding himself for being overly dramatic. Regaining his composure, he moved slowly to the place where they stored their belongings, methodically retrieving and arranging each item. Lin Wei gazed at the shimmering sea under the setting sun, her awareness sharpening as she contemplated the direction in which the sailboat and small craft had vanished. For the first time, she clearly understood that this isolated island might soon transform into an invisible battleground, with them as the prey. Survival now entailed not just battling nature, but also learning to conceal themselves in an unseen hunt. The night breeze, imbued with the briny scent of the sea and the humidity of the jungle, enveloped Lin Wei, sending a shiver down her spine as she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Neither of them had eaten, each retreating to a quiet corner lost in thought. The following day, the sun rose once more, casting its relentless rays upon the ocean, which resembled a vast, immobile expanse of blue glass. The sailboat and its tender had not reappeared within the field of view of the telescope. Chen Mo had adopted the demeanor of a beast whose territory had been encroached upon, remaining in a state of heightened vigilance. Apart from essential movements, he remained perched atop the highest wooden wall, receiving meals prepared by Lin Wei. The telescope had nearly become an extension of his eyes, as he meticulously scanned every inch of the horizon, leaving no anomaly unchecked. He even began to document the patterns of tides and prevailing winds, seeking certainty amid the chaos of their environment. Lin Wei's foot injury had largely healed, allowing her to move with greater agility as she traversed between the shelter and the enclosed camp, though she was uncertain of her purpose. She simply could not bring herself to pause. Stillness led her to unsettling thoughts, and she feared she might never return. Perhaps fatigued from her ceaseless activity, she sought refuge in a shaded spot and resumed weaving the unfinished net. Though seated, her mind remained restless. She frequently halted her work to scan her surroundings. Any unusual sound, such as the sudden flight of seabirds or an abrupt silence in the jungle, would prompt her to alert Chen Mo. He would immediately follow her gaze with the telescope, scrutinizing the area, yet most often it would turn out to be a false alarm. Communication between them had dwindled, yet an uncanny understanding blossomed in their silence. A glance or a subtle gesture sufficed to convey their thoughts. The external threat loomed like a heavy hammer, forging them closer while stripping away unnecessary emotions and words. It felt akin to the oppressive calm before a storm. They both knew it was inevitable, but the uncertainty of when and how it would arrive made the waiting itself a torment. That night, it was Lin Wei's turn to keep watch during the first half of the night. The moon is veiled by thin clouds, casting a dim and ambiguous light. The sea stretches into an endless expanse of inky blackness, with only a blurred white line, the foamy waves brushing against the shore, moving slowly. The sound of the wind is slightly louder than during the day, causing the bushes outside the wooden walls to sway incessantly, casting various distorted and swaying shadows. After a prolonged gaze, it appears as though countless dark figures are writhing just beyond the wall. Lin Wei sits by the fire, hugging her knees, tightly clutching a multifunctional knife that Chen Mo had given her for protection. although she knows that in the event of an actual threat, this small blade might be of little use. Holding something solid provides her with a modicum of courage. The vigil is a solitary endeavor, especially under such heightened tension. Her senses of hearing and sight become excessively acute, yet fatigue breeds illusions. She constantly feels she hears the faint rustling outside, distinct from the wind and the surf, and seems to catch glimpses of movement in the darkness afar. Each time she holds her breath to listen intently, to observe closely, she finds nothing but the unchanging sounds of the wind, the waves, and the crackling of the firewood. This relentless sense of paranoia is mentally exhausting. Her nerves are taut like a string poised to snap. Finally, she endures until the latter part of the night. Time to rouse Chen Mo for the shift change. She shifts to the edge of the shelter and gently nudges him. Chen Mo opens his eyes almost instantaneously, devoid of any post-sleep confusion, only alertness and vigilance. Is something amiss? He asks in a hushed tone. No, Lin Wei shakes her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I just keep thinking I hear noises outside. Perhaps I misheard. Chen Mo says nothing further. He sits up, takes the knife from her hand, pats her shoulder, and gestures for her to rest. Lin Wei lies down, wrapping herself tightly in her skin, yet sleep eludes her. Her eyes fixate on the waterproof tarp above, while her ears remain attuned to any sound from the outside. Chen Mo's approach to keeping watch is entirely different from hers. He seldom remains seated by the fire. Instead, he glides silently like a specter within the confines of the camp. At times, he presses against the gaps in the wooden walls to peer outside, or tilts his head to listen intently, occasionally extending his head ever so slightly to scan the surroundings beyond the walls before retracting it swiftly. This dynamic vigilance provides Lin Wei with an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Fatigue gradually envelopes her, her eyelids grow heavy, and her consciousness begins to blur. Just as she teeters on the brink of slumber, Chen Mo, who has maintained his movement, suddenly freezes. He is positioned by the wooden wall near the jungle side of the camp, his body resembling a statue, head slightly tilted, ears attuned to the direction beyond the wall. Intently listening for something, Lin Wei's drowsiness vanishes in an instant. Her heart tightens, and she holds her breath, her eyes wide open, fixated on Chen Mo's silhouette. After what feels like an eternity, perhaps 10 seconds, maybe half a minute, against the backdrop of wind and waves, Chen Mo slowly turns his head, his gaze locking on Lin Wei's terrified eyes. He speaks not a word, simply raises a hand, gently pointing to his ear before gesturing towards the direction of the jungle outside the wooden wall. Chapter 52. The sound from the forest. Lin Wei instantly comprehended Chen Mo's intentions. Taking several deep breaths, she struggled to suppress her racing heart, which had quickened due to anxiety. Mimicking Chen Mo's demeanor, she closed her eyes and focused intently on the sounds beyond the wall. Aside from the wind, the waves, and the crackling of the fire, she discerned nothing else. Opening her eyes, she turned to Chen Mo and shook her head, indicating that she had not heard anything unusual. Chen Mo pointed to his ears once more, this time deliberately placing his hand behind them. Lin Wei nodded in response, positioning her hand similarly, and listened even more attentively. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. This time, she detected a faint, rhythmic scratching sound, almost obscured by the surrounding noises, with a long interval between each occurrence. The sound was soft and distant, reminiscent of something or someone in the far-off distance, slowly scraping against stone or tree bark with a rough object. After each sound, there was a pause, followed by another faint scratch. It was an almost imperceptible noise, one that would have gone unnoticed were it not for Chen Mo's extraordinary alertness. What did that sound be? They exchanged glances, both faces etched with confusion. It was impossible to ascertain the source of the sound based solely on its nature. Chen Mo moved stealthily, like a raccoon, to the door's edge. He did not open it, but pressed his eye against the gap in the wooden frame, straining to peer outside. Simultaneously, his other hand gradually crept to his lower back, firmly gripping the handle of his handgun. Seeing Chen Mo's action, Lin Wei assumed he had discovered something, causing her blood to run cold. Instinctively, she sought a weapon, but all that lay within reach was a thick firewood stick, which she clutched tightly, her knuckles turning white. The scratching sound outside echoed once more. This time, it seemed marginally closer. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination. Then, the sound vanished. Long minutes stretched on, devoid of any further noise. Only the wind and the sound of the waves persisted, as if the earlier commotion had been an illusion shared by both. Was it truly just an illusion? Chen Mo maintained his posture, listening intently for what felt like an eternity, before gradually relaxing his body, though the vigilance in his gaze remained undiminished. He slowly released his grip on the gun's handle and, with deliberate slowness, shook his head at Lin Wei, implying perhaps that there was nothing more to discern. Yet both understood that the matter was far from simple. In the latter half of the night, Chen Mo did not once sit down. He remained in shadows by the door, a silent guardian, his senses attuned to the outside world. Lin Wei, unable to find solace in sleep, kept her eyes open until dawn broke. As the first light of day emerged, the two immediately set about thoroughly inspecting the wooden wall's perimeter, particularly the sandy side nearest to the forest. They found no footprints, no signs of disruption or disturbance. The fallen leaves and broken branches lay undisturbed in their natural state. The sound had come and gone like a phantom, leaving no trace of its existence. What could that sound have been? During breakfast, Lin Wei could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, her voice dry. Chen Mo shook his head, his brow furrowed. I cannot discern it. It does not resemble sounds made by animals. He paused briefly, adding, nor does it sound like the typical footsteps or movements of a person. This assessment sent a chill down Lin Wei's spine. If it was neither animal nor human, then what could it possibly be? Could it be a branch broken by the wind, dragging along the ground? She endeavored to concoct a plausible explanation. That possibility could not be entirely dismissed. Chen Mo did not refute her. Yet the doubt in his eyes lingered. He evidently did not believe it to be the sound of a broken branch, but he was equally uncertain of its origin. Was it the deliberate quality of the sound? Or perhaps a certain regularity that seemed inconsistent with natural phenomena? The entire day, both were somewhat on edge. The jungle in daylight appeared as vibrant as ever, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, brimming with life. Yet at night, it seemed to don a different visage, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. As dusk approached, Chen Mo made a resolute decision. I shall keep watch throughout the night, he stated firmly while adding wood to the fire, his tone leaving no room for debate. You should rest and conserve your strength. What about you? You hardly slept last night, Lin Wei inquired. Do not worry. I can manage, Chen Mo replied succinctly. I will catch up on sleep tomorrow during the day. He understood that certain events were undergoing transformation. The threat from the sea had not dissipated. It may just have momentarily retreated. Meanwhile, it seemed that something in the depths of the jungle was beginning to stir restlessly. Humanity often harbors an inexplicable fear of the unknown, coupled with an insatiable curiosity. He needed to remain utterly vigilant to confront whatever circumstances might arise. As night fell once more, it was even darker than the previous evening. The moon was entirely engulfed by ominous clouds, with only a scattering of faint stars flickering through the gaps. The sea and jungle were shrouded in darkness. Save for the small circle of firelight at the campsite, a glaring beacon in the endless blackness, luring forth the creatures lurking in the shadows. Chen Mo concealed himself in the darkness just beyond the firelight, surveying his surroundings with a resolute determination to uncover the source of the sound. The long night was just beginning, and certain entities might be biding their time for the cover of darkness. As the hours dragged on, the clock ticked towards the latter half of the night. Chen Mo remained prepared, ready to spring into action the moment the sound reemerged. However, from nightfall until now, nothing had occurred. That eerie scraping noise had not returned, as if it were deliberately teasing him. The jungle was quiet, save for the whispers of the wind and the occasional chirps of unknown insects. This unnaturally excessive silence felt more unsettling than a direct threat. Thus, Chen Mo stood vigil for the entire night, the bloodshot veins in his eyes multiplying. By dawn, his complexion appeared somewhat pale in the morning light. Yet the vigilance in his gaze had not wavered. He consumed a modest meal and instructed Lin Wei, I will sleep for 2 hours. If anything seems amiss, wake me immediately. Upon finishing his words, he chose not to enter the shelter, but instead settled against a sturdy wooden wall, cradling a spade in his arms, burying his head in his knees, and almost instantaneously succumbing to slumber. A keen observer would note that Chen Mo's sleep was unlike ordinary rest. One eye remained half closed, and the slightest rustle in the surroundings could rouse him immediately. Lin Wei nodded, gripping the multifunctional knife tightly, assuming her position of vigilance. She dared not let her guard down, her eyes ceaselessly scanning the sea and the jungle, her ears perked up alertly. The sun shone brilliantly. The beach radiated a golden hue, and the waves lapped gently. Everything appeared so idyllic. Were it not for the series of unsettling events, Lin Wei would have eagerly dashed out to revel in the moment by the sea. Yet, she understood that beneath this serene fade, turbulent undercurrents could be lurking. Chapter 53. The storm approaches. 2 hours pass swiftly. Chen Mo seemed to awaken precisely on cue. Though still somewhat fatigued, his gaze was considerably clearer. He rose, stretching his stiff limbs, and the first order of business was to raise the binoculars, performing his routine scan of the sea. All seemed normal. However, as he lowered the binoculars, a slight furrow formed on his brow as he looked up at the sky. What is it? Lin Wei inquired immediately. The weather is changing, Chen Mo replied, squinting at the wispy cirrus clouds on the horizon, extending his hand to taste the air, sensing that the wind was amiss. Lin Wei mimicked his action and gazed upward. The sky remained predominantly azure, yet she indeed perceived that the wind had strengthened somewhat, brushing against her face with a distinct chill, and its direction seemed increasingly erratic, unlike the previously stable maritime breeze. Is it going to rain? She speculated. The island's weather could shift abruptly, and they had experienced sudden downpours before. Not just that, Chen Mo shook his head, his expression growing grave. This could be a significant storm. His words sent a jolt of anxiety through Lin Wei. Could their rudimentary camp withstand a fierce tempest? The wooden wall might obscure their view, but it could scarcely endure the onslaught of a violent storm. Preparations must be made. Without hesitation, Chen Mo sprang into action. The imminent threat of potential enemies was momentarily eclipsed by the pressing natural danger. Reinforce the camp, especially the shelter above. The previous waterproof tarp had sufficed against light rain, but it would be inadequate against a raging storm. Chen Mo aimed to make it as watertight as possible, capable of withstanding strong winds. He instructed Lin Wei to gather all the large banana leaves she could find, even the half-tanned wild boar hide. Meanwhile, he took up the spade and ventured deeper into the jungle's edge. Not for exploration this time, but specifically to seek out a plant he had previously noticed, one with massive, thick leaves coated in a waxy layer, known for its excellent waterproof properties. He returned with an abundant haul of such broad leaves, along with more resilient vines. Then, he climbed atop the shelter. With Lin Wei's assistance, he first removed the rain tarp, and then had her pass the materials for below. Chen Mo meticulously layered broad leaves atop the original roof, much like weaving a straw raincoat, ensuring each new layer snugly enveloped the previous one. At the critical seams, he secured the structure with thin wooden wedges, reinforcing it further with vines. Finally, he draped the waterproof cloth, previously removed, over the outermost layer, anchoring its edges with stones placed methodically. The entire canopy was fortified with several layers, appearing cumbersome yet promising significantly enhanced protection. Next, he turned his attention to the walls. Originally composed of branches and vines, they were quite porous. Chen Mo procured a multitude of pliable twigs and palm fronds, reinforcing and filling the interior to minimize any gaps. As for the wooden perimeter, its resistance against the impending storm was negligible. They could only resign themselves to fate. Upon completing these tasks, Chen Mo inspected the drainage system. Shallow ditches were excavated around the camp to prevent rainwater from flooding in. Throughout this endeavor, the wind grew increasingly fierce, rustling through the jungle, while the waves transformed from gentle ripples to a tumultuous roar. The once azure sky was rapidly overtaken by gray-white clouds, deepening ominously. Humidity thickened in the air, carrying an earthy scent foretelling the impending downpour. There was one more crucial matter. Chen Mo, drenched in sweat and leaves, could not afford to rest. Fire. The embers must be preserved. Once the storm struck, an ordinary campfire would surely falter. The magnesium rod in his hand could not be squandered on rekindling flames. He dashed to the fire pit, using a spade to separate a substantial portion of the vibrant coals and unburned wood, carefully transferring them into the tin water container Lin Wei had found during their salt-drying venture. He covered it with a layer of ash and placed several resilient logs on top, finally sealing the container with a slightly flattened stone, leaving just a sliver for ventilation. This rudimentary fire preservation method was hoped to endure through the tempest. Having accomplished all this, both were utterly exhausted. The wind intensified, whipping their clothes with a sharp crackling sound, while the reinforced shelter creaked ominously. The storm was imminent. The first raindrop fell, heavy and chilling, striking Lin Wei's forehead. Almost instantly, the second and third drops cascaded down, rapidly intensifying, drumming against leaves, sandy ground, and the canopy above. "Quick, get inside," Chen Mo shouted, pulling Lin Wei into the fortified shelter. Almost the moment they entered, torrential rain descended. This was no ordinary downpour. It felt as though the heavens had been pierced, unleashing a deluge. Instantly, the outside world transformed into a blinding white, visibility plummeting. The howling wind surged through, emitting a terrifying wail that shook the entire camp. They could even hear the waves roaring as they crashed onto the shore, the sound booming in their ears. Inside the shelter, darkness enveloped them, with only a faint glimmer of light seeping through the doorway's crack. The rain pounded furiously against the roof and walls, creating a deafening cacophony. Despite the reinforcements, tiny droplets managed to infiltrate through the seams or splashed in from the edges, quickly forming small puddles on the ground. Lin Wei instinctively curled up tighter, clutching her knees. Meanwhile, Chen Mo stood guard near the entrance, anxiously peering through the gap to assess the situation outside, primarily concerned about whether the barrel of firewood and the overall structure of the camp could withstand the tempest. The wind and rain were relentless. The entire shelter trembled, creaking and groaning as if it might collapse at any moment. Each time a particularly fierce gust swept through, the roof would heave violently, seemingly on the verge of being torn away. Suddenly, a sharp crack. One of the main beams supporting the roof, a tree trunk of moderate thickness, could no longer bear the strain and split in two. The roof abruptly sagged, rainwater pouring in through the fissure. Damn it! Chen Mo cursed, reacting swiftly as he wedged a spade against the cracked beam, bracing the collapsing section with a shoulder. Quick, find something to prop it up, he shouted at Lin Wei. Fortunately, Lin Wei had endured enough over the past few days to maintain her composure. Had it been when she first arrived on the island, she would likely have crumpled to the ground in a panic. She swiftly rummaged through the shelter, grasping the sharpened hardwood stick she had prepared for a spear, and hurriedly handed it over. Chen Mo took the stick, struggling to adjust its angle, seeking a sturdy point beneath the crack beam to brace it firmly. The creaking descent was temporarily halted, yet rain continued to pour in through the cracks and around the edges. The water on the ground was rising rapidly, nearly lapping at their feet. They had to lift their bags and supplies off the ground immediately, or all their efforts would be in vain. The two frantically moved everything to the highest stone platform. Lin Wei clutched the backpack containing the medicines as if it were a lifeline. The storm showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified. Thunder began to rumble ominously, and a tremendous flash of lightning rent the gloomy sky, briefly illuminating the pale and disheveled faces of the two within the shelter. They felt as though they were trapped in a cage buffeted by the storm, the fury of nature outside, threatening to engulf them along with their refuge at any moment. Chapter 54. A night of peril, but no harm. The storm outside was overwhelming, and Chen Mo was uncertain whether the wooden stick used as a support could withstand the pressure on the roof. Once everything was gathered, he hurried back to brace his body against the support pole, his muscles tensed, veins bulging as rainwater streamed down his face. He gritted his teeth, expending every ounce of strength to hold firm, occasionally raising a hand to wipe the rain from his brow. Lin Wei watched him, then glanced outside at the blinding downpour. A profound sense of helplessness and fear gripping her. In the face of nature's sheer wrath, humanity's struggles appeared so insignificant and absurd. Just then, amidst the cacophony of wind and rain, an exceedingly faint sound permeated through. It was neither thunder, nor rain, nor wind. It resembled a low, rhythmic hum, so subtle and intermittent that it was almost imperceptible beneath the storm's clamor. Yet this time Lin Wei heard it, and it seemed that Chen Mo, under the immense pressure, also caught the sound. He abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with her in a moment of shared realization. A flicker of uncertainty passed between the two. A low hum resonated once more, slightly clearer than before. The sound did not emanate from the sea. Rather, it seemed to arise from beneath their feet, or perhaps from within the island itself. This eerie noise, intermingled with the ferocious winds, torrential rain, and thunder, took on an especially sinister quality. Before they could decipher its origin, a deafening roar erupted nearby. It was not thunder. The wooden wall beside them had finally succumbed to the relentless assault of wind and rain, collapsing entirely. By a cruel twist of fate, a wooden beam struck the shelter, creating a gaping hole. The fierce wind, as if seizing an opportunity, surged through this breach, nearly uprooting the entire refuge. The already beleaguered structure was now in a state of utter disarray. Chen Mo was thrust off balance by the sudden influx of force. Nearly losing his grip on the wooden pole he had been bracing against, water cascaded into the shelter like a waterfall through the newly formed opening. Quick, block it! Chen Mo shouted hoarsely, his eyes ablaze with urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Wei seized the soaked and heavy wild boar hide, stumbling toward the collapsed section, attempting to use it as a barrier against the onslaught of wind and rain. However, the wind was too fierce. The hide was forcibly pressed against the gap, billowing like a sail filled with gusts, rendering her nearly unable to stand. Observing this, Chen Mo swiftly wedged the support pole into a crevice, daring to release his grip as he rushed to assist her. Together, they pressed their backs against the slick, heavy hide, barely managing to seal the majority of the breach. For the moment, the tempest was staved off outside, yet the force of the storm was immense, shaking them to their very core. The interior was in chaos, with rising water pooling around them, leaks springing up everywhere. The ember in the pot was an afterthought amidst the turmoil. Leaning against the cold, drenched hide, they exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the raging storm, gasping for breath, utterly besieged. Meanwhile, the low, strange humming had seemingly vanished, or perhaps it was completely drowned out by the tumult outside. Time trickled by, and the storm showed no signs of abating. Would they endure until dawn? How would they survive this night? The tempest raged like an invisible beast, battering and tearing at their meager sanctuary, as if all the energy of the thunderstorm was concentrated upon this very spot. Thunder cracked overhead, reverberating in their eardrums. Flashes of lightning cleaved through the pitch-black sky, illuminating it momentarily like daylight. only to be swallowed again by darkness, a relentless cycle. Each time this transformation occurred, it cast the two faces within the shelter, drained of color and taut with tension, into stark relief. The rain pouring in from all directions grew increasingly torrential. Wind and rain surged through the gaps in the wild boar hide that they were bracing against. Despite their desperate efforts, how could two people possibly contend with the might of nature? Even countless souls would weigh as light as a feather against such overwhelming forces. The shed swayed incessantly, the wooden pole supporting the roof nearly slipping free multiple times, prompting Chen Mo to momentarily abandon the wild boar hide he was propping up to steady the pole. Lin Wei, in turn, pressed her body firmly against one corner of the hide. The icy rain drenched her instantly, rendering her shivering and her teeth chattering. Her entire body numb and nearly devoid of sensation, sustained solely by an instinctual will to survive. Each minute stretched out interminably. They resembled a fragile boat on a furious sea, perpetually on the brink of capsizing, with nothing but gritted teeth to endure, awaiting the dawn. Time passed. Though its measure was uncertain, the howling wind seemed to wane slightly. The rain, albeit still heavy, no longer pounded the roof with such ferocity. The thunder rolled into the distance, and the frequency of lightning diminished. The dawn was approaching. The storm's might was gradually abating. When the first faint gray light struggled through the damaged seams of the roof and the entrance of the wild boar hide, the two could scarcely believe they had truly persevered. Inside the shed lay a scene of utter devastation. The water reached their calves, floating debris of leaves, broken branches, and mud. Everything was soaked, exuding a pungent odor of dampness and earthy decay. They slumped into frigid water, leaning against the equally soaked hide and walls, gasping for breath, unwilling even to move a finger. Exhaustion scarcely encapsulated their current state. They were in a state of profound, post-catastrophe fatigue. After an indeterminate duration of rest, Chen Mo was the first to struggle to his feet, water cascading off him with a splash. Stepping outside the shed revealed the world laid bare before him. The camp had been nearly obliterated. The painstakingly constructed wooden walls had collapsed by nearly a third, with broken timber and branches strewn about, mingled with mud. The beach had been reshaped by the torrential rain, the original traces erased. The edge of the jungle lay in ruin, many trees snapped and others uprooted, exposing their twisted roots. The sea remained turbulent, gray and foamy, yet had lost the ferocity of the previous night's onslaught. The sky was a heavy leaden gray, rain continuing to fall, now transformed from a downpour to a steady drizzle, incessant and monotonous. The sight that met his eyes was one of desolate ruin. Chen Mo surveyed the wreckage, his expression impassive, before turning to assess the damage to the shelter. One corner of the roof had caved in, several main beams were cracked, necessitating major repairs, and the gap, nearly sealed with the wild boar hide, was seeping profusely, though thankfully the structural integrity remained intact. After completing his inspection, he waded through the water to the metal kettle where the fire supplies were stored. It contained a half-foot of water. He reached in, feeling around, retrieving a handful of soaked, icy ashes and partially burned firewood. The fire was completely extinguished. Chapter 55, Mysterious Footprints in the Forest. Lin Wei also struggled to her feet. Gazing at the ruins, a chill coursing through her heart, tears welling in her eyes as she sank into despair. The meager possessions they had painstakingly accumulated were nearly all destroyed overnight, a return to square one. Stop dawdling. We must first drain the water. Chen Mo's voice was hoarse, imbued with a sense of profound exhaustion. He felt a deeper turmoil within than Lin Wei, for it was he who had personally procured these supplies. Now, witnessing the chaos, he could only feign composure. If such a trivial matter could lead to despair for the two of them, how could they confront the myriad of bizarre occurrences on the island and at sea? Someone had to shoulder the burden, and that person could only be Chen Mo. He grasped the entrenching tool and began to clear the accumulated mud and water within the shelter, widening the drainage ditch at the entrance. Lin Wei let out a cry, seemingly venting her frustrations. She quickly joined in, using a broad leaf as a scoop to bail out the water. This was no time for delicacy. After tirelessly working for half a day, the standing water in the shelter was finally reduced to manageable levels, and, thankfully, the sandy ground was not as treacherous as muddy soil. The rain gradually diminished, transforming into a light drizzle. Both were chilled and famished, their strength nearly depleted. Chen Mo rummaged through his pack. The compressed biscuits were intact, but much of the jerky had become waterlogged, though it remained edible. The compressed biscuits, though unscathed, were to be preserved for dire circumstances, as they represented their last bastion of survival. Chen Mo carefully stowed the biscuits once more and handed Lin Wei a relatively dry piece of jerky, taking a random piece for himself, silently chewing. As the food slid down his throat, a trickle of energy began to unfurl within his frigid body. After finishing their meager meal, Chen Mo regained a modicum of strength and rose to his feet. I will go outside to assess the situation. You stay here. He needed to evaluate the overall damage, but more crucially, to confirm the safety of the external environment. Storms sometimes brought unwelcome remnants ashore, obscuring certain traces. Lin Wei nodded, gripping her multifunctional knife tightly. Chen Mo, wielding the entrenching tool, cautiously stepped over the collapsed wooden wall and traversed the slick sandy ground. He initially followed the coastline, his gaze sweeping over the beach and the sea. Aside from the devastation wrought by the storm, he discerned nothing out of the ordinary. No new flotsam or boats that ought not to be there. If one were to note anything, it was a few thick garments, which Chen Mo decided to collect for future use. Subsequently, he turned towards the fringes of the jungle to inspect the trees uprooted by the wind. Near the rocky area where they had sought refuge the previous day, by a particularly muddy depression, his steps suddenly halted. In the mire, several distinct impressions were visible. They were neither animal hoof prints nor the imprints of either of their shoes, or these footprints. Their shape was peculiar, broader than a human foot, with the toes indistinct. Yet the arch and heel could be faintly discerned. Most importantly, the depth of these impressions was greater than the surrounding ground, indicating that whatever had left them was of considerable weight. A chill gripped Chen Mo's heart. He crouched down for a closer examination. The footprints extended from deep within the jungle, meandering around the edge of the depression before turning back towards the thicket. The direction of the footprints aligned precisely with the general vicinity of their camp. It was difficult to ascertain the time. The torrential rain had erased most of the traces, but the pooling water in this depression had preserved them. The indistinctness of the footprints, soaked by the rain, suggests they were not freshly made, yet not too distant in time, likely around the moments preceding the most ferocious part of the storm. What creature could have left them? A bear? Until now, only wild boars have been discovered on the island, with no evidence of large bears. Moreover, these prints appeared to belong to a bipedal being. A chilling and terrifying thought flashed through his mind, causing a cold sweat to break out along his spine. He immediately recalled the eerie, buzzing sound, shrouded by the tempest the previous night, as well as the mysterious scratching noises heard earlier. Could it have been a person? He suddenly rose, warily surveying the storm-battered jungle surrounding him. The trees dripped with moisture, and silence enveloped the area, save for the soft patter of falling water, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, he felt as though countless cold eyes were watching him from the dim recesses of the foliage. Rather than retreating, he suppressed his rising trepidation and cautiously followed the footprints deeper into the jungle. The muddy ground revealed intermittent prints, ultimately fading away beneath a thick layer of fallen leaves. Rendered untraceable, that entity had emerged from the depths of the jungle, wandering close to their camp during the storm's fiercest hour. Chen Mo stood frozen, an icy chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head, colder than the rain itself. He cautiously made his way back to the camp. Lin Wei noticed his grave expression and felt a pang of anxiety. What is it? What did you find? Chen Mo remained silent, merely gesturing for her to follow him to the low-lying area, where he pointed at the few footprints gradually being smoothed over by the continuing drizzle. Upon observing the peculiar marks, Lin Wei's face turned pale. What is this? A bear? I don't know, Chen Mo replied in a subdued tone, ruling out wild boars, asserting that they resembled no animal he was familiar with. He paused, adding, it must have come last night during the height of the storm. Lin Wei gasped, instinctively inching closer to Chen Mo, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed into the depths of the jungle. What? What does it want? Chen Mo shook his head, equally perplexed. Was it disturbed by the storm, or did it harbor some more sinister intent? This island, while they dealt with threats from the sea, began to unveil a deeper, more primal, and eerie aspect of itself. The rain continued to fall, chilling them to the bone. Any fleeting sense of relief from surviving the tempest had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of disorientation and dread. The enemy was no longer merely the armed men potentially emerging from the ocean, but the land itself, along with the unfathomable unknown lurking within its depths. Chen Mo gazed at the vanishing footprints before turning back to the wreckage of their camp, which required immense effort to restore. His hand rested on the cold, hard pistol tucked at his waist. In that moment, he felt that the lethal power of this weapon might seem laughably insignificant when faced with certain entities. Let us head back. He ultimately spoke, his voice imbued with an unprecedented weariness and gravity. First, repair the shelter. Ignite the fire. They require warmth, illumination, a semblance of civilization to combat the omnipresent, damp dread, and the unknown. The struggle for survival at hand eclipsed all else. Chapter 56. The fire pit reignited. It was uncertain when the rain had finally ceased. The sky remained shrouded in dense, leaden clouds, pressing low against the sea's surface, allowing not a glimmer of sunlight to pierce through. The dampness following the rain enveloped the atmosphere, thick and stifling. There is uncertainty as to whether a second deluge would arrive. Chen Mo gazed skyward. The campsite lay in disarray, resembling a scene trampled by a giant's careless footfall. Collapsed wooden walls, scattered branches, a muddy ground, and a shelter, partially collapsed and dripping water, all silently narrated the ruthless violence of last night's storm. Chen Mo and Lin Wei stood upon the sandy earth, surveying the ruins before them, speechless, left only with a profound sense of helplessness regarding the prospect of starting anew. Sir, fire. Chen Mo shattered the silence, his voice hoarse. Without fire, all else was moot. The chill of night, particularly after the rain, coupled with the humidity, would swiftly rob them of their scant body heat and strength. Everything must commence with a single flame. He approached the iron kettle, which contained half a pot of cold water, and emptied the damp ashes and remnants of wood. After digging through the sand for some time, he unearthed a few pieces of charcoal that might still harbor a trace of warmth. Yet, upon touching them, he found only a disheartening chill. The flicker of hope that lingered in his heart was extinguished. With a bitter smile and a shake of his head, he realized that he must rekindle the fire. Standing upright, he assumed a calm demeanor. This was the harsh reality he had anticipated. His eyes swept around the area. The ground was littered with rain-soaked leaves, the damp branches at the jungle's edge, and the palm fronds that should have been dry atop the shelter. A frown creased his brow in the aftermath of the rain. Locating suitable dry kindling would prove challenging. Lin Wei observed the bloodshot eyes and weary expression on his face as he sifted through the iron kettle's remaining kindling, then stood to survey the surroundings, her brow furrowing. After a moment of contemplation, she grasped Chen Mo's intent. "We must find some dry tinder," she exclaimed. At that moment, Chen Mo echoed her sentiment. Lin Wei turned and darted into the still-leaking shelter, desperately rummaging through the heap of damp supplies. Her hand brushed against a small bundle wrapped in multiple layers of waterproof fabric. Previously, she had secured it to store the delicate hemp thread for mending and some particularly dry tinder. With trembling hands, she began to unwrap it. Lifting the rainproof cloth, she discovered that the hemp thread was somewhat damp, but at the core a small tuft of soft, dried down and fine straw she had previously gathered from a nest retained a hint of fluffiness. "I found it," she nearly shouted, emerging with great care, cradling the precious dry tinder in her hands as if it were a treasure. Lin Wei never anticipated that her earlier, unintentional act would prove to be so invaluable. Chen Mo extricated several relatively dry, curled layers of tree bark and a few similarly dry branches from beneath a collapsed wooden wall. This marked the first time they had utilized such materials to fill the gaps in their makeshift fence. The two gathered this precious dry tinder and found a slightly wind-sheltered, half-collapsed plank to serve as their workbench. Kneeling on the muddy ground, Chen Mo carefully piled the tinder atop the tree bark, then grasped the magnesium rod, aligning the scraping blade with it. "Shield the wind," he whispered. Lin Wei immediately formed a windbreak with her body and hands, her heart racing. Chen Mo took a deep breath, exerting force in his wrist as he swiftly scraped the magnesium rod. With a crisp sound, a dazzling burst of white-hot sparks erupted, showering down onto the tinder. The sparks extinguished instantly, leaving behind a nearly invisible black dot on the tinder. For the first time, it was a failure. The air was too humid, and the tinder was insufficient. Chen Mo pressed his lips together and scraped again. Another burst of sparks flew forth. A few landed on the edge of the tinder, flickering briefly as they ignited a couple of fine fibers, which produced a wisp of nearly invisible blue smoke before extinguishing. Lin Wei, tense and sweating profusely, dared not even breathe. Undeterred, Chen Mo adjusted his angle and pressure, scraping once more. The sound of scraping continued in a steady rhythm, with sparks cascading down. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, trickling down his taut cheek. Finally, after a concentrated flurry of sparks, several fortuitously landed at the driest and fluffiest center of the tinder. A delicate wisp of white smoke began to rise. Lin Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Chen Mo's movements became exceedingly gentle. He ceased scraping and cautiously leaned down, as if afraid of disturbing a newborn, and softly blew towards the slender stream of smoke. The smoke thickened. The center of the tinder began to glow red, darken, and a tiny, bright red point emerged. They had succeeded. The ember. Chen Mo held his breath, continuing to blow gently. The red point gradually expanded, igniting more fibers around it, and at last, after repeated breaths from Chen Mo, a small flame flickered to life, eagerly consuming the surrounding dry tinder and bark. "Quick, gather the fine twigs." Chen Montag geht softly. Lin Wei had already prepared a handful of finely shaved, relatively dry sticks, carefully adding them one by one to the feeble flame. The flame briefly recoiled upon encountering the new fuel, as if it might be extinguished, but ultimately began to spread, producing a series of crackling sounds as it grew larger. The warm, orange glow once again danced upon the damp, cold ruins. Fire. It had come to life. The two gazed at the small, relatively stable fire, nearly moved to tears, a profound, indescribable sense of relief and accomplishment washing over them, instantly alleviating their physical fatigue and mental despair. With fire, they had a foundation, the most fundamental resource to confront this harsh world. This was the confidence bestowed by their little flame. They carefully relocated the campfire to a slightly elevated spot, where they fashioned a makeshift hearth from stones, adding thicker branches to the flames. The fire blazed brightly, dispelling the surrounding chill and dampness, while illuminating the faces of the two individuals, which, although muddied, radiated with newfound vitality. Chen Mo meticulously cleaned out the half-deflated water flask, filled it with fresh water, and placed it by the fire to heat. As the warmth enveloped his hands and feet, he felt a resurgence of strength within him. He sliced off several pieces of smoked meat, skewering them on a branch to roast. The fat sizzled as it dripped into the fire, releasing a long-forgotten, mouth-watering aroma that made their appetites stir. Consuming the warm food and sipping the boiling water, their frozen bodies and spirits seemed to awaken anew. Next came the task of repairing the shelter. After savoring the last bite of meat, Chen Mo rose and cast a glance at the collapsed refuge. Delays were no longer an option. Who knew if rain would fall again that night? Repairing was slightly less challenging than rebuilding. He ventured to the edge of the jungle to chop down a sturdier, more resilient trunk, gathering numerous vines to carry back to the shelter. Lin Wei took on the role of assisting him, steadying the wood and passing the vines. Together, they removed the cracked beam and, using a spade, hoisted a new beam into place, securing it with as many vines as they could, wrapping the junction into a robust knot of greenery. The sagging roof was propped up once more. The damaged side was covered with every available material, banana leaves, scraps of waterproof cloth, and even that sodden wild boar hide, layered and bound tightly. Chapter 57. Tracking footprints again. Once their labors concluded, the sky darkened once more. Although the shelter remained rudimentary and drafty, its main structure was at least stable enough to provide a basic refuge from the wind and light rain. The new fire crackled in the stone hearth as they huddled close, warming their still damp clothes. Exhaustion washed over them like a tide. But this time, it carried a sense of justified fatigue. Lin Wei gazed at the flickering flames and softly remarked, "It's wonderful to have a fire." Thankfully, it was that magnesium rod. Chen Mo nodded, his gaze also fixed on the flames. The marvel of modern civilization, the magnesium rod, had proven to be a lifesaver on this isolated island. As their thoughts drifted back to the footprints, Lin Wei felt unease creep back in her heart. "Tomorrow," she resolved. Chen Mo interrupted her, his tone signaling finality. "Let's sleep first. We can address everything tomorrow." He recognized Lin Wei's fear, and his own heart was heavy with doubt and anxiety. Yet, for now, restoring their strength took precedence. Both needed rest. Only by maintaining alertness and vitality could they confront whatever challenges lay ahead. He placed the spade within reach and removed the handgun from his waist, setting it nearby. Vigilance was essential, requiring them to be doubly cautious. "You sleep first," he instructed Lin Wei. "I'll keep watch for the first half of the night." Lin Wei observed his sharply defined profile illuminated by the firelight, which bore signs of fatigue and weariness, yet also exuded an unwavering steadiness akin to that of a rock. She nodded slightly, wrapped herself in her half-dry clothing, and lay down in a spot near the fire where she could dry off. Her body was utterly fatigued, yet her mind was a tumult of thoughts. Terrifying storms, strange footprints, unknown threats from the sea, and the hidden secrets of this island flooded her consciousness. However, she was far too weary to contemplate them. As she listened to the crackling of the fire and the wind and waves gradually calming outside, her awareness eventually faded, succumbing to an uneasy slumber. Chen Mo sat by the fire, adding a few more logs. The flames danced, flickering in his eyes. What he guarded was not merely a fire, but rather the frail yet resilient hope they had just rekindled on this perilous island. The night was still long, but he understood that as long as the fire burned, there remained a chance. Tomorrow, they must decipher the footprints in the mud. Perhaps they were the catalyst for uncovering the island's secrets. As dawn broke, the sky remained overcast, but fortunately it did not rain. The campsite was enveloped in a thin veil of white mist, the air thick with humidity and the scent of decaying vegetation. Chen Mo had scarcely closed his eyes throughout the night. Lin Wei had insisted on taking a shift during the latter part of the night, but his sleep was light. The handgun rested in his hand, and even the slightest rustle would rouse him instantly. The two shared a simple breakfast of smoked meat and boiled water. Chen Mo rose to his feet, directing his gaze toward the depression in the jungle where the peculiar footprints had been discovered the previous day. His expression regained its usual sharpness and composure. A night's rest seemed to have replenished his energy to confront the impending troubles. "We need to venture into the woods," he declared as he began preparing his gear. A spade was essential, along with a multi-tool knife, binoculars, a bow and arrow, and that handgun. He checked the magazine and reinserted it at the small of his back. Lin Wei observed him with a growing sense of anxiety, but quickly stood up. I'll go too. My foot is nearly healed, and I can keep up. She did not wish to remain alone at the camp. The torment of waiting in uncertainty was far worse. Chen Mo glanced at her, offering no objection, simply handing her the multi-tool knife. Stay close to me, don't stray, and remain quiet. Lin Wei nodded in understanding. The two of them, one following the other, once again crossed the fallen, scattered wooden wall, and made their way into the jungle. After a night's passage, the water in the depression had receded significantly, rendering the edges of the strange footprints more indistinct, yet their general shape remained discernible. Chen Mo crouched down, measuring the length and width of the footprints with his fingers, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. Very deep, he murmured, almost himself. This creature is not light. He stood up, his gaze following the direction in which the footprints had vanished into the thick layer of fallen leaves. The rain had drenched the leaves, piling them upon the ground like a massive, waterlogged carpet, making it indeed difficult to detect any lingering traces. Let us split up and search, Chen Mo whispered, remaining vigilant for broken branches, dislodged moss, or any signs of the unnatural. But don't wander far. Keep me in sight. Understood. Lin Wei's eyes scanned the surroundings. The two individuals began their search from the hollow, spreading out in a fan shape, meticulously scanning the periphery of the jungle. Lin Wei, imitating Chen Mo, focused her gaze on the ground, tree trunks, and the low shrubs. The dim light filtering through the trees rendered the surroundings damp and dripping, making their search exceptionally arduous. Aside from their own footprints, the ground bore traces of various small creatures and the disarray left by wind and rain. As time slipped away without yielding any results, Lin Wei felt the possibility of finding any clues dwindling, as if that entity had vanished like a wraith. Just then, her eyes inadvertently skimmed over the trunk of a crooked tree. Thick, slippery moss enveloped the trunk, but at shoulder height, a small patch of moss had been rubbed away, revealing the dark bark beneath. The mark appeared fresh, the frayed edges still damp, indicating it had not been long since the moss was disturbed. Chen Mo, she whispered urgently, pointing towards the crooked tree. Chen Mo quickly approached and scrutinized the mark. The area of moss removed was small and irregularly shaped, leaving the cause of the disturbance unclear. However, the location of the tree seemed to align somewhat with the direction in which the owner of the footprint had moved. It seemed something brushed past here, perhaps its shoulder or side. Chen Mo speculated, his gaze sharp as he looked ahead in the direction indicated by the mark. With this subtle landmark, both felt a surge of determination and continued their search more diligently along the path. Advancing approximately 10 more meters, the terrain began to undulate slightly. Suddenly, Chen Mo halted, crouching down to part a dense cluster of ferns. The soil beneath was relatively bare, shielded from the fallen leaves by the ferns. Imprinted in the mud was the blurred outline of the front half of that peculiar large footprint, the toes distinctly pointing forward. Indeed, it had come from this direction. Chapter 58. A difficult choice. Chen Mo's heart raced slightly as he finally discovered another footprint, affirming that their chosen path was not in vain. He gestured for Lin Wei to follow, and the two proceeded with heightened caution, pausing with each step, tracing the direction of the footprints and the occasional faint signs of disturbed vegetation as they ventured deeper. The surrounding trees grew taller and more ancient, their twisted branches forming a canopy that shrouded them in increasing darkness. The air felt humid and stifling, making each breath a bit labored, and an eerie silence enveloped them, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves underfoot and their own breathing. An intangible pressure began to pervade the atmosphere. Their tracking was intermittent, the signs appearing sporadically, testing their patience and keen eyesight. Several times, they nearly lost the trail, necessitating a broader search to uncover the next minuscule clue, a snapped twig, a stone with its lichens scraped away. The direction in which they searched seemed to lead into the uncharted depths of the island. Suddenly, Chen Mo, who was leading, abruptly raised his hand, forming a fist and signaling for caution. Lin Wei immediately halted her steps, anxiously gazing ahead, her heart racing in her throat. Chen Mo slowly crouched down, his eyes fixated on a clearing not far ahead in the woods. The clearing bore no remarkable features, merely a few scattered rocks partially cloaked in moss. Yet on the side of the largest rock, facing their direction, there was an incision. A closer inspection revealed that it was not a mark forged by the elements, but rather a deliberate imprint left by human hands. The lines were deep, the edges smooth by the passage of time and rain, yet the shape remained distinctly recognizable, evidently carved long ago. It was the symbol they had encountered before, adorned with two circular dots. There was again. This enigmatic symbol reappeared, and intriguingly, it lay on the path leading them to the peculiar footprints. A chill crept up Chen Mo's spine. What connection could exist between these two? Was the unknown creature that left the footprints of the same essence as the human who inscribed these symbols? Or was there some intricate relationship at play? He gradually rose to his feet, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. The area remained silent, trees standing still, ferns lying low, devoid of any movement. He gestured for Lin Wei to find a place to conceal herself while he approached the rock alone, running his fingers over the cold incision. His gaze swept around the stone, and he noticed that beneath the symbol, the soil at the rock's base appeared to have been slightly disturbed, as if something had briefly lingered or excavated here. He carefully used a spade to sift through the loose earth. Nothing lay buried beneath, only a few deep, parallel scratches marred the area where the rock met the soil. These scratches appeared recent, lacking the weathered appearance of the symbol, suggesting they had been made not long ago. And, judging by their depth, considerable force had been applied. Chen Mo's pupils constricted slightly. He examined the width and depth of the scratches, recalling the size and depth of the footprint in the mud. A vague yet astonishing hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. Could it be that the creature that left the footprints had once been here and had interacted with this symbol? Were these fresh scratches its doing? Did it feel curiosity or anger towards this symbol, or did it carry some meaning beyond their comprehension? If it were mere coincidence, the scratches appearing directly beneath this tangible symbol would be an uncanny stroke of fate. For a moment, Chen Mo found himself in a quandary and waved to Lin Wei, beckoning her over for a collaborative analysis. Two minds would surely yield greater insights than one. Lin Wei had been attentively observing Chen Mo's every move. Upon seeing him summon her, she first scanned the surroundings for anything amiss. Finding none, she approached him with a quickened pace. Arriving beside him, she followed his gaze downward. Spotting the new scratches, her face paling, instinctively inching closer to Chen Mo. Her voice trembled as she spoke. How could there be scratches here? Could they have been left by that creature? Does it know about this too? Lin Wei's barrage of questions left Chen Mo speechless, as he too was somewhat bewildered by the inquiries. He had summoned her to assist in analyzing the situation. Turning away, he remarked, I am not entirely certain. It just seems that this scratch is rather coincidental. I brought you here to help determine whether this unknown creature is connected to the symbol. I believe there is a connection. Lin Wei stepped forward, observing intently. At the very least, it seems to recognize something. Otherwise, why would it choose this particular spot to leave a mark? Chen Mo nodded in agreement. He then raised his binoculars once more, centering on the rock inscribed with the symbol, scrutinizing the surrounding area for any further clues. The lens gradually panned over twisted tree trunks, dense canopies, and dappled shadows. Suddenly, his movements froze. Lin Wei noticed this, and her anxiety surged. Whenever Chen Mo paused like this, it indicated that something significant was unfolding. Through the binoculars, Chen Mo discerned, in the depths of the shadowy forest, on the stout trunk of a colossal tree that would require several people to encircle, another similar mark seemed to be etched. Due to the distance and lighting, only a vague outline was visible. Furthermore, beneath that giant tree, the layer of fallen leaves appeared to have been extensively disturbed. A considerable area of leaves had been swept aside, revealing the dark soil beneath. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. He adjusted the focus again, striving to see more clearly. Yet, the distance was too great and the light too dim. The details remained elusive, only hinting at the disturbed area where the earth seemed particularly dark, as if pressed or turned over by some entity for an extended period. Lowering the binoculars, he wore an unprecedentedly grave expression. The path indicated by the footprints and subtle traces appeared to lead toward that direction. The new symbol and the cleared space beneath it. To go or not to go? That place seemed to resemble a makeshift open nest or a frequently utilized site. An inexplicable sense of danger loomed, almost palpable. Standing still, Chen Mo's gaze shifted between the binoculars in his hands, the indistinct giant tree in the distance, the cold symbols etched upon the nearby rock, and Lin Wei's fearful countenance. The pursuit seemed to have taken on a definitive direction, yet every step could plunge them into a realm of complete uncertainty, potentially fraught with peril. The air felt thick, pressing down upon their chests. Ahead, the cleared forest glade appeared as a silent, gaping maw, exuding an ominous presence. The blurred symbols on the tree trunk resembled the cold, watchful eyes of this lurking monstrosity. To venture forth or to retreat? This weighty decision bore heavily upon Chen Mo's heart. To risk delving deeper might mean confronting the unknown entity that had left those eerie footprints and scratches. With fate hanging in the balance, retreating may result in forever missing the key clues to unravel the mystery, leaving the unknown terror to loom indefinitely overhead, with no foreknowledge of when it might once again descend upon the camp. Chapter 59. The mysterious metal plate. Lin Wei anxiously observed Chen Mo's profile. His jawline was taut, and his gaze darted rapidly between the distant giant trees and the entrenching shovel firmly grasped in his hand, engaged in a fierce deliberation. She could hear the frantic pounding of her own heart in her chest, aware that Chen Mo was making a choice. Time ticked away, second by second. Eventually, his fingers, which clutched the shovel so tightly, relaxed ever so slightly. He exhaled a slow, silent breath, adjusting his center of gravity from a forward stance to a slight retreat. He chose to withdraw, not out of fear, but through a calm assessment. This was not the opportune moment. Their strength had not yet fully recovered. They were ignorant of the circumstances ahead, and their equipment was insufficient. Despite possessing a firearm, its effectiveness against unknown creatures remained a significant question mark. More importantly, Lin Wei was at his side. He could not risk her safety in such an uncertain venture. He turned his head, subtly shaking it in a negative gesture towards Lin Wei, then gestured towards the path they had traversed, indicating a slow retreat. Lin Wei's racing heart instantly slowed. Replaced by a sense of relief akin to exhaustion, she was grateful that Chen Mo had not blindly pursued the chase, should she follow or not. Human instinct is to seek fortune and evade peril. She promptly nodded in understanding. The two began to retreat, moving as if in slow motion, step by careful step. Their feet tread softly on the damp, decaying leaves, striving to make no sound. Yet their eyes remained fixed on the clearing ahead and the direction of the great trees. Their muscles taut and poised to respond to any potential assault emerging from the darkness. After retreating several dozen meters, they returned to the dense foliage that offered some semblance of cover, allowing them to momentarily relax their taut nerves, though they still dared not let their guard down, quickening their pace as they made their way back. It was only when they could glimpse the outline of the collapsed wooden walls of their camp through the gaps in the trees that the suffocating sense of pressure began to alleviate somewhat. Back in the relatively familiar territory, both felt a sense of exhaustion akin to that of a narrow escape. Although nothing had transpired, the sensation of brushing against the unknown and the peril had drained their spirits far more than their physical stamina. Shall we head back? Lin Wei's voice was still somewhat ethereal, casting a questioning glance towards Chen Mo. Yet he shook his head. His gaze shifted towards the upstream direction upstream, the very place they frequently fetched water, not too far from their current location. Let us go to the stream, he said, his tone having regained its usual calmness. We need to gather some water and see if the storm has washed up anything useful. This was a reasonable plan. Their water supply indeed required replenishment, and after a storm, the coastline and stream banks sometimes revealed driftwood. Perhaps they would discover valuable materials. More importantly, Chen Mo required a brief respite to allow his previously taut nerves to relax, transitioning through a familiar and relatively safe task. Returning directly to the camp would only ensnare both individuals in a state of anxious unease. Lin Wei understood his intent and nodded in agreement. The duo altered their course, heading toward the stream. The path beneath their feet was somewhat easier to navigate, a trail forged from their frequent trips for water. The atmosphere remained silent. It was no longer the suffocating silence of confrontation, but rather a heavy silence laden with unspoken thoughts. Soon, the gentle sound of flowing water reached their ears. Following the storm, the stream had become noticeably murky and tumultuous, with water levels rising, eroding the soil and plant roots along the banks. Chen Mo took charge of collecting water, vigilantly surveying the upstream, downstream, and the opposite bank's foliage for any signs of danger. Once assured of safety, he swiftly filled the water pouch. Meanwhile, Lin Wei meticulously searched the nearby bank, hoping to discover some treasures washed ashore by the current. She used her entrenching tool to sift through the debris of tangled grass and broken branches carried by the water, her eyes scanning the muddy riverbank with care. Most of the findings were mere rotting wood and stones, devoid of any real value. Just then, a glimmer distinct from the earth and stones caught her attention. Partially buried in the silt at a bend in the stream, only a small corner was exposed, reflecting a faint, cold metallic sheen in the dim light. Chen Mo, she whispered urgently, pointing towards the reflective spot. Chen Mo immediately approached with the filled water pouch, following her. After carefully observing the surroundings to ensure there was no danger, he secured the pouch at his waist and proceeded forward, with Lin Wei closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the spot, she squinted and crouched down, gently using her entrenching tool to clear away the silt and water weeds that covered the object. More of it was revealed. It was a flat, irregularly shaped metallic object, its edges appearing somewhat curled and damaged, with a surface adorned in rust and grime, yet it was still evident that it was a man-made item. Chen Mo's heartbeat quickened slightly. He cautiously pried at the metallic edge with his entrenching tool. It was not deeply buried, and after a few attempts, it was entirely dislodged. He reached down to extract it from the icy silt. It felt heavy and chillingly cold in his grasp. After rinsing in the stream to wash off most of the mud, its outline became clearer. It resembled a metal plate or perhaps a fragment of a larger machine. approximately half an arm's length, over a palm's width, with uneven thickness, one side thicker than the other, while the thinner edge displayed jagged breaks, as if torn apart by immense force. The material appeared to be aluminum alloy or some form of composite. Turning it over, the other side was relatively flat, seemingly bearing inscriptions. No, not letters. There were painted or stamped markings. Most had worn away and become indistinct, but at the edges, a few half-obscured letters and numbers remained. Chen Mo rubbed his fingers vigorously against the indistinct markings, leaning in to discern them closely. It appeared to be, and then what? Or perhaps. Below is a line of smaller digits, 17, but the rest is unclear, perhaps 172 or 178. His gaze suddenly froze. His heart felt as if it had been fiercely gripped by a hand. In that moment, a memory surged forth, before the airplane disaster plummeted into the sea. Amidst the violent turbulence and chaos, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of what appeared to be a similar paint code, near the wings root, close to the fuselage. That was part of the aircraft's registration number. Each aircraft in every nation possesses a unique registration number, typically commencing with a letter denoting nationality, followed by a combination of numbers and letters. Although the characters on this fragment were incomplete, the format and the texture of the paint suggested it might indeed be debris from their ill-fated plane. Had it been swept here by the stream from the estuary? Or perhaps it had been drawn ashore by a storm and then carried inland by the creek. Lin Wei leaned in to observe, her lips quivering slightly. What is this? Chapter 60. Untitled Draft. Chen Mo stood frozen in place, unable to respond to Lin Wei's inquiry. His grip on the metal plate tightening to the point where his knuckles turned pale. The emergence of this fragment acted as a key to his memories, instantly unlocking the floodgates of recollections he had long buried deep within his heart. The tumultuous shaking of the airplane, the piercing shriek of alarms, the desperate cries and screams of passengers, the overwhelming vertigo of weightlessness, the chilling rush of seawater flooding the cabin, the suffocating struggle for survival, and the floating debris and bodies on the water's surface. All these fragmented images crashed into Chen Mo's mind as if they had occurred just yesterday. His breath quickened, his body trembled slightly, and his stomach churned. He had been forcing himself to avoid recollection, focusing instead on the immediate survival crises, numbing himself with busyness and vigilance. Yet the presence of this metal plate laid bare the brutal truth they had been attempting to evade, the bloody reality now starkly presented before them. They were not here by choice, but rather due to a catastrophe, a calamity that had claimed hundreds of lives. They were the sole survivors. Lin Wei was evidently engulfed by the same emotional turmoil, her eyes instantly reddening, glistening with moisture, her body slightly shaking, not from cold, but from a deep-seated tremor of fear and dread. The two stood by the murky stream, holding that cold metal fragment as if grasping a solidified, death-laden past. Rendered speechless for an extended moment, the wind rustled through the trees, emitting a mournful sound. It became clear that they had never truly escaped that disaster. Its shadow lingered, in a different form, perpetually enveloping this isolated island, accompanying them still. Chen Mo inhaled deeply, forcibly repressing the tumultuous emotions once more into the depths of his heart. Now is not the time to wallow in sadness and fear. Let us go back. His voice roused Lin Wei from her reverie. As they walked the return path, the two moved silently, each lost in thought, without uttering a word. Their packs now contained ample water, but also bore a piece of metal laden with memories. The camp gradually emerged before them. The warmth and light emanating from the flickering flames seemed insufficient to dispel the chill that lingered in the hearts of the two. They were not only confronted with threats from the sea and the depths of the jungle, but also bore the immense psychological burden brought on by the catastrophe. This journey of survival was proving to be far longer and more arduous than they had anticipated. Upon returning to the camp, they cast their packs in a dry spot, set down their water containers, and Chen Mo retrieved a metal fragment, placing it on a relatively flat stone beside the fire. It lay there quietly, the flames dancing and casting shifting shadows on its uneven surface. Lin Wei's gaze fixated on the metal piece, lingering longer than before. Chen Mo noticed her state, but refrained from uttering any comforting words. He simply rose, grasped the entrenching tool, and moved to the edge of the camp to clear away the debris left by the storm. Stop staring. His voice rang out. Let's get to work. Rather than wallowing in the unchangeable past and emotions, he believed it better to focus on what was within their grasp. This was his enduring philosophy of survival. Lin Wei was roused by his voice, gradually regaining her composure. Taking a few deep breaths, she forced herself to shift her gaze. She understood Chen Mo's meaning. Sorrow and fear would not yield sustenance or safety. Rising, she began to assist him. Together, they silently cleared the camp's disarray, salvaging usable wood and piling it to one side, while the completely damaged pieces were tossed farther away to be used as fuel. The collapsed wooden wall needed to be righted and reinforced, a considerable undertaking. Engaging in physical labor occupied their minds to some extent, keeping them from spiraling into despair. Soon, sweat soaked their backs, and the ache in their muscles replaced the heaviness in their hearts. During brief respites, Chen Mo would approach the fragment and examine it closely. His fingers traced the jagged edges, his brow furrowed. The uneven tears always gave him an unsettling feeling, as if something was amiss. The fracture patterns in certain areas appeared overly complex, suggesting a distortion that seemed unnatural and indescribable. However, lacking expertise in material science, he could not ascertain the cause. It remained merely a vague intuition. He flipped the fragment repeatedly, attempting to decipher more information from the obscure characters. But aside from confirming its probable origin from a downed aircraft, he gleaned nothing more. Ultimately, he relinquished his investigation, casting the fragment back into his pack, preferring not to dwell on it, knowing its origin could not alter their situation and would only serve to amplify their troubles. Throughout the day, the two were engrossed in the arduous task of rebuilding their home. They reinforced the wooden walls, repaired the canopy, and cleared the muddy aftermath of standing water. Their efficiency was hampered, as their strength had yet to fully return, yet progress was being made, however slowly. New stakes were driven into the sandy ground, bound to the remnants of the old structure, forming a new barrier that, though still rough, at least offered continuity. The collapsed section was re-erected, although lower than before. It was better than nothing. Lin Wei took charge of gathering resilient vines, passing them to Chen Mo for binding. Her movements had become notably more agile than before. As dusk approached, the two individuals found themselves utterly exhausted, unable to straighten their backs while seated beside the crackling fire, gazing at the meager results of their day's labor. Their hearts, however, bore little joy. Instead, a profound weariness enveloped them. The firelight illuminated their faces, which were smeared with mud and sweat, and cast its glow upon the nearby dense, silent jungle. The day's pursuit and the emergence of that fragment loomed over their newly rebuilt camp like two colossal shadows. The unknown threat had not vanished. It lay dormant, merely biding its time. Meanwhile, the nightmares of the past returned to them in a tangible form. Chen Mo added another log to the fire, the flames crackling and sending sparks into the air. Tomorrow, he began his voice hoarse, "I will set the gill net." This was not only a bid to divert attention, but also a practical necessity. Their supplies of smoked meat and compressed biscuits dwindled. They required a stable source of sustenance. The fish and shrimp in the stream presented the most attainable source of protein. Lin Wei nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll try to make the shelter a bit drier." She hesitated for a moment before asking, glancing towards the direction of the tracks they had pursued earlier. "Are we still going over there?" Chen Mo paused, shaking his head. "Not for now. Let's wait and see." The risks of venturing into the unknown lair were too great. He opted for a strategy of caution, prioritizing the fortification of their defenses, recuperating their strength, and observing the situation. If that creature drew near the camp again, it would surely leave new traces, at which point they could reassess their course of action. For the moment, stabilizing their situation was paramount. Chapter 61. A renewed discovery of traces as night fell. The temperature dropped swiftly. The fire became their sole source of warmth, and the two huddled close, sharing the roasted food in silence. The only sounds being the soft crunch of their chewing and the crackling of the wood. Vigilance remained their foremost concern. Chen Mo took the first half of the night watch, allowing Lin Wei to rest, as she needed to recuperate both her spirit and strength. Lin Wei did not protest. She wrapped herself tightly in her clothing and lay down by the fire. Fatigue soon claimed her, but her brow furrowed slightly, revealing that her slumber was not entirely peaceful, as if she could awaken at any moment from a haunting nightmare. Chen Mo sat beside the fire, clutching a spade, with his handgun within easy reach. His gaze frequently swept over the jungle, his ears attuned to any unusual sounds. The night breeze carried a chill and a dampness. The rustle of unseen nocturnal creatures echoed from the depths of the jungle, while the relentless waves crashed against the shore in the distance. Everything seemed to revert to its previous rhythm, yet something felt distinctly different. Deep within the jungle, the potential lair of the creature that had left those eerie tracks perhaps lay concealed in the impenetrable darkness, quietly observing the flickering flames. Night had become an invisible boundary between the two parties. Chen Mo's eyes glimmered astonishingly in the dark, resembling two tiny sparks. He understood that the tranquility awaiting them was far from permanent, whether it arose from the sea or the depths of this very forest. The storm had merely passed temporarily. Greater turbulence may well be brewing in unseen realms. He tightened his grip on the handle of the entrenching tool, adjusting his posture like a sentinel, vigilantly watching over the lengthy and perilous night. In the latter half of the night, Lin Wei arrived to relieve him. "No abnormalities for now," she reported. After uttering this, Chen Mo lay down in Lin Wei's spot and succumbed to sleep. He was not a machine, and he too required rest. As dawn broke, it revealed a grayish light, opaque and indistinct. The clouds hung heavily in the air, the dampness clinging to his skin, both oppressive and cool. Upon awakening, Chen Mo felt every joint in his body protesting with a dull ache. The relentless fatigue and tension weighed upon him like an invisible burden, not easily cast off by mere slumber. He stretched his stiff neck, which emitted a faint crackling sound. Lin Wei, half asleep and yawning, was adding fuel to the fire, her face etched with weariness. Throughout the latter part of the night, her nerves had been taut. The emergence of unknown creatures had left her no room for relaxation. And only as dawn approached did she allow herself a moment's reprieve, fatigue soon following. Chen Mo approached Lin Wei, quietly urging her to rest a little longer, assuring her he would wake her when breakfast was ready. She did not contest his suggestion. She was simply too exhausted, and no sooner had she lain down than the soft sound of her snoring filled the air. Approximately 2 hours later, Chen Mo completed the breakfast. Having aimed to grant Lin Wei a few extra moments of sleep, he gently roused her from her drowsiness, and together they silently shared their morning meal. "I'll go set the traps," Chen Mo announced after finishing his last bite of meat. He rose and began to gather his belongings, the entrenching tool, the prepared traps, a slightly crumbled piece of roasted bait, and his bow and arrows. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take his pistol, tucking it into the waistband at his back. The jungle now felt more precarious than ever before. "Be careful," Lin Wei whispered. She understood the necessity of his task. Yet each time Chen Mo ventured alone into the jungle, it filled her with unease. Chen Mo acknowledged her with a grunt, offering no further words as he hefted his gear, opened the repaired gate, and swiftly vanished into the lush vegetation. Left alone at the camp, Lin Wei took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain occupied. She meticulously began to clean the still damp and muddy floor of the shelter, removed the soaked straw mats to dry, and organized the supplies that had been left in disarray by the storm. Engaging in physical labor allowed her to temporarily silence the tumult of her thoughts. Chen Mo moved through the jungle with heightened vigilance, his ears attuned to any unusual sounds. His eyes not only focused on the path ahead, but also scanning the surrounding trunks and ground for any signs of new evidence, be it footprints or scratches. The sound of the stream grew clearer. He selected a spot where the water flowed relatively gently, with a bend that would attract fish and shrimp. Using his entrenching tool, he dug a small hole at the water's edge, placed the bait within, then secured one end of the trap net with stones, carefully submerging the net in the water, its opening facing the eddy, while the other end was anchored to the roots of a tree on the bank. After completing this task, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood upright, scrutinizing the area once more. The water remained somewhat murky, with evident signs of the storm's ravage along the banks. His gaze traversed the stream bank, scanning both upstream and downstream. Suddenly, not far from the opposite bank downstream, something peculiar appeared on the trunk of a small tree growing by the water's edge. The bark near the water's surface bore large, fresh abrasions, as if it had been violently scraped by some coarse, heavy object, revealing the white wood beneath. The gouges were deep and slanted downward. These marks bore a striking resemblance to the fresh scratches he had observed at the base of the symbolic rock the previous day. Without hesitation, he waded through the stream, the icy water rising to his calves. Upon reaching the opposite shore, he crouched down to examine the scratches closely. Indeed, the depth, width, and the sense of rough force were remarkably similar. Moreover, these marks were very recent. The tree sap at the damaged area had yet to fully congeal, indicating they were made within the last day or two. That creature had been here. It had moved along the stream bank. A chill ran down Chen Mo's spine. Instinctively, he scanned his surroundings. The dense jungle was eerily silent, save for the gentle murmur of the flowing stream. Suppressing the anxiety swelling within him, he began to search meticulously around the small tree. Soon, along the muddy bank, he discovered several indistinct impressions. Those strange, wide footprints, their edges blurred by the mire, yet their outlines faintly discernible. The footprints extended a few steps downstream along the creek, then vanished among the rocky terrain. Did it follow the flow of the stream? What was it doing? Drinking water? Or something else? Chen Mo's heart raced. No longer hesitating, he cautiously followed the direction where the footprints had disappeared, tracing downstream. The creek grew more turbulent, and the banks became strewn with jagged rocks, making it difficult to find clear footprints. Yet, guided by intuition and the general direction he had been following, he soon discovered similar, fresh scrape marks on a bare rock outcrop. The creature's movement seemed erratic, occasionally entering the thicket and then returning to the creek's edge, but its overall trajectory was indeed downstream, along the waterway. A thought flashed through Chen Mo's mind. Downstream leads to the estuary. It is the direction of their campsite. Could its goal be the campsite? Or was it merely a coincidence that it moved along the waterway? A profound sense of unease gripped him. He quickened his pace, no longer meticulously examining every trace, but instead roughly gauging the direction, swiftly and vigilantly proceeding downstream. As he approached the estuary, the vegetation gradually thinned, and the ground became more sandy and stony, making the footprints increasingly difficult to track. However, those fresh scrape marks occasionally appeared on the stones or tree trunks along the bank, like signposts guiding his way. Chapter 62. Upgrading the shelter walls, he emerged from the final thicket, and before him lay the relatively open mudflat near the creek's mouth. Their campsite was just a few hundred meters away on the beach to the left. He suddenly crouched low, using the rocks as cover, his gaze piercing as he scanned the mudflat and the direction of the campsite. The mudflat was desolate, with only the waves lapping at the silt. The crooked wooden walls of the camp stood silently, with Lin Wei busy within. Seemingly everything was normal. There was no sign of that creature. Had it not directly assaulted the camp? Chen Mo exhaled slightly, though his vigilance remained unwavering. He meticulously searched every inch of the mudflats. Soon, his gaze fixed upon a particular spot, a patch of wet sand situated between the stream's mouth and the camp. The color of the sand there was distinctly darker than the surrounding area, as if it had been long trampled and soaked by something, forming an irregular shallow pit. On the edges of this pit, several clear and familiar large footprints were unmistakably imprinted. The direction of the footprints pointed directly towards the camp's wooden walls. Several hundred meters away, it had lingered here, and for quite some time. Chen Mo could envision it lurking in the shadows of the mudflats, silently observing the camp. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. The thought of that unknown creature, lying in wait at such a close distance during a moment they were oblivious to, likely at night or during a storm, watching their firelight and activities, was utterly chilling. He scrutinized the area, noting that aside from the shallow pit and its edges, there were no signs of movement nearby. It seemed to have not advanced any further, merely remaining there to observe. Why? What did it intend to do? Chen Mo slowly rose from behind the rocks, his mood heavy. At that moment, he realized why sometimes, despite seeing nothing, one could feel an inexplicable sense of being watched. With this revelation, everything made sense. Moreover, it seemed there were multiple points of concealment that had yet to be discovered. The fact that it chose to merely observe rather than attack or disrupt the camp indicated it was not an ordinary beast. It possessed the capacity for thought and a certain level of intelligence. With this deduction, Chen Mo crouched down again, attempting to conceal himself behind the rocks. Who knew if it was watching him from another hidden location at that very moment? A cold sweat enveloped him. He cast one last glance at the unsettling footprints before swiftly returning to the camp. Upon reaching the camp's fence, Lin Wei observed his grave expression and rapid pace, causing her heart to sink. She hurriedly opened the gate. What is wrong? What happened? Chen Mo stepped inside, pausing to glance cautiously back towards the stream before speaking in a low voice. It has been here, very close, downstream by the creek and on the mudflats there. He gestured in that direction, indicating new traces left just a few hundred meters from the camp. Lin Wei's face turned ashen, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, her eyes widening in terror. It wants to attack us? I don't know. Chen Mo shook his head, his brow furrowed. From the traces, it seems it merely lingered, as if observing. This answer was even more terrifying. One can envision a formidable and unpredictable unknown creature lurking in the shadows. Its mere presence inflicting a psychological strain potent enough to drive one to the brink of collapse. What then shall we do? Lin Wei's voice trembled uncontrollably. Chen Mo gazed into the flickering flames and then glanced at the partially mended wooden walls surrounding them. Reinforce, he uttered through clenched teeth, his gaze sharpening. Fortify the walls. Elevate them. Make them sturdy and craft more weapons. There was no choice. From the moment they had been cast ashore by the currents onto this island, retreat was no longer an option. Their only path to survival lay in becoming more resilient, more unyielding. The survival shows he had seen on television often revolved around the pursuit of sustenance, lamenting the hunger of 3 days, debating what could be consumed, showcasing the consumption of various insects, with a medical team on standby 24 hours a day, periodically monitoring their health metrics. Ultimately, if one could not endure, they simply withdrew, failing to complete the challenge, merely staged theatrics. And what is reality? Reality is the plight of individuals like Chen Mo, devoid of a medical team, lacking anyone to monitor their vitals. None at all. There would be no, I can't endure any longer, I wish to return home, followed by helicopter or other means of transport to whisk you away to safety. What loomed instead was an omnipresent, unpredictable danger, where every misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. This is survival, a struggle for existence in the narrowest of margins. Since this island had no intentions of easing their plight, let come. Let's see who falters first. Chen Mo was a man of action. Once he resolved to act, he did so without hesitation, especially when it concerned their very lives. Without delay, he seized the engineer's shovel and moved towards the jungle's edge. Lin Wei watched Chen Mo's rigid silhouette, taut as a drawn bow. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the fear that churned within her, and followed suit. In that moment, the jungle's edge was filled solely with the sound of the shovel biting into the wood, imbued with a fierce determination. Chen Mo chose the thickest, hardest timber, his arm muscles taut, veins pulsating at his temples. Each strike sent wood shavings flying, as if he were not merely chopping wood, but rather attacking that unseen menace. Lin Wei was tasked with clearing the branches, while Chen Mo handled the felled trunks, dragging them to their designated spot. Her strength was limited, and the rough timber chafed her palms until they turned red and hot, quickly forming blisters that burst and bled, mingling with the wood shavings, a source of sharp pain. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never engaged in such labor, yet she gritted her teeth and persevered in silence. A stifling silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the sounds of chopping, dragging, and their labored breathing. For several consecutive days, this routine persisted, resting when fatigued, quenching thirst with cool water, satiating hunger with roasted meat, and returning to camp for rest, though alternating watch was imperative. During these days, whether the unknown creature had discovered Chen Mo and Lin Wei's awareness of its presence, or whether the noise of their labor had deterred it, it had yet to make an appearance. New wooden stakes were dragged back to the camp one by Chen Mo, thicker and taller than the previous ones. The old wall trunks were uprooted and piled aside, while the new trunks were embedded and compacted closely together, leaving almost no gaps. Their height surpassed Chen Mo's own stature of over 1.80 meters by a considerable margin. Yet that was not enough. Chen Mo cut down a substantial amount of thorny bushes and brambles, densely stacking them around the wooden wall to create a formidable barrier. Chapter 63. The approaching footprints merely fortifying the perimeter was insufficient. Chen Mo's mind replayed the footprints on the marsh that pointed toward the camp. He required additional defenses. Selecting numerous resilient hardwoods, he utilized a spade and a knife to craft sharp stakes. These were not the simplistic, haphazardly sharpened ones from before, but rather meticulously honed into three-sided or even four-sided pointed spikes, which he then roasted over the fire to enhance their hardness. Each stake exceeded 1.5 meters in length and was as thick as an arm. Lin Wei observed him crafting these spikes, uncertain of their intended purpose. Yet regardless of where they would be placed, a sense of security enveloped her heart. She focused solely on stoking the fire, ensuring he could roast the wood efficiently. A multitude of sharp stakes was fashioned. Chen Mo, on the inner side of the newly constructed wooden wall, excavated deep, outward-angled pits to embed the bases of these stakes, compacting them so that their sharp tips protruded outward at a 45-degree angle, resembling a row of fangs thirsting for blood. Any individual or creature attempting to scale the wooden wall would first face this deadly trap. But that was not all. On the inner side of the gate, he fashioned a rudimentary yet heavy bolt using coarse vines and the principle of leverage, requiring substantial effort to lift and lower. The entire camp was visibly transforming from a rudimentary refuge into an armed fortress at an astonishing pace. Each piece of wood, every sharpened stake, embodied the physical exertion of both individuals and a fierce determination born from desperation. Sweat soaked them time and again, the sea breeze drying it into white salt frost, only to be re-soaked by fresh perspiration. Muscles ached to the point of numbness, and the wounds on their hands healed only to reopen. Lin Wei was nearing her limits. Her stamina paled in comparison to Chen Mo's, sustained only by an unwavering will to survive. During one instance, while hauling an especially heavy log, her legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed. Chen Mo reached out to steady her, his grip strong enough to cause her arm to ache. "Take a break," he rasped, his voice as gritty as sandpaper. Lin Wei shook her head, gasping for breath. "Mifine." She broke free and continued dragging the log. Chen Mo watched her retreating figure, refraining from further protest. He understood that halting now might deflate her resolve. The days remained overcast. The main construction was nearly complete. The tops of the new wooden walls had been sharpened into fierce points, exuding a chilling aura that warned others to keep their distance. The two individuals were utterly exhausted each day, nearing a state of complete collapse. When evening arrived and they rested beside the campfire, they lacked the energy even to move their fingers. Apart from the essential act of eating, their time was consumed by rest or keeping watch, with no superfluous words exchanged. All their strength was devoted to reinforcing and perfecting their shelter. It had been nearly 11 days since the decision was made to fortify their refuge, during which they had engaged in considerable physical labor. Coupled with the absence of any unusual occurrences over the past 10 nights, their vigilance had begun to wane. That night, Chen Mo took over the watch from Lin Wei for the latter half of the night. Following his usual routine, he patrolled the inner perimeter of the wall, moving cautiously as he surveyed the surroundings. Just as in the preceding nights, there were no anomalies, prompting him to return to the warmth of the fire. At that moment, a faint and peculiar sound wafted through the air. It resembled a subtle friction, exceedingly soft and intermittent. Chen Mo's body tensed instantaneously, akin to a leopard poised to pounce. As he silently sprang to the wooden wall, pressing his ear to the gap between the logs, Lin Wei, who had just begun to drift into a slumber, was startled awake by the commotion Chen Mo had made. Tension coursed through her as she stood up, holding her breath. The sound echoed again, a faint hiss, reminiscent of the scraping noises heard on prior nights. Perhaps it had never truly departed. It might have merely brushed against something inadvertently, producing the sound from some hidden location on the island. Chen Mo maintained his position, listening intently for an extended period. However, the sound ceased to re-emerge, as if it had observed their movements and retreated into silence. Gradually, he straightened himself, his expression dark and foreboding. His gaze swept across the recently fortified wooden wall, now bristling with sharp stakes, before drifting into the depths of the forest. This barrier could deter the beasts lurking within the jungle. Yet could it withstand the presence of something utterly incomprehensible, elusive, and capable of creating mere sounds in the shadows? He was uncertain. They had done all that was within their power. Whether it would suffice was left to fate. He returned to the fire, resuming his seat, no longer preoccupied with the possibility of that sound reappearing. He gestured to Lin Wei, indicating that she should continue to rest. As dawn finally broke, tearing through the darkness, and visibility improved enough to make out the scene beyond the wooden wall, Chen Mo was the first to rise. Lin Wei soon followed, joining him at his side. His eyes were veined with deeper red, his complexion somewhat pallid in the morning light, yet his gaze was remarkably alert and sharp. He needed to ascertain the source of the sound that had emerged from beyond the wall the previous night. I will venture out to investigate, Chen Mo declared to Lin Wei. Her face still bore the pallor of lingering fear. I will accompany you, she insisted, unwilling to remain alone for even a moment. Chen Mo did not object. He opened the heavy, reinforced gate made of thick vines and, with a shovel poised in front of him, cautiously took his first step outside. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the area outside the lower segment of the wall, where the sound had originated. The sand was disturbed, marked by chaotic traces, including their own footprints from the previous day's exertions. However, not far from that wooden wall, a patch of sand exhibited a hue markedly distinct from its surroundings, appearing exceptionally level and compacted, as if some substantial entity had lingered there for an extended period in stillness. At the periphery of this compressed sand, several indistinct yet familiar imprints caused Chen Mo's heart to plummet. They were those peculiar, oversized footprints. They were clearer than those previously observed by the stream and the marsh, likely due to the finer and wetter soil in this area. The direction of the footprints pointed directly towards the wooden wall, with the nearest one being less than a dozen meters from its base. It had stood there last night. A chill coursed up Chen Mo's spine. He crouched down to examine the closest footprint closely. It was quite deep, indicating that the weight of the entity far exceeded that of an ordinary person. The shape remained bizarre, with a broad sole and indistinct toes, yet the inhuman quality was more pronounced. Lin Wei also noticed and instinctively took a step back, covering her mouth with her hand, fear once again flooding her eyes. Chen Mo's gaze followed the footprints. He discerned that the direction of these imprints led towards the downstream of the stream and into the jungle. The incoming footprints were relatively indistinct, yet those leading away appeared somewhat hasty and disordered. This time, it was closer to the camp. Chapter 64. Taking the initiative, Chen Mo rose, directing his gaze towards the jungle where the footprints vanished. The forest, bathed in the morning light, was tranquil and damp, shrouded in a white mist, seemingly safe. Yet, beneath this facade of safety lay unsettling secrets. What was its intention? No one knew. The persistent disturbances, whether intentional or accidental, drew ever nearer to their shelter. Was it testing something? It was akin to lying down to sleep at night, only to have an unknown creature knock at your door, and upon opening it, finding nothing, an endless cycle. Chen Mo's expression darkened, as if water could drip from it. For days, he had been tormented by the disturbances caused by this unknown creature. If he did not swiftly ascertain what it was, their mental state would undoubtedly shatter. The two retreated back to the camp, securing the door. It will come again, won't it? Lin Wei's voice trembled. Yes, was Chen Mo's terse reply. He knew not what else to say. He approached the fire, adding a few more logs. The flames crackled, yet they could not dispel the chill within his heart. The two silently finished their breakfast. The smoked meat in their mouths felt like wax, seemingly only serving to replenish their strength. What shall we do today? Lin Wei inquired. Chen Mo lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the fortified wooden wall, his expression hardening and focusing anew. Fear would not resolve their predicament. It would only hasten their demise. Continue, he uttered. The wall is not high enough, nor sturdy enough. The barbed wire area is too narrow, and there are too few traps. He picked up the entrenching tool. You go check the ground trap, see if there's any catch. Be careful, don't stray too far, and remain vigilant. Securing food remained their primary concern. In finding Lin Wei something relatively safe to do might help her momentarily escape that state of panic. Lin Wei nodded in agreement. Indeed, venturing to the stream side is a more favorable choice than remaining at the campsite, where idle thoughts abound. At least the vista is comparatively expansive. She grasped the multi-functional knife, affixed the water pouch, and unlatched the gate, making her way towards the stream. Meanwhile, Chen Mo remained at the campsite, diligently continuing his seemingly interminable fortification efforts, felling thicker timber, sharpening it, and reinforcing the vulnerable sections of the wall. Lin Wei traversed the familiar path to the stream with brisk steps, occasionally glancing back with a hint of anxiety. A gentle morning breeze swept over, carrying a chill that sent shivers down her spine. The stream appeared somewhat clearer than the previous day, yet the water level remained high, and the currents were swift. She cautiously approached the backwater bend where Chen Mo had placed the fish trap the day before, gripping the vine anchored to the tree roots, and pulled the trap ashore with considerable effort. Hefty, there was indeed a catch. The trap contained several palm-sized fish floundering within, along with a few translucent shrimp. Though meager, this bounty was sufficient for 1 or 2 meals. This small triumph felt like a faint tonic, slightly lifting her spirits. She swiftly poured the fish and shrimp onto the bank, found a broad leaf to wrap them, replenished the trap with bait, and submerged it once more, also filling her water pouch. Having completed these tasks, she dared not linger, turning promptly to retrace her steps. Just as she was about to exit the stream area and return to the relatively open sandy beach, her gaze inadvertently swept across a muddy bank downstream. Something appeared amiss there. She halted, squinting to observe more closely. On the opposite bank, the formerly smooth sediment had been marred by several chaotic furrows. It seemed as though something heavy had violently thrashed about, leaving fresh marks in the soft mud, the edges still sharply defined. In the midst of this disarray, several more distinct and profound footprints were clearly visible. Deeply embedded in the muck, they appeared somewhat distorted, perhaps the result of some frantic struggle. Lin Wei's heart raced. Had it come here after leaving the campsite last night? And had something transpired here? It seemed agitated or injured. This thought sparked a mix of inexplicable exhilaration and deeper dread within her. If it were wounded, could it become more ferocious? If provoked, would its vengeance be even more severe? She dared not linger or ponder further. She turned and nearly sprinted back to the campsite, urgently rapping at the gate. Chen Mo, open the door. Chen Mo immediately swung the door open, his gaze locking on her pallid face and rapid breaths, his expression tightening. What happened? Downstream, on the opposite bank, Lin Wei gasped, pointing towards a stream. There's so many chaotic traces and deep footprints. It seems it went wild there. Upon hearing this, Chen must pow full of it deeply. He gestured for Lin Wei to enter, then hastily moved to the wooden wall facing the stream, peering through the gaps for an extended period. The muddy bank was quite distant, obscuring the details, yet the area clearly disturbed remained visible in the morning light. He slowly withdrew, his expression growing graver still. Merely relying on a solitary trace provides insufficient information for discernment. Knowing that it once lingered in this vicinity offers little solace, as its identity remains elusive. Chen Mo cast a glance at the pale-faced Lin Wei, then surveyed the heavy leaves in his grasp, filled with fish and shrimp. Survival and threat entwined like 2 strands of rope, tightening around their necks with each passing moment. He accepted the leaves and commenced the preparation of their meager meal. Daylight broke, yet the sun remained concealed behind the clouds. The crisis had merely receded temporarily, lurking still within the morning mist and the jungle, biding its time for the next night or opportunity. All they could do was fortify their fragile bastion, awaiting the unknown's next move. Throughout the day, the camp was shrouded in the shadow of this enigmatic creature, each venture into the jungle revealing new signs, as if it were omnipresent, always observing them. The fortification efforts continued, albeit at a noticeably slower pace. With each swing of the entrenching tool, Chen Mo would pause, his vigilant gaze sweeping the direction of the jungle, ears attuned to any unusual sounds. Lin Wei, while stacking stones, found her focus wavering, occasionally glancing toward the muddy bank across the stream, despite the fact that it was entirely out of sight. The frequent appearances of the unknown entity pricked at their hearts like a thorn, the fear instigated by the unknown becoming more tangible and unsettling. Their lunch consisted of a few hasty bites. In the afternoon, Chen Mo resolved to act. He could no longer endure this passive confinement, plagued by baseless conjectures regarding the creature's state. He needed information, even the slightest hint. I shall venture over there. He indicated toward the downstream bank of the creek, addressing Lin Wei. Instantly, her body tensed, the color draining from her face. It's too perilous. What if it is still there? If it intended to attack, it would have done so last night, Chen Mo interjected. It is more likely hiding. I must ascertain what it truly is. He felt compelled to verify the traces in the mud and attempt to track the departing footprints, seeking further clues regarding the creature's true nature. Hiding behind walls and speculating would only lead to their own demise. He equipped himself with the entrenching tool, bow, and arrows, and checked the magazine of his pistol before securing it at his waist, binoculars resting around his neck. I'll keep watch, as per usual, he informed Lin Wei. Then opened the barrier gate. Lin Wei understood she could not deter him and recognized the validity of his reasoning. Gripping her multifunctional knife tightly, she nodded earnestly. Be cautious. Call for help if needed, or fire a shot. Chen Mo acknowledged her with a brief sound, his figure swiftly vanishing down the path toward the creek. This time, he traversed with utmost care, utilizing the terrain and foliage for concealment, moving at a deliberate pace, allowing observation to dominate over motion. As he approached the creek, the sensation of being watched seemed to resurface, faint yet palpable. He initially refrained from directly approaching the muddy bank, instead opting to traverse the stream at a narrower point upstream, where large boulders provided footholds. He swiftly waded through the water and, cautiously edging along the jungle's fringe on the opposite bank, approached the mudflat from a downstream direction, thereby avoiding exposure in the open expanse of the mire. Stopping several dozen meters from the mudflat, he concealed himself behind the roots of a colossal banyan tree and raised his binoculars. Through the lens, the disarray of the mudflat became increasingly vivid. The sludge was churned into chaos, forming a wretched swamp, with vast gouges and drag marks crisscrossing as if a minor mudslide had just transpired. In the very midst of this turmoil, the deep footprints emerged with heightened clarity. As he zoomed in, he could discern the intricate textures and creases at the base of the prints, which bore no resemblance to any known shoe sole, but rather resembled the thick, rugged pads of some creature, adorned with a certain keratinous wrinkliness. Chen Mo's heartbeat quickened as he adjusted the focus for a closer inspection. The shape of the footprints was indeed peculiar, broad, with toes that appeared capable of separation, yet not rounded like a bear's paw. There was a faint impression of a hybrid between a toe and a palm. The hallux seemed to have a distinct separation from the other toes, almost as if they could clasp. This particular trait struck Chen Mo's mind like a bolt of lightning, awakening a long-buried memory. He suddenly recalled having seen similar tracks in a documentary, or perhaps in the appendix of a wilderness survival manual, a depiction of primate tracks, large primates, such as orangutans. Yet, this thought was swiftly dismissed by his own reasoning. Impossible. The geographical location of this island was all wrong. Common orangutans predominantly inhabit the tropical rainforests of Africa and Southeast Asia, and the size seemed inconsistent. These footprints appeared far too large, and the behavioral patterns were entirely dissimilar. While orangutans possess immense strength, they typically shy away from humans, exhibiting no such bizarre and targeted behavior. Yet, the feature of the clasping toes was strikingly pronounced. He suppressed his astonishment and continued to observe. Near the edge of the mudflat, close to the jungle, he noticed several droplet-like, semi-congealed dark stains, which blended inconspicuously into the muck, yet were discernible upon closer inspection. Were they blood, or merely muddy water? The distance was too great for a definitive conclusion. Aside from the footprints, there appeared to be no other evident traces left upon the mudflat, such as hair. Chen Mo lowered his binoculars and took a deep breath. The information was scant. He needed to draw nearer. He slowly emerged from behind the banyan tree, utilizing every rock and thicket along the bank as cover. Inching closer to the mudflat, the air was thick with the pungent odor of mud mixed with an elusive, indefinable fishy scent. As he approached, the harrowing signs of struggle upon the mudflat loomed ever larger before him, and he could even discern the colors of the sludge that had been violently disturbed by immense force. As he approached the muddy marsh, merely a few dozen meters from its edge, poised to surge forward and examine it closely, his gaze was abruptly drawn to a spot at the very brink of the mire, nearly engulfed by the shadows of the surrounding jungle. There, upon the half-dry sludge, lay not just a singular, deep footprint, but also the impression of a half-formed handprint nearby. The term half was apt, for it was exceedingly indistinct, resembling a vast imprint that bore evident contours of a palm and elongated, rugged fingers. The 5 digits were splayed, with the fingertips deeply embedded in the mud, suggesting a state of immense exertion or anguish. The size of the palm print was nearly equivalent to that of the footprint adjacent to it. The coexistence of these hand and footprints, so closely juxtaposed, rendered Chen Mo's breath momentarily suspended. The speculation concerning a large primate surged chaotically within his mind, becoming increasingly vivid and irrefutable. He could no longer afford to conceal his curiosity. He abruptly rose from behind the rocks, striding towards the marsh's edge, where he crouched down, fixating intently on the handprint and its neighboring footprint. Indeed, though vague, it unmistakably bore the outline of a primate's handprint, immense with thick, elongated fingers. His heart raced, blood rushing to his head. He abruptly lifted his gaze, following the trail of footprints that led away from the marsh into the depths of the jungle. This time, due to the proximity and the transformation of the ground into damp, rich soil beyond the marsh, the impressions were preserved in a more complete and distinct manner. The broad foot, with its clearly separated toes, contained a big toe capable of grasping, and beside one of the footprints, there appeared to be a small, dragging mark, reminiscent of a handprint that might have served as a support. An almost implausible, yet singularly explanatory answer emerged, akin to the dawn's light piercing through the fog of his thoughts and conjectures. It was neither a specter nor an unknown monstrosity. It was an orangutan, or some large primate reminiscent of one, a colossal, unusually behaving, possibly injured orangutan. All the scenes instantaneously connected in his mind. That immense strength, overturning wooden barriers, that peculiar climbing ability, approaching silently, the omnivorous potential, interest in the camp, and the intelligence and curiosity that primates might possess, far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. Perhaps even a degree of malice? The indistinct silhouette glimpsed in the darkness that night. The pronounced shoulders, the fleeting glimmer of light, could it have been the faintest reflection of eyes catching the distant firelight, seemed to find a tenuous yet logical explanation. Chen Mo abruptly stood, his chest heaving, overwhelmed by this sudden revelation. He stumbled forward, following the trail of footprints into the jungle's edge. The prints became intermittent upon a layer of fallen leaves, yet the direction was unmistakable, leading deeper into the island's rugged interior. After pursuing the trail for less than 100 meters, he came to an abrupt halt beside a thicket of thorns. Dangling from the brambles were several strands of long, coarse, dark red hair. Cautiously, he used the tip of his entrenching tool to extract a strand, placing it in the palm of his hand. The hair was long, coarse in texture, and bore a deep reddish-brown hue. This was nearly the final piece of evidence. Chen Mo grasped the strand of red hair, standing still, his emotions a turbulent mix. The fear had not entirely dissipated. A colossal, peculiarly behaving gorilla, potentially provoked, remained an exceedingly dangerous entity. Yet, compared to the previous terror of an utterly unknown monster, this fear had become more tangible, comprehensible, and even subject to strategic contemplation. He understood the immense power of gorillas and recognized their intelligence. They sometimes mimic and even wield tools. However, typically they ought to avoid humans. Why was this one so different? Was it inherently anomalous? Or was there something on this island affecting it? Or perhaps there existed a connection between it and those ancient symbols. Countless questions lingered in his mind, but the greatest mystery, the owner of those footprints, seemed to have been unveiled. He cast one last glance into the dark depths of the jungle where the footprints vanished, decisively turned, and hastened back along his original path. He needed to convey this information to Lin Wei. What they faced was not an ethereal specter, but a real, formidable, and perilous adversary. Knowing what it was alleviated that burdensome pressure significantly. Chapter 66. Searching for the lair upon returning outside the camp's enclosure. Chen Mo spotted Lin Wei pacing anxiously within the camp, her concern palpable as she saw him return safely. A visible relief washed over her. Yet she was quickly perplexed by the dazed expression on his face. "What did you find?" she inquired eagerly. Chen Mo entered, secured the door, and then opened his palm to reveal the dark red, coarse strand of hair. Lin Wei gazed at it in confusion. "What is this? A gorilla?" Chen Mo articulated the conclusion that had crystallized in his mind, or rather, it was a species of gorilla we had never encountered before. The footprints in this hair corresponded perfectly. Lin Wei was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. A gorilla? How is that possible? How could there be one here? And that sound from last night. Chen Mo shook his head, yet this hair and the footprints were irrefutable evidence. It was enormous, perhaps larger than any known species, and decidedly abnormal. He shared with Lin Wei the evidence he had observed in the muddy terrain, the traces of struggle alongside the hand and foot impressions, and his deductions. As she absorbed his words, the astonishment on Lin Wei's face gradually transformed into a complex expression, a mix of relief and worry. The relief stemmed from understanding the nature of their opponent, no longer an incomprehensible monster, while the worry arose from the threat posed by a rampaging, giant gorilla, which was equally catastrophic. "So, it was so agitated last night perhaps because you startled it?" Lin Wei speculated. "That is possible," Chen Mo nodded, "but it might also be inherently troubled." The two fell silent, contemplating the strand of red hair and the reinforced wooden walls surrounding them. The enemy had not changed. It remained powerful and perilous. Yet, at that moment, their fear of the unknown began to subtly shift. It transformed into a weighty readiness against a known, yet still lethal threat. They realized what they were up against: a colossal, aberrant, possibly injured orangutan. Although they now understood the nature of their adversary, the fear did not dissipate. It merely donned a comprehensible guise. On that afternoon, the atmosphere within the camp remained oppressive, yet this time, it differed from before. The two sat upon the sandy ground, each furrowed brow lost in contemplation. Having grasped the challenge that lay ahead, they knew they must take preventive measures and prepare accordingly. Fire, Lin Wei broke the silence of the camp, adding, "Beasts fear fire. Let's kindle several more bonfires tonight," encircling the camp. Indeed, Chen Mo nodded noise too. A cacophony might drive it away. He absent-mindedly touched the gun tucked at his waist, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. While gunfire undoubtedly produces a tremendous din, it could also enrage the creature or expose them to other lurking threats, if any existed offshore. Their strategy gradually took shape through their succinct exchanges: defense, deterrence, and creating obstacles. Engaging in direct confrontation was unequivocally the last resort, particularly against a being of such immense power. As dusk descended, Chen Mo checked the fish trap once more, returning with several fish. The two silently consumed their evening meal, the sky darkening swiftly, thick clouds obscuring the stars. Tonight's vigil bore a wholly different significance. Previously, they had been on guard against an unseen specter, but now they awaited a formidable beast that could emerge from the shadows at any moment. Chen Mo took the first half of the night watch. He ignited 3 additional fires, bringing the total to 4, periodically tossing in dry branches that would erupt with more sparks, rendering the flames more vigorous and the crackling sounds more pronounced. As he settled down, he gripped a spade tightly in one hand, with his handgun resting beside his leg, prepared for any unforeseen eventuality. Lin Wei lay beside the fire, eyes closed, yet slumber eluded her. Her ears were attuned to any slightest rustle beyond the walls. Her heart perpetually suspended in anxiety. Each gust of wind or rustle of leaves led her to believe that the orangutan was drawing near. However, the night passed uneventfully, until the horizon began to glow with a pale light. The anticipated attack did not materialize. The jungle and beach lay silent, save for the whispers of the wind and the rhythmic crashing of the waves. It felt as though they had braced themselves to receive a powerful blow, only for their opponent to merely brush past. In the dawn light, the two exchanged a glance, recognizing the fatigue and uncertainty mirrored in each other's eyes. It did not come. Was it the effect of the bonfires last night? Or was its injury more severe than they had imagined? Or perhaps it was merely biding its time for a more opportune moment. This state of indecision proved equally tormenting. In the morning, they surveyed the perimeter of the camp, discovering no new footprints or scratches. The orangutan seemed genuinely to have kept its distance. Chen Mo's brow furrowed deeper. The passive waiting was excruciating and perilous, for one could never predict when or from where it might emerge. They needed to seize the initiative to ascertain the condition of the orangutan and to uncover the whereabouts and nature of its lair. A thought became increasingly vivid in his mind, yet this initiative also carried with it a greater peril. He had to venture once more in that direction, not to the creek's edge, but rather to delve deeper into the jungle where the footprints from yesterday had vanished. This decision was undeniably fraught with risk. To penetrate the possible lair of a colossal beast was akin to inviting danger right to his doorstep. However, he was left with no alternative. Without seizing greater control, they would remain in a state of perpetual trepidation, inevitably facing collapse or succumbing to an oversight that could lead to their undoing. After finishing breakfast, Chen Mo commenced his preparations anew: a spade, a bow and arrows, a fully loaded handgun, binoculars, and a water pouch. He even brought along a tuft of red fur as a poignant reminder. Lin Wei observed him meticulously checking his gear, her complexion paling with each passing moment. "You're going in?" Her voice trembled with apprehension. "Yes," Chen Mo replied, not glancing at her as he continued with his tasks. There was no time for idle waiting. He needed to ascertain its whereabouts and condition. "It's too dangerous. What if it's right inside? Then I must be more cautious," Chen Mo interrupted, finally raising his gaze, his expression chillingly calm, bordering on ruthless. "I will do my utmost not to disturb it, merely to observe from a distance. If the situation seems unfavorable, I will retreat immediately." He recognized that this might be a form of self-deception. In the jungle, once targeted by such a creature, the chances of escape were exceedingly slim. Lin Wei opened her mouth as if to protest, but ultimately lowered her head in resignation, fully aware that Chen Mo was right, despite her fervent wish for him to avoid such risks. "Guard the camp," Chen Mo instructed, conducting a final check of his gear. His gaze swept over the wooden wall, and he paused, leaving unspoken words lingering in the air, their meaning unmistakable. Lin Wei suddenly looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, shaking her head vigorously. You will come back. Chen Mo said nothing further, merely casting a deep, resolute glance at her before decisively pulling open the gate, his figure swiftly disappearing into the mist-laden jungle. Chapter 67. He found its lair this time. He entered the jungle with a caution tenfold greater than any previous exploration. He was no longer merely walking. He was moving stealthily, utilizing every tree, rock, and dip in the terrain as cover. He would advance a few steps, pausing to observe and listen intently, only proceeding when he felt absolutely secure. The direction was clear, towards where he had discovered the red fur and where the footprints had faded away. The deeper he ventured, the more humid and oppressive the air became, the vegetation growing increasingly dense and primordial. Towering ancient trees obscured the sun, while the ground was thick with decaying matter, permeated by the heavy scent of rotting plants and earth. The light here was perpetually dim, as if dusk had descended prematurely. This environment was perfectly suited for ambush. Chen Mo's back was drenched in cold sweat, not from heat, but from anxiety. His senses were heightened to their utmost, and his heart thudded heavily within his chest. In the jungle, wild beasts excelled at concealing themselves, ever poised to deliver a fatal strike to their prey. Moreover, he was facing an obviously intelligent gorilla. Not even a wilderness survival expert like Yi would fare any better in such a scenario. Following the faint footprints he vaguely recalled from yesterday, he cautiously advanced, guided by his understanding of the terrain. Along the way, he discovered several indistinct prints and a strand of red fur caught on a low branch. Confirming he was on the right path, the ground began to rise gradually, revealing more rocks. Strange markings appeared on the surrounding trees. These were not mere scratches, but rather branches that had been broken in a peculiar manner, or large patches of bark torn away, exposing the white wood beneath. These signs seemed somewhat aged, not freshly made. Were they some form of markings? Perhaps a territorial claim? Chen Mo's heartbeat quickened. He sensed he was nearing something significant. He proceeded with utmost caution, moving forward inch by inch. Eventually, he concealed himself behind a massive rock draped in moss, slowly and meticulously peering out. Ahead, the terrain opened up, revealing a glade nestled against a steep rock wall. In the center of the glade stood a colossal nest, constructed from thick branches and fallen leaves. A mere 10 meters away from him, the nest appeared rudimentary yet immense, resembling a disorganized mound, ample enough to shelter a creature of considerable size. Scattered around the nest were fruit pits, fragments of bones, and more dark red fur. This was undoubtedly its lair. Chen Mo held his breath, his heart nearly leaping into his throat. He carefully raised his binoculars, aiming at the massive nest. It was empty. The creature was not home. Chen Mo exhaled slightly, but remained vigilant, scrutinizing the surroundings of the nest. Behind the nest, snug against the rock wall, his gaze suddenly fixed upon something. There were scratch marks on the rock face. Unlike ancient symbols adorned with double dots, these were newer, chaotic markings. They appeared to be carved by some sharp stone or the creature's powerful claws, leaving countless deep grooves etched into the rock, haphazardly intersecting, devoid of pattern, radiating an intense frenzy and destructive intent. Beneath these scratches at the base of the rock lay a collection of items. These were not animal bones or fruit pits, but fragments of man-made objects. Chen Mo adjusted the focus, straining to see. A twisted, heavily corroded metal shard, seemingly part of some instrument's casing, a broken piece of plastic. Its original form obscured, and several dull-colored scraps, possibly fabric, haphazardly wedged into the crevices of the rock. Most importantly, he spotted a relatively intact item, a damaged, mud-stained leather boot. But only one, with a broken lace and a sole nearly worn through. These items clearly did not belong to the gorilla. They were remnants of humanity, and judging by their rust and wear, they appear to have been there for quite some time. A chill crept up from his feet. Where had these items come from? Were they remnants of earlier victims? Or perhaps something else entirely? Why had the gorilla collected these objects? Did it have an interest in these artifacts of human creation? Was it merely a beastly curiosity, or could these be trophies? This thought sent a chill down Chen Mo's spine. He suppressed the terror welling up within him as the lens continued to traverse every corner of the nest. The absence of something more horrifying, such as human remains, offered him a modicum of relief. However, just as he was preparing to lower the binoculars and take one last look at the surrounding environment before making his retreat, the edge of the lens swept across a certain spot that froze the very blood in his veins. Not far from a nest, beneath a thicket, the soil bore signs of recent disturbance, and beside this overturned earth lay a half-buried object. It was a small, filthy, tattered doll, crafted from some sort of white fur. A rabbit doll, missing one ear, its hollow black button eyes stared blankly upwards. This doll could not possibly belong to an adult victim. Chen Mo's breed abruptly ceased. an exceedingly dreadful hypothesis coiling around his heart like a frigid serpent. He hastily set down the binoculars, unable to look any longer. His heart raced violently within his chest, cold sweat instantly drenching him. Without hesitation, disregarding any concern about leaving traces, he turned sharply and fled back along his path towards the camp with a frantic urgency. He had to leave this place immediately. The appearance of that doll felt like the most malevolent curse, shattering all his previous conjectures and false hopes. This creature was far more perilous and sinister than he had ever imagined. It was not merely a powerful beast. Behind it lay potentially unsettling secrets. Chen Mo nearly stumbled back to the camp's enclosure. His face was a ghastly white, breathing heavily as though he had just completed a marathon. His forehead slick with cold sweat, his eyes filled with an unprecedented dread, even tinged with a hint of disorientation. Lin Wei was reinforcing a section of the wall when she caught sight of his disheveled, near-frantic return, causing the stone in her hand to clatter to the ground. "What is wrong? What happened? Did it chase you?" she exclaimed, hastily opening the gate, her voice wavering, fearing he had encountered the gorilla. Chen Mo staggered inside, barely managing to steady himself against the rough wooden wall, his chest heaving, mouth agape, yet momentarily speechless, only able to gasp for air. Lin Wei quickly secured the door, anxiously supporting him. "What is going on? What did you see?" After several deep breaths, he managed to quell the near-explosive pounding of his heart. He raised his head, his gaze still reflecting immense shock and an indescribable feeling of nausea, his voice hoarse. "I found its nest." Chapter 68. Designing traps and alarm devices, it's in a nest? Lin Wei's heart leaped in her throat. "No, it's not." Chen Mo shook his head, taking another deep breath in an attempt to regain his composure. "But there is something beside the nest." "What is it? Prey? Bones?" Lin Wei pressed, a foreboding sense creeping into her heart. Chen Mo's expression darkened further. He closed his eyes, as if attempting to dispel the haunting images in his mind, and then he struggled to speak. "There are no prey, but there are indeed bones, though I cannot ascertain to what creature they belong. Human artifacts, dilapidated tools, shoes." He paused, his complexion shifting as if a dreadful thought had crossed his mind. "And there is something else." Lin Wei pressed him anxiously, her foreboding feelings intensifying. "A doll." Chen Mo nearly forced the words through clenched teeth. "A child's doll. Very old, very dirty, missing one ear." "Doll?" Lin Wei was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the implications of the word. Seconds later, realization dawned upon her, and she comprehended the grim significance that doll might represent. A child, perhaps met with misfortune. And the bones. The chilling conjecture flooded her consciousness like icy water, turning her face a shade paler than Chen Mo's. Her stomach churning violently, as if ready to expel its contents. How could this be?" Her voice trembled uncontrollably, her limbs suddenly cold as ice. It eats." The final word eluded her, fearing that uttering it might induce her to retch. "I don't know," Chen Mo replied in a low tone, forcing himself to analyze the situation, though his fingers still quivered slightly. "I didn't see any bones resembling those of a human nearby. Those items appear to have been collected." This notion somewhat alleviated the nauseating associations, but did little to improve their dire circumstances. An ape that collects human artifacts, especially children's toys, embodies a level of eeriness and horror that surpasses that of mere carnivorous beasts, hinting at incomprehensible behavioral patterns and psychology. Why would it collect those? Lin Wei's voice quivered, a blend of fear and an unsettling strangeness permeating her words. "I don't know," Chen Mo reiterated, his brow furrowed, perhaps out of curiosity, or it could signify something else. He recalled the scratches on the rock wall, which seemed less like curiosity and more akin to a form of venting frustration. A chilling silence enveloped them. The tenuous understanding they had grasped upon, realizing their adversary, was an ape shattered once more under the weight of this terrifying revelation. This ape was no ordinary creature. Moreover, Chen Mo appeared to recall something and added, "Near its nest, there are many strange scratches on the rock wall. Very fresh, very chaotic. Piled nearby are those human objects." This detail deepened Lin Wei's unease. The destructive scratches juxtaposed with the gathered items exuded a potent aura of profound psychological disturbance. "Is it insane?" Lin Wei asked, her voice quaking. The thought of a gigantic, deranged ape sent shivers down her spine. "Very likely," Chen Mo replied gravely. "Or perhaps there is something on this island that has driven it to this state." He was reminded of the ancient symbols and the maddening warning echoing within the stone cave. They are watching. Could there be a connection between these two elements? The frenzied ape and the island's enigmatic history? Countless questions and speculations swirled within their minds, yet none yielded answers. All they knew was that they faced a being of tremendous power, whose actions were utterly unpredictable. Their fear escalated once again, yet this time alongside the palpable fear. There surged a fervent impulse to unravel the enigma. With the knowledge of the doll's existence, they could no longer regard the gorilla merely as a beast to be repelled. Its presence seemed to intertwine with the fates of other victims, perhaps even with the very secrets of the island itself. We must devise a means to gather more information about this gorilla, Chen Mo articulated slowly, his gaze sharpening with determination. We cannot simply wait for it to approach. How shall we ascertain this? Lin Wei inquired, her voice still trembling. Do we dare venture to its lair? The mere thought sent shivers through her limbs. Not for now. It is too perilous, Chen Mo replied, shaking his head. However, starting today, we must adopt a different strategy for our night watch. He moved to the center of the camp, observing the flickering flames, then glanced at the towering wooden walls surrounding them. The walls are already sufficiently high. Raising them further is of little significance. Should it truly wish to enter, it would find a way. Calmly, he assessed the situation. What we require is an early warning system and means of obstruction. He picked up a spade and began sketching a diagram on the ground. Outside the walls, particularly near the jungle and the stream, we should set numerous traps. While we do not expect the traps to kill it, they must create a sufficient noise or cause discomfort, thereby delaying its advance. Using vines to create snares attached to items that can produce sound, such as hollow logs or tin cans suspended in the air. Furthermore, he turned to Lin Wei. During our alternating night watches, we must ensure we obtain adequate sleep. Otherwise, we risk mental exhaustion before we even encounter the gorilla. It is essential that someone remains fully alert at all times, attuned to the sounds of our external traps. Lin Wei nodded vigorously, her conviction in the importance of the night watch unwavering. Additionally, Chen Mo drew the handgun he had kept at his waist, his expression complex. If it truly breaches our defenses, this may be our last opportunity. Yet there was a hint of uncertainty in his voice. He understood that the effectiveness of a handgun against such a colossal creature was questionable unless a vital spot was struck, and it might instead provoke its wrath. The focus of their strategy shifted from passive fortification to proactive vigilance and layered obstruction. Throughout the afternoon, the duo busied themselves according to this new approach. Chen Mo meticulously set up several rudimentary traps outside the walls, including tripwires connected to fallen branches and concealed spike pits hidden beneath layers of leaves. Though unlikely to inflict serious harm, they could induce pain and fright, along with makeshift alarms crafted from fishing line and discarded cans found along the shore. Lin Wei took charge of reinforcing the camp's interior, preparing multiple torches to be placed around the perimeter, ready to be ignited and hurled at the first sign of trouble. They also selected several sturdy, sharpened wooden poles as weapons for close combat. Upon completing these tasks, the camp appeared no safer. Rather, it resembled a perilous nest brimming with lethal contraptions, suffused with a tense atmosphere. As dusk descended once more, the night felt particularly profound and unsettling due to the day's revelations. The two shared a meager meal, devoid of taste, and Chen Mo took the first half of the night watch. He sat beside the fire, directing all his attention to his ears, which functioned like radar, diligently capturing any unusual sounds emanating from beyond the walls. Not merely footsteps, but also the faintest rustles that could trigger traps. Lin Wei lay behind him, eyes closed. Yet sleep evaded her. She desperately wished to heed Chen Mo's advice on ensuring sufficient rest, but her mind was uncontrollably plagued by visions of the ragged doll. Missing an ear, as described by Chen Mo, Chapter 69. Discovery in the tattered garment's time dragged on in the atmosphere of heightened tension, and as the night deepened, Lin Wei arrived to take her turn. Chen Mo lay down close to the fire, almost instantly succumbing to a profound slumber born of exhaustion. Yet the grip on his weapon betrayed a lingering vigilance. Lin Wei, curled up with her knees drawn to her chest, sat beside the fire, her eyes wide open. Fixated on the flickering flames, her heart constricted by fear. Every whisper of the wind and each crashing wave sent tremors through her being. In that darkest moment before dawn, when silence enveloped the world and even the wind seemed to pause, a faint yet extraordinarily clear sound drifted from the direction of the stream. A subtle click, nearly imperceptible. It resembled a tiny stone dislodged and rolling into the water. The sound was distant, had it not been for the oppressive stillness of the pre-dawn hour. It might have gone unnoticed, yet this delicate noise pierced the silence like a needle, causing Lin Wei's blood to run cold. She straightened abruptly, her heart racing. Her ears perked like a rabbit's, fixated on the stream's direction. Had she misheard, or had a trap truly been triggered? The timid Lin Wei could not endure another minute. She anxiously roused Chen Mo, who had barely just fallen asleep. He awoke almost instantly, the remnants of drowsiness vanishing from his eyes. What is it? He inquired, alert. There seems to be a sound by the stream, like a stone falling into the water, Lin Wei whispered, her voice trembling. Chen Mo immediately held his breath, straining to listen. Outside, the world remained eerily quiet. The two sat motionless for a full 5 or 6 minutes, with no further unusual sounds emerging. It felt as though Lin Wei's earlier perception had been a mere figment of her heightened anxiety. However, Chen Mo was aware that this was no illusion. A stone would not tumble into the stream without a cause. The sky began to gradually lighten. Was that sound the result of a gorilla moving about at night, accidentally brushing against the stones by the stream? Or had it discovered the traps they had set, attempting to circumvent or dismantle them? Wild speculations churned in Chen Mo's mind, unsettling him. He longed to rush forth and ascertain the situation, yet reason cautioned him that such impulsiveness could lead to dire consequences. He still harbored hopes of returning to a civilized society one day, and thus he must endure and await the dawn. The darkness before dawn seemed interminable, mirroring the lack of any subsequent disturbances. The gorilla, or whatever it may be, did not draw any closer. Yet this suspended state of anticipation drained the spirit far more than direct confrontation. The agonizing wait persisted, an interminable yearning for the dawn. A chirp from the jungle shattered the silence of the camp. A glimmer of brightness emerged in the eastern sky, though the heavens remained overcast, having not cleared since the tempest. At that moment, Chen Mo's expression mirrored the somber weather. He could hardly contain himself as he rushed from the camp to inspect the traps set along the stream. All was intact, showing no signs of disturbance. He meticulously surveyed the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. Perhaps that sound, that click, was merely a coincidence, some nocturnal creature dislodging a stone. Or perhaps a rock loosened by wind and rain had simply fallen. Yet, such thoughts did little to assuage his unease. This could not continue. Returning to the camp, Chen Mo shattered the silence, declaring, "We are like mice trapped in a cage with a one-way mirror. It sees us, yet we cannot see it. It observes us from outside, ready to strike with deadly precision." Lin Wei sat by the fire, hugging her knees, her gaze vacant. Even if it knows what we are doing, what can we do about it? The feeling of being watched and toyed with was maddening, especially when the observer was a gorilla. Chen Mo's eyes scanned the camp, finally resting on the pile of supplies salvaged from the plane wreckage, which had yet to be meticulously sorted. Previously, in response to the storm and the gorilla's threat, they had merely rummaged through food, medicine, and tools, leaving everything else largely untouched. "Let us organize our supplies," he suggested suddenly. "We should lay everything out and inspect each item closely, especially that notebook and anything inscribed with letters or images." Lin Wei hesitated, puzzled by the usefulness of this task. "The gorilla is peculiar," Chen Mo clarified, his gaze sharp. "It collects human artifacts, particularly that doll. This is not the behavior of an ordinary beast. The items near its nest, along with the scratches on the rock face, may hold connections we have yet to discern. Perhaps among the victim's belongings, there are clues." He paused to add, "Moreover, we must occupy ourselves with something tangible. We cannot merely fixate on the outside and frighten ourselves." This was a form of psychological self-preservation, amidst overwhelming and uncontrollable external pressures. Focusing on a specific task that might yield value is crucial for maintaining one's sanity. Lin Wei understood, and she immediately rose to her feet. "All right, together." They unwrapped the bundle of supplies in the corner of their shelter, covered with waterproof fabric. There were not many items, but they were diverse. A first aid kit, assorted tools, a broken signal transmitter, a tangle of cables, remnants of the aircraft, a few tattered yet warm garments, compressed food, and that hardbound notebook accompanied by a key. They settled beside the fire and began to examine each item meticulously. Chen Mo took charge of the hardbound notebook and any items adorned with written symbols, while Lin Wei scrutinized the clothing and miscellaneous objects for hidden pockets or unusual markings. The text within the notebook remained as inscrutable as a celestial script, interspersed with numbers and incomprehensible abbreviations. Chen Mo, with great patience, turned the pages one by one, leaving no potential clue or vaguely familiar character overlooked. The maps and coordinates were utterly incomprehensible to him, yet he endeavored to commit their shapes to memory. Lin Wei unfurled an old gray coat, meticulously feeling through each pocket. In a remarkably concealed inner seam, her fingers brushed against a hard object. With care, she used a knife to cut the stitching, extracting not the anticipated documents or maps, but an old photograph meticulously wrapped in plastic. The photo had yellowed with age, its edges worn. It depicted 3 young individuals clad in a uniform of sorts, standing before a white dome-shaped structure that resembled a radar or meteorological station, smiling and waving at the camera. The backdrop featured a clear sky and an expanse of land, with what appeared to be the sea in the distance. On the back of the photograph, in elegant handwriting, were inscribed the words, "Lighthouse Project Team, a keepsake. May the guidance endure." Chapter 70. The Signal Emitter Lighthouse? The word struck Chen Mo's nerves like a bolt of lightning. He abruptly lifted his head and snatched the photograph. "Lighthouse," he murmured, his heart racing. The warning etched in the cave, Do not trust the lighthouse, echoed in his mind. Is this the lighthouse? Lin Wei inquired, leaning closer to examine the white dome structure in the photograph, her surprise evident. It resembles it quite a bit, Chen Mo replied, his fatigue dissipating in an instant. Observing the background, it appeared to be on an island or by the sea. Who were the members of the Lighthouse Project team? Researchers? Technicians? Chen Mo pondered why the cave's inscriber had cautioned against trusting the lighthouse. Was this lighthouse the same as the one in the photograph? Was it located on this island? If so, where? Why had it never been seen before? Countless questions surged forth. In this, Lin Wei pointed to the inscription on the back. Is it the photographer? Or one of the individuals? Chen Mo's gaze returned to the three young people in the photograph. The sunlight was radiant, their smiles genuine, presenting no sense of dissonance. This photograph stood in stark contrast to the mad warning and the bizarre obsession of the collecting gorilla. Project team, Chen Mo repeated, savoring the term. It implied that a group once conducted an endeavor named the lighthouse somewhere on this island. What had transpired thereafter? Why were only warnings and a deranged gorilla left? Clues appeared fragmented, seemingly capable of forming a coherent picture, yet missing the most crucial pieces. At that moment, Lin Wei retrieved a small, metallic object from the chest pocket of a tattered work uniform. It was slightly larger than a lighter, featuring a tiny button and a diminutive glass window. What is this? She inquired, handing it to Chen Mo. He accepted it, examining it closely. The metal casing bore no markings. He tentatively pressed the button. A faint yet clear electronic sound emitted, accompanied by a flicker of extremely dim green light from the small glass window. It flashed once and then extinguished. Both were startled. Is there still power? Lin Wei exclaimed. Chen Mo's heart raced once more as he pressed the button again. A faint electronic beep echoed. The green light flickered briefly before rapidly dimming, indicating that the power was evidently on the verge of depletion. Was this device a signal transmitter? Or perhaps a locator? He suddenly recalled the suspicious black that he had seen on the ocean's surface, along with that enigmatic parallel sailing sailboat. Could it be that what those individuals sought was not the box containing firearms, but rather this artifact from a lighthouse project, or this diminutive device emitting a feeble signal? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. If they had been searching for this signal, could this almost negligible signal have already betrayed our location, despite its power appearing to wane at any moment? What if, in that fleeting instant of flicker, Chen Mo abruptly rose, rushing to the wooden wall facing the sea, raising his binoculars to scan the horizon swiftly? The ocean lay barren, marked only by undulating waves and low-hanging clouds. No ships, no black dots. Yet, rather than feeling reassured, his heart grew heavier. Most of their attention had been consumed by the gorilla and the internal threat, almost forgetting the potential existence of more modern and organized dangers lurking at sea. With the emission of this faint signal, could it attract unknown perils from the ocean? Although nothing had appeared yet, it was merely a matter of time. This unexpected discovery of the signal device felt like a cold needle, linking the internal and external threats. What should they do? Lin Wei also recognized the gravity of the situation, her complexion paling. Should they discard it? Chen Mo gazed at the cold metallic object in his hand, his eyes flickering intensely. Discarding it might indeed prevent them from being tracked, yet it could also be their only clue to understanding the Lighthouse Project. Perhaps even their sole means of escaping this island. It was an exceedingly difficult decision. Just as he wavered, a deep, resonant hum, seemingly capable of penetrating the very skull, emanated from the depths of the island without warning. The sound was not loud, yet it possessed a peculiar penetrating quality and a certain rhythm. It resembled the low rumble preceding the activation of some colossal machine, akin to a resonance rising from the abyss. This noise was strikingly similar to the hum they had heard during the stormy night, concealed by the winds and rain. The two stood frozen, their attention entirely captured by this sudden, unnatural sound. The sound persisted for several seconds before vanishing without a trace. Just as abruptly as it had appeared, the island once again plunged into a profound silence. Yet both could sense a faint, almost imperceptible tremor lingering in the sand beneath their feet. Chen Mo abruptly turned his gaze towards the island's interior, where the shadows concealed the gorilla's nest and countless secrets within the dense thicket. The sound had originated from that direction. The lighthouse? The project? The frenzied gorilla? The bizarre hum? These fragmented clues seemed, at this moment, to be forcibly intertwined by the sudden emergence of that hum. The secrets of this island delve far deeper than he had ever imagined, and they stand at the precipice of a vortex. The low, eerie hum resonates like a specter emerging from the depths of the earth, abruptly appearing and vanishing just as swiftly, leaving behind only the fading tremor beneath their feet, as if everything that transpired was merely a collective illusion. Yet, Chen Mo and Lin Wei both understood that it was anything but. They exchanged a glance, each reflecting the incredulous shock and doubt mirrored in the other's eyes. This sound, this vibration, was no mere natural phenomenon. It emanated from the very heart of the island. What could have produced it? Lin Wei's voice quivered as she instinctively moved closer to Chen Mo, as if proximity might yield answers. Chen Mo remained silent. His gaze fixed intently on the direction from which the hum had dissipated, his brow knitted in a perplexed frown. The earlier clues, the symbols marked by double circles, the warnings within the stone cave, the lighthouse project in the photographs, the artifacts from the gorilla nest, and this bizarre hum, were like scattered pearls, forcibly strung together by this sudden, otherworldly sound, pointing towards some unknown core deep within the island. That direction, Chen Mo began slowly, his voice tinged with a cold. Investigative sharpness is generally aligned with the gorilla nest, but it may lie even deeper. Could it be the lighthouse? Lin Wei recalled the white domed structure captured in the photograph, along with the writing on its reverse side. I cannot say, Chen Mo replied, shaking his head. His gaze penetrating yet resolute, but it undoubtedly bears some connection to the so-called project. The stone cave warned against trusting the lighthouse. And yet this hum seems to originate from that very direction, creating a disquieting contradiction. Chapter 71. The artificial base deep in the jungle with a sullen expression. Chen Mo cast his eyes down upon the still, silent miniature signal device in his hand. When the hum had resonated earlier, it had shown no response. What connection could it possibly have to the secrets concealed within the island? If there was no link, why had the hum followed the moment he pressed the button? Was it mere coincidence? Conversely, if there was a connection, why had the device remained unresponsive to the sound? Chen Mo's thoughts spiraled into confusion. The looming threat at sea, the strange creatures within the island, and this hidden mechanical hum pressed down upon him like three enormous mountains, suffocating his breath. Lin Wei observed Chen Mo's grim visage, her heart brimming with bewilderment and fear. What should we do? Chen Mo's mind raced, calculating priorities. The maritime threat was, for now, merely a latent risk. The signal device was nearly out of power. The threat posed by the gorillas, while immediate and strange, seemed to follow a certain pattern and range of activity. However, it was this sudden hum, representing the island's very own secrets, that introduced a new, colossal variable, disrupting the entire situation. Only by unraveling its mystery might they explain the gorillas' anomalies, and perhaps even discern what the figures at sea were truly seeking. They had to investigate. After careful consideration, Chen Mo arrived at a bold, even reckless decision. Rather than venturing toward the gorilla nest, he would attempt a limited reconnaissance towards the deeper source of the hum. No, that's too dangerous. Lin Wei immediately protested. We have no idea what lies ahead. Moreover, I shall refrain from delving too deeply into the matter of that gorilla, opting instead to observe from a distance. Chen Mo's resolve was unwavering. It was imperative to uncover the secrets concealed upon this island. Otherwise, we would remain forever blind, unaware of how we might meet our demise. He cast a glance at the signal device and swiftly reached a decision. This apparatus could not be left behind, yet it could not be discarded carelessly. Approaching the campfire, he utilized the spade to excavate a deep pit, carefully interring the signal device and meticulously covering the traces. Thus, even if it were to emit a faint signal, the earth would likely obscure most of it. Having addressed the potential exposure risk, he commenced preparations for reconnaissance. His gear included a spade, a bow and arrows, a pistol, binoculars, water, and a bit of jerky. After a moment's hesitation, he also decided to take along a small, hardbound notebook. Perhaps the maps or symbols within could serve as a reference. Remain at the camp and maintain the utmost vigilance. Chen Mo instructed Lin Wei. If you hear gunfire, or if I have not returned by nightfall. He paused, then ignite a fire, the largest blaze you can muster, and take cover. The thick smoke may attract attention. He referred to the possibility of passing vessels, which might not only be searching for the signal device, though hope was indeed faint. Lin Wei's complexion turned pale. She understood that Chen Mo's decision was the correct one, yet the prospect of waiting alone for an uncertain outcome was equally torturous. However, she had no choice but to comply. She nodded firmly, gripping the multifunctional knife tightly in her hand. You must return. Chen Mo refrained from further conversation, casting her one last, heavy glance before resolutely stepping back into the jungle. This time, his objective was clear, his direction aimed straight into the heart of the island. The journey proved to be far more arduous than that to the creek or the gorilla's nest. There were hardly any paths to follow. The vegetation was extraordinarily dense. Vines entwined around him, and the ground was uneven, covered in slippery moss and hidden pits. He treaded with utmost caution, remaining vigilant for any potential appearances of the gorilla, as well as any signs of human excavation or passage. The gorilla's peculiar behavior was likely intertwined with the secrets hidden deeper within the island, and their territories might well overlap. The humidity in the air intensified, permeated by a strange, faint scent reminiscent of sulfur and ozone. The surrounding trees began to take on odd shapes, some exhibiting clear signs of twisting and charring, as if they had once been subjected to an immense surge of energy. Chen Mo's heart raced uncontrollably. He sensed he was approaching something central. After traversing deeper into the island for over half an hour, the terrain began to rise, revealing more exposed rock. Suddenly, he heard a faint yet persistent sound of flowing water, not the gushing of stream, but more akin to a waterfall or some form of runoff. Following the sound, he cautiously scaled a steep rock face. Upon reaching the summit, he took cover behind a gnarled tree and looked down, instantly holding his breath at the sight before him. Below lay a small valley hidden within a mountainside. At its center was not a natural waterfall, but rather a colossal, clearly man-made concrete structure. It resembled an abandoned water diversion channel for a power station or some form of cooling system outlet. A colossal, rust-laden metal pipe protrudes from the mountainside, a section of it having fractured and collapsed, from which a steady stream of grayish-white water, emitting faint wisps of steam, cascades down, forming an artificial waterfall that plunges into an unfathomable pool below. The ground and rocks surrounding the pool are tainted with an eerie, grayish hue, devoid of any vegetation. Behind the pool, clinging to the steep mountainside, lies a vast entrance, sealed by a heavy metal door. The door appears exceedingly robust, its surface marred by thick rust and charred remnants of some intense burning. Yet its overall structure seems intact. There are no markings upon the door, save for some indecipherable industrial codes, corroded and obscured. Could the recent hum have originated from behind this door? What lies within? A generator? A reactor? Or something else entirely? Chen Mo is struck by a profound sense of awe. Is this the relic of the Lighthouse Project? It resembles not a navigational beacon, but rather a clandestine industrial or military installation. He raises his binoculars to scrutinize further. Below the metal door, traces of tracks can be discerned, though long since consumed by rust and silt. Scattered about the entrance are several broken tools and shards of metal. On the surrounding rock walls, signs of unnatural excavation and reinforcement are visible. This place has been abandoned for quite some time, yet it emitted a strange hum not long ago. His gaze sweeps over the grayish ground by the pool, and his pupils constrict suddenly. There, near the water's edge, lie several distinct, familiar footprints. They belong to the gorilla. It has been here. Moreover, it appears to have visited frequently. As the footprints indicate, it has roamed this area repeatedly. What could have drawn its interest to this place? Was it the sound of the flowing water? Or perhaps something else that might exist within? Chen Mo suddenly recalls the artifacts collected in the gorilla's nest and the frenzied scratches upon the rock walls. Could some of those items have originated from here? From this abandoned facility? Is the gorilla's madness somehow linked to this location? While he is wholly engrossed in observing below, he remains oblivious to the faint, icy glimmers of light, almost blending into the environment, silently watching him from the shadows of the denser treetops on the ridge above. Chapter 72. Preparing to seek clues in the gorilla's nest. The gaze from the shadows is cold and focused, imbued with an inhuman scrutiny. Chen Mo suddenly feels an inexplicable sense of dread, a chill racing up his spine, and he swiftly turns his head towards the ridge behind him. The tree shadows sway, and aside from the sound of the wind, all is silent. Could it be an illusion? Or perhaps Chen Mo stands still, observing for a moment. The discoveries here are astonishing and perilous, and coupled with a recent inexplicable sense of foreboding, his intuition warns him that lingering here is unwise. He must retreat immediately and contemplate his next steps. He turns for one last glance at the heavy door, seemingly concealing endless secrets and dangers, then carefully descends the rock face, hastening back along his path. The journey back was laden with an overwhelming sense of gravity. The secrets of the island surpassed his wildest imaginings. They were not merely stranded on a desolate isle, but ensnared beside a forsaken and potentially perilous unknown facility, with a colossal gorilla, possibly driven mad by the facility's influence, lurking in the shadows. Moreover, there were potential seekers on the sea. The complexity of the situation was despairing. As he returned to the camp, weary yet alert, Lin Wei hurried over to open the gate. "How is it? Are you all right? What did you discover?" She inquired in rapid succession, her face etched with concern. Chen Mo stepped inside, leaning against the wooden wall and exhaling a long, heavy breath, his countenance grave. He pointed toward the depths of the jungle where he had found the abandoned facility, his voice hoarse. A large, derelict factory of sorts, surrounded by barren, ashen land, with a heavy iron door on the mountain's rocky face, sealed tightly. The noises we heard earlier likely emanated from within. He paused, casting a complicated glance at Lin Wei. Moreover, that gorilla frequents that location. Lin Wei gasped, covering her mouth with her hand. Chen Mo's gaze drifted beyond her shoulder, fixating on the flickering flames at the center of the camp, his expression deepening. "I believe we might have discerned how the gorilla lost its sanity. That place, that lighthouse. may pose a greater threat than 100 deranged gorillas. The news Chen Mo brought struck Lin Wei's heart like a colossal stone dropped into still waters, stirring tumultuous waves of anxiety. An abandoned factory? An eerie hum? The gorilla's connection to that place? All of this transcended the realm of mere survival on a deserted island, resembling a scene from a science fiction thriller. A factory? What kind of factory? A military base, perhaps? Lin Wei's voice quivered with incredulity, her mind racing with horrific conjectures. It doesn't resemble an ordinary factory, nor does it bear clear military insignia. Chen Mo shook his head, his brow furrowed. The door is thick and rusted. I cannot ascertain what lies within, but it is certainly not something commonplace. The concrete structure and the heavy metal door are far from civilian facilities. Is the hum indicative of machinery still operating inside? A chill coursed through Lin Wei, but it has been abandoned for so long. Chen Mo's gaze deepened, yet it is safe to conclude that the source of the hum resides within. Moreover, he paused, lowering his voice. I have an unsettling feeling that the gorilla's madness is intrinsically linked to that place. Its frequent presence, there is no mere coincidence. He recalled the fragments collected from the lair and the frantic scratches on the rocky walls, solidifying his conviction. It is highly likely that the gorilla has come into contact with, or perhaps has been affected by, some substance leaked from that abandoned facility, which has transformed it into such a colossal, ferocious, and bizarre creature. The implications of this hypothesis sent shivers down Lin Wei's spine. If that place can alter a gorilla, what could it do to a human? She instinctively touched her arm, as if the pollutants from the barren, lifeless land could permeate the air. Should we keep our distance from it? She asked, her voice trembling, a reaction born of primal instinct. Yet, Chen Mo remained silent. He approached the fire, grasping a burning branch, and gazed at the flickering flames, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous uncertainty. Staying away was undoubtedly safer. He began to speak slowly, but his words were a clue, perhaps the only one leading us away from this place. He lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing as he turned to Lin Wei. The individuals it seemed may not be merely searching for the gun and notebook within that box. They might also be seeking that location or the items lost from it. He recalled the miniature signal device. Although buried, its very existence posed questions. Moreover, he continued to analyze, his mind sharpening with clarity, the warning from the stone cave not to trust the lighthouse. If the lighthouse referred to that facility, the one who left the warning must have known something. What had they encountered? Why issue a warning? Perhaps they were part of the lighthouse project team? Lin Wei remembered the three beaming young faces in the photograph. It seemed quite plausible. Chen Mo nodded. If we could decipher what transpired there, we may unravel the island's mysteries and even discover a means of escape. It is certainly preferable to being trapped here for eternity, ever wary of the gorillas and the impending search parties, to actively explore the unknown dangers or passively remain confined and wait. This was an exceedingly difficult decision. Exploration could signify a death sentence, yet confinement might only lead to a slow demise, or worse. One day being engulfed by the ominous hum or some unforeseen disaster emanating from that facility. Lin Wei bit her lip, wrestling with her inner turmoil. Fear urged her to retreat within the walls. Yet Chen Mo's words awakened her to the reality that passive waiting might not yield a better outcome, especially if there truly were issues with that facility. Would it not eventually erupt, impacting the camp? But had not that door been sealed? She posed a question. How do we gain entry? There will always be a way, Chen Mo replied, his eyes gleaming with determination. Perhaps through the ventilation, the pipes, or by discovering a means to unlock it. The notebook or other items within the gorilla's nest may hold clues. We must take the initiative, seeking a path through this enigma. The breakthrough lay in those two locations. The gorilla's nest, searching for more project artifacts and information, and the periphery of the abandoned facility, seeking entrances or additional clues. The next day, Chen Mo resolved, I will return to the gorilla's nest. This time, while it is absent, I will thoroughly search through the items it has amassed. You must keep watch, alert to any sounds in the jungle, and sound the whistle if there is any sign of danger. This task entrusted to Lin Wei was equally perilous, yet slightly safer than Chen Mo directly exploring the nest. Upon hearing that Chen Mo intended to seek clues in the gorilla's nest the following day, Lin Wei felt her heart rise to her throat, as if obstructed by a stone. Yet, gazing into Chen Mo's resolute eyes, she understood this was the only proactive choice presently available. She nodded vigorously. All right. Chapter 73. Discovery that night. The two scarcely managed to sleep. Plans were set, yet fear and uncertainty lingered like shadows, with the sentinels growing increasingly vigilant, while the sleepers were plagued by nightmares. As dawn broke, Chen Mo prepared to depart. This time, he brought along several empty bags made of surplus rainproof cloth, prepared to collect any clues he might find. The two once again approached the massive rock from which the gorilla nest was faintly visible. Chen Mo, holding the binoculars, scrutinized the area for an extended period, The nest remained eerily silent, devoid of any activity. Leaving the binoculars with Lin Wei, he adjusted the firearm strapped to his back and gently checked the pistol at his waist. I'm going ahead. Stay here and do not come out under any circumstances. If anything happens, blow the whistle immediately and retreat without concern for me. Chen Mo emphasized his warning one last time, his gaze stern. Lin Wei, nervously clutching the bone whistle, nodded earnestly. Like a phantom, Chen Mo descended the massive rock, utilizing the cover of trees and boulders to approach the clearing swiftly and silently. His heart raced, yet his mind was sharply focused. He treaded with the utmost caution. Soon, he arrived once more at the enormous nest, which exuded a pungent odor. The nest was still empty, and he did not linger there. Instead, he commenced a search among the man-made debris piled beneath the rocky wall. He sifted through the items quickly and meticulously, most of which were worthless scraps, rusted metal shards, broken plastic, and twisted wires. However, he soon stumbled upon more intriguing finds. Several rain-soaked and illegible pages from a logbook, a corroded object that appeared to be some sort of dashboard, and half a hard hat bearing indistinct markings. While rummaging through these items, his fingers suddenly grazed something solid. He swiftly extracted it from a mound of tattered cloth and mud. In his hand, he held a plastic card holder, dirty yet seemingly still functional. With effort, he pried open the slightly fused plastic shell, revealing an identification card nestled within. The photograph was faded and blurred, but it depicted a serious-looking young man wearing glasses, beneath which was inscribed a name, followed by a line of small print. Project Prometheus? Level 3 access? Chen Mo's heart leapt violently. The name resonated with an ominous foreboding. Prometheus, the firebringer, who illuminated humanity, yet also ushered in calamity. He had no time to ponder further, and quickly stuffed the ID card into his inner pocket, continuing his search, uncovering several similar fragments of work credentials, though the information remained incomplete. As he immersed himself in the search, Lin Wei, tasked with keeping watch, felt her heart racing so fiercely that it seemed it might leap from her throat. She fixed her gaze intently in Chen Mo's direction while anxiously scanning the surrounding jungle, her ears attuned to any rustle or whisper of the wind. Each passing second felt interminable. Suddenly, her attention was caught by an unusual disturbance in the treetops of the distant jungle, moving rapidly towards the nest. The motion was unmistakably not caused by the wind. It was returning. Lin Wei's face paled instantly, and without a moment's hesitation, she thrust the bone whistle into her mouth and, summoning all her strength, blew it with all her might. The sharp, piercing sound of the whistle sliced through the silence of the jungle like a tear in fabric. As Chen Mo searched near the nest, the preordained alarm pierced the air, jolting him into a state of heightened alertness. Almost instinctively, he leaped to his feet, disregarding any belongings, and sprinted furiously towards the massive rock. He had barely exited the clearing when he plunged into the thicket, only to be met by a deafening, ferocious roar that erupted behind him. The sound was imbued with rage and the frenzy of territory being encroached upon, reverberating louder and more terrifying than ever before. Following this was the heavy thundering of footsteps and the sickening crack of trees being violently uprooted. The creature had realized its lair had been invaded, and it was enraged. Pursuing him with astonishing speed, Chen Mo felt a surge of terror course through him, pushing his running pace to its utmost limit as he navigated the treacherous terrain. Too fearful to glance back, he could sense the dreadful pursuer closing in rapidly, the acrid scent of its fury nearly brushing against the nape of his neck. Lin Wei, hidden behind the boulder, was paralyzed with fear as she witnessed trees in the distance fall as if cleaved by an invisible axe, a colossal, reddish-brown figure racing towards Chen Mo with unbelievable velocity. Overwhelmed, she desperately blew the bone whistle again, hoping to guide the panicked Chen Mo in the right direction. As Chen Mo heard the roar, drawing near and Lin Wei's whistle piercing the chaos, adrenaline surged through him. Just as the monstrous claw seemed poised to grasp him, he executed a desperate leap, tumbling clumsily behind the massive rock. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous crash resonated. The frenzied giant gorilla collided violently with the boulder, sending tremors through the stone and causing debris to rain down. It stood upright, howling in a cataclysmic rage, its colossal fists pounding the rock face with a dreadful thud. Its bloodshot eyes flickered with madness and savagery, fixated on the space behind the rock. Crouched behind the boulder, Chen Mo and Lin Wei huddled closely together, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath as their hearts raced perilously close to bursting. The terrifying roars and pounding reverberated through the stone, numbing their eardrums, accompanied by a nauseating, pungent stench. Though they were temporarily shielded, how long could this stone withstand the wrath of the enraged beast? It seemed they had indeed stirred a hornet's nest. Beyond the boulder, The violent onslaught of blows and roars persisted for 4 or 5 minutes, the sound sending chills down their spines, as if the very rock might shatter at any moment. Chen Mo and Lin Wei remained tightly pressed against the stone, scarcely daring to breathe, each heavy impact causing their hearts to contract in unison. Lin Wei's face turned as pale as a sheet, her fingers gripping Chen Mo's arm with such intensity that her nails nearly pierced his flesh. Chen Mo, meanwhile, clutched his entrenching tool tightly, his other hand resting on the pistol at his waist, his gaze fixed intently on the edge of the rock, bracing for the worst. Yet, without warning, the frenzied assault abruptly ceased. The heavy sound of labored breathing and a deep, menacing growl echoed from the other side of the rock, but the pounding ceased. Then came a rustling noise, accompanied by heavy footsteps that seemed to circle around the massive stone. The two held their breath, paralyzed with fear. The footsteps circled several times before gradually receding, accompanied by the cracking of branches and that chilling low growl, ultimately fading into the depths of the jungle. Had it departed? Chapter 74. A narrow escape back to camp. After a few minutes, the two dared to relax their taut nerves as the jungle's original sounds of wind and birdsong returned. They collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. The overwhelming sensation of survival washed over them. It has gone? Lin Wei's voice trembled, laced with a hint of tears. Temporarily, Chen Mo replied hoarsely, carefully listening to the sounds outside to confirm that the ferocious creature had indeed left. He slowly peeked out, cautiously surveying the area. The nest location was in disarray, trees toppled as if swept away by a small hurricane. The giant rock before them bore several clear, shocking dents and claw marks. We must return immediately, Chen Mo urged as he helped the nearly collapsed Lin Wei to her feet. It may not have gone far. It might return. They dared not linger for another second, exerting all their remaining strength to support one another as they stumbled toward the camp. Every rustle of the foliage sent jolts of fear through them. Upon bursting into the camp, they hastily bolted the rickety wooden door and leaned against the rough wall, finally feeling a semblance of safety, as if they had narrowly escaped the gates of death. Exhaustion and dread surged like a tide. Lin Wei sank directly to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. Chen Mo slid down the wall, his chest heaving, yet his eyes sparkled with an intense exhilaration born of extreme tension. He cautiously retrieved a plastic card holder from his pocket, his fingers trembling with excitement. "Look at this," he said, extending an identification card to Lin Wei. She took the grimy card, squinting in the firelight to discern the photograph and text. "Prometheus Project, Level 3 Authorization," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with confusion and shock. "What is this?" "I found it in its lair," Chen Mo replied, his voice low and urgent. "That abandoned facility is likely connected to the Prometheus Project. This person must be one of the researchers involved." He then produced several water-damaged pages of a journal, carefully spreading them on the ground. The paper had grown fragile over time, weathered by wind and sun, with most of the writing blurred and difficult to read. Yet a few words emerged clearly, hinting at a disturbing narrative. Leak. Uncontrollable. Sample exhibits aggression. Containment failure. Must warn. Fragmented phrases pieced together a chilling clue. A leaked sample? Lin Wei's voice quivered. Could that creature be the sample? This conjecture sent a chill of foreboding through her. Could it be that the gorilla was not a natural mutation, but rather a product of human intervention? It was quite plausible. Chen Mo's gaze was sharp. The activities within that facility were undoubtedly far from ordinary. Something had leaked from within, affecting the creatures inside, and potentially even humans. He recalled the frenzied warning echoing from the cave. Prometheus. Chen Mo mulled over this name, his brow furrowed. What exactly had the fire stealers taken? What kind of catastrophe had they incited? Clues began to converge, pointing towards a harrowing truth. This island was not merely a deserted landmass, but rather the site of a monumental disaster, a forgotten core of calamity that might still be slowly festering. And that gorilla was both a living testament and a victim, or rather, a byproduct of this disaster. What then shall we do? Lin Wei felt an unprecedented sense of insignificance and dread. When confronted by nature and beasts, one could still struggle for survival. Yet faced with an unknown calamity, potentially involving non-human forces, she felt a profound helplessness. "We need information," Chen Mo stated with resolve. "We require more detailed insights regarding that facility, what transpired there, how to escape, or at the very least, how to avoid being ensnared in this crisis." His gaze fell once more upon the identity card. The card with level 3 clearance might unlock one of the locks on that door. It was a daring hypothesis, yet perhaps it was their only means of accessing the core. But that door is rusted shut. Lin Wei recalled the moment of terror she had just experienced with the gorilla. There must be alternative entrances, ventilation shafts, maintenance passages, or something else. Chen Mo refused to concede defeat. As for the gorilla, It seemed to harbor a certain obsession with the facility itself, yet it could not enter. If we can find a way inside, it may be relatively safe. This felt more like a gamble. The interior of the facility could be more perilous than the outside. Residual leaks, unknown mechanisms, or other terrifying entities. Yet to remain idle was equally hazardous. Chen Mo picked up the hardbound notebook, flipping once more to the pages adorned with peculiar maps and symbols. Previously indecipherable, the keyword Prometheus Project now shed new light on these symbols and diagrams, suggesting a possible direction. Could these be structural diagrams of the facility's interior? Or maps of the surrounding area? He speculated as he pointed at the lines and symbols. One page depicted a network resembling ventilation ducts, annotated with some incomprehensible codes. Another appeared to be a contour map of a certain area, marked in its center by an odd symbol, somewhat reminiscent of the double-dotted one they had seen before, yet distinctly different. "Look at this," Lin Wei suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a string of numbers and letters in the corner of one page. "This does not seem like coordinates. Rather, it resembles a code." The sequence read, 7. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. A code? Could it be related to that door? As Lin Wei turned to another page, she discovered a hastily scribbled equation-like notation. Sequence, threshold, emergency protocol initiation, accompanied by a skull emblem. All these fragmented pieces of information pointed towards a colossal secret concealed within the depths of that facility. "We must give it a try." Chen Mo resolved to find a way to approach that door, to ascertain whether it bore an electronic lock or a keypad. This card and the sequence of numbers might hold the key. It was an extremely perilous plan. Not only would they have to venture once more into the heart of danger, close to the territory of that ferocious gorilla, but they would also attempt to engage with a door that potentially harbored unknown risks. Yet, it seemed there was no better alternative. Only by unraveling the mystery could they hope to find a path to survival. Tomorrow, Chen Mo gazed into Lin Wei's eyes, resolute. "We shall go together. You keep watch for the gorilla and any anomalies while I approach the door." Lin Wei, seeing the undeniable determination in Chen Mo's eyes and glancing at the clues before her, understood that she could neither prevent nor deter this course of action. Trapped in this place, the ultimate outcome could very well lead to destruction. She nodded vigorously, her voice trembling yet imbued with newfound resolve. "All right." Chapter 75. A change of plans this time. There was a strong possibility of gaining entry into that abandoned artificial base. Though they were uncertain what unforeseen events might unfold within, the two needed to reassess their equipment. At that moment, Chen Mo's gaze inadvertently swept across a pile of supplies in the corner of the camp, landing on a deflated metal water bottle. It was the very one Lin Wei had discovered while harvesting salt among the rocks, and to his surprise, it bore a bullet hole, something he had failed to notice before. During the storm's onset, he had hastily used it as a vessel for kindling, neglecting to examine it closely. Whose water bottle was this? Was it that of an ordinary passenger, or did it bear some connection to the island's secrets? What, then, was the significance of that bullet hole? He approached, picking it up and running his fingers over the mark. The clues seemed to multiply, intertwining like a vast, perilous web, drawing them ever closer to its center. The day passed amid flight and busyness, and, as evening fell, the sky ignited with brilliant flames. The orange-red glow transformed the sea into a boiling cauldron of gold, casting a warm halo over the tents they had erected. Lin Wei sat beside the fire, skewering cured meat on a sharpened stick and roasting it over the flames, which crackled and popped, sending up wisps of blue smoke that danced with the vibrant clouds above. Chen Mo leaned against the wall, still holding the bullet-ridden water bottle, his gaze surpassing the flickering flames, searching the most intense section of the fiery horizon as if attempting to penetrate the secrets hidden within the solitary island. In the distance, the relentless waves crashed against the rocks, their sound mingling with that of the flames, imbuing the camp with a fleeting sense of tranquility. By the time dinner concluded, night had fully descended. Tonight, the frenzied gorilla may very well launch a retaliatory assault on the camp. After deliberation, the two decided to keep watch together through the night. However, as dawn broke, the entire island remained astonishingly tranquil. They exchanged glances, each perceiving a hint of confusion and a touch of relief in the other's weary eyes. Had the gorilla truly come to attack the camp under the cover of darkness, their mental exhaustion and depleted physical strength would have rendered them ill-equipped to confront such a threat. Make the most of the time to rest. The gorilla will not come for now. Chen Mo's fatigued voice resonated. Lin Wei, already on the brink of slumber, offered no reply, burrowing into the shelter and falling into a deep sleep, her snoring soon filling the space. Chen Mo also found a spot to sleep, fully clothed. The night's vigil, compounded by the previous day's mental strain and physical exhaustion, took its toll, and it was not until the afternoon sun filtered through the wooden walls that they awoke from their profound slumber. This sleep was the most restorative they had experienced since arriving on the island. The relentless tension they had endured in recent days had pushed them to the brink of mental collapse. Without such a deep rest, They risked the onset of a psychological breakdown. Upon waking, both felt rejuvenated. The sounds of grumbling stomachs soon followed. This restorative sleep not only alleviated their mental burdens, but also rekindled their appetites. Chen Mo turned to enter the shelter, intending to prepare some smoked meat, only to discover that their supply of wild boar jerky had dwindled to a mere few desiccated strips, barely sufficient for 1 or 2 meals. He picked up the jerky and stepped outside the shelter, signaling Lin Wei to start roasting it while he ventured to the creek to check the traps. Unfortunately, the traps yielded no catch this time, not even a single fry. The success of the traps varied significantly, wholly dependent on luck, and they were evidently not a reliable food source. The compressed biscuits were certainly not a viable option at present, unless they found themselves in dire straits with no food at all, at which point they would become indispensable. Today, we cannot venture there. Chen Mo returned to the camp empty-handed, contemplating their dwindling food supplies and making a decisive resolution to address the food issue first. Lin Wei breathed a silent sigh of relief. She truly lacked the courage to confront the gorilla and the mysterious facility once more. Although searching for food was arduous, it was accompanied by far less peril. Surely, there must be edible plants in the jungle, Lin Wei mused, trying to recall the limited survival knowledge she possessed. Wild fruits? Tubers? Chen Mo nodded, remembering having seen some during their previous forays into the forest, though he had been uncertain and hesitant to sample them. After acquiring the wild boar meat, he had neglected to investigate further. Today we must search diligently, he stated, taking up a shovel and a few empty bags, primarily to hunt for tubers to stave off hunger, as fruits might not suffice. The two set out from the camp, once more, this time not towards the perilous depths, but rather along the creek upstream, exploring an area of the island they had not previously scrutinized. The vegetation appeared denser there, and the tree species varied. The persistent gloomy weather had finally cleared, and the sea breeze brought with it a long-awaited touch of dryness. With the weather improving, the salt-drying pits they had previously constructed should now be usable. Lin Wei recalled the seawater she had drawn from the rocky crevice by the sea. Perhaps she would visit it tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chen Mo diligently cleared the dense underbrush with a spade, meticulously searching the ground. His gaze lingered primarily on the robust roots of plants with broad leaves and sturdy vines. After walking for over an hour, Lin Wei suddenly pointed to a cluster of vines in the distance. Look, Chen Mo, doesn't that leaf resemble a taro leaf? Chen Mo approached to examine the plant. It boasted large heart-shaped leaves and a thick stem, indeed bearing a resemblance to taro. He cautiously excavated the soil surrounding the roots with the spade. Soon, several irregularly shaped tubers emerged, encrusted with dirt, their skin a yellowish-brown. When he broke one open, the interior revealed white flesh. It bore some similarity to yam. It was not entirely the same. Chen Mo scrutinized it closely, hesitant to confirm, uncertain of its edibility. He recalled that some wild taro species contained irritating toxins that required proper preparation before consumption. Shall we try that method? Lin Wei remembered an old folk remedy she had heard somewhere. To cut a small piece and rub it on the inner wrist to see if it would cause redness or irritation. There was no other choice. Chen Mo carefully sliced a thin piece of the tuber and gently rubbed it on the inside of Lin Wei's wrist, and the two anxiously awaited the results. Minutes passed without any adverse reaction on her skin. It seems fine. Lin Wei breathed a slight sigh of relief. But that is still not conclusive. Chen Mo remained cautious, suggesting they should cook a bit to smell it or let another animal try it first. He scanned the area for a small island creature. Perhaps a fat rat unafraid of humans. However, none appeared at that moment. Let us dig up a little and take it back for further examination, he decided. They unearthed 4 or 5 medium-sized tubers and carefully placed them in a bag. Chapter 76. It returns. The duo continued their exploration. In a low-lying, damp area, they discovered numerous mushrooms with bizarre blue-violet caps, their edges glowing faintly. Lin Wei crouched down for a closer look, only to be pulled back by Chen Mo. Don't touch. The brighter the colors, the more toxic they often are. He poked at the mushrooms with a stick, noticing that the juice oozing from the broken stems glimmered with a bluish light. How peculiar. How could such mushrooms thrive in this environment? They exchanged apprehensive glances. Sensing something was amiss, hesitant to collect any, they pressed on, hoping to find familiar specimens. Not far ahead, they stumbled upon several different plants. One low shrub bore a few hard-shelled nuts. Another plant, resembling ginger, emitted a scent akin to ginger when its roots were unearthed, carrying a faint spiciness reminiscent of wild ginger. However, they dared not taste it, merely collecting samples for further study. Their most delightful discovery awaited them on a sunlit hillside, where a cluster of low-growing plants with small leaves bore strings of plump, pod-like fruits. Chen Mo peeled open one pod, revealing several full, deep green beans within. Could this be wild beans? Lin Wei observed with curiosity. Uncertain, yet it appears more reliable than mushrooms. Chen Mo gathered a considerable amount of pods to bring back and cook. After collecting, Lin Wei continued onward, only to be halted by Chen Mo. "Let us call it a day," he suggested, gesturing towards the sky, which indicated it was around 4 or 5 o'clock. If they ventured further, they would likely return to darkness, and the forest at night is perilous. Rather than retracing their steps, they heeded Chen Mo's suggestion to take a small detour, which might yield additional resources and alleviate concerns about returning in the dark. Their luck did not falter. They fortuitously discovered several wild banana trees, adorned with clusters of nearly ripe bananas, emanating a delightful fragrance, an uncommon and safe fruit. If necessary, they could even roast them with their newfound treasures. The duo returned to camp. Although fatigued, they felt a sense of reassurance. The process of foraging and identifying food temporarily dulled their fears of the unknown dangers lurking around them. They did not rush to prepare their gathered provisions. Instead, they reached a consensus on the way back to visit a nearby stream for a bath. Since arriving on this solitary island, they had not washed, and both were acutely aware of their unpleasant odors. During this time, they took turns keeping watch, ensuring safety until they had both completed their bathing. Post-bath, they felt invigorated, even walking with a newfound lightness. Seizing the moment before darkness enveloped the land, they approached the salt pit they had previously excavated. To their surprise, the stone pit contained more seawater than before, likely a consequence of the recent storm. Reluctantly, they returned to camp, as an idea for a rudimentary method of producing sea salt began to form in Chen Mo's mind, though he kept this to himself, uncertain of its feasibility. Upon returning to camp, they commenced the careful processing of their gathered food, treating the unknown plants with utmost caution. First, they examined a tuber resembling a yam. Chen Mo peeled it, cut a small piece, and roasted it by the fire until thoroughly cooked, releasing an aroma akin to baked potatoes. He sampled a small bite, finding it somewhat astringent yet reminiscent of potato, swallowing it without discomfort. After half an hour passed without any adverse reaction, he dared to let Lin Wei try a bit as well. After another half hour, with no ill effects, Chen Mo felt emboldened to roast 2 more pieces, not out of reluctance to share, but from a cautious approach to unfamiliar food. They named this unknown tuber yams. While the tubers roasted, Chen Mo presented some pods to Lin Wei for shelling. He retrieved a slightly dented tin water bottle, poured in some water, and placed it atop the glowing coals to boil. By the time Lin Wei had shelled a handful, Chen Mo motioned for her to add them to the pot for cooking. As they awaited, they enjoyed the roasted yams, finding humor in their cautious approach, taking a bite or two and pausing to ensure all was well before continuing, as if testing for poison. After about an hour, once the beans had softened, they finally finished the small portion they had prepared. Now it was time to sample the beans. Chen Mo cautiously used a small knife to sample a bit of the food, finding the taste rather mediocre and slightly bitter. However, after consuming it, he felt no discomfort. It was yet another prolonged meal. It appeared that both the yam and the unidentified legumes were edible. As for the bananas, they could wait for later. The suspected wild ginger and nuts remained untouched for now. Despite its simplicity, this meal replenished their calories and carbohydrates, leaving both individuals feeling significantly revitalized. With tangible sustenance in their stomachs, their courage in the face of danger seemed to resurface. As night descended, stars twinkled overhead, and the sea lay calm, reflecting the moonlight. Were it not for their perilous situation, this would indeed be considered a beautiful night on the island. The two sat beside the fire, deliberating their next course of action. While the food issue had been temporarily alleviated, stability was still lacking. Chen Mo reasoned that they needed to remember the locations of the yam and beans for regular collection and pondered how they might capture other game. Tomorrow, I will attempt to fashion a water bag or pouch using that piece of pigskin and some needle and thread. Lin Wei nodded in agreement. Chen Mo's gaze shifted towards the dark depths of the jungle. Once we regain more strength and stockpile more food, we must return there. That card and password must be utilized. Understanding the source of their food provided them with the confidence to continue exploring. However, just when they believed they could catch their breath, Lin Wei inadvertently glanced up at the starry sky. Her eyes swept across the horizon, and her movement abruptly halted, the slight relaxation on her face instantly freezing. Chen Mo, her voice quivered as she pointed towards the distant sea. What is that? Chen Mo immediately followed her gaze. In the moonlit expanse of the dark blue sea, far in the distance, a light smaller than a sesame seed was moving slowly. It was neither a star, stars do not move, nor a fishing boat, for a fishing vessel would not emit a solitary light, and this light had a cold white hue. Unlike the warm glow of fishing lanterns, the point of light moved at a languid pace, seemingly following a trajectory parallel to the island's coastline. Its course was nearly identical to that of the peculiar sailboat Chen Mo had seen before. It was back. Chapter 77. The eerie light, Chen Mo's heart sank suddenly. The relaxation he had just experienced tautening into tension once more. He understood that the threat at sea had not dissipated. He simply had not anticipated its appearance at night. It lurked like a ghost, regularly patrolling, patiently waiting for something. Under the radiant moonlight, that cold white point of light appeared particularly vivid and unsettling. The brief tranquility they had just acquired was shattered in an instant. They remained trapped on this desolate island, its interior concealing madly mutated creatures and perilous abandoned facilities. While on the sea, an ambiguous observer with unknown intentions loomed. That cold white point of light on the sea surface resembled a sinister spike embedded in the night, firmly capturing their attention. It moved slowly along that invisible parallel line, silently heralding the presence of an external threat. The voice of Lin Wei returned, laden with suppressed panic. It seemed closer this time. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the mind, yet the distant glimmer appeared more distinct beneath the moonlight. It is not always accurate to judge distances at night. Chen Mo lowered the binoculars, his expression grave, though he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. It was evident that they were on patrol. What were they truly searching for? Lin Wei felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as she posed this unanswerable question once more. Confronted by this organized threat from the civilized world, she and Chen Mo felt akin to two primitive beings, utterly powerless to resist. Uncertainty loomed, but it was clear that the circumstances were not favorable. Chen Mo withdrew his gaze from the sea, suggesting they disregard it for now. They could see it, but might not see them. It wouldn't be long before it departed, and they needed to keep the firelight subdued. Fortunately, they had previously constructed a fire pit with stones, minimizing the light's outward glow. Tomorrow, they would continue foraging for food, as what they had discovered today was not necessarily safe. Chen Mo remarked as he examined their gathered samples. The following day dawned bright and clear. Just as Chen Mo had predicted, the distant sailboat had vanished. The two set out again, retracing their steps from the previous day, meticulously searching for edible plants. They confirmed that the yam was safe and gathered a substantial amount. Although the wild cowpea had a bitter taste, it posed no danger when consumed, and they collected a fair quantity of it as well. During their foraging, Lin Wei discovered a vine adorned with vibrant red berries, appearing succulent and enticing. Unable to resist, she plucked one and was about to take a small bite when Chen Mo immediately halted her. This resembles mushrooms. The color is too vivid. Be cautious of potential toxins, he cautioned. To verify, he crushed a berry and smeared the juice on a stone. After a while, a few passing ants approached to lick it, only to soon convulse and become motionless. Both were left feeling unnerved and swiftly retreated from the vine. After a flurry of activity, it seemed as though they had exhausted their luck from the previous day. The reliable sources of food remained limited to yams and the occasional bitter beans, supplemented by sporadic wild fruits. The caloric intake was woefully insufficient, especially considering Chen Mo's substantial daily expenditure of energy. This situation was untenable. Observing their meager harvest, Chen Mo furrowed his brow. The lack of protein and fat was concerning, and he needed to devise a strategy to procure some meat. He contemplated the fish in the stream, recognizing that the fish trap was inefficient. They would need to fashion a spear or attempt fishing. Despite their lack of tools, they had no choice but to try. On the way back to the camp, a somber silence enveloped them, the harshness of survival weighing upon them like an invisible boulder, making it difficult to breathe. Each time they believed they had found a glimmer of hope, reality would swiftly deliver a crushing blow. Another promising prospect, the wild ginger with its pungent aroma, proved to be disappointing. After cautiously tasting a small portion once cooked, Chen Mo soon felt a numbing sensation on his tongue, followed by a dull ache in his stomach. He quickly expelled it and gulped down several mouthfuls of water to alleviate the discomfort. It seemed that this root was too potent to serve as a staple. Perhaps it could only be used sparingly as a seasoning. What disappointed them the most was the shrub bearing hard-shelled nuts. After much effort, they managed to crack open a few with a tool, only to find the kernels shriveled and small, exuding a rancid odor, tasting both astringent and bitter. Clearly, it was not the season for ripeness. Or perhaps they were simply inedible varieties. In the afternoon, Chen Mo began to craft tools. He selected a sturdy and resilient hardwood branch, sharpened one end, and hardened the tip with fire, fashioning a rudimentary harpoon. He then requested some small fishing line previously collected from Lin Wei, attaching a hook to it. Lacking suitable materials for a fishing rod, they resorted to handline fishing for the time being. Meanwhile, Lin Wei busied herself with food preparation, slicing yam to sun-dry and shelling beans from their pods in an effort to prolong their shelf life. After completing these tasks, she used a small knife to cut a piece of pigskin and sought needle and thread, intending to sew a small pouch for conveniently carrying items in the future. Life seemed to revert to an initial state of struggle for survival, yet their mindset had fundamentally shifted. aware of the enormous dangers lurking both within and outside the island. This struggle took on a distinctly different hue. As night fell once more, the two gathered around the fire, consuming their monotonous fare of roasted yam and boiled beans. Chen Mo retrieved an identification card and a notebook page inscribed with a password, studying them in the flickering firelight. The heavy metal door loomed like a colossal temptation, as well as a daunting trap. He silently recited the string of characters, attempting to decipher their meaning. Was an access code? Or perhaps a system activation sequence? What did the series signify? Lin Wei glanced at the equation adorned with a skull, feeling a chill run down her spine. Just as they were immersed in contemplation of the scant information available, Lin Wei suddenly rubbed her eyes and peered deeper into the jungle. Chen Mo, she whispered uncertainly. Do you think there's something glowing over there? Chen Mo immediately looked up, following her gaze. It pointed towards the heart of the island, though not to the precise location of the orangutan nest or any abandoned facility, but rather to an area they had yet to explore. Initially, there was nothing but dense darkness. However, it wasn't long before Chen Mo also noticed, at the lower altitude of that region, some exceedingly faint, flickering green lights floating ethereally. It was neither the glow of fire nor the light of the moon. It was a soft, spontaneous bioluminescence, imbued with an eerie beauty. The lights were few, perhaps a dozen, drifting like phantoms, slowly shifting, sometimes clustering, sometimes dispersing. Are those fireflies? Lin Wei speculated, though she felt they were unlike any she had seen. Fireflies emitted a yellow-green light and did not follow such erratic trajectories. I don't know. I've never seen anything like it, Chen Mo replied cautiously, raising his binoculars to gain a clearer view. However, the distance was great, and the light too dim, revealing only a blurred halo. The green glow emanated an extraordinarily uncanny sensation, beautiful yet ominous. The area in which they appeared was not too far from the abandoned facility. Could it be related to the leak? Lin Wei's voice trembled with fear. It seemed not too strange that something capable of altering the orangutans might also give rise to these glowing, bizarre creatures. Chen Mo remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the flickering green lights. The island's strangeness manifested in myriad ways. The humming, the mutated gorilla, and the unknown luminescent entities of the deep night all pointed toward the shrouded Prometheus project. The green lights danced for over half an hour before gradually dimming, as if they had never existed, leaving the jungle once again engulfed by darkness. Chapter 78. A pitiful harvest the following day. Chen Mo set down his binoculars, his voice low. I will revisit the creek to test the harpoon and fishing hooks. Please try to remain close to the camp. His original plans have been disrupted once more. The appearance of unknown luminous phenomena tonight indicated new and unpredictable risks. He dared not allow Lin Wei to venture far into the jungle. Lin Wei nodded, hugging her knees, her gaze fixed on the flickering flames, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated fear of this land. By day, the island appeared tranquil, yet by night, it seemed teeming with bizarre awakenings, shrouded in invisible dangers. They were like ants lost in a giant's garden, struggling for survival while remaining blissfully unaware of the perils surrounding them. The distant lights from the sea, the hum from the depths, the mutated gorilla, and the midnight green glow interwove countless enigmas and threats, as if weaving an elaborate web, awaiting their entrapment. The urgency of their food situation remained pressing, yet the question of how to survive on this increasingly strange island had evolved into an even more complex dilemma. Chen Mo tightened his grip on the rough harpoon, casting his gaze once more into the dark jungle. Tomorrow, he must find and bring back enough food. Otherwise, they might succumb to hunger and the omnipresent strangeness before they ever reached the door of exploration. At dawn, Chen Mo set off with his rudimentary, homemade harpoon and fishing line, for the camp's food supplies had dwindled perilously low. Today's catch was of utmost importance. He returned to the relatively calm backwater bay. The morning light rendered the creek's waters remarkably clear, revealing fish darting among the stones below. Selecting a suitably deep rock, he held his breath, concentrating intently as he attempted to spear the fish. This task required immense patience and precision. The light refracted on the water's surface could distort perceptions, and the current further complicated his judgment. Time and again, he thrust the harpoon, only for it to graze the fish's side or lack sufficient momentum due to the resistance of the wooden shaft in the water. Watching helplessly as the fish fled in terror, sweat trickled down his brow as frustration began to take root. What appeared deceptively simple proved exceedingly challenging. His strength rapidly waned with each futile attempt, while the rumbling in his stomach grew louder, amplifying the sensation of emptiness. Continuing in this manner would surely diminish his already limited accuracy, wasting precious energy. He paused, deciding to adopt a different approach. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the fishing hook, baiting it with a small piece of last night's bitter beans, and found a feather nearby to serve as a float. Adjusting it according to the water's depth, he gently cast the line into the stream, then settled on a nearby stone. Feeling the delicate movements of the line with his fingers, time trickled by, and his fingers grew cold and pale from the stream's chill. Yet there were no signs of fish nibbling at his bait. Perhaps the beans he had chosen as bait were simply unappealing to the fish. Or maybe they were just too wary. Just as he was on the verge of giving up and contemplating the use of a spear, a faint tremor, distinct from the gentle pull of the current, suddenly coursed through the line between his fingers. A fish had brushed against the bait. Chen Mo instantly held his breath, his muscles tensing in anticipation as he acutely sensed the delicate sensation. The line quivered again, more pronounced this time. The fish was testing the bait. He waited patiently, his heart racing with expectation. At last, he felt a discernible downward tug. This was the moment. He flicked his wrist upward sharply, aiming to pierce the fish's mouth, and then swiftly reeled in the line. Immediately, a violent struggle erupted beneath the surface, far more vigorous than he had anticipated. But whether due to the blunted hook or the miscalculation of timing and force, the struggle lasted only 2 or 3 seconds before the resistance abruptly vanished. The line suddenly felt weightless. He quickly retrieved the line, only to find the hook empty and the bait gone. Damn! Chen Mo couldn't help but mutter under his breath, disappointment and irritation surging within him. So close, unwilling to concede defeat, he rebaited the hook and cast it back into the water. This time, however, he waited longer, but no fish came to bite. It seemed the earlier commotion had frightened away the school. Glancing at the sky, he noted that it was nearly noon, and having caught nothing thus far, hunger and anxiety ignited within him like twin flames, scorching his insides. Reluctantly, he picked up the spear again, engaging in the inefficacious endeavor of stabbing. After several more unsuccessful attempts, perhaps fortune smiled upon him, or perhaps he had finally grasped a hint of technique. For after one swift thrust, he felt a solid resistance at the spear's tip. He had struck true. Elation surged within him as he swiftly lifted the spear, revealing a palm-sized, thrashing silver-gray fish pulled from the depths. Though small, it was indeed a tangible morsel. He carefully removed the fish from the spear's point and, making his way to the shore, found a slender yet sturdy blade of grass to pierce through the fish's gills, lifting it triumphantly. This modest catch invigorated him, spurring him to persevere. Throughout the morning, he had speared 3 fish of similar size and 1 even smaller. Hardly sufficient to satisfy the hunger of 2 adults in desperate need of nourishment, but still better than none. Fatigue and hunger blurred his vision, compelling him to pause and sip from the stream to quell his hunger before he prepared to return to camp with his meager haul. On his way back, he intentionally took a longer route, hoping to revisit the area where he had previously discovered the yams to see if he could unearth more. As he approached the region, he instinctively remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a chaotic pattern of impressions in the muddy earth not far ahead. These were not the footprints of a human, nor the tracks of a small animal. They were several clear, deeply embedded claw marks, enormous and familiar, belonging to the red-haired orangutan. The direction of the claw marks suggested it had lingered here, seemingly having frantically dug at something. A patch of yam vines was uprooted, the tubers unearthed, gnawed to a pulp, and fragments scattered everywhere. Was it also searching for sustenance? Moreover, it appeared extraordinarily irritable. Chen Mo's heart raced, and he immediately crouched down, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance, gripping the spear and a few small fish tightly. The jungle was eerily silent, save for the whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves. He cautiously retreated, unwilling to linger any longer. Encountering that orangutan now would surely spell doom. As Chen Mo hastily retraced his steps back to the camp, he realized that the orangutan's territory was likely more extensive than he had anticipated, and its temperament was exceedingly volatile. This was far from encouraging news. Upon returning to the camp, Lin Wei's eyes flickered with disappointment at the meager catch in his hands. Yet she said nothing and silently took the fish to prepare. It was insufficient for their needs. Panting, Chen Mo set down the spear, sharing. I spotted its footprints near the yam patch. It seems to be foraging as well, leaving chaos in its wake. Lin Wei paused in her task, her expression shifting slightly. Is it desperate for food? The thought of a ravenous, frenzied beast was indeed unsettling. Quite possibly, Chen Mo replied gravely. Its massive size surely accelerates its food consumption. This jungle may not sustain it for long. This led to a more terrifying conclusion. The orangutan might venture out more frequently in search of food, potentially viewing them as possible prey. The pressure mounted significantly. In this chapter, I have identified a distinct flaw. I wonder if the readers can discern it. Chapter 79. The Making of Sea Salt in the Afternoon. The two could only continue to rely on yams and beans as their staple diet, complemented by roasting a few bananas, which, perhaps due to the cooking time, turned out somewhat astringent. They prepared a soup with the small fish, but each received only a meager portion, hardly sufficient to fill the gaps between their teeth. After the meal, Chen Mo, feeling dissatisfied, returned to inspect the fish trap, yielding only 2 tiny, almost transparent shrimp. Better than nothing, yet hardly a bounty. On the way back to the camp, a wave of weakness washed over him. Upon reflection, he realized this was a symptom of salt deficiency. It was time to put the method he had conceived in his mind into practice. Only through trial could he ascertain its efficacy. Upon reaching the camp, he conferred with Lin Wei, who was stitching a pigskin pouch, and they unanimously agreed to attempt the traditional method of salt production that afternoon. The symptoms of salt deficiency had become apparent. The need for salt was urgent. To save time, they decided to split their tasks. Lin Wei would head to the seaside to search for plastic bottles, hoping to find larger containers if possible. Meanwhile, Chen Mo had a multitude of preparations to undertake. Several large, clean leaves, fine sand, coarse sand, activated charcoal, gauze, thin rope, and a pot for boiling seawater. This area was not lacking in leaves. As for the sand, it was abundant at the beach. The only task was to clean it as thoroughly as possible. Activated charcoal was readily available from the campfire, requiring only grinding it into fine particles. Gauze and rope were also among the supplies they had acquired. However, they currently lacked a pot for boiling seawater and would have to make do with a somewhat battered tin kettle, which simply meant they would need to boil it more frequently. Chen Mo meticulously gathered all the necessary items and organized them separately, now awaiting news from Lin Wei. During this period of anticipation, he prepared a substantial amount of firewood, as this project would require considerable resources. As time slowly passed, Chen Mo began to feel uneasy. He wondered if Lin Wei had encountered any danger. Just as he stood up, poised to take a step, he spotted Lin Wei approaching in his line of sight. She cradled several bottles in her arms, and behind her, she dragged a large white plastic water bucket secured with a rope. Chen Mo hurried forward to meet her, his heart swelling with joy at the sight of the plastic water bucket, which would undoubtedly simplify many tasks. Overcome with excitement, he embraced Lin Wei, causing her cheeks to flush with a hint of embarrassment. Unaware of her reaction, Chen Mo quickly untied the rope from her waist and lifted the water bucket. "You should return to the camp and rest for a bit. I will fetch some seawater," he indicated, lifting the bucket in his hand. "Okay," Lin Wei replied softly. Her face slightly flushed as she made her way back to the camp. Upon reaching the shore, Chen Mo filled the bucket to the brim and lifted it, estimating its weight to be around 40 to 50 pounds. This was a load he could manage. With a sudden burst of energy, he hoisted the bucket onto his shoulder and hurried towards the camp. Though the distance was short, by the time he arrived, he was breathless, gasping for air, and utterly exhausted, his clothes drenched with sweat. After taking a moment to recover, Lin Wei emerged from the shelter and quickly handed him a water pouch. "Thank you." Chen Mo stepped forward to accept the pouch, gulping down several hearty swigs and exhaling deeply. "What shall I do next?" he inquired, looking to Lin Wei for guidance. Chen Mo assigned Lin Wei the task of boiling seawater, a relatively straightforward process. She simply needed to place the half-collapsed metal kettle over the fire, add seawater, and once it evaporated, scrape the crystallized salt onto leaves. After clearly explaining the boiling process, Chen Mo turned to his own preparations. First, he required several filtering containers, specifically the 6 plastic bottles Lin Wei had found. He neatly cut off the bottoms of 3 of them, leaving the other 3 intact for holding water. Before utilizing them for filtering and storage, it was essential to clean them thoroughly. To save time, Chen Mo carried all 6 bottles along with 2 piles of coarse and fine sand to the creek in the jungle for cleaning. Upon returning to the camp with the freshly washed bottles and sand, he found that Lin Wei had already completed the first batch of salt crystals, diligently scraping them off with a small knife and placing them on leaves. Satisfied, Chen Mo set about constructing the filtration system. He selected a flat stone slab and retrieved a substantial amount of charcoal from the fire, using 2 sticks to secure it atop the stone. He then found a medium-sized rock and began to crush it into fine particles, setting it aside to cool. Next, he took some prepared gauze and measured out 3 small pieces with his knife, ensuring they were just the right size to fit over the mouths of the bottles. He then used leftover nylon cord from the fishing nets to bind the gauze to the 3 bottle openings. The next step involved creating the filtering layer. In each of the 3 bottles, pour coarse sand until it reaches approximately 1/3 of the bottle's height. This constitutes the first layer. This layer primarily serves the purpose of filtration and supports the finer filtration material above. Upon the coarse sand, add finely crushed activated carbon, filling up about 1/4 of the bottle height. This is the second layer. This layer acts as the core filtration medium, responsible for absorbing minute impurities, pigments, and unpleasant odors found in the water. Finally, add fine sand to the top until the bottle is filled, This is the last layer, which effectively intercepts small insoluble particles. Once all 3 bottles are filled, Chen Mo shakes them gently to ensure that each filtration layer is level and compact, guaranteeing that there are no significant gaps in between, as this would compromise the filtration efficiency. With the filters prepared, Chen Mo then procures 9 evenly sized wooden sticks, grouping 3 together to form stable tripods. Using a small knife, he carefully pierces 2 opposing holes at the bottoms of each filter bottle, threading nylon rope through them and securing them to the tripods. Only then do these rudimentary filtration devices reach completion. The subsequent task is to await Lin Wei's return. Approaching the fire pit, Chen Mo notices some sparse crystals on the leaves beneath him and frowns slightly. At this rate, it will take an entire night to evaporate the seawater into crystals. It seems a busy night lies ahead. Do you think the salt we produce this way is edible? Lin Wei inquires with a hint of curiosity upon seeing Chen Mo approach. Not today. The impurities are too numerous. It must be purified first. Chen Mo replies while adding more firewood. As dusk falls, Chen Mo sits beside the fire, intermittently adding wood while using the remaining time to sharpen the spear. Meanwhile, Lin Wei continues sewing a pouch from pigskin, occasionally rising to scrape the remaining crystals into the leaves and adding water to keep the evaporation process ongoing. The sunset bathes the sea in a stunning shade of orange-red, and for a brief moment, tranquility returns to the campsite. Dinner consists of the usual fare, and the 2 take turns tending to the boiling process throughout the night, akin to a vigil. Chen Mo watches during the first half, and Lin Wei during the latter half. By dawn, the task of boiling the seawater is finally complete, and the leaves are now adorned with yellow-brown crystals. Chapter 80. Preparations for purifying sea salt as the first light of dawn breaks. Chen Mo rises to find Lin Wei dozing by the fire, the leaves beneath them covered in crystals. He approaches the fire, picks up a crystal, and tastes it lightly. It is both bitter and astringent, clearly unsuitable for use as table salt. Gently, he taps Lin Wei, who jolts awake, instinctively turning her head to see him, her tense body relaxing upon recognizing him. Ah, it's all boiled. Lin Wei yawns, pointing to the crystals on the leaves. What should we do next? We'll discuss it later. It's still early. You should rest in the shed for a bit while I check by the creek, Chen Mo replies, picking up the spear and turning toward the thicket. Be careful, Lin Wei advises as she heads into the shelter. Soon, Chen Mo arrives at the spot where he places the fish trap, lifting it to find only a small fish, barely the size of his palm. It seems once again, the outcome is disappointing. Is the location amiss? Chen Mo murmured to himself as he carried the fish trap along the stream, making his way upstream to the spot where he had previously caught fish. The early morning jungle was enveloped in a damp mist, with droplets of dew occasionally falling from the leaves, dampening the cuffs of his trousers. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the rustling of leaves underfoot and the occasional distant call of an unknown bird. As he walked, he remained vigilant, aware that although he had traversed this stream numerous times, complacency could lead to misfortune. The seemingly tranquil jungle concealed lurking dangers. After walking approximately 100 meters, Chen Mo paused, bending down to meticulously clear away stones and dead branches from the water's bottom before gently placing the fish trap into position. He secured it with several stones to ensure it wouldn't be swept away by the current. Once this task was completed, he straightened up, shaking his slightly fatigued arms, and his gaze instinctively drifted toward the distant sea. On the horizon, a white point of light reappeared. It continued to traverse its parallel course, moving neither hastily nor slowly, as if in search of something. When it had arrived, how long had it lingered there? Chen Mo stood frozen, his brow furrowed. Each appearance of this light bred an unsettling anxiety, coincidentally surfacing just as Chen Mo and his companions had begun to relax, as if it were intentionally taunting them. Had they discovered that the island was inhabited? Yet, why did it not approach? Chen Mo pondered in confusion. At that moment, his gaze inadvertently swept across the horizon where the sea met the sky. Behind the point of light from the patrol boat, of which he was nearly certain, there was an unusual hue in the far-off sky. It was not the warm glow of dawn, but rather a faint, almost imperceptible, ethereal green luminescence reminiscent of the aurora, flickering subtly in the high atmosphere before vanishing. If not for his keen eyesight and his unwavering focus on that direction, he might have dismissed it as an illusion. What could it be? An atmospheric phenomenon? Or perhaps linked to the bizarre green light he had witnessed in the jungle 2 nights prior? Chen Mo, as heart raced, he felt he had grasped a significant clue, yet he remained utterly perplexed. The threats from the sea, the mutated creatures within the island, the strange phenomena, the abandoned facilities, and this seemingly connected, extraordinary light. All the clues resembled scattered pieces of a puzzle, missing the most crucial fragments. And they were ensnared in the center of this tableau, weary and famished. As the sun rose, the distant point of light gradually faded, ultimately disappearing beyond the horizon. Chen Mo lost all desire to fish, and with the small catch he had managed to secure, he hastily returned to camp. He needed to extract salt today, otherwise, long before they could contend with the looming threats, their bodies would succumb to the perils of salt deficiency. Upon returning to camp, he found Lin Wei boiling beans while roasting a few plantains. Noticing Chen Mo's return with only a single fish, she said nothing but stepped forward to take the fish from his hands, proceeding to prepare elsewhere. Chen Mo set down his harpoon and approached the campfire. Taking a seat beside it, he refrained from mentioning the peculiarities he had encountered at sea during his time in the jungle, realizing that indulging in such thoughts would yield no benefit. Occasionally, he stirred the beans in the pot with a stick to prevent them from sticking to the bottom. Lin Wei, having finished preparing the small fish, stepped closer, seeking a sharp twig to skewer the fish properly before placing it near the fire to roast, and then sat down on the ground. With a slight furrow in her brow, she murmured, "We are running low on beans. We must retrieve more tomorrow." Chen Mo nodded, his gaze fixed on the small fish roasting above the flames, its skin gradually turning a golden hue as the fat dripped into the fire, creating tiny sparks. The wind rustled the leaves surrounding the camp, and Lin Wei spoke again. "You were gone longer today than usual. Is there something amiss?" Chen Mo tightened his grip on the stick, momentarily at a loss for words. "Nothing much, just relocated the fish trap. It took a bit longer." He chose to conceal the truth from Lin Wei. She sensed his reticence, but refrained from pressing him further, merely stirring the boiling beans. They engaged in a brief discussion about their tasks for the day ahead. "All right, let us eat," she said, handing him a roasted banana. After a simple breakfast, the two resumed their tasks of salt production. Lin Wei's responsibility was to crush the sea salt crystals they had prepared the previous day, aiming for the finest granules possible. She surveyed her surroundings for useful tools, her gaze ultimately resting on the stone slab Chen Mo had used to break charcoal. With both hands, she lifted a leaf to hold the crystals and approached the slab. After cleaning the stone, she picked up a nearby rock, placed several crystals on the slab, and began to pound them until they were finely crushed. "How's this look?" she asked, holding up a small pinch for Chen Mo. "Yes, this will do. It doesn't need to be so fine. Slightly larger granules are acceptable," he replied, just as he picked up a water bucket, preparing to fetch water from the jungle. Lin Wei nodded and turned back to her work. Meanwhile, Chen Mo set off to gather water. When he returned to the camp, panting from the exertion of carrying the water, he noticed a small pile of finely crushed salt had accumulated beside Lin Wei. Her right hand reddened from the prolonged labor. "Take a break," he suggested, observing her weary hand. "I'm fine. I just want to finish this quickly so I can attend to other tasks," she replied, continuing her work. Chen Mo chuckled lightly, shaking his head, and said nothing further. He positioned the water near the filtration device, filling 3 intact plastic bottles and a metal kettle with water. Then, he picked up one of the bottles and carefully poured water into the 3 filtration devices, ensuring to pour slowly along the inner walls of the filter bottles to avoid disturbing the sand layers. The clear stream flowed steadily through the fine sand layer, the activated carbon layer, and the coarse sand layer, ultimately emerging through the cloth, albeit as a dark brown liquid at that moment. Chen Mo continued to pour water into the 3 bottles until the liquid running out became clear, at which point he ceased his efforts. He then placed the 3 empty plastic bottles beneath the filtration devices, aligning their openings, and dug a shallow pit to secure them in place. Chapter 81. Unexpected developments. Lin Wei had nearly completed the processing of half of the crystals. Chen Mo rose and made his way to the edge of the forest, gathering several larger leaves, replacing one with a leaf that held fine salt. He cradled the leaf containing the salt and approached the filtration apparatus when he suddenly sensed something amiss. After careful contemplation, he realized the positioning of the fire pit was incorrect. Chen Mo smacked his forehead, recalling that he had overlooked this detail yesterday. Today, while purifying the salt, he needed to filter and boil simultaneously. If he had sufficient containers, the proximity of the fire pit would be of little concern. However, lacking containers meant he had no choice but to create an additional fire pit. Chen Mo reluctantly spent some time gathering a pile of stones, constructing a rudimentary stone stove beside the filtration device, deliberately making the opening above the stove smaller to accommodate the iron kettle perfectly. With no time to rest, he ventured into the forest to collect a substantial amount of dry wood, making several trips back to the camp. This round of purification required even more wood, and perhaps it still wouldn't suffice. He ignited the fire, placed the half-empty iron kettle on the stove, added water, and tossed in a handful of fine salt, stirring as he heated it. The heat expedited the dissolution of the salt. Before long, the previously clear water transformed into a deep brown hue, indicating the salt had dissolved. Observing the dark brine, Chen Mo contemplated the filtration apparatus. If he poured it directly in, the filter layers would soon need replacing, which would waste precious time. This issue required a solution. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, and suddenly his eyes landed on the gauze at the neck of the filter. A grin spread across his face. He entered the shelter, retrieved the gauze, spread it out at the bottom of the bottle, measured, and cut 3 pieces slightly larger than the base, securing them to the bottom in succession. This way, after several rounds of filtration, he would only need to clean the gauze. Just then, a burnt odor wafted through the air. Turning around, he realized in horror that the kettle had scorched. In his distraction, he had forgotten to remove it. He hurriedly set the kettle aside, cleaned it, and resumed the salt dissolution process. Once dissolved, he lifted the kettle and slowly poured the brine into the 3 filtration devices. Watching as the salt water trickled through the layers of fine sand, activated carbon, and coarse sand, finally passing through the gauze, he saw clear, transparent droplets collecting in the bottle below. Chen Mo exhaled a long sigh of relief. Everything was proceeding smoothly. As he continued to dissolve salt and pour it into the filtration apparatus, he noticed that the water in the lower bottle was gradually rising. Suddenly, another realization struck him. Where would he store the filtered salt water? Panic surged through him. Could the lack of salt be impairing his cognitive abilities? With no surplus containers available and uncertain about finding any at the beach, he muttered to himself while scanning the surroundings for usable items. His gaze fell upon the rain tarp atop the shelter, and after deliberation, he approached the entrance and resolutely cut away a large section that hung down. This would have to suffice for the time being. Before returning to the filtration device, clean the waterproof cloth thoroughly. Near the fire pit, excavate a square hole and lay the waterproof cloth inside, ensuring it is well positioned to prevent any water leakage. Surround the edges with sand to secure it. This can serve as a temporary reservoir for the filtered brine. How's it going? Lin Wei approached, cradling the remaining finely crushed salt, and combined it with the 2 piles. It was going quite smoothly. Chen Mo pointed at the bottle beneath the filter, which was nearly full. That's splendid. Today, we shall obtain salt, and no longer endure tasteless food. A smile graced Lin Wei's face. It was nearly noon, so I shall prepare the meal. Today, we shall have compressed biscuits. The kettle is not boiling, Chen Mo remarked, pointing at the tin kettle. All right, I shall fetch it, Lin Wei replied, turning to enter the shed and retrieving 2 packs of biscuits, handing one to Chen Mo. After a simple meal, the water in the bottle was also full. Chen Mo lifted the bottle and poured its contents into the pit lined with the waterproof cloth, carefully placing the bottle back and repeating the filtration process. Meanwhile, Lin Wei sat nearby, stitching the unfinished pigskin bag, occasionally glancing at the droplets of water falling from the filtration device. The sunlight streamed through the gaps in the surrounding walls, illuminating her focused profile, adding an element of rare tranquility to the scene. As the sun descended, painting the horizon in hues of crimson, the final grains of salt dissolved, marking the conclusion of a day spent filtering brine. In between, Chen Mo ventured into the woods to gather some twigs and dry wood, washing the cloth several times. With the last drop of filtered brine falling, the filtration task was complete. Lin Wei immediately set aside her work and joined him, as they both crouched by the pit lined with waterproof cloth, carefully observing in the dimming light. A shallow layer of transparent granules had accumulated at the bottom of the pit, glimmering faintly. Chen Mo reached out to probe the sand at the edge of the pit, confirming that the waterproof cloth was leak-proof, which brought him relief. Next, they needed to boil the filtered brine into crystals. Pour the purified brine into the tin kettle using a cleaned water bottle and continue to simmer. As the moisture diminished, the salt crystals at the bottom of the kettle began to appear whiter and more delicate. Chen Mo dipped a stick into the crystals and tasted it with his tongue. Though it could not compare to refined salt, the bitterness had significantly lessened, and the color had lightened considerably. The successful scraping of the first batch of salt crystals onto a leaf signified that they would not have to worry about the absence of salt for a long time. We did it. Lin Wei gazed at the layer of white salt crystals, her face beaming with immense joy. This was a sense of accomplishment born from overcoming difficulties with their own hands. Though small, it was profoundly significant. Dinner consisted of roasted yams and plantains, and when they could sprinkle their hard-earned fine salt over the yams, that feeling of satisfaction temporarily dispelled the fears brought by the island, both within and beyond. This time, neither of them went to sleep. They awaited the completion of boiling all the filtered brine to see what they would reap. They toiled until the latter part of the night, finally finishing the process. Gazing at the gleaming white salt crystals on the leaves, both felt a deep sense of fulfillment within their hearts. They roughly estimated that they had obtained about a small bowl of relatively pure salt. This was not merely a seasoning. It represented hope for future food preservation through curing. The entire day, coupled with the late hours of the night spent in the laborious process of salt extraction, had drained them of tremendous energy. However, the island seemed to perpetually reveal its sinister nature just as they glimpsed a flicker of hope. While the two were occupied with tidying up the remnants of the salt-making process, Lin Wei inadvertently glanced at the spot where firewood had been stacked earlier. She suddenly emitted a low gasp. Chen Mo, look! Chen Mo immediately turned his gaze. There, at the edge of the ashes left from the burning, several partially charred twigs bore faint, mold-like green luminescent spots. Those are the very twigs Chen Mo had collected from the jungle earlier in the afternoon. The hue of that green was strikingly similar to the bizarre green lights they had observed a few nights prior, albeit somewhat dimmed and almost imperceptible unless closely scrutinized. When he had gathered the firewood, Chen Mo had paid little mind to them. In hindsight, those twigs had been collected from the downwind side of the abandoned facility. A chill gripped Chen Mo's heart. He hastily approached, using his entrenching tool to sift through the ashes and remnants, inspecting them closely. It was not just one or two. Several twigs bore traces of that strange green luminescence on their shaded sides. They were exceedingly minute, resembling spores or fine powder, only visible in specific lighting conditions. Perhaps these were remnants from the night the peculiar green spots had appeared, or they might have existed all along, unnoticed until now. What could these substances be? So resilient that they had not been completely incinerated? A wave of unease washed over Chen Mo. It seemed that the enigmatic green spots were even more mysterious than they had imagined. Realizing this, he quickly urged Lin Wei to step back. Carefully, he gathered the green-streaked twigs together with his shovel and reignited the fire. Adding more wood to stoke the flames, he watched as the fire blazed brighter. The green hue gradually fading until the twigs were reduced to pale ashes devoid of any trace of green. Only then did Chen Mo cease adding fuel to the fire. After completing this task, both of them stared at the pile of burnt ashes, their spirits weighed down. The joy of recently acquiring salt had been thoroughly overshadowed. This island seemed intent on denying them any semblance of good fortune. Just as they began to rise, it delivered a swift and brutal blow, knocking them down once more. The island was systematically constricting their living space. Chen Mo gazed at the jungle, now engulfed in darkness, then looked down at the crystalline white salt on the leaves. Exhaling a resigned sigh, the cost of survival was indeed becoming increasingly exorbitant. He shook his head, bitterly chuckling to himself. From now on, he would have to exercise extraordinary caution when gathering firewood. Lin Wei, looking at the completely consumed ashes, spoke with a tremor of trepidation, particularly gesturing toward the direction of the abandoned facility. Chen Mo nodded gravely in response. They not only need to address the issues of food and water, but now even the burning firewood requires careful scrutiny. If this verdant substance indeed leaked from that place, could harbor a virus? Will it eventually reach a point where breathing air necessitates protective measures? Chen Mo abruptly contemplated this dilemma. He realized that reliance solely on the island was no longer sufficient. His gaze turned toward the ocean, equally engulfed in darkness. Perhaps the waters contained cleaner resources. This was his current hypothesis. The vast volume and fluidity of the seawater might remain uncontaminated. Of course, this could also be mere wishful thinking. Nonetheless, it was worth a try. Tomorrow, I will venture to the reef to see if I can pry some shellfish or search for seaweed. This had been an overlooked source of sustenance. Shellfish are rich in protein and zinc, while algae can provide essential vitamins and minerals, aptly compensating for the significant deficiencies in their current diet. Excellent. We shall go together tomorrow, Lin Wei replied, somewhat apprehensive. In just a few hours, dawn would break. You should return to the shelter and rest. We will discuss everything in the morning, Chen Mo asserted as he picked up the entrenching tool. What about you? You've done so much today. Let me keep watch, Lin Wei observed as Chen Mo approached the perimeter wall. I am fine. Tonight, there should be no further incidents, Chen Mo urged, contemplating that if any unexpected events were to occur tonight, it would seem as though fate itself wished for their demise. Very well. Find some time to rest as well. Seeing Chen Mo's insistence on keeping watch, Lin Wei instructed, then retreated into the shelter. In the latter half of the night, just as Chen Mo had predicted, nothing transpired, and he dozed off for a couple of hours in a half-sleep. The next morning, utilizing the tidal patterns observed from the sailing vessels that had recently appeared at sea, Chen Mo calculated that today coincided with the ebb tide. Seizing the opportunity, he called Lin Wei and, armed with the entrenching tool, a multifunctional knife, and a piece of waterproof cloth, they made their way to a rocky area on the eastern side of the island. Here, bizarrely shaped stones jutted out, and tidal pools were abundant. As the seawater receded, it revealed the slick surfaces of the rocks, densely covered with oysters, cape shells, and various unnamed mollusks. Within the crevices of the rocks, some deep green, broad-leaved algae thrived. Chen Mo carefully pried open the oysters with the entrenching tool. These creatures were firmly attached, requiring a deft touch. After prying off a few, he struck the hard shells open with the edge of the tool, revealing the pale, soft flesh within. After a moment's hesitation, he mustered the courage to consume one raw. The meat was icy and slippery, imbued with a briny taste, and after swallowing, He waited for a while without experiencing any discomfort. He felt relieved, and the two began to collect in earnest. Do you think we might be trapped on this island for a lifetime? Lin Wei asked while gathering, her face tinged with melancholy. Certainly not. As long as we are alive, there will surely come a day when we can leave this island. Chen Mo, who was prying open an oyster, paused momentarily before responding with conviction. Yet, unbeknownst to either of them, a fleeting, peculiar glimmer crossed Chen Mo's eyes as he spoke those words. Indeed, we will. Lin Wei nodded emphatically, the trace of sorrow on her face instantly replaced by a resolute determination sparked by Chen Mo's response. In a vibrant exchange of encouragement between the two, the waterproof cloth soon became laden with oysters and clams. During this time, Lin Wei also gathered a substantial amount of lush seaweed. With sustenance temporarily secured, they separated to meticulously search the surrounding area, hoping to unearth any supplies washed ashore by the ocean. Shortly thereafter, Chen Mo stumbled upon several empty tin coffee cans. Inspecting them closely, he found no leaks. They were usable. With this discovery, he could boil water for drinking, eliminating the need for their previous arrangement of sharing a tin kettle. Continuing his search, he came across several worn-out flip-flops, but alas, could not find a matching pair, so he left them behind. Further along, he encountered tattered pants and broken wood. But the most perplexing find was a few used sanitary napkins. Chen Mo chuckled awkwardly, marveling at the ocean's vast capacity for inclusivity. Realizing that further searching would yield little, he decided to return, eager to see if Lin Wei had unearthed any surprises. Upon his return to the rocky area, he found Lin Wei waiting, cradling a few plastic water bottles. Though initially disappointed, he was soon captivated by what lay at her feet, a handleless iron pot, unmistakably the kind used for cooking at home. How on earth did you find this? Chen Mo questioned in disbelief. I tripped over something while searching over there, and when I dug it out, it was this. Lin Wei explained, gesturing toward her path. Is this pot not meant to be here? Lin Wei countered, noticing the look on Chen Mo's face. Not that it shouldn't be here. Chen Mo waved his hand. It's just that items like this, being made of iron, are typically found resting at the ocean's floor. Its appearance on the beach is quite unexpected. He chuckled awkwardly again, then added, could it possibly have been brought here by the recent storm? Perhaps. Lin Wei pondered. Well, it doesn't matter how it came to be. What matters is that we found it, so it's ours now. This iron pot is a timely blessing, Chen Mo declared. Let us gather our things and head back. He dismissed his earlier thoughts on the matter. On their way back to the camp, they fortuitously discovered a sizable crab trapped in a shallow pool by the tide, which naturally became their captive. Their lunch promised to be an unprecedented feast, arguably the most sumptuous since their arrival on the island. The prospect of even grander meals in the future lay in his playful imagination. They prepared a large pot of boiled shellfish. Chen Mo insisted on cooking them thoroughly to avoid parasites. Though the meat shrank considerably, the quantity was ample. They sought the seaweed, cooked in lard, which had a rather average taste and a slight fishiness, yet remained delightfully crisp. And there was the large crab, roasted to a vibrant red. Of course, before cooking, they had thoroughly washed all the ingredients with clean water. At last, this meal brought forth the long-awaited briny essence of the sea, though still lacking in fat. The two of them could distinctly sense a swift restoration of both physical strength and mental clarity, thanks to the high-quality protein and minerals they had consumed. If only we had thought to gather seafood sooner, Lin Wei remarked as she gnawed on a crab leg. Previously, their attention had been ensnared by the fears of the unknown, neglecting the vast food reservoir surrounding them. We'll go when the tide recedes, Chen Mo contemplated, resolving to seek out a greater variety of edible seaweeds and shellfish. The temporary relief from hunger afforded them a moment of respite. In the afternoon, Lin Wei instructed Chen Mo to fetch another pot of seawater. Once he delivered it to her, Chen Mo set about enhancing his weaponry. The spear had proven inefficient, and he decided to attempt crafting a more powerful bow. The previous one had been hastily constructed and lacked lethality. This time, he selected a resilient hardwood, meticulously shaping the bow limbs with a spade and knife before employing fire to set the form and enhance its elasticity. The bowstring was fashioned from the thickest nylon cord, twisted together repeatedly. Creating the arrows was more cumbersome. It required straight, smooth twigs, sharpened at one end and hardened with fire, as they had no metal tips, limiting their potency. He busily focused on his task, while Lin Wei continued to stitch her leather pouch, tending to the fire where seawater simmered in an iron pot, accumulating precious salt. The afternoon sun shone brightly, and a gentle sea breeze wafted through the camp, which for the first time exhibited a bustling yet relatively tranquil atmosphere. As dusk approached, Chen Mo, holding the rudimentary bow he had fashioned, ventured to the edge of the camp to test its feel. Drawing the string back, he savored the tension and, after making minor adjustments, knocked a sharpened wooden arrow, aiming at the trunk of a large tree some meters away. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, traveling a short distance before weakly embedding itself in the sand, falling far short of its target. Its power was even less than he had anticipated, and accuracy was a distant dream. Yet, he did not succumb to discouragement. This was merely the first step. Improvements to the arrows, reinforcement of the bow limbs, and practice in aiming would require time and diligence. Nevertheless, it offered them a newfound potential for distant self-defense. As he walked to retrieve the arrow, his gaze was drawn to a fresh mark in the sand. It was a footprint, but not human, nor that of the gorilla. It resembled a bird's track, with 3 toes pointing forward and 1 backward. However, the footprint was astonishingly large, nearly the size of his palm. What kind of seabird could possess such formidable claws? The tracks led from the shoreline toward another rocky area, eventually disappearing. Were there large avian creatures on the island that they had overlooked? Chen Mo furrowed his brow, categorizing this as a new discovery, noting it for later without dwelling too long on it. That night, it was Lin Wei's turn to keep watch during the first half. Clutching the bow that Chen Mo had crafted, though its utility was limited, it provided a semblance of security. She sat beside the fire, her ears alert to the sounds of her surroundings. The moonlight was bright, and the sea lay tranquil. The distant light patrolling the waters had not appeared. Perhaps it was not on its nightly course. In the latter half of the night, a slightly drowsy Chen Mo was drawn by an exceedingly faint, yet persistent rustling sound. The sound was not akin to the whisper of the wind through the leaves. Rather, it resembled the scratching of numerous tiny claws against wood. The noise emanated from beyond the wooden wall. Instantly alert, he gently roused Lin Wei, who had only just succumbed to slumber, signaling her to be silent. The two held their breath, straining to listen. The rustling seemed to encircle the base of the wooden wall, dense and unnerving, sending chills down their spines. Occasionally, a faint clicking noise punctuated the sounds. What could it be? The quantity was overwhelming. Chen Mo stealthily crawled to the edge of the wall, peering through the crevice. Under the moonlight, he beheld a multitude of fist-sized shadows crawling across the sandy ground surrounding the camp. Some were attempting to scale the wooden wall, while others gnawed at the foundation. Were they giant crabs or some other crustacean? Their eyes glimmered with a faint green light in the moonlight, and their movements appeared sluggish, as if drawn by some unseen lure. Was it the scent of boiling sea salt, or the remnants of shellfish they had consumed? Or perhaps some other lingering aroma had attracted them. A shiver coursed through Chen Mo's spine. He seized a burning branch, thrusting it through the gap in the wall and waving it fiercely. As the flames approached, the shadows seemed startled, producing an even denser cacophony of clicks before retreating rapidly, like a tide ebbing into the dark sands, disappearing from sight. They came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Yet, the multitude of claw prints left in the sand testified that this was no mere illusion. Chen Mo and Lin Wei exchanged glances, astonishment reflected in their eyes. The nights on this island seemed to grant them no respite. With old threats lingering, new and unexpected troubles awaited just around the corner. Survival had morphed into an endless cycle of confronting unforeseen events, while dawn remained an enigma of what it would bring. Chapter 84. New discoveries at the artificial base at first light. The two hurried to examine the area outside the wooden wall. The sand was littered with an intricate pattern of claw marks, haphazardly extending toward the shoreline. The sheer density of these prints suggested an alarming number of fist-sized crabs, or something similar. Individually, they posed little threat, but amassed in such numbers, they could induce considerable unease at night. Perhaps it was the aroma of boiled sea salt and shellfish that had enticed them, Lin Wei mused, still shaken. Most likely, Chen Mo utilized a spade to sift through the sandy evidence, resolving that henceforth they must dispose of seafood remnants far from their camp, ideally burying them in a pit. They needed to remain vigilant regarding these details, lest they invite unforeseen complications, much like the previous night. Indeed, Lin Wei nodded in agreement. For now, they set aside these concerns and decided to continue their foraging by the sea. Chen Mo returned to the camp to gather tools. Although the tide was not receding that day, their morning harvest proved fruitful, yielding various shellfish, seaweed, and a few modest-sized fish. They also gathered some bean pods and yams from the garden to bolster their food supplies. After a simple lunch, the two resumed their labors. Chen Mo continued to adjust his bow, fine-tuning the tension of string. He sought out several sharp stone shards, roughly polishing them before affixing them to a few arrow shafts as tips. After testing them, he noted an increase in their potency. Lin Wei had prepared some fish, curing it with salt she had boiled. Although she had never attempted this before, relying on vague memories, she carefully gutted the fish, coating it inside and out with salt, and hung it in a ventilated area to dry. The outcome was uncertain, but it was worth a try. As the afternoon sun blazed down, Chen Mo deliberated. He needed to return to the site to clarify certain matters, such as the facilities, the green spot, and everything related to this place. I will return to the cliff where I discovered the abandoned water diversion system and the metallic door, he told Lin Wei, but I will observe from a distance. He sought a higher vantage point to discern more details about the area, searching for ventilation shafts, other entrances, or clues about the green spot. Although concerned, Lin Wei understood the necessity of his mission and nodded in agreement. Be cautious and stay alert. Equipped with binoculars, his bow, though not particularly useful, yet a source of courage, an entrenching tool, and some water, Chen Mo set off. This time, he chose an alternate route, hoping to circumvent the gorilla's lair by traversing a higher slope. The path was arduous. They had never ventured here before, the grass thick and towering, forcing him to wield the entrenching tool to forge ahead. The air was heavy with the scent of decaying vegetation. After considerable effort, he finally reached a vantage point overlooking the valley below. Hiding behind a large weathered rock, he raised his binoculars. The scene below was crystal clear. A massive concrete water channel continued to emit grayish-white hot water, steaming as it flowed. The thick metallic door remained tightly sealed against the mountainside, rusted beyond recognition. He meticulously scanned the rock face surrounding the door, searching for cracks, openings, or signs of human alteration. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on a cave entrance approximately 10 meters above the metal door. It was not natural. The edges bore distinct marks of excavation and reinforcement, resembling a ventilation shaft or maintenance passage rather than a primary entrance. The opening was small, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through, and darkness loomed within, obscuring its depths. What sent a jolt of apprehension through him was the extensive corrosion visible on the rock wall beneath the entrance. The stone had been eroded inward, blistering and gleaming with an eerie, glass-like sheen, covering a vast area, with a dark green seepage appearing to have penetrated the stone. It seemed that some highly corrosive substance had once surged forth from this opening, eroding the rock face below. Chen Mo's heart raced. This could very well be one of the sources of the green spot. That entrance might lead to a place storing dangerous materials. He adjusted the focus of his binoculars to peer into the cave, but the darkness rendered it impossible to see anything. The edges of the opening appeared to bear claw marks, perhaps left by the gorilla attempting to ascend, just as he was intently observing. A gentle breeze swept through the valley below, brushing against the direction of the cave entrance. In the breeze, a particularly faint scent wafted through the air, a curious blend of sweetness, a hint of blood, and an undertone of rust. Chen Mo immediately held his breath and swiftly concealed himself behind a rock. Though the aroma was so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible from a distance, he dared not take chances. Should he inhale too much and succumb to madness like that red-haired gorilla, it would spell disaster. After a brief interval, the scent seemed to dissipate and the wind stilled, prompting him to cautiously peek out once more. This time, he observed beneath the severely corroded rock face a pile of objects that were not stones, but rather twisted remnants resembling metallic frameworks or the debris of instruments. These remnants, too, bore the scars of corrosion, their surfaces cloaked in a thick layer of multicolored rust, rendering their original forms unrecognizable. Unlike the toys found in the gorilla's nest, these remnants appeared more akin to components of some apparatus, seemingly discarded after a catastrophic internal failure. What calamity had transpired within the Prometheus project? What kind of leak could induce such terrifying corrosion? A chill crept through Chen Mo as he contemplated the horrors sealed behind that door, which likely concealed a veritable hell on earth. Casting one last glance at the disquieting opening and the traces of corrosion, he slowly retreated down the slope, preparing to return to camp. This discovery was pivotal, for it clarified the connection between the sudden appearance of the green dots that fateful night and the abandoned facility, complicating any future attempts to venture inside. The ventilation shaft might provide access to the interior, yet to enter without adequate preparation would undoubtedly be tantamount to courting death. Chen Mo could not help but feel a wave of relief. Had it not been for the food shortage a few days prior prompting a sudden change of heart, the outcome might have been grim. As he made his way back to the camp, he paid close attention to the flora near the valley. Many leaves exhibited curled edges and unsightly spots. Some even grew in bizarre forms and unnatural hues. The further he distanced himself from that place, the more normal the vegetation appeared. Clearly, the contamination there was far more widespread than they had previously observed. Upon returning to camp, he shared his findings with Lin Wei. Upon hearing about the corrosive opening and the mutated plants, Lin Wei's face drained of color, and she instinctively patted her chest, filled with a sense of foreboding and a tinge of gratitude for their last-minute change of plans. Sometimes, events that seem troublesome at the moment may indeed alter one's decisions, potentially saving a life. Though perhaps that sentiment is somewhat exaggerated, it is a truth I have experienced. Should we still attempt to enter? She inquired. Chen Mo remained silent for a moment, his gaze resolute. We must enter. It is imperative. However, we must be thoroughly prepared. We cannot access the interior through that hole above the iron door. To do so would be to invite death. We must seek a proper entrance or devise a means to open that door. Chapter 85. Double-sided assault. Chen Mo produced the identity card and the password, 7. This was undoubtedly crucial. He repeated the sequence of characters, endeavoring to discern any patterns. Was the project name embedded within? Did the 7 denote a unit number, an experimental zone, a level of access, or perhaps an emergency code? He recalled the equation adorned with a skull in his notebook. Sequence threshold emergency protocol initiation. Could this password be related to the emergency protocol? The clues were scant, akin to assembling a jigsaw puzzle in the darkness, with the most crucial pieces yet to be discovered. As twilight descended, the two individuals were mired in contemplation over these meager hints when Lin Wei abruptly pointed towards the sea. A ship. It's back. Chen Mo immediately glanced out to the distant waters, where that cold, white glimmer reappeared, patrolling along its previously established course. However, this time a smaller, dimmer red light flickered near the surface of the sea, barely visible before it vanished. The red light's position and movement were certainly not akin to that of a star. Could it possibly be a signal lamp? Or perhaps an unmanned aerial vehicle? Chen Mo furrowed his brow, realizing that their adversary seemed well-equipped. The red light did not re-emerge, while the primary white light continued its leisurely patrol. As night enveloped the surroundings, the luminous point on the sea gradually receded. Yet tonight, the beach surrounding their camp was anything but serene. Shortly after nightfall, the spine-chilling rustling and clicking sounds from the previous night resurfaced, seemingly more intense than before. Countless shadows emerged from the sea, encircling the wooden walls, beginning to climb and gnaw at them. Chen Mo attempted to drive them away with a torch, and they retreated momentarily. However, merely half an hour later, they returned, seemingly endless in their assault. After fending them off for the third time, Chen Mo's expression shifted. Something was amiss. He scrutinized the darkened beach. These creatures did not appear to be merely lured by food, but rather were testing their defenses. The intervals between the attacks from these crabs were shortening, and upon each retreat, they returned with a changed strategy, seeking the weakest points of the wooden barrier. Their behavior was exceedingly peculiar, exhibiting a relentless determination, and they seemed to be growing increasingly accustomed to fire. Lin Wei sensed this as well. When did crabs acquire such intelligence? The gorilla, one could understand being a primate, but these crabs, what manner of island had they stumbled upon? Chen Mo's mind was a whirlwind of incredulity. At that moment, he suddenly turned to peer into the depths of the jungle. Almost simultaneously, a low growl, suppressed and filled with fury, emanated from the distant shadows. It was the gorilla. Had it also been drawn here by the commotion? It felt as though whatever was conjured in his thoughts manifested before him. Was he to be likened to Chow Chow? Chen Mo mused internally. Their camp was alive with activity tonight. The threats from both land and sea seemed to converge upon them, as if prearranged. They appeared unafraid of fire. Lin Wei, trembling at the sound of the gorilla's roar, gripped her multifunctional knife, her knuckles turning white, the firelight casting a pallid hue upon her face. Chen Mo, pale as well, recognized the shift. These crabs no longer acted as disorganized skirmishers. They resembled creatures operating under a programmed directive, relentlessly advancing, with an increasing tolerance to fire, disturbingly uncanny. The old methods would no longer suffice. Chen Mo quickly resolved that the torch's limited range was insufficient to deter them. They needed a larger blaze. He scanned the campsite and noticed a substantial pile of dry brush and twigs nearby. He bellowed, "Throw the firewood outside the wall, but keep a safe distance from it. Hurry!" As the words fell, they sprang into action, lifting bundles of firewood and hurling them towards the wooden wall, deliberately targeting the areas where the scratching sounds were most concentrated. Lin Wei, sensing the urgency, suppressed her fear and hurried to assist. The firewood struck the ground just beyond the wall, immediately provoking a cacophony of frantic clicks, as if the creatures had been roused from their slumber. In no time, a sparse line of fuel accumulated outside the wooden barrier. Chen Mo seized a particularly vibrant match from the campfire, inhaled deeply, and boldly tossed it over the wall towards the pile of wood. The dry shrubs and twigs ignited instantly. After throwing several more matches in various directions, he finally paused. The flames, fueled by the wind, surged upward, and with a resounding roar, they spread along the woodpile, quickly forming a modest yet persistent wall of fire outside. The flames and thick smoke enveloped the horde of crabs outside the wooden barrier. Almost immediately, a series of cracking sounds erupted, the sound of shells splitting under the heat. A waft of charred aroma drifted into the camp, surprisingly pleasant. A tumult of scrambling sounds echoed across the sandy ground, the rustling retreating like a receding tide, swiftly escaping the reach of the fire, its power evidently exceeding their tolerance. In the glow of the flames, remnants of charred, Curled corpses littered the beach, still twitching slightly. It worked. But before Chen Mo and Lin Wei could catch their breath, a sudden roar erupted from the direction of the jungle. Roar. The gorilla must have been startled by the sudden blaze. The fire had provoked it, potentially instilling a sense of threat. Heavy footsteps reverberated, growing ever closer. It was charging. Hold the entrance. Chen Mo's pupils constricted as he shouted sharply, simultaneously casting the remaining firewood outside the camp with great haste. Almost instantly, a resounding thud echoed as a large, reddish-brown shadow collided violently with the wooden wall, causing the entire structure to shake and creak. It was the gorilla. It had charged headlong into the wall. It was utterly enraged, standing on its hind legs, furiously pounding against the adjacent wooden posts through the fire barrier. The booming sounds ringing painfully in their ears. Its bloodshot eyes glowed ominously in the firelight, froth dripping from its exposed fangs in a frenzy. The flames seemed to instill a hint of fear in it, preventing a direct charge. Yet its brute strength appeared capable of toppling the wooden barrier at any moment. Without hesitation, Chen Mo unstrapped his bow, knocked an arrow tipped with stone, drew the bowstring taut, and aimed at the colossal figure outside the flames. However, he hesitated to release the arrow, uncertain if it would inflict harm. Provoking it further could lead to greater trouble. Keep the fire steady. Do not let it extinguish. He shouted to Lin Wei, his gaze fixed intently on the gorilla's movements, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Lin Wei desperately fed the fire with combustible materials, ensuring the flames remained ablaze. The intense heat and smoke caused her to cough incessantly, tears streaming down her face, yet she dared not cease her efforts. Just then, Chen Mo noticed that amidst its frantic pounding, the gorilla would occasionally pause, its large nostrils flaring as it seemed to be sniffing something in the air. Chapter 86. Lin Wei's menstrual cycle. Its gaze swept across the charred crab shells on the ground, and it sniffed vigorously, a peculiar expression flickering in its eyes, a blend of disgust and desire, mingled with an indescribable emotion. Had it caught the scent of these burnt crabs? Judging by its demeanor, it seemed inclined to partake, yet there was also an undercurrent of trepidation. Before Chen Mo could ponder further, the previously halted gorilla appeared to become even more agitated. It took several steps back and let out a roar that resonated through the air, forcefully colliding with the wooden wall. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as a wooden post, thick as a bowl's circumference, splintered upon impact, creating a breach in the wall. The opening was not large enough for it to squeeze through, but the situation was perilously dire. The wooden barrier offered little defense against such a colossal creature. The gorilla noticed the gap, emitting a low, excited growl, and immediately thrust its massive paw through, attempting to enlarge the opening. Now was the moment. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed as he seized the opportunity. The arrow he had been holding onto was released, aimed not at the gorilla's solid body, but targeting the relatively softer area of its paw that was prying at the breech. With a soft thud, the arrowhead, though not particularly sharp, penetrated the gorilla's forepaw at this close range. A roar of pain and fury erupted from the gorilla as it instinctively withdrew its paw, glaring at the quivering wooden arrow embedded in its flesh, its face contorted with rage. With a swift motion, it grasped the shaft of the arrow and yanked it out, baring its teeth in a snarl as it flung the projectile aside. The injury was not severe, but the humiliation was profound. More critically, the pain in its paw combined with the sudden attack drove it into a frenzy. It pushed off with its hind legs, rising to its full height, pummeling its chest with its fists and unleashing an ear-splitting roar, forsaking the breach to hurl itself against the damaged wooden wall with all its might. The entire camp trembled as if it were on the verge of collapse. Chen Mo's heart sank. His fears had materialized. The arrow had enraged the beast beyond reason. The opening in the wall widened with each collision, splinters flying in all directions. Fire! Push the torches out. Throw them at it. Chen Montauk shouted in desperation, grasping a burning branch to thrust through the breach. But just as despair threatened to engulf him, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The crabs, having retreated to the distant black beach, seemed to have been stirred by the commotion and the scent of blood. The arrow wound, though minor, had drawn blood and surged toward the camp like a dark tide. This time, however, they were not rushing toward the wooden wall, but rather charging at the gorilla, which was still battering against the structure. Countless fist-sized shadows rapidly ascended the gorilla as hind legs and back. The gorilla froze momentarily, stunned, before emitting a frantic and furious screech, thrashing its body and swatting at its back in an attempt to dislodge the clambering crabs. The relentless cracking sound of crushed shells filled the air. Yet, more crabs continued to ascend, gnawing at its thick fur with their pincers. The gorilla was utterly thrown into disarray, roaring and swatting at the crabs while staggering backward, abandoning its assault on the wall. It was clear, this creature was genuinely frightened of the crabs. Both Chen Mo and Lin Wei stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the sudden turn of events. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Mo swiftly grasped Lin Wei's hand, utilizing a spade and some spare wooden stakes to desperately seal and reinforce the gaping hole that had been created. Outside the walls, the chaos ensued as the gorilla and the swarm of crabs collided. The guttural roars of the gorilla, the sound of crab shells shattering, and the rustling of pincers gnawing on fur mingled together, creating a cacophony that echoed across the moonlit beach. Ultimately, it seemed the gorilla could no longer endure the relentless assault of the crabs. With a roar filled with frustration, it abruptly turned and stumbled back into the jungle, carrying with it a multitude of crabs still clinging to its body, crashing through several saplings along the way. Once the gorilla departed, the crabs, as if completing a task, retreated like the ebbing tide, quickly vanishing into the sand and sea. At last, the camp fell into a temporary silence. The only sound was the crackling of the fire still burning outside the wooden walls, which left behind a scattering of crab shells and tufts of gorilla fur that had been pinched away. Leaning against the reinforced wooden wall, Chen Mo and Lin Wei sank to the ground, their bodies drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. They had narrowly escaped disaster that night. But the crisis was far from over. The peculiar behavior of the crabs and the gorilla's madness indicated that greater troubles loomed ahead. It appeared that something on this island was influencing the local fauna, rendering them increasingly aggressive. The harrowing night passed, and dawn approached with a sense of arduousness. The two had not slept in the latter half of the night, sitting around the campfire until the first light broke. The sun pierced through the clouds, illuminating the disordered beach strewn with blackened crab shells, flying wood chips, and sporadic clumps of dark red gorilla fur, alongside the nearly obliterated breach, all silently narrating the ferocity of the previous night. A profound sense of fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Chen Mo steeled himself and immediately inspected and reinforced the gash caused by the red-haired gorilla. He propped a thicker wooden stake behind it and bound it tightly with every vine he could find, until the structure appeared sturdier than its surroundings, allowing him to exhale with a modicum of relief. Yet, the unease in his heart remained unabated. The defensive capacity of this wooden wall was limited. Lin Wei assisted by passing him materials, but her movements were noticeably sluggish, her complexion more pallid than usual, and beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Occasionally, she would unconsciously press her hand against her lower abdomen, her brow slightly furrowed. Initially, Chen Mo assumed she was merely overwhelmed by fear and fatigue. However, he soon noticed her unsteady gait, which prompted him to sense something was amiss. "What is it?" He halted his work, frowning as he inquired. "Are you hurt?" Lin Wei paused, shaking her head, her voice faint. No, I just feel a bit uncomfortable in my stomach." Her gaze flickered, carrying a hint of unspoken embarrassment. In an instant, Chen Montag understood. He was not a naive youth. He possessed a fundamental understanding of physiology. Nevertheless, a frown creased his brow. On this desolate island, where medical supplies were scarce and sanitary conditions abysmal, the complications and risks associated with a woman's menstrual cycle were magnified beyond the norm. Access to hot water was essential, but more critically, the discomfort, potential blood loss, and emotional fluctuations during this period could severely impair their survival capabilities and judgment. The scent of blood on this island, where keenly perceptive beasts lurk, serves as an exceedingly perilous signal. Troubles perpetually follow, yet such occurrences are unavoidable and must be resolved promptly. Moreover, if his memory serves him right, there are no modern sanitary supplies to be found here. The resources previously discovered were devoid of such items. However, Chen Mo's backpack contained some of his clothing, though its utility remained questionable, and even if usable, it would hardly be sanitary. Chapter 87. Strange noises outside the camp. Why don't you sit by the fire? And remember, for these few days, avoid cold water. Chen Mo remarked with an unusual, clumsy concern. I will boil some hot water. He abandoned all tasks of tidying and fortifying, forbade her from working, and promptly rose to prepare the water. As he grasped the water bag, he shook it lightly, realizing that fresh water was scarce and he would need to fetch more from the stream. After the dangers faced the previous night, he had not intended to venture into the forest today, uncertain whether that red-haired gorilla awaited him within. Yet, observing Lin Wei's current state left him no choice but to gather water. After much deliberation, Chen Mo finally ventured into the woods with the water bag in hand. Lin Wei watched his retreating figure. Her lips moved as if to utter something, but ultimately, she merely whispered a thank you, though he did not hear her. She sat beside the fire, curling her body into a ball, feeling the familiar pangs in her lower abdomen, as memories of her large, soft bed began to flood her mind. At such times, she would lie on her bed, indulging in affection from her mother, who would tenderly rub her belly and soothe her. Now, however, there was nothing but the roaring bonfire before her. The warm flames dispelled some of the chill within her. Yet the sense of helplessness grew more acute, amplified by the harshness of her surroundings, alongside a profound feeling of being a burden. Chen Mo soon returned with water, adding some wild ginger to the iron pot to bring it to a boil, having discovered the wild ginger during their first encounter with the pods and confirmed its use as a seasoning. He then poured the hot water into a clean coffee can and handed it to her. Lin Wei accepted the warm water with gratitude. Its unique spiciness provided slight relief, though the underlying issues remained unresolved. Chen Mo gestured toward the corner where supplies were stored. You can see which clothes might be suitable. I will take care of the rest. By the way, should we boil them for disinfection? He endeavored to maintain a calm and pragmatic tone to avoid exacerbating her embarrassment. Lin Wei nodded, her face flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, it would be best to boil them. Chen Mo silently set up a small pot, pouring in the dwindling supply of fresh water. He rummaged through the corner to find several relatively clean cotton garments, took a small knife, and began to cut them into pieces for boiling. As for the size, he was uncertain and could not inquire with Lin Wei, considering the awkwardness already present. After ensuring the clothes were thoroughly boiled, he deliberately extended the boiling time, reasoning that this might enhance cleanliness and hygiene. He then procured 2 long, sturdy wooden sticks, positioned them at a distance apart in the center of the camp, and secured them with nylon rope to hang the boiled clothes out to dry. Before he could catch his breath, noon had arrived. In his dedication to caring for Lin Wei, Chen Mo ventured to the rocky seaside once more to gather shellfish and seaweed, preparing a nourishing soup with a hint of wild ginger. As Lin Wei sat by the fire, she watched Chen Mo bustling about for her throughout the morning, her heart swelling with gratitude, a fleeting, peculiar feeling passing through her mind. In the afternoon, Chen Mo had no choice but to set out again for freshwater, firewood, and food were all in urgent need of replenishment. He instructed Lin Wei to rest at the camp, securely locking the door, advising her to remain inside regardless of any sound she might hear. Given her condition, it was clear she could not venture far, so he proceeded alone to the stream, this time armed with a large vessel for water. He remained particularly vigilant, wary not only of the potential appearance of an orangutan, but also of any other lurking predators. His bow was firmly in hand, an arrow nocked and ready. The task of gathering water went relatively smoothly, and he checked the traps, though he held low expectations for any catch. On his return journey, burdened with a water jug, he stumbled upon a small patch of wild taro beneath a thicket. Although he recognized it, he exercised extreme caution, carefully digging up a small section of the root to take back for further testing. Uncertain whether this local variety might be toxic. Better safe than sorry, he thought. After depositing the water jug at the camp, he set off again to collect branches and deadwood for fuel. Following last night's consumption, the supplies at the camp had dwindled significantly, and without preparation today, the night would be devoid of warmth. Not only must there be enough for burning, but ample reserves needed to be gathered to prevent a repeat of last night's predicament. By the time Chen Mo had transported several loads of firewood back to the camp, dusk was approaching. You should take a break. You've been busy all day. Lin Wei offered, handing him a water pouch. I'm fine, Chen Mo replied, taking a few sips before returning it to her. I'll check the coastline again. As he harvested along the shore, he remained especially cautious, selecting a rocky area far from the crab landing site of the previous night. He collected a greater quantity of shellfish and caught 2 small fish, yet no crabs were in sight. They seemed to have vanished entirely after last night as frenzy, leaving only remnants on the beach to tell the tale. Exhausted from the day's labors, Chen Mo returned to the camp, where he noticed Lin Wei appeared slightly improved. Leaning against the wall, sewing something with needle and thread, she was attempting to fashion reusable sanitary pads from dried, soft, clean cloth, her focused demeanor serving as a distraction from her physical discomfort. Choosing not to disturb her, Chen Mo set about preparing the food. He sliced a small piece of the wild taro, testing it in the traditional manner by placing it on the inner wrist, waiting for results. While he waited, he boiled the shellfish and roasted some yams. Fortunately, after testing, the wild taro seemed to show no signs of toxicity. He cooked a small portion, sampling it himself to ensure its safety, which brought him a modicum of relief. Another edible tuber had been added to their limited diet. During dinner, conversation was sparse. Lin Wei ate little, clearly lacking an appetite. Chen Mo compelled himself to eat more, aware of his need to maintain his strength. As night fell once again, both felt an acute sense of tension. Lin Wei's physical condition necessitated her need for rest and warmth. However, the night often heralded peril. Chen Mo positioned her in the warmest spot, closest to the fire, while he vigilantly took the night watch. He dared not indulge in even the slightest relaxation. His ears attuned to any sound from outside, and his eyes constantly scanning the gaps in the wooden walls and the reinforced breach. The first half of the night was unusually quiet, filled only with the sounds of the waves and the wind. No patrol lights appeared on the distant sea, nor were there any signs of guerrillas in the jungle, and the beach was devoid of rustling sounds. Yet, this excessive tranquility only heightened the sense of unease. In the latter half of the night, Lin Wei, suffering from abdominal pain, found her sleep fitful, occasionally letting out faint groans. Chen Mo added firewood several times to ensure the flames burned brightly. Just as dawn began to break, in that most drowsy hour, Chen Mo's body suddenly tensed. His nostrils flaring, the sea breeze had intensified, carrying with it a strong scent of brine, which was typical by the shore. However, he inhaled deeply, hoping to discern if it bore any trace of the sweet rust scent he had encountered at the abandoned artificial base. After several deep breaths, he closed his eyes, striving to differentiate the odors, relieved to find no other scent apart from the salty tang of the sea. Otherwise, on this island, they would be left with no refuge, perhaps slowly succumbing to a frenzy akin to that of a red-haired gorilla, just as Chen Mo relaxed his taut muscles. A barely audible sound akin to metal scraping echoed from the direction of the camp, near the jungle. It was faint, yet in the stillness of the early morning. It resonated with a disquieting clarity. It was neither the footsteps of a beast nor the sound of the wind stirring objects. Rather, it resembled a metallic component shifting or jamming under pressure. Chapter 88. Chen Mo's thoughts. Chen Mo's body broke into goosebumps. His heart raced as he abruptly turned to face that direction. What could it be? Was the gorilla lurking nearby, creating this disturbance? If so, why did the sound resemble the one from before, only manifesting once before fading into silence? Chen Mo felt an overwhelming turmoil. He could only remain at the camp, lost in conjecture. The nights on this island seemed to continually give rise to new, incomprehensible sounds, incessantly testing the limits of their nerves. He tightened his grip on the bow, his gaze darting between the shadowy jungle and the glimmering beach, refusing to allow himself any moment of ease. Until dawn broke. That sound did not reappear. Lin Wei, just roused, still bore a pallid complexion, clutching her abdomen. The discomfort of her menstrual cramp, combined with her weakness, rendered her movements sluggish and frail. Observing her state, Chen Mo insisted she continue resting. Shouldering all the morning tasks, inspecting the camp, processing the shellfish from the previous night, boiling water, and preparing breakfast. After a simple meal, he ventured to the area from which the metallic sound had emanated the night prior. The ground here was moist, the layer of fallen leaves thick and rich. He searched meticulously and soon discovered several enormous footprints, unmistakably belonging to the gorilla, nestled beneath a thicket. The prints were somewhat disordered, indicating that it had lingered here for a brief moment. Beside the footprints, a small tree bore a fresh gash on its trunk, with a significant portion of its bark scraped away. In the soil near the base of the gash, something was partially concealed. Chen Mo cautiously dislodged it with the tip of his entrenching tool. It was a palm-sized, severely rusted metal component, resembling a fragment of a large valve handwheel, still attached to several equally corroded bolts. The break was jagged, likely the result of the orangutan's immense strength. The surface of the piece was encrusted with a layer of rust mixed with dirt, barely revealing a blurred industrial emblem. Upon seeing this object, Chen Mo immediately recalled the faint clicking sound he had heard the previous night. It seemed highly probable that the gorilla had acquired this scrap metal, perhaps from a refuse pile near the abandoned facility, and during its nocturnal wanderings, had accidentally scraped it against the tree trunk or dropped it, causing the subtle noise. A momentary scare, indeed. He breathed a sigh of relief, yet his brow furrowed once more. This gorilla appeared to possess a keen interest in these man-made items. Previously, it had collected various artifacts within its nest, and now it was meandering about with a broken hand wheel in the dead of night. Its behavior was undeniably linked to that facility. He took the rusted component and returned to the camp. What is this? Lin Wei inquired, puzzled, as she noticed the item in Chen Mo's hand. This, he replied, presenting the piece for her inspection. He then recounted the events of the previous night, from a noise he had heard to the discovery and confirmation of the orangutan's presence. Lin Wei gazed at the rusty metal, relieved yet still troubled. Will its incessant collection of such items one day lead it to uncover something even more perilous? She gestured toward the direction of the abandoned artificial base. It's hard to say. It very well might, Chen Mo replied gravely. We need to devise a plan swiftly and ascertain the situation over there. After saying this, he once again retrieved the identity card and notebook, scrutinizing the rusted handwheel component for an extended time. Yet it remained an enigma unless a critical point was identified. However, survival remained the foremost priority. In the following days, Lin Wei needed to ensure ample rest, while Chen Mo would have to shoulder the majority of the camp's responsibilities. Lunchtime consisted once again of roasted yam and a small portion of shellfish. Observing Lin Wei's lack of appetite, Chen Mo felt a pang of anxiety. Prolonged deficiency of diverse nutrition, particularly fats and proteins, would be unsustainable for her body. Today, I shall revisit the area where I previously found the yam. Chen Mo declared as he organized his belongings, to see if I can unearth more and perhaps scout for other edible items in the vicinity. You stay at the camp, rest well, and sound the whistle if anything arises. He needed to broaden his search radius to seek additional sources of sustenance. Holding a rainproof cloth, Chen Mo returned once more to the taro field ravaged by the gorilla, only to be taken aback as he discovered the situation had deteriorated even further. The gorilla appeared to have turned this place into its personal buffet, having rummaged through it multiple times, leaving the remaining taro vines in utter disarray, with many tubers either uprooted or crushed. At this rate, this precious source of starch would soon be entirely depleted by the beast. I cannot afford to be complacent. I must take action to prevent the disappearance of these taros. Chen Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. A sudden realization struck him. I could cultivate them myself. He smacked his forehead, chastising himself for not thinking of such a simple solution sooner. However, upon this thought emerging, he hesitated. To venture into cultivation in such a perilous environment seemed utterly absurd. Yet, upon further reflection, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Taro, being a tuberous crop, could indeed be propagated through its corms. They could select some small, well-formed tubers and clear small, relatively safe plot of land near the camp to plant them, nurturing them with care. This should yield success. Although growth would require time, once established, it could provide a stable food source, allowing for survival even during prolonged periods without sustenance. Moreover, it would mitigate the risks associated with foraging. Without further ado, he set to work. He meticulously searched through the disheveled taro field and finally located several relatively intact tubers with sprout nodes, wrapping them in leaves and placing them on the rainproof cloth to carry on his back. Then, centered around this taro field, he ventured forth, hoping to make new discoveries. Fortune favors the diligent. To the west of the taro field, deeper within the jungle, he found a new patch of taro thriving in a sunlit area where light filtered through the canopy, and there were no signs of destruction. It seemed that the gorilla's range of activity had yet to extend to this location. He noted the position, but refrained from excavating immediately, choosing instead to continue his exploration. Planning to return later to harvest some. On a higher slope, he stumbled upon several wild guava trees laden with fruit, their ripe offerings exuding an enticing aroma. And he gathered a considerable amount. There was also a low shrub bearing a few pale red, berry-like fruits, slightly different from those he had discovered previously. Visually, they lacked the vivid crimson hue of the earlier find, yet he proceeded with caution, employing his traditional method of testing. Ultimately, he confirmed them to be non-toxic and pleasantly sweet and sour before collecting a handful. These fruits were vital sources of vitamins, crucial for their current needs. Chapter 89. Discovery of the great bird's nest. Upon returning to the camp, he was pleased with his bounty. A small bag of reserved taro seedlings, a large bundle of freshly harvested taro, and a considerable quantity of wild guava and red berries. Lin Wei's pallid face brightened with a flicker of a smile as she beheld these treasures, especially the fresh fruit. It is rare to find a girl who does not delight in fruit, particularly under such challenging circumstances. Seeing her joy, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile in return, washing some of the fruit and presenting it to her. Lin Wei cast a grateful glance at Chen Mo, took one for herself, and happily savored the sweet treat. The tangy sweetness of the fruit juice instantly alleviated the monotony that had lingered in her mouth over the past few days, and her body felt significantly more at ease, as if what she consumed was not merely fruit, but rather a miraculous elixir. After indulging in several pieces, she finally paused with a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, Chen Mo had already selected a small patch of land bathed in sunlight, situated within the camp near the wooden wall. This particular area was not merely sandy. It contained soil rich in nutrients, particularly suitable for the growth of yams. Chen Mo commenced the endeavor of cultivating farmland. He wielded a spade to turn over the loose, sandy soil, removing any stones within, and then meticulously divided the small tubers according to their budding positions, burying them carefully. He then fetched his water can, making several trips back and forth to ensure that the newly planted yams received ample hydration. This task, seemingly simple, consumed a considerable amount of his physical strength. Now, Chen Mo sat before the newly tilled land, panting heavily, occasionally wiping the sweat from his brow. Although it was labor-intensive, the thought of the future harvest from this patch filled him with a profound sense of worth, as this land embodied their hopes for the days to come. It seemed that in future expeditions for supplies, he must pay greater attention to transplantable plants. Chen Mo amused himself while gazing at the field before him. After a brief respite, Lin Wei felt somewhat rejuvenated. She approached to organize the bounty Chen Mo had brought back that day. Although she was currently unable to perform heavy labor, she could still slice the freshly unearthed yams and set them out to dry. As for the fruits, she spread them out in a cool, well-ventilated area to prevent them from overheating and spoiling. Both were engrossed in their respective tasks, and the camp gradually returned to its usual tranquility. In the evening, as Chen Mo ventured to the shore to gather seafood, he stumbled upon enormous three-toed bird tracks on the sandy ground near the rocks, tracks that had escaped his notice previously. Moreover, they were clearer than the last time he had seen them. Instinctively, he scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance, but apart from the sound of the waves and the setting sun, nothing else was in sight. This mysterious avian creature seemed to be drawing ever closer to their territory. While returning to the camp, he inadvertently cast a glance at the western sky, and his heart raced. High above, in the distant expanse illuminated by the sunset, a faint, ethereal green glimmer flickered once more. It was nearly identical in position and form to what he had observed previously. This was no mere illusion. It had appeared again, just as fleetingly, leaving him to ponder its nature and its possible connection to the island. Chen Mo stood rooted to the spot, watching the swiftly vanishing green light, filled with immense awe and uncertainty. Upon returning to the camp with the collected shellfish, he chose not to disclose his discovery to Lin Wei, acting as if nothing unusual had occurred, and began to prepare dinner. This evening's meal differed from the usual fare, as they included fruit for dessert. As night deepened, while Chen Mo kept watch, his gaze swept across the shadowy jungle and beach, occasionally drifting towards the profound starry sky. What ties existed between the gorilla, the crabs, that great bird, and the aerial green light? Chen Mo looked up at the stars, contemplating the role of the Prometheus project in this intricate tapestry. The answer seems to remain firmly locked behind that heavy metal door. After a lengthy contemplation, he forced himself to divert his gaze from the starry sky. These questions could not be resolved at present. Urgency would serve no purpose, and survival was paramount. He suppressed his inner confusion, determined not to amplify his unwarranted anxieties. A night passed in silence. Perhaps the gorilla also required rest, or perhaps it was due to some other reason, but the camp enjoyed a rare tranquility. With the dawn, Lin Wei's complexion visibly improved. Her abdominal pain subsided. Though still somewhat weak, she was now able to engage in lighter physical tasks, granting Chen Mo a bit more time to attend to other matters. The newly discovered yam patch and guava tree, while significant supplements, were far from a sustainable solution. Chen Mo resolved to attempt hunting once more. The traps he had previously constructed were largely unusable and required refinement, targeting small, relatively manageable creatures such as the island's rodents or certain ground-dwelling birds. Capturing these animals could provide invaluable fat and protein. He dedicated some time to enhancing several snare traps, setting them along the paths he deemed most likely for animal traffic. Simultaneously, he took up his bow and embarked on another practice session and search. The results of his practice remained unsatisfactory. The bow's weight was inadequate. The arrows lacked fletching, leading to erratic flight patterns, and both range and accuracy were dismal. Hunting with it seemed a distant hope unless fortune favored him. Nevertheless, he persevered, practicing while meticulously scanning the jungle for any potential opportunities. Near a steep cliff facing the sea, his attention was drawn to a massive shadow embedded in the cliff's midsection, which he had previously overlooked. It was a substantial nest constructed upon a rocky ledge, formed from thick branches, sizable in scale. Could this be the nest of that mysterious large bird? Chen Mo's heart raced slightly. He cautiously utilized the terrain for cover, edging closer to the cliff's edge to peer down. There appeared to be no adult birds in the nest. However, in the center of the nest, he could faintly discern one or two fluffy, grayish-white forms wriggling slightly. Were those chicks? An immediate thought flashed through Chen Mo's mind. Bird eggs or chicks would serve as an excellent food source, rich in nutrients, and most importantly, they posed no resistance. Yet, the location of this nest was perilously precarious, with sheer cliffs plunging dozens of meters into tumultuous waves below. Recklessly attempting to climb down posed a significant risk. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. Furthermore, an adult bird might return at any moment. Judging by the size of the nest, it was undoubtedly a formidable predator. This was the essence of risk and reward. A gamble of fate. Should he descend successfully and the large bird remain absent, it would yield one or several nourishing meals. However, if fortune turned against him, he could plummet or encounter the adult bird returning. Chapter 90. The change brought by the great bird Chen Mo once more scrutinized the terrain leading to the nest, searching for any potential footholds to facilitate his descent. The cliff stood steep and smooth, offering scant obvious footholds save for a few distant ones. After careful consideration, he shook his head, momentarily abandoning this perilous notion. Unless all options were exhausted, risking his life for the sake of the two young ones in the nest was simply not worthwhile. He marked the location and retreated into the jungle. Upon arriving at the area where he had set the traps, he found nothing once again. Damn, were the fish here truly so cunning? Chen Mo grumbled as he returned to the camp, his spirits dampened. The difficulties of hunting far exceeded his expectations. Having caught a wild boar shortly after arriving on the island now seemed like sheer luck. He gazed at the sun-dried yam and pickled fish, a sense of worry creeping in. They were not merely participants in a survival show where one could make do. They were genuinely trapped on this island, with no idea when they might return to reality. Long-term planning was essential, and their supplies were far too singular, given the current yield. Sustaining themselves in the long run appeared challenging. Collecting and hunting for additional food sources needed to be prioritized urgently. Crouching by the campfire, he poked at the dancing flames with a stick, his gaze sweeping across the dense jungle surrounding the campsite, his expression heavy with concern. He understood that with only the scant food they had, combined with what they had discovered, they would quickly face dire straits should they encounter inclement weather or prolonged hunting failures. Thus, besides optimizing their current hunting methods, they had to seek new sources of food. This vast island might hold opportunities for exploration into farther territories, perhaps revealing traces of other animals, ideally leading to the hunting of larger game like wild boars. Alternatively, they could search for edible wild fruits and vegetables, as a diversified food supply would be better suited to confront unforeseen risks. However, they could not afford to squander an entire day merely searching for food. Reasonable arrangements had to be made while also addressing the inherent dangers of the island. In the afternoon, he refrained from venturing out, instead focusing his energy on the notebook and identity card. He meticulously studied the sequence of numbers, 7. He attempted to deconstruct and recombine it, hypothesizing various possibilities. Was it a project name? Did 7 refer to the 7th district or the 7th experimental subject? Was it the highest authority? Or perhaps an indication of the alpha sequence, the 0 protocol, or a reset command? He flipped to the page adorned with a skull and equation. Sequence, threshold, emergency protocol activation. Could this code be the key to initiating some form of emergency protocol? Was that protocol designed to address crises arising from sequences surpassing the threshold? What did the sequence refer to? Was it the catalyst for the mutation of the orangutans? Or something even more sinister? The notebook contained a smattering of technical symbols and structural diagrams he could not comprehend. After resting for a while, Lin Wei joined him to assist, although she could not decipher the intricate symbols. Her keen attention to detail led her to notice a nearly imperceptible line of fine script written on the inner side of the last page of the notebook. She scrutinized the text for a considerable time, managing to decipher it with difficulty. The backup password for the main ventilation duct is to be entered at the emergency power panel number 3. What is this emergency power panel number 3? Where could it possibly be? Is the main ventilation duct the opening she observed above the iron door? Chen Mo echoed Lin Wei's words, his mind conjuring images of the desolate artificial base he had witnessed. This message seemed to indicate a potential avenue for access. Locating this emergency power panel number 3 might grant them control over that perilous opening. Yet, the whereabouts of this panel remained an enigma. The clues were multiplying, yet they remained disjointed. While the two were engrossed in contemplation over the notebook, Lin Wei suddenly froze, a frown creasing her brow. It seems there's a sound over there. She pointed towards the thicket. Chen Mo instantly became alert. He listened intently, a shiver coursing through him, and he swiftly grasped the entrenching shovel, dashing forward. Lin Wei, perplexed, hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and closely following in Chen Mo's wake. Beside a snare trap concealed beneath the bushes, Chen Mo halted, and Lin Wei, trailing closely behind, pointed to the ground, her face alight with a mixture of excitement and astonishment. The trap had been triggered. The noose was taut, ensnaring a large seabird. Its dark blue feathers a striking sight. Its neck was ensnared, having succumbed to asphyxiation. Its beak was remarkably sharp, and its talons resembled those of an eagle, possessing considerable strength. Chen Mo crouched before the majestic bird, his gaze fixated on its claws, and his mind recalled the massive footprint discovered on the beach a few days prior. Upon comparison, they matched perfectly. Indeed, this was the very species of bird whose enormous tracks he had observed on the shore. It appeared this bird was not purely a raptor like an eagle, but foraged on the ground. This was undoubtedly a monumental find. The bird was sufficiently large to sustain them for several days if rationed, and most importantly, it would provide invaluable fat and protein. Chen Mo could not suppress a grin of delight. This truly was a moment where the depths of despair yielded to a glimmer of hope. They cautiously retrieved their quarry and returned to their camp. Preparing the bird proved more complex than processing fish. They plucked its feathers and eviscerated it. Yet both worked with great enthusiasm. This time, Chen Mo refrained from the previous mistake of discarding the entrails, preserving the heart and liver. The feathers would be saved for fletching arrows. The inedible remains were wrapped in leaves and buried in the sandy soil, serving as fish bait, and could also be fashioned into a device to ensnare crabs. During dinner, the long-lost aroma of meat wafted through the camp. Instead of roasting, They stewed it in an iron pot along with wild taro, adding wild ginger and sprinkling homemade salt, resulting in an exquisite flavor. This sumptuous meal significantly replenished their strength. The feeling of weakness and lethargy from prolonged protein and fat deficiency diminished considerably. While they were still far from robust, at least their limbs felt invigorated. Lin Wei's health had also largely returned to normal, greatly enhancing their capacity to tackle daily tasks. The day seemed to have settled into a brief yet taut and rhythmic cadence. Each dawn, Chen Mo's first task was to inspect the traps surrounding the camp. Regrettably, he had not captured a second of those dark blue birds. Occasionally, he managed to ensnare a couple of slender island mice, barely enough to satisfy. Nevertheless, he persisted in resetting and maintaining the traps daily, embodying both determination and hope. He would then dedicate time to the creek, where his skills in fishing with a spear and handline had gradually improved, albeit with frequent failures. However, combined with the bounty from the fish traps, where the entrails of a large bird played a significant role, he managed to return home with several small fish or a few shrimp each day. Chapter 91. Ordinary days gathering seafood became an unwavering routine. After the tide receded, the two would venture to the rocky shore. Lin Wei was responsible for collecting shellfish and edible seaweed in the shallow waters, while Chen Mo focused on prying loose the more stubborn oysters or searching for octopuses and crabs hidden among the crevices. After some contemplation, Chen Mo decisively abandoned the idea of setting crab traps. He feared that doing so would attract a horde of crabs akin to the last time, a fate he dared not endure again. Steady now, avoid recklessness, and develop cautiously. This strategy suited them perfectly at present. They discovered a greater variety of edible seaweed, some of which, after blanching, turned out to be surprisingly palatable, infused with a refreshing taste of the ocean. Lunches and dinners became more varied. The staple remained roasted yam or boiled beans, but now accompanied by grilled fish, shellfish, seaweed soup, and occasionally a bit of roasted mouse meat. Finally breaking free from the previous monotony, the supply of homemade salt had also stabilized, adding flavor to their meals. In the afternoons, each took on their responsibilities. Chen Mo continued refining his tools. Using a piece of rusted metal valve wheel he had found, he fashioned a peculiar-looking hand axe by grinding it against stones. He also crafted several arrows, selecting sturdier branches, heat-curving them, and adorning them with feathers from the large bird. Although the results were still mediocre, he was persistently experimenting and improving. The bow he had calibrated now required more effort to draw, yet its range and power seemed to have slightly increased. He practiced daily against a fixed tree trunk, his aim still lacking, but he was gradually becoming familiar with the bow's mechanics. With perseverance, it would surely prove advantageous one day. Lin Wei, on the other hand, managed the camp and internal affairs. She finally stitched the piece of pigskin into a sturdy pouch. Albeit with uneven stitching, yet it was sufficient for storage. She wove a thick mattress from soft dry grass and palm leaves, making their nights somewhat more comfortable. Her most vital task was tending to the small patch of yam plants. When the earth dried out, she would send Chen Mo to fetch water from the forest, and she would meticulously water each plant individually, conserving water as much as possible, treating them as precious treasures. The little tubers they had buried had begun to sprout tender green shoots, providing them with immense encouragement and anticipation. She also attempted to craft a simple fan from seabird feathers and fine thread to aid in fanning the flames when starting fire, a far more efficient method than blowing with her breath. These small improvements gradually enhanced the quality of their survival. The task of salt production continued unabated. Not far from the beach, in a location immune to tidal inundation, they excavated 2 salt evaporation pits, layering the bottoms with stones before channeling water in to facilitate evaporation, scraping the salt, filtering, and boiling. Although this method lacked the efficiency of direct boiling and evaporation, it conserved considerable time and energy for other pursuits. Not to mention saving firewood. The accumulated fine salt had filled 2 plastic bottles, sufficient not only for daily consumption, but also for preserving some fish, thereby augmenting their food reserves. Days passed in this manner, busy and fulfilling during daylight, yet vigilant at night, taking turns to keep watch. The gorilla had not approached the camp again, but the occasional roars echoing from the depths of the jungle served as a reminder that threats were ever present. The patrol lights on the sea appeared and vanished with mechanical precision, akin to a clock. They resembled 2 cautious hamsters, diligently gathering and hoarding food. The uncertainties of the island loomed large. A torrential downpour could obliterate their yam fields. A failed hunt or foray could plunge them back into a food crisis. The gorilla might charge again at any moment, and the patrolling vessels might alter their routes or even land on the island. The abandoned facility loomed like a ticking time bomb, its potential for catastrophe ever on Chen Mo's mind. Each day, he devoted time to studying the notebook and identity card. The sequence of numbers was etched in his memory. He meticulously pondered the possible meanings of each character. attempting to reconstruct the internal structure and entry points of the facility in his mind, correlating it with the indecipherable symbols and sketches in the notebook. He even sketched in the sand with an engineer's shovel, translating the visions in his mind onto the ground, though at times his own drawings eluded his understanding. Lin Wei occasionally observed from the side, offering a thought or two, mostly impractical, yet this shared exploration alleviated their sense of helplessness. One afternoon, while returning from checking traps, Chen Mo discovered a raised earthen slope with a splendid view, allowing him to survey the sea for patrolling boats and gain a general sense of the valley where the abandoned facility lay. He spent some time clearing a small patch of ground at the summit, crafting an extremely concealed observation point camouflaged with shrubs. From this vantage, he could safely monitor the sea and the surrounding area, perhaps uncovering more. In the evening, he returned to the camp with this newfound discovery. During dinner, he beckoned Lin Wei over and pointed towards the distant sea. "Look, the direction of the ship today seems to be slightly more north than yesterday," he murmured. Lin Wei scrutinized the horizon, and indeed, the cold white light appeared to be in a slightly different position compared to their observations from days prior. "Are they adjusting their course?" Lin Wei speculated. "Or perhaps expanding their search area," she continued. Chen Mo's expression grew grave, or they might be closing in. This subtle change, akin to a small stone cast into a tranquil lake, shattered the fleeting peace they had constructed through their industrious efforts. The crisis has never truly receded. It merely adjusts its pace in silence. During the night watch, Chen Mo no longer fixates solely on the jungle and the beach. He occasionally raises his gaze to the profound expanse of the starry sky, ever vigilant for the peculiar green light that may re-emerge. Simultaneously, his ears remain attuned, capturing any faint sounds carried by the wind that might emanate from the abandoned facility. He accumulates strength, observing and waiting. He knows that this fragile equilibrium will inevitably be disrupted. Until that moment arrives, they must prepare for every conceivable eventuality, be it the onslaught of frenzied beasts or the unknown threats arising from the sea. Days tick by like a wound clock, repetitively churning. Life within the camp gradually adopts a set routine. Though monotonous, it at least instills a sense of certainty. Chen Mo has grown somewhat disheartened with the bow. This instrument proves cumbersome even against stationary targets, let alone agile creatures, perhaps a sign of inadequacy. He redirects his focus towards crafting a net, distinct from the previous rough version, with varying mesh sizes and uniform thickness from end to end, albeit slightly diminutive. There remains a substantial length of nylon rope, and Lin Wei's skills have notably improved. Whenever they find a moment, they sit together to weave the net. Chen Mo is responsible for the framework and load-bearing sections, while Lin Wei deftly crafts the mesh. Her pace significantly quicker than before. They aspire to create a large ground net, hopeful of capturing more fish or even ensnaring a small beast that might wander by. Weaving the net is a meticulous task, demanding both visual acuity and dexterous fingers. Yet, as they observe the net gradually elongate into the envisioned trap, the satisfaction derived from this endeavor far surpasses that of futile archery practice. Chapter 92. An uncharacteristically strange Lin Wei, gathering from shore, remains a crucial source of sustenance. They have grown increasingly familiar with the rocky area, discerning which stones conceal the plumpest oysters, where fish might hide in tidal pools, and which seaweeds are palatable. Lin Wei even uncovered a type of shellfish buried beneath the sand, yielding a broth of exceptional sweetness. However, resources on the beach are inherently limited, fluctuating between abundance and scarcity. To procure more, they must either venture further afield or explore deeper into the sea. As Chen Mo gazes at the gently undulating surface of the ocean, he contemplates the possibility of constructing a raft. It need not be large, merely capable of allowing him to paddle out several dozen meters to cast nets or fish in deeper waters. Yet, this undertaking requires time and suitable materials, so for now, he resolves to complete the net before devising further plans. Food reserves remain precarious. Following the consumption of a large bird, their diet has reverted to the occasional small fish and mice. Yams and green beans continue to serve as the mainstays for filling their stomachs. They have begun to consciously regulate their portions, opting to eat only until moderately satisfied, ensuring that the dried yams and cured fish can be preserved for a longer duration. The meager yam patch has become a focal point of protection. Lin Wei diligently checks on it multiple times a day, wary of any small animals that might wreak havoc. The tender shoots have matured into vibrant green vines, adorned with several delicate leaves, igniting a flicker of hope in their hearts. Each leaf on the yam vine, if it bore even a single tiny hole made by a pest, would be meticulously examined by her multiple times until the culprit was found. One could almost imagine her wanting to spend the night beside it, keeping vigil, while the insects could nibble without consequence. The relentless turning of the vines would spell their demise within a mere couple of days. Chen Mo thought helplessly as he watched Lin Wei and reminded her of this. "Ah, how didn't he know? I thought I was helping," Lin Wei exclaimed, startled, as she hurriedly ceased her actions and cautiously caressed the leaves, offering an apology to them. Chen Mo could hardly contain his laughter at her sincere "I'm sorry." "Stay here, I'll fetch some branches," without waiting for Lin Wei's response. He took his newly crafted axe and departed the campsite. He quickly ventured into the woods, selecting thicker branches to cut. Before long, the area was scattered with the twigs Chen Mo had severed. Once he deemed he had gathered enough, he paused and collected them together. He then cut several resilient vines, bundled the branches, and made multiple trips back to the yam field beside the campsite. "What do you intend to do with so many branches?" Lin Wei, who had long harbored a question while remaining at the yam field, could not help but inquire as she observed Chen Mo resting after bringing back the last bundle. "We shall encircle this patch with these branches. That way, we need not worry about small creatures trampling it." Chen Mo rose and inserted a branch into the ground. "Indeed, your foresight is commendable." Lin Wei praised him with a smile, mimicking his actions as she planted her own branches. The sandy soil, being soft, was soon enclosed under their diligent efforts. "Stop!" Chen Mo called out as he noticed Lin Wei continuing to insert branches at the designated entrance he had intentionally left open. "Huh?" Lin Wei, perplexed, questioned why he wanted her to halt. "If you seal it off completely, how shall we enter to water or weed it?" Chen Mo placed one hand on his forehead while the other pointed at the yam patch enclosed within. "Oh dear, I was so focused on making it secure that I completely forgot." Lin Wei's face flushed with embarrassment as she chuckled awkwardly. Chen Mo chose not to respond, wishing to spare her further embarrassment. He picked up the vine he had used to bundle the branches, and before long, he had fashioned a sturdy little door to fill the gap. Lin Wei, watching him as he secured the door, felt a wave of unfamiliar emotions wash over her, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. "What are you smiling about?" Chen Mo turned, surprised to find Lin Wei grinning at him, and instinctively touched his face. "Oh, nothing at all." Lin Wei's face turned even redder as she lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her shirt before swiftly retreating into the shelter. Chen Montauk, bewildered, shook his head and left the yam field as well. Lunch was somewhat awkward. Chen Mo noticed Lin Wei's face would occasionally flush inexplicably, only to quickly return to normal. Concerned, he inquired if she was feeling unwell. Upon receiving her vague response, he understood she was fine and did not press further, assuming it was just a sign of her monthly cycle. In the afternoon, after ensuring that Lin Wei would keep watch, Chen Mo made his way to the newly discovered observation point on the earthen slope that he had been frequenting these past few days. He brought a relatively smooth stone and, with the tip of a spade, etched markings upon it to record the times, directions, and approximate durations of the patrol boat's appearances. After several days of diligent recording, he discerned that the vessel's patrols indeed followed a pattern, albeit one that was not entirely static. The course would gradually shift within a general area, as though it were methodically scanning a specific zone. The timings of its appearances also exhibited slight fluctuations. However, it predominantly emerged every 2 to 3 days. This regularity provided a sense of reassurance. At least he knew when to be particularly discreet, but it also instilled a sense of unease, indicating that the adversary was exceptionally patient and purposeful. That afternoon, he found himself once again crouched behind the shrubs at his observation point, his telescope trained upon the horizon. The time was nearing. The glimmering point should soon emerge. Indeed, after a short while, the cold, white point appeared precisely at the edge of Chen Mo's field of vision. He adjusted the focus, scrutinizing the sight before him. The weather was splendid, and visibility across the sea was exceptional. Through the lens, the outline of the vessel seemed marginally clearer than before. He could vaguely discern that the hull of the sailboat appeared longer than that of an ordinary vessel, its upper structure somewhat intricate and exuding an air of sophistication. It glided along its customary route with deliberate slowness. Suddenly, a frown creased Chen Mo's brow. He noted, in the far distance behind the main ship, an inconspicuous black dot, barely perceptible. It was a diminutive object, nearly blending into the waves of the sea. Its trajectory mirrored that of the main vessel, albeit at a considerable distance. Was it a small boat set adrift, or perhaps some form of unmanned reconnaissance buoy? Chen Mo's heart raced slightly. This unassuming tail could very well be conducting more refined measurements or surveillance, or perhaps monitoring the blind spots of the main ship's line of sight. He held his breath, fixating on the small black dot, striving to discern it more clearly. It was too distant for any details to be discerned. Most of the time, it remained concealed within the troughs of the waves, only occasionally becoming visible at the crests. As the appointed time approached, the luminous point of the main vessel gradually receded, and the small black dot likewise vanished into the shimmering expanse of the sea.